Chapter 1. The daunting task of system activation. In the early summer of 1995, in the state of Florida, USA, at the Sunnyview Public High School, the morning sun cast a warm and gentle light over the picturesque campus. On a tree-lined path, a scene of warmth and harmony unfolded. IT featured two characters. One was a tall, handsome young man, his physique robust yet aesthetically pleasing, radiating the vigor of youth, adorned in the school uniform of Sunnyview High. The other was an elderly woman, her slightly stooped posture softened by a head of stylishly curled golden hair, which diminished the sense of aging she carried. The young man gently assisted the elderly woman as they slowly made their way to a nearby crosswalk. The stark contrast in their heights lent a somewhat comical air to the scene. As the focus tightened, their dialogue emerged. "Xiang," the elderly woman began, "there is no possibility between you and my granddaughter. You are 16, while she is merely 6. Perhaps you should consider a different aspiration. You have already uttered that sentiment 421 times. The boy replied calmly, "Is that so? Has it truly been that many?" The woman paused, taken aback, before raising her trembling right hand to point at the boy, exclaiming, "What exactly do you intend to achieve? You have also expressed that sentiment 789 times. The boy smiled, and my answer remains unchanged. I have no interest in your granddaughter. I simply wish to assist you across the street. The elderly woman gazed at the open road ahead, then at the sign indicating no motor vehicles beyond this point, and a profound sense of helplessness washed over her. Indeed, if the boy's calculations were accurate, this was yet another instance of many. She was a highly esteemed professor of physics who, after retirement, returned to her hometown to serve as a guest lecturer at Sunnyview High. The boy had arrived at the same time, and for 3 years now, regardless of the weather or time of day, he had remained steadfast in his commitment to aid her across the street. The irony was that she did not require assistance. Her health was robust, her appetite hearty, and walking 10 kilometers posed no challenge for her. Why, then, would she need someone to help her cross the road? Initially, she had been wary, but over time, she realized that the young man harbored no ill intentions. He never engaged in any inappropriate behavior, nor did he utter any bothersome remarks. He was exceedingly humble and polite. Yet, as an inquisitive soul, she found herself genuinely curious as to why this young man, Xiang Yuan, from China, chose to partake in such peculiar actions. She had taken the initiative to gather information and discovered that children in China often cherish the act of helping the elderly across the street, frequently documenting this in their diaries or essays. Perhaps it stemmed from some unique educational philosophy. Thus, she found peace. Let be, she thought. Consider it a contribution to education. After crossing the street, they arrived at the entrance of the campus. Xiang Yuan released the elderly woman's hands. He gazed upward at the sky, inhaled deeply, and said, "This is where I bid you farewell. I apologize for any inconvenience caused over the past 3 years. From now on, I may not have the time to assist you in crossing the road again." The elderly woman responded, "I didn't expect you to be so unburdened. You bear no responsibility. Do you face any difficulties that require assistance?" Having spent considerable time together, their teacher-student bond had grown remarkably strong. "Nothing much. I merely intend to play basketball from now on." At that moment, a virtual interface materialized before Xiang Yuan. This interface was generically referred to as the system. More specifically, it bore the exclusive title of All-Profession Basketball System. 3 years prior, upon his reincarnation, this system had accompanied him from the very start. Xiang Yuan's previous life was set in 2023 AT. That time, he was suffocated by heavy debts, and on a dreary rainy day, after being beaten by debt collectors, he purchased a fine bottle of wine with the little money he had, and after consuming it in one gulp, leaped from a high-rise building. Then he was reborn. He returned to the age of 13. At 13, his family was still in good standing. His parents had sent him to the United States for high school. 3 years of high school have now passed. He is 16 years old. Everything remains as it once was if he were to follow the trajectory of his previous life. In another 2 years, his parents' company would begin to decline. 5 years later, it would face bankruptcy, accumulating debts in the millions, forcing his parents to choose to end their lives. Then the creditors would relentlessly pursue Xiang Yuan, who would drift through life, often alternating between hunger and fullness, while his childhood sweetheart married another. Ultimately, he would follow in his parents' footsteps. Fortunately, fate has granted him this opportunity for rebirth. In this life, he is determined to change everything. He cannot rely on the memories and experiences of his past life to assist his parents in salvaging their company, for he lacks the aptitude for such matters. Moreover, the downfall of his parents' business is a product of inevitable circumstances rather than mismanagement. However, with the system at his disposal, he shall pursue basketball and strive to become a superstar. In doing so, all problems will be effortlessly resolved. Yet, this system requires the completion of 10 tasks before it can be activated. For 3 years, Xiang Yuan has been tormented in his quest to activate the system. Fortunately, the tasks are now nearing completion that he gazed at the system interface before him, which displayed System Activation Task. Task 10. Assist the elderly across the road 1,000 times. Completed. Xiang Yuan exhaled, relieved that this perplexing task was finally accomplished. Thus, only one task remains unaccomplished. With a mere thought, Xiang Yuan summoned the full scope of the system activation tasks within the interface. System activation tasks. Task 1. Blocked 1,000 times completed. Task 2. Had the ball stolen 1,000 times completed. Task 3. Missed shots 1,000,000 times. Completed. Task 4. Committed turnovers 1,000 times completed. Task 5. Fell during confrontations on the court 1,000 times completed. Task 6. Accumulated 10,000 kilometers of morning runs completed. Task 7. Body fat percentage below 12. Bench press over 80 kilograms. 100 meters in under 13 seconds. Squat over 100 kilograms. Completed. Task 8. Joined the school basketball team for over a year completed. Task 9. Rejected in confessions 1,000 times 999 times. Task 10. Assisted elderly ladies across the street 1,000 times completed. Only one task remains unfinished. Unaware of the true purpose of this system, Xiang Yuan found himself on the verge of madness from the torment of these activation tasks. This system activation endeavor rendered Xiang Yuan a well-known figure throughout Songjing High School, though as a subject of ridicule. For 3 years, aside from close-range layups and dunks, he had not successfully made a single shot. Moreover, he was frequently intercepted and blocked despite appearing to control the ball with ease. Any pass resulted in a turnover. Not to mention the derisive nickname he earned as the court mop. Yet, he was diligent whenever there was an opportunity to play. He was present. He was indeed a quintessential example of someone both inept yet passionate. Good morning. As he passed by the school gate, Xiang Yuan greeted the staff within. Wait. Just as he was about to step into the campus, the gatekeeper called out to him and handed him a letter. Thank you. Xiang Yuan accepted the letter and expressed his gratitude. Who could have sent this letter? He opened it with curiosity. The paper was a soft pink, adorned with elegant lace. A gentle fragrance wafted from it, subtle yet delightful. As he walked, he began to read. Dear classmate Xiang, your letter has been received. I sincerely appreciate your affection. You are a brave young man, and I am quite astonished that you would write me a confession. Considering your age, you are still in the bloom of youth, with limitless possibilities ahead. There may be many things you do not yet comprehend. We are not of the same age, nor from the same world, but I truly wish you health and happiness as you grow. Additionally, I gathered from your letter that you have a fondness for basketball, so I have enclosed a limited edition Michael Jordan trading card. I hope you like it. Perhaps one day, should you become a superstar like Michael, we might have the opportunity to meet and become friends. The letter concluded here, signed with a name. That is an extraordinarily dazzling name. In 1995, she was crowned the Person of the Year by Entertainment Weekly. She has been repeatedly honored as the sexiest woman in the world. Jennifer Aniston. Upon reading the final word, an exquisite sound suddenly resonated in Xiang Yuan's mind. Ding! The system activation task has been completed. The all-professional basketball system has been activated. Chapter 2. Loser Calls Daddy. A brand new virtual interface materialized before Xiang Yuan's eyes. Host, Xiang Yuan. Height, 201 centimeters. Weight, 97 kilograms. Points, 0. Badges, none. Special skills, none. Character card, 02. Ability evaluation. Offense, 38. Defense, 34. Organization, 23. Athleticism, 51. Finishing, 36. Basketball, IQ, 68. Aesthetic appeal, 20. Leadership, 10. Attributes abridged. Note, each ability category contains more detailed attributes for instance, offense includes mid-range and three-point shooting, while defense encompasses rebounding and blocking. Basketball IQ covers passing, timing, and court vision, among others. Overall evaluation, 35. How dismal. Xiang Yuan gazed at the attribute interface, realizing that only his basketball IQ was somewhat acceptable, while the rest of his abilities were utterly negligible. This was achieved only under the guidance of the system, striving to enhance his physical attributes. There was no recourse. Let us explore the capabilities of the system. Xiang Yuan focused his thoughts and opened the system's functional introduction. System introduction. The all-professional basketball system is dedicated to cultivating multifaceted basketball talents. This system encompasses all characters related to the NBA League from its inception until 2023. The host may expend points to draw character cards from the system's card pool. Drawn character cards cannot be discarded or replaced. The attributes of character cards reflect the peak capabilities of the respective characters. Upon utilizing a character card, the host will acquire the corresponding attributes, abilities, exclusive skills, and more. The system will adjust the enhancement or detriment effects of character cards based on the host's physical condition and current ability values. The effects of character cards will automatically dissipate at 6 o'clock each morning. The host can earn point rewards or attribute upgrade rewards by completing tasks issued by the system. Task point rewards can be utilized to draw cards from the pool, with varying levels of pools requiring different quantities of points. The bronze pool requires 100 points for a single draw. The silver pool requires 500 points for a single draw. The gold pool requires 1,000 points for a single draw. The platinum pool requires 2,000 points for a single draw. The diamond pool requires 3,000 points for a single draw. The master pool requires 5,000 points for a single draw. The supreme pool requires 10,000 points for a single draw. The character levels in the card pool are ranked from low to high: C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. For further functionalities, the host is encouraged to explore and discover them independently. Ding! The Novice Gift Pack is now being distributed. Novice Gift Pack: 5 bronze card draw opportunities, 1 silver card pool draw opportunity, 1 gold card pool, 1 platinum card pool, 1 diamond card pool. With a mere thought, Xiang Yuan witnessed the virtual interface transform once more. 7 distinct piles of cards, each radiating with a unique hue, lined up in a dazzling array before him. These 7 piles corresponded to the 7 card pools: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, and supreme. Xiang Yuan made an attempt to access the supreme card pool, eager to glimpse its offerings, only to find it utterly inaccessible. He pressed forward, ultimately realizing that he could only unlock the bronze and silver card pools at this stage. Evidently, accessing higher-tier card pools necessitated specific unlocking conditions. With no other option, he resolved to proceed gradually. Thus, Xiang Yuan selected the bronze card pool. Character level and probability introduction. Level character, probability 90. Level character, probability 8. A level character, probability 1. S-level character, probability 0.70. S-level character, probability 0.28. SS-level character, probability 0.02. Draw opportunities, 5. Xiang Yuan opted for the draw, noting that this system did not incorporate features such as 5 consecutive draws, 10 consecutive draws, or guarantees of high-level character. Cards after a certain number of attempts. The bronze pattern card pool ascended into the air, with a multitude of cards dancing within the void. Ultimately, a character card materialized gradually, landing within the system's card pack. Level character card, Jeremy Evans. Character description: a versatile swingman, he was the 55th overall pick in the second round of the 2010 NBA draft, boasting a career average of 3.5 points, 0.4 assists, and 2.6 rebounds per game, with a peak season average of 6.1 points, 0.7 assists, and 4.7 rebounds, that he was the champion of the NBA Slam Dunk Contest in 2012 badges. 1. Rebound Dog Silver effect enhances rebounding instincts and improves offensive rebounding capabilities. 2. Rapid Bounce Silver effect strengthens jumping ability and dunking prowess under the basket. 3. Helicopter Bronze effect enhances alley-oop capabilities. Special skill, Dunk.to his surprise. This card featured a player from the future, indicating the depth of the system's card pool. As for this player, how should one describe him? A standard level character card, notable primarily for his exceptional dunking ability. During the draw, Xiang Yuan held a small hope that fortune might favor him, envisioning the slim possibility of drawing a triple S or double S character, which would be immensely gratifying. However, probability is indeed probability. The notion of luck exists solely in legends and whimsical tales. Having completed the drawing of this character card, Xiang Yuan chose to halt his endeavors. Currently, there remain 4 opportunities to draw from the bronze card pool and 1 from the silver card pool. He intends to choose a propitious moment to partake in a cleansing ritual before making his card selections. Xiang Yuan exited the system interface, his face finally adorned with a radiant smile. The system has truly lived up to his expectations. The future holds great promise. For now, he seeks to discover a fresh sensation of playing basketball. Thus, he strolled leisurely towards the outdoor basketball court. Although he has been a member of the school basketball team for over a year, he lacks the privilege to utilize the indoor gymnasium, as he is not a key player neither in the first, second, nor even a third team, that he is merely a cheerleader for the Songjing High School basketball team. Even by American standards of beauty, Xiang Yuan possesses an exceptionally high level of attractiveness. Thus, joining the cheerleading squad is entirely reasonable. In truth, his primary motivation was to fulfill the task of system activation. Under the influence of the system prior to activation, it was impossible for him to score a basket, making his aspiration to join the basketball team unattainable. Consequently, he had no choice but to explore an alternative path, diligently honing his dance skills. Ultimately, through his charm and dancing prowess, he earned a place on the school team. It is a story that evokes deep emotion. Xiang Yuan arrived at the outdoor basketball court. At that moment, only a few scattered individuals were engaged in shooting practice. The arrival of Xiang Yuan immediately captured their attention. "Oh, isn't that Xiang Yuan? Here to play basketball again?" one remarked. "Oriental fellow, you might as well go home and play with your dolls. Basketball is not suited for you. So, are you hoping to get blocked a few times today? Or do you think this court needs a cleaning?" Laughter erupted among the group, with some even putting on a performance. One individual pretended to shoot the ball while another leapt high, executing a volleyball-style block, forcefully swatting the basketball towards Xiang Yuan's direction. Following this, the blocked player dramatically fell to the ground, emitting exaggerated groans. The laughter intensified once more. Afterward, one of the individuals, a black man, raised his middle finger at Xiang Yuan and said, "Go back to playing with dolls. This sport is not meant for you." Xiang Yuan gazed down at the basketball that had rolled to his feet, as well as at the group of peers before him, who reveled in their mockery. His expression gradually hardened, becoming resolute and frigid. Having lived once more, his ambition was to ascend to the pinnacle and defy fate, rather than be belittled by these insignificant characters. In the past, he had endured countless humiliations to fulfill the activation tasks of the system. At that time, he had no choice. The system had yet to awaken, and he was compelled to bear the weight of indignity. Moreover, under the system's influence, his shooting prowess was hindered, rendering him incapable of countering their derision with action. Now, however, the system had activated. His physical abilities were already exceptional among his peers. After a million practice shots, he had developed an impeccable shooting form. With the system's support now at his disposal, he resolved that today, these naive youngsters would experience the enigmatic power that emanated from the east. Xiang Yuan gradually bent down, grasping the basketball that had rolled to his feet. He then straightened his posture, raising the other hand to beckon the young black man who had earlier mocked him. With an audacious smile, he taunted, "Let us engage in a one-on-one. The loser will call the winner daddy." Chapter 3. No more pretenses. I'm laying my cards on the table. The young black man accepted the challenge without hesitation. Given the significance of the title daddy, he began to regard the contest with a modicum of seriousness, although he held no belief that Xiang Yuan possessed even the slightest chance of triumph. "You may make the first move," the young black man generously offered. Xiang Yuan was equally unrestrained, for the distinction between offense and defense was negligible. The others retreated to the sidelines, vociferously cheering on the young black athlete. Xiang Yuan remained unfazed, for he held unwavering confidence that, in due time, these individuals would silence their offensive tongues. Xiang Yuan stood at the apex of the three-point arc, facing directly towards the backboard, while the young African-American man positioned himself within the three-point circle. The contest was officially underway. The two participants were competing under a scoring system of 21 points. A shot made beyond the three-point line was valued at 2 points, while all other shots were worth 1 point. The first player to reach 21 points, with a lead of at least 2 points over the opponent, would emerge victorious. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Yuan held the ball with both hands, slightly bending his body. He gazed intently at his opponent ahead, mentally analyzing the situation in search of a favorable opportunity to break through. However, his adversary chose to abandon defense, retreating directly to the vicinity of the 3-second area. In one-on-one play, there are no 3-second defensive rules. Thus, this action was a clear indication of waiting for an opportune moment to thwart Xiang Yuan's attempts at layups and dunks. From another perspective, it suggested a blatant belief that Xiang Yuan would fail to make the shot, hence the open invitation. Such behavior is nothing short of an affront to anyone who cherishes the game of basketball. Yet, for the young black man, this was entirely rational. It was common knowledge that throughout his 3 years of high school, Xiang Yuan had failed to score even a single basket. So, how could he possibly lose in a one-on-one match against him? The young man had already begun to envision a scenario where Xiang Yuan would be calling him daddy. In truth, Xiang Yuan was no stranger to such situations. In the past, when others were willing to engage him in half-court 3v3 or 4v4 games, he frequently found himself left unguarded. However, the present circumstances were markedly different. Xiang Yuan's gaze sharpened instantly. If that is the case, then let me show you my true prowess. Xiang Yuan dribbled the ball, arriving at the free throw line. He steadied himself, bending his knees and exerting force, while simultaneously raising both arms to leap, flicking his wrists to release the ball. A million repetitions of shooting practice had refined his technique to perfection. Every motion was devoid of superfluous gestures, flowing seamlessly like water, a true delight to behold. Swish! The basketball sailed effortlessly through the hoop, and the court was filled with the melodious sound of the net. A profound silence enveloped the entire arena. The young black man stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. The spectators nearby were momentarily silenced, exchanging incredulous glances with one another. In truth, this was merely a routine shot. However, it was far from an ordinary shot. It marked the first successful basket that Xiang Yuan had made in front of his high school classmates in 3 long years. With a twinge of emotion, Xiang Yuan felt a wave of bittersweet tears nearly escape him. It had not been an easy journey. Who could comprehend the trials he had endured over the past 3 years? At last, he had persevered to witness the dawn of clarity, overflowing with excitement. Xiang Yuan was eager to reclaim his rightful place. It was time for him to strike. Regardless of the bewildered expression on his opponent's face, he picked up the basketball from the ground and hurled it toward them, then positioned himself firmly at the arc of the three-point line. This cannot be real. It must be an illusion. The young black athlete seized the basketball and assumed an offensive stance. "Allow me to demonstrate my prowess," he silently declared, dribbling the ball effortlessly before charging toward the paint. He intended to leverage his physicality to overpower Xiang Yuan and execute a thunderous dunk to restore his pride. It was well known that Xiang Yuan would falter at the slightest contact. As the young athlete barreled forward, he was unexpectedly met with resistance from Xiang Yuan, leading to a direct clash of bodies. The young athlete felt a surge of hope as he prepared to leap for a dunk, only to find Xiang Yuan still standing resolutely before him. What is happening? Hasn't he fallen? Xiang Yuan stood firmly in place. If he were to engage in a full-force confrontation, his current physical condition would not match that of the young black athlete. However, basketball has its own set of rules. Xiang Yuan firmly locked the position of the young black player, leaving him no space to maneuver. As a result, the young man found himself devoid of dribbling opportunities, forced to remain at a distance far from the 3-second zone. This position was quite awkward. A dunk was out of the question, and a layup felt too distant. With no chance to dribble, he could only resort to shooting. However, Xiang Yuan stood resolutely before him, closely guarding his body, hands raised high above his head, clearly intent on denying him any opportunity for an easy shot. After a series of futile feints, he realized that Xiang Yuan was impervious to his tricks. Ultimately, he was left with no choice but to take a contested shot. Unsurprisingly, the basketball barely grazed the backboard, ricocheting out of bounds without even touching the rim. The teams exchanged possessions. The young black player, somewhat incredulous, believed that Xiang Yuan's previous score was merely a stroke of luck. Thus, he decided to once again leave Xiang Yuan unguarded, albeit this time positioning himself slightly further forward to deny him a chance to shoot from the free throw line. Xiang Yuan, however, seemed indifferent. He had attempted over 10,000 shots from every position, dribbling, pausing, and shooting. Swish! Another exquisite arc. The ball found the net without touching the rim. 2-0. Then the teams exchanged possession, and the young black player once again fell into the same pattern. Xiang Yuan seized the rebound and dribbled to the three-point line, launching a shot. 4-0. The expression on the young black man's face darkened significantly. The onlookers nearby expressed their disapproval. "What are you doing? Quickly eliminate this Oriental. Do you intend to replace him and become the laughingstock of our Songjing High School basketball scene? Show your prowess, defend." "Silence. I understand," the young black man shouted. His demeanor grew serious. It was his turn to attack again. This time, he was no longer careless. He skillfully maneuvered the ball, keenly observing Xiang Yuan's position, searching for an opportunity to break through. In truth, the young man's skills and physical attributes were commendable, making him a prominent figure in the campus basketball circles, nearly on par with members of the school's third team. His repeated failures against Xiang Yuan were solely due to his overconfidence. Soon, Xiang Yuan revealed a flaw. The young man seized the opportunity, breaking through to the basket and scoring. He pounded his chest with both hands, releasing the pent-up frustration within him. Xiang Yuan gazed at him with amusement. One might mistakenly believe, given his posture, that he had just clinched the NBA championship. It wasn't long before the young African-American began to realize that there was little to celebrate, especially considering he was currently trailing. The game continued. Once the young man focused intently, his defensive prowess posed considerable challenges for Xiang Yuan. With his current skills and physical attributes still lacking, he found it difficult to make effortless shots. Before long, the score was tied at 4-4. After several consecutive plays, the score shifted to 7-13. Xiang Yuan is trailing by 6 points. If this continues, he will have no choice but to call this young black man dad. Alas, Xiang Yuan let out a sigh. What's wrong? The young black man laughed heartily. Is it too much for you? Perhaps it's time to call me daddy. I shall teach you the art of basketball, haha. The surrounding crowd, initially startled, soon joined in the laughter. Xiang Yuan, who had intended to interact with them as an ordinary individual, found himself met with estrangement. He slowly spoke. Enough pretense. I could easily dominate you. I am revealing my true self. Prepare to address me as daddy. With that, Xiang Yuan focused his thoughts, summoned the system interface, and opened the card pack. There, a bronze-hued character card lay quietly. System, activate the Jeremy Evans character card. As his words fell, the character card transformed into an invisible white light that merged with Xiang Yuan's body. Chapter 4. The effect of the character card ding. The host has utilized the Jeremy Evans character card. Based on the host's physical condition, the overall inheritance of the character card stands at 63. In an instant, Xiang Yuan felt a marvelous transformation throughout his body. All attributes experienced a comprehensive enhancement. Upon revisiting the system interface, he observed changes in the abilities section. Ability ratings: offense, 50, 12, defense, 61, 27, organization, 34, 11, athleticism, 78, 27, finishing, 56, 20, basketball IQ, 69, 1, entertainment value, 58, 38, leadership, 18, 8, comprehensive evaluation, 53. Although Jeremy Evans was drafted as the 55th pick in the second round, he was undeniably a legitimate NBA player. Some may dismiss second-round picks as insignificant. Such ignorance is indeed perilous. The NBA stands as the pinnacle of basketball leagues worldwide, a realm where the strongest congregate. Amidst the ruthless competition, fewer than 100 individuals are selected from around the globe each year, making it a feat far from trivial. Therefore, even with only a 63 inheritance from the character card, Xiang Yuan's comprehensive evaluation reached 53. According to the system's criteria, a score exceeding 60 signifies entry into the NBA's threshold. Yet now, Xiang Yuan faced merely a high school student. To win, all he needed was his hands. None of those present took Xiang Yuan's words seriously. They believed he had lost his composure, speaking without thought, his words a jumble. It was now Xiang Yuan's turn to attack. Xiang Yuan dribbled the ball with simplicity, executing a couple of basic moves, without indulging in any elaborate gestures. He positioned himself just inside the three-point line, initiating a back-to-the-basket advance. The young African-American man was taken aback, feeling a sense of derision. Was Xiang Yuan truly underestimating him? He was determined to make Xiang Yuan pay for this affront. However, reality dealt him a merciless blow. To his dismay, he realized he could not budge Xiang Yuan an inch. For reasons unknown, Xiang Yuan's strength appeared to have more than doubled. Although he had previously held a slight advantage in terms of power, he now found himself utterly overpowered. Did you really hold back just now? The young man exclaimed in terror. Xiang Yuan remained silent, turning his back as he steadily advanced towards the basket. In no time, he found himself positioned within the 3-second zone. Xiang Yuan feigned a move, and as the young black athlete leaped, he executed a deft layup, securing a point with ease. The score stood at 8-13. So effortless. Mother need no longer worry about my ability to compete against the young black athlete. Xiang Yuan felt an entirely different state of elation. It was once again the turn of the young black athlete to attack. He now found himself somewhat bewildered. His strength had been utterly overwhelmed. Well then, he would have to outshine with his skill. Holding the ball, he faced Xiang Yuan and executed a series of dribbling maneuvers, including a between-the-legs move followed by a back-to-the-basket dribble. One must admit, his fundamental skills were truly impressive. The opportunity had arrived. Xiang Yuan appeared to reveal a flaw, and the young African-American seized the opportunity, dribbling with a swift change of direction to break through from the right flank towards the basket. What does strength matter? Basketball is not merely a game of brute force. The young man thought to himself with a sense of pride, simultaneously executing a layup motion. However, where was the ball? Upon glancing back, he discovered that the ball in his hand had already been intercepted by Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan executed the steal with remarkable precision. Seizing the opportunity as the young black athlete dribbled, swiftly shifting to the side of his ball-handling hand and deftly intercepting the ball, with not a trace of physical contact. After Xiang Yuan intercepted the ball, he dribbled directly beyond the three-point line and then maneuvered once more to the vicinity of the free-throw line. At this moment, the young black player, who had been stripped of the ball, had yet to realize what had transpired. By the time he reacted and attempted to defend, it was already too late. Xiang Yuan leapt gracefully from the free-throw line and effortlessly secured another point. The score stood at 9-13. I was careless. Consider yourself fortunate. The young black man had yet to fully grasp the gravity of the situation. Believing that his overly casual dribbling had merely provided Xiang Yuan with an opportunity, as he mounted another offensive, he resolved to summon all his energy. Once again, he attempted a breakthrough. This time, however, he displayed newfound cleverness, positioning the ball in front of his body, thereby eliminating any chance for Xiang Yuan to steal it from the side. I warned him about being careless, he thought to himself, as he approached the basket. Grasping the ball with one hand and vaulting into the air, intent on executing a powerful slam dunk. Watch out. Be careful. He's right behind you. Ah. He jumped so high. The surrounding voices reached his ears, yet he remained momentarily oblivious to their meaning. What were they saying? However, it didn't take long for him to comprehend their shouts. Thud. A dull sound resonated. He stared blankly at the basketball, which had been swatted away like a volleyball. Soaring out of bounds, his mind a blank slate. My dunk was blocked? He found it impossible to accept this reality. You fouled me, he shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan shrugged his shoulders, a scornful smile gracing his lips. He had committed a foul, hadn't he? The young black man glanced towards his companions, but the anticipated support failed to materialize. Xiang Yuan's shot blocks are as clean and decisive as his steals. This is the basketball court, where the rules of the game prevail, and everything must be articulated through the language of basketball. Xiang Yuan committed no foul, thus. Regardless of their disdain for him or their camaraderie with the young African-American, they could not contravene the rules. As the hour for classes drew nearer, students began to enter the campus in succession, the vibrant scene attracting many onlookers, leading to an increase in spectators. Should they insincerely support the young African-American? Once today's events spread, they would find it impossible to remain in this arena. Observing the expressions and demeanor of his peers, the young African-American finally grasped the harsh reality. His dunk had been thwarted. With a flushed face, he stepped out of bounds and kicked the basketball to Xiang Yuan. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Xiang Yuan remained unfazed. Although being blocked in a one-on-one duel could be quite embarrassing, he empathized with the young African-American player's sentiments. Nonetheless, he reveled in the moment. As he initiated another offensive play, he discerned that the young man's composure had wavered, with frustration clouding his defensive prowess. Consequently, Xiang Yuan opted against the tactic of backing down. Instead, he dribbled skillfully, executing a simple feint that deceived the defender. Seizing the opportunity while the young man was off balance, Xiang Yuan surged toward the basket, leaping gracefully. The gentle yet radiant sunlight filtered through the rim, casting a warm glow upon his forehead. His silhouette, suspended in midair, etched itself indelibly in the minds of the spectators. Crash! With a single-handed, axe-like dunk, it was breathtaking. Absolutely magnificent. Oh my goodness. At that moment, the atmosphere around was ignited by Xiang Yuan's spectacular slam dunk. Just as the crowd erupted in cheers for this extraordinary display, a middle-aged man, appearing to be around 40, patted a high school-looking boy on the back. Let us go, he said. The boy turned, looking puzzled. Coach, aren't we watching anymore? The man nodded, replying, there's no need to watch. That Eastern player will triumph with overwhelming superiority, much like how you perform in your one-on-one matchups with your teammates. He must be a member of the Songjing High School team, and you will encounter him soon. The boy acknowledged with a nod, following his coach away from the scene. Coach, is he very strong? The boy inquired. Yes, quite formidable, the middle-aged man responded. But I am stronger. The boy's declaration was drowned out by another wave of cheers. Chapter 5. The strongest player becomes a cheerleader morning. In the classroom, Xiang Yuan, who had just basked in the glory of winning against a young African-American player, was attending an art class. Art is considered a major subject in the curriculum of American high schools. Currently, they were engaged in a music lesson. The teacher at the podium was guiding the students in learning an English song. The beautiful rhythm enveloped the room, compelling the students to sing in unison, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. Suddenly, an incongruous voice broke through. My skateboard shoes, fashionable and trendiest, on my way home, I can't help but rub on this smooth ground. One step, two steps, one step, two steps, one step like a minion. It's the devil's steps. It's the devil's steps. This was a Chinese song, and no one in attendance could grasp the meaning of the lyrics. However, the infectious rhythm quickly captivated the students, causing them to hum along involuntarily. The teacher's face turned a shade of green. Xiang, you get out. Typically, the mild-mannered and gentle music teacher rarely loses his temper. The students found it quite peculiar, as they struggled to expel the rhythm of the catchy song from their minds. They curiously pondered why Xiang Yuan, who had always been an exemplary student with no prior misbehavior, would suddenly act in such a manner. In truth, Xiang Yuan did not wish to behave this way. However, during music class, the system unexpectedly issued a task. The primary mission was to sing a song in class and successfully provoke the instructor's ire. The reward for this task was 100 points. This was the first system task Xiang Yuan received, and despite his ignorance of the task mechanism and the rewards involved, he felt compelled to complete it, regardless of the difficulty or potential embarrassment. Furthermore, the system had clearly indicated that this was a primary mission. As is well known, primary missions are mandatory, otherwise, subsequent tasks would not be available. Thus, after much contemplation, Xiang Yuan ultimately chose to perform a catchy song by the well-known artist Joseph Pammelang, titled My Skateboard Shoes. The effect of the song was immediate. The music teacher was indeed provoked. Once Xiang Yuan was expelled from the classroom and found himself in the playground, the system notified him that the task had been completed. With the exhilarating reward of 100 points in hand, Xiang Yuan resolved to accumulate his points, hoping for a significant draw in the future. After all, he still had 4 opportunities in the bronze card pool and 1 in the silver card pool yet to utilize. With resources at his disposal, he felt no anxiety. It was class time, and the campus was rather deserted. Wandering aimlessly, Xiang Yuan sought a basketball but found none. Just then, a classmate, panting heavily, rushed towards the teaching building. Upon noticing Xiang Yuan, he abruptly halted. Xiang Yuan, aren't you supposed to be in class? Xiang Yuan had yet to formulate a response, for it would be rather disingenuous to admit that he had been ejected by a teacher. Never mind. His classmate, not waiting for his reply, seized him by the arm, exclaiming, just in time. The Daytona Beach High School basketball team has come to play a friendly match. Many students are currently in class, and aside from the team members, the teachers have granted no leave. Consequently, the cheerleading squad is critically understaffed, and I have been dispatched to find additional participants. Come with me to the gym. Without allowing a moment for hesitation, he dragged Xiang Yuan towards the basketball arena. At that moment, within the gymnasium of Songjing High School, an exhilarating basketball match was underway. The competing teams were the Daytona Beach High School basketball team and the Songjing High School basketball team. The term exhilarating was certainly applicable from the perspective of the live audience, as the game featured frequent slam dunks. However, when one examined the score, the term seemed rather misleading. With the first half nearing its conclusion, the scoreboard displayed a score of 35-12, revealing that the home team, Songjing High School, was lagging a staggering 23 points behind. The spectators lacked the enthusiasm to cheer for their home team, with some even expressing their discontent through boos, as Songjing High School's team was being thoroughly dominated. On the opposing side, a high school student was dashing across the court, executing steals, shooting, grabbing rebounds, fast breaks, assists, blocks, and dunks with remarkable prowess, as if his presence could be felt in every corner of the arena. This high school student was none other than the one who had declared earlier that morning, "But I am stronger." The truth was, he truly was formidable. In one-on-one situations, he effortlessly maneuvered past defenders to score. When faced with double teams, he skillfully navigated through the defenders to shoot or dunk. In the event of triple coverage, he adeptly passed the ball to his teammates for assists. On the defensive end, he was akin to an impenetrable barrier, making it exceedingly difficult for opponents to score over him. With his leadership, the Daytona Beach High School team utterly overwhelmed the Songjing High School players. The latter could only seize the opportunity to score during his brief periods of rest, struggling to maintain a semblance of dignity in the game. Soon, the first half concluded, with the score firmly set at 50-23, leaving Songjing High School trailing by 27 points. During the halftime intermission, the star player from Daytona Beach High School strode directly toward the player area of Songjing High School. Was it not sufficient to lead by such a margin? Did he seek to further humiliate the players of Songjing High School? The players of Songjing High School wore expressions of utter dismay, glaring at him with indignation. However, what took both the players and the coach of Songjing High School by surprise was that the individual before them appeared even more enraged. Coach George, your Songjing High School is humiliating our Daytona Beach High School, exclaimed the star player, to which coach of Songjing High School could only respond with bewilderment. The players from Songjing High School felt a profound sense of injustice. The glaring scoreboard stood as a constant reminder of their humiliation. Yet, inexplicably, they now found themselves in the role of the humiliators. The individual before them appeared both furious and aggrieved, leaving the Songjing team momentarily convinced that they were the ones in the lead. What do you mean? Finally inquired Coach George Yu of Songjing High. We approach this friendly match with sincerity and transparency, yet you conceal your strongest players from participation. What is the meaning of this? What? Coach George was taken aback, surveying his surroundings while his mind raced. There are no hidden players. All of Songjing High's strongest athletes are present. He found himself wishing for a concealed powerhouse. If such a player existed, perhaps his team wouldn't have consistently struggled in the state high school league. Just as Coach George intended to clarify their lack of hidden players, Xiang Yuan entered the gymnasium alongside a classmate. The student eagerly pulled Xiang Yuan over to Coach George. Coach, I brought someone. Hurry, it's time for the halftime performance. Xiang Yuan, quickly take the other cheerleaders onto the court. Seeing Xiang Yuan approach was like finding a beacon of hope for Coach George, who swiftly addressed him. To be fair, Xiang Yuan's dance skills were commendable, and Coach George felt a sense of satisfaction regarding this cheerleader. Xiang Yuan nodded, preparing to change into the cheerleading outfit. No one anticipated that the high school student from Daytona Beach, who had overheard this conversation, would suddenly explode in outrage. He pointed a finger at Xiang Yuan and then turned to Coach George, shouting furiously, "How could you let your most formidable player don a cheerleading uniform? Are you not aware of the humiliation you are inflicting upon us? If I do not see him in your lineup for the second half, there is no point in continuing this match." Chapter 6. The cheerleaders take the court. His words left Coach George and the players from Songjing High School utterly astonished. They stood in stunned silence, exchanging incredulous glances, each pair of eyes reflecting a profound disbelief. Xiang Yuan? The most formidable player? It's truly absurd. Had this statement not emerged from the lips of such an astonishingly talented athlete, one might have deemed the speaker to be deranged. The members of the Songjing High School basketball team have been diligently training within the confines of the gym, thus remaining oblivious to the events that transpired on the outdoor court earlier this morning. In their eyes, Xiang Yuan remained the same underperforming player, notorious for his inability to score, frequent turnovers, and being consistently blocked. At this moment, Xiang Yuan finally noticed the boy who seemed on the verge of rebuking Coach George. The more he observed, the more he felt an uncanny familiarity. Suddenly, a name flashed into his mind. He exclaimed, "You are Vince Carter." Carter nodded in acknowledgement and then remarked, "I witnessed your performance this morning. I hope you hold nothing back when you take the court. I'll see you on the playing field." With that, Carter turned and made his way back to the players' lounge at Daytona Beach Mainland High School. Truth be told, Xiang Yuan yearned to ask Carter for an autograph. After all, Vince Carter is a superstar, a demigod, an otherworldly phenomenon. Before his rebirth, Xiang Yuan had always held a deep admiration for Vince Carter. However, after graduating from high school, he returned to his homeland without ever having the chance for close encounters. Now, this very individual stands before him, appearing as a youthful high school student. Such is the fortune of rebirth. Yet, soon enough, Xiang Yuan's excitement began to temper. He is a reborn individual, a man endowed with a system. In the future, he too shall enter the NBA, competing alongside Carter on the same stage. Just as before, Carter has placed him on an equal footing, extending an invitation to battle. Xiang Yuan's mindset has subtly transformed. A seed of a strong heart begins to sprout. Xiang Yuan turned to Coach George and declared emphatically, "Coach, I want to play basketball." Each word resonated with determination. Coach George appeared somewhat troubled. The players on the court were supposed to be members of the first team, while Xiang Yuan was not even part of the third team. Typically, only under extraordinary circumstances would a player be allowed to compete outside their designated tier. However, denying Xiang Yuan the opportunity to play might incite frustration from the opposing team. And even if the match continued without interruption, it would likely result in a humiliating defeat for Songjing High School. At that moment, someone hurriedly approached Coach George and whispered a few words in his ear. The coach's expression began to shift as he turned to face Xiang Yuan. meeting his fervent gaze that conveyed both strong desire and confidence. "Well, isn't this an extraordinary circumstance?" Coach George finally conceded with a nod. "Quickly go to the locker room and find a uniform. I will arrange for you to play in the second half. By the way, what position do you play?" With a gleam of delight in his eyes, Xiang Yuan exclaimed, "Feng Wei, you're in. Excellent, hurry now. In the second half, you will replace Adam Eve as a starter. I hope you do not disappoint me." "Yes, coach." Soon, the second half of the match was about to commence. Generally speaking, one would expect the home crowd to have vacated the premises upon witnessing their team being thrashed. Yet, the stands remained packed. Among the audience, aside from a small faction of diehard fans from Songjing High School's varsity team, the majority had come to witness Vince Carter. As the game began, the spectators soon noticed a substitution on the Songjing roster. "What is going on? Who is this yellow-skinned player?" they murmured. Did Coach George really find another player to call upon in a pinch? Surely, he must be preparing to use the absence of the main lineup as an excuse for an inevitable loss. "Isn't that Xiang Yuan? Has Coach George lost his mind?" they gasped. "A cheerleader who can't play? This is too much. I'm going to die laughing." A chorus of boos erupted from the stands. Meanwhile, Coach George wiped the sweat from his brow, silently praying. If Xiang Yuan failed to make an impression on the court, his reputation would undoubtedly suffer immensely. With the sound of the whistle, the second half officially commenced, with Daytona Beach Continental High School taking the first possession. The point guard advanced the ball past half-court, then swiftly passed it to Vince Carter, who stood poised at the left 45-degree angle of the arc. Carter received the ball, gazing ahead, when a tall and sturdy figure materialized before him. "Excellent, you've arrived," Carter remarked. "Indeed, I am here. I owe you my gratitude, otherwise I wouldn't know when I would get my chance to play. Therefore, I shall give it my all," Xiang Yuan declared. "Very well, let us see who is stronger." Having spoken, Carter slightly bent his knees, anchoring his weight on his right foot, and took a tentative step with his left, feinting to the left before swiftly dribbling the ball. He transferred it to his right hand and suddenly accelerated, intending to breach Xiang Yuan's defense and make a direct assault into the key. This maneuver had proven effective for Carter in the first half, as his initial burst of speed often left his matched opponent struggling to keep pace. The moment the defender's weight shifted even slightly, Carter would seize the opportunity to shake off his adversary. However, on this occasion, he found himself thwarted. Xiang Yuan had already established a defensive position, preventing Carter from advancing. Moreover, in a moment of carelessness, Carter halted the ball near the three-point line. Observing Carter's pause, Xiang Yuan closed in, pressing his body against him and extending his arms to obstruct Carter's shooting space. With no viable options, Carter was compelled to seek a pass. Yet, the players from Daytona Beach High School seemed unprepared for this scenario. They had grown accustomed to Carter penetrating the key to resolve matters or distributing the ball only when double-teamed. Consequently, no one was available at the top of the arc to receive the pass. Carter scanned left and right, finding no suitable recipient, and reluctantly sent the ball towards a teammate stationed at the left corner. The trajectory of the pass was all too apparent, and a player from Songjing High School seized the opportunity to intercept it, swiftly dribbling to the front court and making a layup. The score now stood at 50-25, with Songjing High School narrowing the gap by 2 points. Carter slapped his forehead in frustration at his oversight. Yet, perhaps it was for the best, as it introduced a measure of challenge. Daytona Beach High School prepared to inbound the ball, and once again, Carter found himself matched up against Xiang Yuan. The same feint and probing step ensued. Carter's approach was not merely one-dimensional, it was simply the most efficient and least laborious offensive tactic. A single successful defensive stand did not signify a conclusive outcome, thus Carter aimed to further test Xiang Yuan's defensive mettle. He feinted once more before attempting to break through. This time, Xiang Yuan positioned himself more swiftly than in the previous exchange, intercepting the basketball from Carter's grasp. No other players were nearby. Xiang Yuan had long been prepared. He swiftly seized the opportunity, snatching the basketball into his possession and rapidly dribbling it toward the front court. Xiang Yuan glanced over his shoulder and noticed Carter closing in, poised to attempt to block. Consequently, he dribbled towards the basket and feigned a layup. Suddenly, an object soared past him. Goodness, that was an impressive leap. As Xiang Yuan marveled, he deftly placed the basketball into the hoop. Chapter 7. Matching up against Vince Carter. With 2 consecutive successful defensive plays, Songjing High School closed the gap by 4 points. Though it may appear to be merely a 4-point deficit, in reality, it was at least an 8-point difference. During those 2 plays, Daytona Beach Continental High School failed to score. To the casual observer, it seemed as though Daytona Beach had simply squandered 4 points. However, those who truly understood the game perceived it quite differently. He can defend against Carter. He actually managed to guard the illustrious Vince Carter. From these two exchanges, Coach George recognized Xiang Yuan's defensive prowess, noting his lateral speed, positional anticipation, and lower body strength were all remarkably commendable. Coach George was astounded, soon followed by elation. What a find! With Xiang Yuan's defensive skills and physical attributes, securing a place on the second team was assured, and with further refinement, he could undoubtedly earn a spot on the first team. Observations would continue. On the court, after being thwarted by Xiang Yuan for 2 consecutive plays, Carter realized that Xiang Yuan would not be easily overcome. A surge of competitive fervor coursed through Carter's entire being, igniting excitement in every cell from head to toe. Daytona Beach Continental High School initiated their offense once more. Carter remained at the top of the arc, calling for the ball. He had no interest in executing plays. Encountering a worthy opponent was too rare an opportunity for Carter to forego the thrill of a personal duel. Thus, he was determined to challenge Xiang Yuan's defense head-on. Steadily, Carter held the ball with both hands, positioning it below his left waist. Xiang Yuan observed the situation and found no opportunity to intercept the ball. If he rashly advanced to steal, he would undoubtedly leave an opening for Carter to break through. Moreover, Carter's stance was indicative of a triple threat position, capable of generating numerous variations. Just from this single posture, Xiang Yuan recognized that Carter was serious. This was the Vince Carter of his senior year. As a sophomore, he had already averaged 25 points and 11 rebounds, leading the Daytona Beach Mainland High School basketball team to an impressive record of 30 wins and 2 losses. The games were often packed, attracting scouts from all corners, a true prodigy. Now, he could only become even more formidable. A focused Carter certainly possessed NBA-caliber skills. And even in his high school years, he transcended the expectations of a mere second-round draft pick. Thus, although Xiang Yuan was utilizing Jeremy Evans' character card, achieving a score of 53, he still found himself at a certain distance from Carter. Suddenly, Carter dribbled. A simple yet effective change of direction. Xiang Yuan possesses a commendable basketball intelligence, allowing him to anticipate Carter's direction of attack. However, his physical attributes fall short, rendering him unable to keep pace with the rapid responses demanded by his mind. In a flash, Carter executed his signature lightning-quick first step, darting past Xiang Yuan's left side in an instant. By the time Xiang Yuan's body registered the movement, Carter had already surged toward the vicinity of the basket. Beneath the hoop, 2 players from Songjing High School leaped high, intending to thwart Carter's shot or layup. Yet, Carter, demonstrating remarkable timing, soared into the air after the 2 had already ascended. As the defenders descended, they watched in astonishment as Carter soared over their heads, forcefully slamming the basketball through the hoop. A wave of gasps erupted from the audience, heralding a commanding dunk. Carter raised his hand, pointing toward the spectators, basking in their adulation. He then turned to observe Xiang Yuan's reaction, eager to witness the expression of his opponent. To his surprise, Xiang Yuan remained unfazed, shouting for a pass while sprinting toward the basket of Daytona Beach High School. In that moment, Carter found himself surrounded by his teammates, with no one on defense. By the time they regained their composure, Xiang Yuan had already reached the hoop, standing completely unguarded. The players from Songjing High School were not oblivious. One of them seized the basketball and executed a long pass from the boundary, sending it directly into Xiang Yuan's waiting hands. Xiang Yuan received the ball and paused for a moment of contemplation. Then, he leapt effortlessly, executing a powerful 2-handed dunk from a stationary position. Although Xiang Yuan's dunk may not have matched the explosive brilliance of Carter's recent effort, it was nonetheless a spectacle to behold. The audience erupted in exhilaration, and the momentum that had been lost by Songjing High School was somewhat restored. "Keep going," Carter encouraged Xiang Yuan as they returned to their half of the court. Both teams scored 2 points, maintaining a 23-point deficit. Daytona Beach Continental High School initiated their offense. This time, Xiang Yuan closely shadowed Carter at the top of the arc, denying him an easy opportunity to receive the ball. However, after several movements and passes, the ball ultimately found its way into Carter's hands. Upon seeing Carter in possession, Xiang Yuan deliberately took a step back, allowing Carter a measure of space. Xiang Yuan's actions were not a means of evasion. Rather, he understood that failing to adopt this strategy would only result in being easily surpassed by Carter. The reality was evident. He could not match Carter's initial burst of speed. Even if he could anticipate Carter's position each time, it proved futile. Thus, Xiang Yuan deliberately afforded Carter some space, simultaneously granting himself a margin for maneuver. With this space came the precious gift of reaction time. Coach George, observing from the sidelines, recognized Xiang Yuan's intent and nodded appreciatively, elevating his opinion of the young player further. This kid possesses remarkable basketball intelligence, Carter marveled inwardly. As a rival, Carter was acutely aware of Xiang Yuan's strategy. However, creating such space came with its own set of advantages and disadvantages. Although the distance was considerable, the space was ample, prompting Carter to shoot directly. As he initiated his shooting motion, Xiang Yuan leapt to contest the shot. A resounding clang echoed as the basketball struck the rim, failing to secure the 2 points. The center from Songjing High School collected the rebound and passed it to the point guard, advancing the ball into the front court. Xiang Yuan had already positioned himself in the front court. As the defender from Songjing High School advanced the ball, Xiang Yuan stepped forward, intending to execute a feint screen. However, as it was their first time playing together, there was a complete lack of synergy between him and the player from Songjing High School. Consequently, the feint screen was unsuccessful, and an authentic screen was also not established. The tactical endeavor faltered, prompting the point guard to pass the basketball to a teammate near the left side of the midline. Upon receiving the ball, that teammate made a few tentative movements but found no favorable opportunity. With time running out, he reluctantly took a shot. The basketball absurdly struck the top of the backboard and rebounded, fortunately staying in play rather than going out of bounds. Thus, the ball remained in the field of play. Xiang Yuan had long anticipated that his teammate would miss the shot, prompting him to surge towards the paint well in advance. At that moment, Jeremy Evans' badge activated. The Rebound Dog Silver badge effect enhances rebounding instincts and improves offensive rebounding capability. With the enhancement of the badge effect, Xiang Yuan accurately anticipated the trajectory of the basketball. He leaped into the air before the ball had even descended, deftly seizing the offensive rebound. It was only after he landed that the other players sprang into action, vying for the same rebound. This exemplifies a remarkable temporal advantage. Upon landing, Xiang Yuan did not linger but immediately leaped to take a shot. It was a close-range attempt. With minimal difficulty, the basketball was effortlessly placed into the hoop. The score read 52-31, and the gap continued to narrow. Chapter 8. A new main quest. The contest raged on. Carter summoned over 80% of his prowess to confront the challenge, while Xiang Yuan exerted his utmost strength, coupled with an unwaveringly positive attitude. This match represented an unforeseen opportunity, with Vince Carter serving as his benefactor. Otherwise, Xiang Yuan would have remained oblivious to the arduous journey and myriad obstacles that lay ahead before he could capture Coach George's attention and showcase his abilities in a formal competition. Despite lacking distinct advantages over Carter, Xiang Yuan effectively managed to contain him on both ends of the court. This allowed Xiang Yuan's teammates to play more comfortably. While Daytona Beach Mainland High School is indeed formidable, once Carter was neutralized, their strength diminished significantly. Songjing High School, a long-standing powerhouse, possesses a solid overall capability, yet has been devoid of a star player capable of singularly influencing the game's dynamics. Consequently, the match unfolded with both teams exchanging scores in rapid succession, with one side netting a basket promptly followed by the other. Throughout the second half, under Xiang Yuan's defense, Carter achieved 7 out of 12 field goals and flawlessly converted all 6 of his free throws, amassing 20 points. Conversely, Xiang Yuan recorded 4 successful shots out of 8 attempts and went 4 for 4 at the free throw line, totaling 12 points. Notably, he secured 7 offensive rebounds, showcasing his prowess in this area, particularly bolstered by his rebounding badge. Of these 7 offensive rebounds, 5 were transformed into points. Simultaneously, Xiang Yuan's teammates exhibited renewed vigor, performing significantly better than in the first half. Ultimately, the match concluded with a final score of 81-67, marking a 14-point victory for Daytona Beach Mainland High School. This outcome was satisfactory for both teams, and the audience relished the thrilling spectacle, witnessing not only an exhilarating game but also the star prowess of Vince Carter, along with a glimpse of hope for the ascendance of the Songjing High School basketball team. Vince Carter delivered an impressive performance, tallying 37 points, 4 rebounds, 7 assists, and 2 blocks. In the second half, Xiang Yuan took to the court, securing a remarkable double-double with 12 points and 11 rebounds. The die-hard fans of Songjing High School instinctively multiplied Xiang Yuan's statistics by 2 in their minds, concluding that he could potentially achieve an impressive 24 points and 22 rebounds for the entire match. They envisioned a new star rising for Songjing High School. After the game, Coach George promptly summoned Xiang Yuan to his office. Xiang, Coach George paused, momentarily at a loss for words. He quietly organized his thoughts and continued. What has transpired over these past 3 years? This question was somewhat delicate. One couldn't simply claim to be fulfilling some systematic task. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Xiang Yuan replied, I have been employing a training method from ancient times in our great nation, with no other recourse. He attributed it to the ancient and enigmatic civilization of the East, which was indeed a plausible excuse. Upon hearing this rationale, Coach George was convinced to a significant extent. For Xiang Yuan's situation was indeed challenging to elucidate, and the mysterious ancient country of the East was even more elusive. Nevertheless, he concluded, your performance today was splendid. Our second team at Songjing High School is currently in need of a starting small forward. Would you consider it? Xiang Yuan's performance throughout the entire half had already won over Coach George, who secretly elevated his expected position to that of the first team. In truth, Coach George held a great deal of faith in Xiang Yuan, and this act could be deemed an extraordinary promotion. However, Xiang Yuan was still a novice, having only played a single half of a game. He had not even participated in the school's physical assessments. Moreover, Xiang Yuan's reputation within the basketball circle of Songjing High School was rather poor, prompting Coach George to plan for him to initially refine his skills in the second team before considering a promotion to the first team. The players at Songjing High School were reasonably skilled, yet they fell short when faced with high school teams boasting star players like Carter. The presence of such an individual could easily dismantle the overall defense of Songjing High School, rendering them vulnerable. Now, with Xiang Yuan's arrival, even though his offensive prowess was not particularly sharp, his defensive capabilities were already commendable, as long as he could slightly hinder the opposing star player. The strength of Songjing High School would experience a qualitative enhancement. Coach George's arrangement was undoubtedly sound. However, a significant problem arose for Xiang Yuan, as the system unexpectedly issued a main quest. Main Quest 2. Join the first team of Songjing High School's basketball team today. Quest reward, 100 points. This task was not to be taken lightly. If he failed to complete it today, who could say if it would be stalled indefinitely? Thus, Xiang Yuan had no choice but to strive for success. Coach, you witnessed today's game. I believe my abilities are more than sufficient to join the first team. Xiang Yuan stated earnestly, it is not a matter of your abilities, but rather your qualifications. Rest assured, you will first adapt in the second team for a few days. Unless something unexpected arises, I will swiftly promote you to the first team, Coach George elucidated. Coach, I implore you to reconsider. I am already in my senior year, and I wish to contribute to our school's basketball endeavors as soon as possible, Xiang Yuan persisted. This matter is not open for further discussion. I must also consider the feelings of the current first team members. If I make too many exceptions for you, how can I lead the team in the future? Coach George stated firmly. Please, think it over again. Is there truly no alternative? Xiang Yuan felt a sense of despair. There is none. Now, leave my office. Coach George's irritation grew. He believed Xiang Yuan was somewhat oblivious to the rules, overly eager for quick results. Left with no choice, Xiang Yuan exited Coach George's office, realizing that further persistence would likely ruin his chances entirely. What should he do? The task was at a standstill. It was disheartening. Xiang Yuan, deep in thought, could not conceive any effective solution. In truth, he understood Coach George's predicament. Ultimately, it was his own tarnished reputation that hindered him. Had his past not been so disreputable, Coach George would not find himself in such a difficult position. If only there were a swift means to elevate his standing. Just then, Carter approached. Noticing his long-awaited rival sitting despondently on the sidelines, he came over to inquire. Xiang Yuan, I have come to know your name through the competition. Is something troubling you? It's nothing, Xiang Yuan replied. Xiang Yuan had no intention of informing Carter about the matter, although he could arrange for himself to participate in the game. The nature of this issue was entirely different. The problems faced by the school team were not something to be meddled with by an external star player. If he were to enlist Carter's help in persuading Coach George, it would be akin to tempting fate. By the way, I would like to seek your advice on a question, Xiang Yuan pondered before speaking. Feel free to ask. I will certainly share whatever knowledge I possess, Carter responded. His impression of Xiang Yuan being quite favorable, thus he spoke with great generosity. Thank you. Xiang Yuan expressed his gratitude before inquiring, how can one rapidly enhance their reputation? Reputation? Carter contemplated for a moment before replying, participate in more games. If you perform well, your reputation will naturally follow. Xiang Yuan, this is likely nothing more than a platitude. offering Xiang Yuan no assistance whatsoever. Carter also found this response to be devoid of substance. He extended his right hand to stroke his head, and then a spark of inspiration illuminated his face. "There is another way," he exclaimed. "What is it?" Xiang Yuan replied. "Harboring little hope. Dunking. People revel in spectacular dunks. If you can execute one brilliantly, your reputation will soar in no time," Carter asserted. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in Xiang Yuan's eyes. Chapter 9. Who is truly mad? Hurry, hurry. What are we waiting for? Run faster. Quickly, quickly. If we delay, there will be no seats left. At Songjing High School, the evening dismissal saw numerous students hastily making their way along the path. Their destination was the basketball arena of Songjing High. And what was the purpose of their journey? Undoubtedly, to witness a match. Specifically, an exceptionally rare dunk contest. It was rumored that Vince Carter, the star player from Daytona Beach Mainland High School, would be pitted against the renowned cheerleader Xiang Yuan from Songjing High. As soon as this news broke, it ignited a fervor across the campus. Vince Carter was a formidable name within the realm of high school basketball. In March of this year, he triumphed in the prestigious McDonald's High School Dunk Contest, outshining Paul Pierce to claim the championship. Xiang Yuan holds a formidable reputation within the basketball community of Songjing High School. In fact, within this particular circle, his renown surpasses that of Carter. After all, good news seldom travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. Moreover, the tales surrounding Xiang Yuan have persisted for 3 years. Yet today, the protagonist of these 3 years of rumors has unexpectedly shifted. This morning, news of Xiang Yuan's incident on the outdoor basketball court has begun to circulate within a limited circle. The young African-American man involved was ridiculed to the extent that he requested leave to retreat home, just as this matter had not yet fully disseminated. News of the friendly match between Songjing High School and Daytona Beach Mainland High School emerged. Those who have encountered Xiang Yuan heard of him, or are merely spectators were left astonished. The last match of Xiang Yuan? Did Xiang Yuan score? Xiang Yuan led the Songjing High School basketball team in a valiant effort to narrow the score gap. Xiang Yuan has acquired 2 pairs of shoes? What a fantastical occurrence! So much so that many were initially incredulous. It was not until the official announcement from the school team, accompanied by the match statistics, that the truth of the matter began to sink in. Concurrently, news surfaced regarding a friendly dunk contest set to commence at 7 p.m. within the basketball arena. Enthusiastic spectators flocked to the venue. Soon, the entire Songjing High School gymnasium was filled to capacity, with many forced to stand along the sidelines. And even half of the court was brimming with eager onlookers. Fortunately, as it was a dunk contest, only half of the court was required for the event. Look, it's Vince Carter. Upon spotting one of the main attractions warming up, the fans erupted into cheers. Indeed, it is the very Xiang Yuan. The audience naturally also recognized the other headliner. Competing in a dunk contest against Carter, am I losing my mind? Or is Xiang Yuan? Is this merely a ploy to generate hype? Just a gimmick for attention? The dunking prowess of the Chinese? Really? A significant portion of the spectators cast doubts upon Xiang Yuan's abilities. Yet, a select few offered words of encouragement for his audacity. Courageous, indeed, my fellow countryman, classmate. Your willingness to step onto the court is commendable. Go, Xiang Yuan. Do not attempt overly complex maneuvers. A successful dunk will suffice. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, the announcer began to elucidate the rules of the contest. This dunk competition would draw inspiration from the NBA dunk contest, albeit with slight modifications. Given that there were only 2 competitors, there would be no rounds, and it would directly be a final showdown. Each participant, Xiang Yuan and Carter, would execute 3 dunks apiece. The judging panel comprised 5 members, including the coach from Daytona Beach Mainland High School and Coach George from Songjing High School, along with a college scout observing Carter's performance and 2 sports journalists. Each judge would score a dunk on a scale from a minimum of 6 to a maximum of 10 points, resulting in a highest possible score of 50 and a lowest of 30 for each dunk. A failed dunk would afford 1 opportunity for a retry. However, failure would undoubtedly affect the scoring. Overall, the format appeared quite formal. With the rules explained, the 5 judges took their seats. Next, it was time for the 2 protagonists to take the stage. Carter was the first to perform. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers and applause. The judges signaled to Carter that he could begin. He positioned himself at the left baseline, ball in hand, took off running, and leapt from a step away from the basket. A simple 2-handed reverse dunk. Those acquainted with Carter are well aware that he exerted himself for this play. This dunk maneuver, while not trivial, is quite effortless for Carter. To him, it merely serves as a warm-up. Clearly, without a full understanding of Xiang Yuan's dunking prowess. Carter did not wish to create an overwhelming disparity between them. He genuinely holds a fondness for Xiang Yuan, the Chinese athlete, and aspires to forge a friendship with him. Thus, when Xiang Yuan extended an invitation for a dunk contest, Carter readily accepted without hesitation. Through their conversation, Carter discerned that Xiang Yuan intended to leverage this opportunity to enhance his reputation. Consequently, despite Xiang Yuan's repeated assurances that he need not hold back, Carter, being who he is, had his own considerations. Having long since proven himself through dunks, he resolved to support Xiang Yuan. Carter's dunk received scores of 8, 8, 9, 8, and 8 from the 5 judges, culminating in a total of 41 points, which could be described as quite standard. When it was Xiang Yuan's turn, he expressed gratitude to his good friend, saying, "Thank you, but you truly need not do this. You will soon understand." As they passed each other face to face, Xiang Yuan addressed Carter, who simply smiled and said nothing. Xiang Yuan chose silence, allowing actions to speak for themselves. Let us not forget that today, he embodies the persona of Jeremy Evans, the man who clinched the title at the 2012 NBA Slam Dunk Contest. This character card is endowed with a unique skill, the art of dunking. When Xiang Yuan took the stage, the audience erupted in a cacophony of boos. Xiang Yuan remained unfazed, for he was aware that these jeers would soon fade away. Xiang Yuan, with the ball in one hand, stood at the left side of the three-point line, positioned at a 45-degree angle. He then initiated a sprint, covering the distance to the paint area in 3 powerful strides. At that moment, he found himself less than a step away from the rim hovering above him. Time seemed to come to an almost surreal halt. The cacophony of the crowd's jeers and cheers, the judges' scrutinizing gazes, and Carter's anticipatory gaze all converged in Xiang Yuan's vision. Here we go. Xiang Yuan took a deep breath. Ding. The host has activated the special skill of the character card, Dunk. Skill duration, 15 minutes. Skill cooldown, 12 hours. Xiang Yuan leaped high into the air, buoyed by the remarkable jumping ability bestowed upon him by his character card. The altitude he reached was sufficient to execute an intricate maneuver. With one hand clutching the basketball, he performed a near 180-degree rotation midair, and as he descended, he swung his arm and forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop. A hushed silence enveloped the venue, the sound of the ball piercing the net distinctly audible. Moments later, an overwhelming wave of applause erupted, as if it could lift the very ceiling of the Songjing High School gymnasium. The judges were left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Heavens, what have I just witnessed? Please tell me this is merely an illusion, that I am ensnared in a dream. This cannot be real. The majority of the audience sprang to their feet, hands clasped on their heads, eyes widened in astonishment. Even Carter was taken aback. Goodness, to perform such a feat, why didn't you mention it sooner? He exclaimed, chastising Xiang Yuan while simultaneously applauding the breathtaking dunk. Chapter 10. The explosive dunk contest. Xiang Yuan's remarkable dunk ultimately earned him an impressive score of 47 points from the judges. After the first round, he astonishingly held an 8-point lead. Carter, now fully engaged, recognized Xiang Yuan's exceptional abilities and felt compelled to unveil his own talents. For his next dunk, Carter approached from the front, leaping from just beyond the free throw line, swinging his arm in a powerful single-arm windmill. To those accustomed to the NBA Slam Dunk Contest and professional games, this may appear to be a relatively simple maneuver, lacking in novelty. However, let us not forget that this is merely high school. On this level, the execution of such a dunk remains a spectacular feat nevertheless. Xiang Yuan was aware that Carter had yet to showcase his full potential. This particular dunk garnered Carter a score of 45 points. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly electric. As Xiang Yuan took the stage once more, the earlier jeers had dissipated, replaced by cheers and encouragement. Clearly, Xiang Yuan's previous dunk had made a significant impact. Thus, let the excitement continue to escalate. With a slight smile, Xiang Yuan contemplated a dazzling display for his upcoming dunk. Having watched numerous NBA Slam Dunk contests prior to his rebirth, he replayed the most impressive dunks in his mind, selecting those that suited his current physical capabilities. One particular maneuver flashed into his consciousness, Gerald Green's candle-blowing dunk from 2008. The execution of this dunk is not overly complex, merely a straightforward two-handed slam. Its brilliance lies in the simultaneous act of extinguishing a candle placed at the junction of the hoop and backboard while performing the dunk. The fundamental requirement for this feat is an extraordinary vertical leap. Xiang Yuan felt he could give it a try. During Carter's second free throw, he had asked a classmate to venture to the school supermarket to procure candles and a lighter. Now, Xiang Yuan entered the scene holding the candle and lighter. The moment the audience beheld him without a basketball, but instead with a candle in hand and a ladder positioned beneath the hoop, they understood that an extraordinary spectacle was about to unfold. Xiang Yuan carefully placed the candle at the junction of the basket frame and the backboard, then lit it. The audience could vaguely sense his intentions, yet uncertainty lingered. After completing this, he removed the ladder and took the ball, positioning himself at the three-point line. He sought out Carter, requesting his assistance in throwing the ball from beneath the hoop to facilitate a powerful jump. Despite his preparations, Xiang Yuan harbored some doubts about the execution of this maneuver. Carter readily agreed. Both took their positions, and Carter signaled to Xiang Yuan that he could commence. Xiang Yuan commenced his approach with a determined run. His gaze was steadfastly fixed on the position of the hoop as he leaped high at the arc of the reasonable collision zone. At that moment, the ball thrown by Carter ascended directly to a height above the rim. Xiang Yuan grasped the basketball with both hands in midair, forcefully slamming it towards the hoop, while simultaneously exhaling a breath towards the candle, causing it to flicker twice. Alas, a sudden jolt coursed through Xiang Yuan's heart. His leap was still insufficient. When Gerald Green executed this maneuver, his elevation surpassed the rim, enabling him to effortlessly blow directly at the wick of the candle. In contrast, Xiang Yuan's inadequate height forced him to blow from a lower position, resulting in an insufficient intensity of airflow. As anticipated, the candle remained unextinguished. Xiang Yuan was filled with regret. In that fleeting moment of descent, he contemplated many things. This action must be passed, even if he attempted it once more. The likelihood of achieving a different outcome was slim. He had overestimated the enhancement that the character card provided to his physical abilities. No wonder he could only inherit the capabilities of a level 63 character card. To genuinely attain greater enhancements, one must diligently refine their own body and elevate their inherent qualities. Otherwise, even drawing an SSS-level character card would be a squandered opportunity. Xiang Yuan has come to comprehend the arduous nature of a portion of the system activation tasks. Were it not for the relentless pressure of these activation assignments that compelled him to rigorously hone his physical fitness and stamina, how could he possibly be competing in a slam dunk contest with Carter at this moment? Indeed, diligent training is imperative. Xiang Yuan silently resolved to commit himself to his practice. As Xiang Yuan landed, he had yet to make any move when he noticed Carter rise onto his toes. His cheeks puffed out, and then, with great force, he blew towards the rim. The candle, buoyed by this new gust, swayed twice before ultimately extinguishing. Huzzah! Carter flashed a cunning smile at Xiang Yuan, discreetly signaling a victory gesture. My goodness, I adore this version of Carter, Xiang Yuan exclaimed inwardly. Due to the subtlety of the act, the audience's attention remained fixated on Xiang Yuan's slam dunk and the candle, oblivious to the fact that Carter had indeed conjured a breeze. To the spectators, this maneuver appeared to have succeeded. A wave of exuberant cheers erupted. Thank you, my friend. Xiang Yuan expressed his gratitude earnestly to Carter. It's nothing, Carter replied with a smile. The creativity is splendid, and I certainly did not wish for it to fail. Xiang Yuan, feeling somewhat embarrassed and guilty, stepped off the stage for a brief respite. For his latest performance, the 5 judges awarded scores of 9, 10, 6, 9, and 9. The audience, unreserved in their disapproval, directed boos towards the judge who had given a score of 6. However, Xiang Yuan understood that the judge must have perceived Carter's movements, which led to such a low score. Fortunately, the scouting judge refrained from offering any further explanation. Xiang Yuan's total score was 43, resulting in an aggregate of 90 points across his 2 performances, while Carter achieved a score of 86. Xiang Yuan maintains a lead of 4 points. We now approach the final dunk, the decisive moment that will unveil today's champion. Carter steps onto the stage, and the audience erupts in fervent cheers, yearning for him to replicate the breathtaking dunks he showcased at the McDonald's All-American High School Dunk Contest. The anticipation builds, windmill, between the legs, reverse behind the back. Ultimately, Carter rises to the occasion, fulfilling the hopes of the spectators. He opts for a mesmerizing between-the-legs dunk, launching off the sideline with grace and precision. The execution is flawless. There is no doubt about it. The judges unanimously award a perfect score of 10. This is the true prowess of Carter. A perfect score of 50. Now, his cumulative score ascends to an impressive 136 points. Xiang Yuan requires a minimum score of 47 to secure victory. Once again, it is his turn to perform. This time, he dares not attempt overly challenging maneuvers. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolves to triumph through creativity. Alas, when it comes to sheer strength, he finds himself at a disadvantage. Xiang Yuan approached the court staff and engaged them in conversation. Subsequently, these staff members transported the basketball hoop from the other half of the court using tools, and then positioned it alongside the existing hoop. Xiang Yuan grasped a ball in one hand, positioned at the boundary line. Everyone was aware of his intentions, yet this display had never been attempted before, leaving the audience in a state of delightful curiosity. "My apologies, McGee," Xiang Yuan silently offered to the originator of this dunk from his past life. He then initiated his approach, lofting the ball in his right hand high towards the backboard, while simultaneously executing a dunk with the ball in his left hand. As the ball rebounded, he seized it with his right hand and deftly slammed it into another hoop. This dunk was a masterpiece of creativity. The crowd erupted in exhilaration. Chapter 11. Absurd Sea-Level Character Card. Ultimately, for this dunk, the judges awarded scores of 9, 10, 10, 9, and 9. The total score, 47 points. The final tally revealed Carter with 136 points and Xiang Yuan with 137 points. At his home court, Xiang Yuan triumphed over Vince Carter with a slender margin, securing victory in the dunk contest. Although the majority were aware that Carter had taken it easy, it mattered little to Xiang Yuan, for he had showcased all that he could at this juncture. More significantly, he rapidly garnered acclaim during this exhibition, greatly reversing the unfavorable impression that had lingered for 3 years. Xiang Yuan's performance in today's formal competition swiftly spread among the crowd. Following the dunk contest, Coach George approached him once more. "You did quite well, my boy," Coach George stated candidly. "Many have begun to inquire why I have not yet included you in the varsity team. After some contemplation, I realized that since you are now a senior, this year's Intercontinental High School League will be your final one. It is prudent for you to join the first team promptly to facilitate integration. Thus, you need not further hone your skills in the second team. You will directly advance to the first team." In truth, Coach George had been eager to elevate Xiang Yuan to the first team. His previous reluctance stemmed from external pressures and concerns regarding the existing team's cohesion. But now, who could possibly contest this decision? Would anyone dare to challenge Vince Carter? Would anyone attempt to compete with Carter in a dunk? "Thank you, Coach. I will follow your guidance," Xiang Yuan responded with excitement. "Very well, return home now, prepare yourself, and report to the team tomorrow for physical assessments before officially joining," Coach George instructed. "Understood, Coach." Xiang Yuan turned away from Coach George's office, feeling an immense sense of relief. The main quest, Task 2, had finally been completed. The points awarded by the system had been credited to his account. Including the points from Task 1, Xiang Yuan now possessed a total of 200 points, sufficient to draw from the bronze card pool twice. However, Xiang Yuan intended to reserve them for the silver card pool instead. Xiang Yuan returned to the court, where the audience had already dispersed. As Xiang Yuan gazed into the distance, he observed a group from Daytona Beach Mainland High School organizing themselves. He hastily approached and seized Carter, who was busy packing his belongings. "My dear brother, let us indulge in skewers and beer." Carter, taken aback, exclaimed, "What on earth? This rascal! I considered you a friend, yet you seek to lead me astray." Upon witnessing the gradual shift in Carter's expression and the astonished looks of those around them, Xiang Yuan suddenly realized that in the United States, the consumption of alcohol by minors is strictly prohibited. The laws governing this matter are notably comprehensive and rigorously enforced. For instance, the Minimum Drinking Age Act prohibits individuals under the age of 21 from purchasing or publicly possessing alcoholic beverages. To Xiang Yuan, enjoying skewers and beer represented the quintessential bond between true friends, yet Carter perceived it as Xiang Yuan's attempt to lead him into illegality. "I misspoke. I meant to say, let me treat you to fried chicken and hamburgers." Xiang Yuan quickly corrected himself. Only then did Carter's demeanor soften. "No, Xiang," Carter replied, "we must return shortly. Your potential is immense, and at the end of the year, during the high school league, we shall surely have the opportunity to reunite." Carter then left his contact information with Xiang Yuan before following his group away. Xiang Yuan found himself with no alternative but to bid farewell to Carter, his gratitude temporarily set aside. On this day, he had endured an overwhelming multitude of experiences. Upon returning to his dormitory, he did not even bother to wash his face, collapsing into bed in sheer exhaustion. At precisely 6 o'clock the following morning, Xiang Yuan was roused by the voice of the system echoing in his mind. Ding! The Sea-Level Character Card, Jeremy Evans, has expired. All ability enhancements have been rendered ineffective. During the period of utilizing the character card, the host exhibited exceptional performance, earning attribute rewards. Strength 2, Jumping 2, Rebounds 1, Blocks 1, Interior Defense 1, Defensive Stability 2, Lateral Speed 1, Dunking 2. Furthermore, the host's commendable performance has yielded a badge reward, Explosive Jump, Bronze, which slightly enhances jumping and dunking capabilities beneath the basket. As the system's proclamation concluded, a tremor coursed through Xiang Yuan's body, as if everything had suddenly lost its vibrancy. This sensation was undoubtedly due to the withdrawal of his attributes such as strength and speed, rather than any peculiar cause. Having once experienced a body brimming with energy, the abrupt return to his ordinary state felt alien, leaving him with a profound sense of weakness. Fortunately, the system had granted him 5 attribute points, allowing Xiang Yuan's physical prowess and abilities to advance further. Xiang Yuan opened the attribute panel and observed his transformations. Host, Xiang Yuan. Height, 201 centimeters. Weight, 97 kilograms. Points, 200. Badge, Swift Bounce, Bronze. Special skills, none. Character card, 0-2. Ability evaluation, Offense 39, 1, Defense 37, 3. Organization 23, Athleticism 53, 2, Finishing 37, 1, Basketball IQ 68, Aesthetic Appeal 21, 1, Leadership 10, Attributes slightly altered, Comprehensive Evaluation 36, 1. This is quite challenging. Despite the numerous attributes awarded, the overall evaluation has only increased marginally. In truth, Xiang Yuan felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. It is important to recognize that this is a comprehensive evaluation, not merely a score in a singular category. Had it not been for the multitude of experiences he faced yesterday, which led to his outstanding performance, how could he possibly enhance his overall evaluation by a point in just one day? Unsatisfied, Xiang Yuan rose from his bed and made his way to the bathroom. He meticulously attended to his personal hygiene, particularly his face, using facial cleanser and skincare lotion to achieve a fair complexion. A lighter face enhances marketability. This touches upon a profound metaphysical concept. After completing his grooming, Xiang Yuan solemnly seated himself on a chair, clasped his hands together, and bowed 3 times towards the ancient and mysterious East. Having performed this ritual, he finally felt at ease, sitting steadily in his chair, prepared to draw cards. First, he would draw from the bronze card pool, serving as a foundation. Today, Xiang Yuan intends to utilize his chances in the silver card pool lottery, as he will officially join the basketball team at Songjing High School. He plans to perform exceptionally well during the physical assessment to secure his position on the team. Drawing. After the familiar animation, a character card is obtained. Upon closer inspection, Xiang Yuan discovered a C-grade character card. The luck was not particularly fortuitous. With a 90% probability of obtaining a C-grade card, it is quite challenging to draw a card of a higher tier without a stroke of good fortune. As Xiang Yuan focused his gaze once more, he feared that his eyes had deceived him. He rubbed them vigorously and directed his attention back to the character card on the virtual interface. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. C-class character card, Kevin Pegg. Character description, ticket seller for the NBA's Denver Nuggets, with over a decade of experience. The tickets sold by him could encircle the United States. Special skill, sales. Note, the highest rank for a ticket seller is C-class. Xiang Yuan felt an urge to vent his frustrations. No wonder it is called the entire professional basketball system. It seems that ticket sellers are also deemed a profession within basketball. How comprehensive this profession is. Chapter 12. A C-level card that could qualify as S-level. If he frequently drew such character cards, Xiang Yuan would have to bid farewell to his basketball dreams. Fortunately, the system has clarified in the notes that the highest level for such character cards is C. This means that as long as he draws a B-level card, such characters will no longer appear. With tears glistening in his eyes, Xiang Yuan sought a semblance of psychological solace. The prospect of drawing from the silver card pool now filled him with trepidation. The previous cushion's effects had been overwhelmingly powerful, leaving him to question his own abilities. After careful consideration, Xiang Yuan ultimately decided to draw from the bronze card pool instead. He resolved to save the silver card pool for a moment when he felt a stronger conviction. Xiang Yuan rubbed his hands together, opting to draw once more from the bronze card pool. Heavenly spirits, heed my call. Oh, Supreme Laojun, I beseech you. Oh heavens. Oh divine forces. Grant me a high-tier card, even a B rank will suffice. Xiang Yuan muttered to himself, his eyes gently closed as he silently counted to 66. Only then did he open his eyes, directing his gaze toward the newly drawn character card. Upon seeing the utterly mundane hues identical to the previous 2 cards, a wave of dismay washed over him. Not a ticket seller, the C-tier card was already a certainty. Xiang Yuan could only hope that no peculiar or bizarre occupational roles would manifest henceforth. Xiang Yuan's gaze descended, and then he beheld a name that left him utterly astonished: Steve Nash. Xiang Yuan. Is this character truly one that can be derived from a C-level card? The attributes of characters obtained from the system's card pool are drawn from the respective characters' prime periods. Thus, it is inconceivable that there would be character designs such as an elderly Nash. So why exactly does the legendary superstar Steve Nash appear in a C-level card? Xiang Yuan gazed at the ethereal figure of the Wind Child depicted on the card, scarcely able to believe his eyes. However, upon perusing the character's profile, enlightenment dawned upon him. Unlike player cards that typically enumerate draft positions, peak statistics, and career records, this card presented the data pertaining to a coaching career. This was, indeed, a coach card. C-level character card. Steve Nash character profile. Head coach of the Brooklyn Nets during the NBA 2020-2022 season. Having presided over 161 regular season games with a record of 94 wins and 67 losses, and a playoff record of 7 wins and 9 losses. Badges. 1. Insightful pass. Gold. Effect. Significantly enhances the shooting accuracy of teammates receiving passes in open situations. 2. Steady as a rock. Gold. Effect. Improves abilities in driving layups, mid-range shots, and three-pointers. 3. Needle threader. Silver. Effect. Enhances passing precision in tight spaces, breaking through defensive lines. 4. Protective hinge. Silver. Effect. Augments ball handling security while dribbling. 5. Juggler. Silver. Effect. Increases the success rate of flashy passes. 6. Come here. Silver. Effect. Boosts passing or finishing capabilities following pick-and-roll situations. 7. Intercontinental Missile. Silver. Effect. Enhances the proficiency and accuracy of long passes from the backcourt to the frontcourt. Special skill. Coach skill. Superstar isolation. Upon witnessing these badges, Xiang Yuan realized his extraordinary fortune. Head coach Steve Nash. Nevertheless, the attributes and badges reflected the character's peak period. To elucidate, as this is a coach card, its primary function is to amplify coaching abilities. Nash's capabilities as a head coach may not be deemed exceptionally strong, hence his classification as C-level. While this may raise questions, Xiang Yuan found no fault in it. However, there is only one Nash. Albeit from a different profession, the system only considers a character's peak attributes, skills, and badges. Such occurrences are rare. The odds of drawing a character like this amidst the vast sea of cards are minuscule. Yet, today, fortune favored Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan, while drawing from the bronze card pool, managed to obtain a C-class card whose effects are sufficient to function as an S-class character card. It appears that mysticism indeed has its merits. Xiang Yuan was overwhelmed with excitement. However, following this exhilaration, he found himself confronted with a dilemma. When should he utilize this card? Undoubtedly, this card possessed formidable strength. By conventional reasoning, it would be prudent to reserve it for crucial competitions. Moreover, Nash's physical assessment data were rather unremarkable, even described as quite average, given such attributes. Coupled with the issue of inheritance, it seemed unlikely that it would significantly aid today's physical assessment. Yet, if he chose not to employ this card, Xiang Yuan would have no option but to rely solely on his current physical capabilities for the assessment. In that case, the outcome would be uncertain. Xiang Yuan yearns to draw more cards, yet finds his card pack to be at capacity. The character cards he wishes to extract cannot be discarded or replaced. He must utilize them in order to free up space. Once employed, this effect shall endure until 6 o'clock the following morning. After much contemplation, Xiang Yuan ultimately devised a solution. He summoned the character card of Kevin Pegg from his system card pack. Gazing at the amiable, rotund figure depicted on the card, he chose to activate it. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped him, and the character card of Kevin Pegg seamlessly integrated into his being. Ding! The host has utilized the Kevin Pegg character card. Based on the host's physical condition, the card's overall inheritance rate is 30. Subsequently, Xiang Yuan experienced an intensified sense of weakness. A profound lethargy enveloped him. He felt an aversion to movement, preferring to remain seated rather than stand. Simultaneously, an inexplicable desire to sell something began to stir within him. Xiang Yuan glanced at his attributes. Ability evaluation, offense 22, -17, defense 21, -16, organization 13, -10, athleticism 20, -33, finishing 17, -20. Basketball IQ 30, -38, Aesthetic Appeal 5, -16, Leadership 2, -8, Attributes slightly modified. Comprehensive Evaluation, 16, -20. Remarkable, my friend. What extraordinary physical attributes does this ticket seller possess? That in merely inheriting 30%, he could diminish Xiang Yuan's comprehensive evaluation by 20 points. Fortunately, this situation suited him perfectly. After completing this task, Xiang Yuan ventured to a pharmacy outside the school to purchase a packet of laxatives. Upon returning to his dormitory after a moment of internal conflict, he gritted his teeth and consumed the laxatives. To achieve a more pronounced effect, he ingested double the amount indicated in the instructions. The effects of the medication manifested swiftly. Xiang Yuan felt a sudden turmoil in his stomach and hurriedly rushed into the restroom. Xiang Yuan resided in a double-occupancy dormitory, sharing the space with a fellow international student named Xiang Yuan. Due to Xiang Yuan's early rising habits, when Xiang Yuan awoke and intended to use the bathroom, he discovered that Xiang Yuan had already occupied it for over an hour. Could you hurry up? Xiang Yuan urged, anxiously pacing at the door. Please use another dorm's facilities. I truly cannot emerge at the moment, came Xiang Yuan's feeble voice from within the restroom. What is wrong? You seemed perfectly fine yesterday, Xiang Yuan inquired, puzzled. I've heard about your exploits, dunking on Carter. How impressive. He continued. What has happened to you today? Perhaps I had an allergic reaction to something. I've been experiencing severe diarrhea. Xiang Yuan provided a convincing excuse. All right then, I shall seek out another dorm. Do you need me to fetch any medication for you? Xiang Yuan offered. No, thank you. Please, could you kindly request a day off for me later? I fear I will be confined to the restroom for the entirety of the day. By the way, you must inform Coach George of the school basketball team that, given my current condition, I shall be unable to participate in today's physical assessment. Xiang Yuan finally articulated his ultimate objective. To avoid any suspicion regarding this matter, he truly invested a considerable effort. Presently, he finds himself seated on the toilet. His complexion is pale as a sheet and experiencing excruciating discomfort. Chapter 13. Earl Boykins requesting leave from Songjing High School is an arduous task, and deception is simply unattainable. Thus, Xiang Yuan was left with no choice but to resort to drastic measures against himself. When the homeroom teacher and Coach George dispatched a student to verify Xiang Yuan's condition, the observer found him in his dormitory, looking ghostly pale, his legs trembling, and standing had become a formidable challenge. Consequently, Xiang Yuan, at a considerable cost, successfully postponed the physical assessment scheduled for today until tomorrow. The following day, he was awakened at 6 o'clock by the incessant notifications from the system in his mind. From then on, indulging in late mornings would be a luxury he could no longer afford. Xiang Yuan reluctantly rose from his slumber. The effects of the C-grade ticket seller's roll card had finally dissipated, and he felt a surge of vitality returning to his body. During the period of the roll card's enhancement, Xiang Yuan had not showcased any remarkable performance, thus he received no rewards. For him, the absence of rewards was the finest of rewards. He genuinely feared that, in a moment of exhilaration, the system might bestow upon him that dreaded sales skill. That terrifying ability had compelled him to, in a state of extreme weakness, persistently pester and eloquently persuade two classmates who had come to verify the situation, ultimately convincing them to purchase 2 packets of local specialty spicy strips. Even while unwell, he was still compelled to sell. The 2 classmates, left with no choice, begrudgingly bought the spicy strips. Upon returning, they dared not consume them, uncertain if the cause of Xiang Yuan's severe stomach troubles was indeed the spicy strips. Xiang Yuan found it difficult to fathom how those 2 classmates would perceive him upon their return. How could he face the elders of Jiangdong? Temporarily setting aside such thoughts, he resolved to commence his card draw. He meticulously followed the procedure, as yesterday's draws had deepened his faith in the enigmatic arcana. That C-grade card, which held the potential of an S-grade, lay quietly within his card pouch, a delightful sight to behold. He aimed to gather luck. He aspired to be a fortunate sovereign. Upon completing the procedure, Xiang Yuan opened the bronze card pool. There remained only 2 chances to draw from this pool. Initially, he had considered the 5 free draws generously bestowed by the system, but his perspective had shifted. It was simply insufficient. Fortunately, he had accumulated 200 points, which he had intended to save, but it appeared that if circumstances demanded, he would have to utilize them for the bronze card pool. He pondered how to acquire more points, a thought that left him quite vexed. The system's tasks currently followed no discernible pattern, leaving him to navigate blindly. Regardless, he resolved to proceed with today's draws. hoping for a player card. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to squander that Nash coaching card. Today marked the day for physical assessment. There was no further delay possible, otherwise, he would face dire repercussions from Coach George. Although he had completed the main quest, offending Coach George would yield unfavorable consequences in the future. Moreover, Xiang Yuan aspired to make a name for himself in the realm of basketball. And joining the high school team represented the ideal starting point, allowing him to circumvent many obstacles while elevating his visibility and reputation. Let the draws commence. With a firm resolve, Xiang Yuan eagerly awaited the results, which soon revealed themselves. His luck did not shine brightly, as he received a C-grade card. However, fortune smiled upon him in the form of a player card, specifically one well-suited for physical testing. C-grade character card. Earl Boykin's character profile. Standing at a modest height of 165 centimeters, he is a point guard and an undrafted player in the NBA. Boasting an average of 8, 9 points, 3, 2 assists and 1, 3 rebounds throughout his career, with a peak season averaging 15, 2 points, 4, 3 assists and 2, 0 rebounds. Badges. 1. Giant Slayer, bronze. Effect. Slightly increases layup success rate when defended by taller players. 2. Terminator, silver. Effect. Enhances mid-range and three-point shooting capabilities. 3. Glue Hands, bronze. Effect. Slightly improves dribbling stability and ball handling skills. Special skill, none. To think it was Boykins. This player epitomizes the undersized athlete. Standing at a mere 165 centimeters, yet managing to thrive in the realm of towering giants in the NBA for 13 seasons is indeed a remarkable feat. His scoring ability on the offensive end is formidable. Despite his height, Boykins possesses an exceptional grasp of rhythm, adeptly utilizing speed and direction changes to unbalance his opponents and capitalize on rhythmic discrepancies to score. Boykins boasts a diverse array of scoring methods, capable of driving to the basket, executing sudden mid-range jumpers, and sinking three-point shots with a commendable shooting percentage. It is crucial to note that achieving such accomplishments at a height of 165 centimeters undoubtedly implies the possession of other remarkable advantages. Firstly, Boykins exhibits impressive strength, with a maximum bench press of 140 kilograms. For context, the notable NBA player Botter, who famously challenged Shaquille O'Neal, had a maximum bench press of merely 150 kilograms. Additionally, his leaping ability and speed are equally astonishing, forming the foundation of his success in the NBA. Today, these advantages will serve as Xiang Yuan's assets during his physical testing. Xiang Yuan swiftly activated the card. A flash of white light enveloped him, and a surge of unprecedented power coursed through his body. Ding! The host has utilized the Earl Boykins character card. Based on the host's physical condition, the overall inheritance degree of the character card is 68. In the virtual interface, the details are as follows. Host, Xiang Yuan, height, 201 centimeters, weight, 97 kilograms, points, 200, badge, swift leap, bronze, special skills, none, character card, 12. Ability evaluation, offense 69, 30, defense 44, 7, organization 56, 33, athleticism 73, 20, finishing 72, 35, basketball IQ 69, 1, aesthetic appeal 41, 20. Leadership 10, attributes slightly below average. Overall assessment, 54. This is quite promising. With this, there is no need to worry about the physical test. Xiang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. With a lightened heart, he ventured out for a morning jog, taking the opportunity to acclimatize to his current physical condition. The enhancement provided by the system's character card was indeed remarkable. It primarily elevated his physical state and potential development within the bounds of his bodily capabilities, never exceeding what his body could endure. To illustrate, if Xiang Yuan stood at a modest height of 7 meters but weighed over 200 pounds, no matter how much the character card was enhanced, the system would not significantly elevate his jumping ability. Furthermore, if Xiang Yuan harbored any physical ailments, such as fragile knees, weak tendons, fragile bones, or insufficient muscle tension, the system would similarly refrain from augmenting his attributes. The distinction between gradual improvement and the detrimental act of hastening growth is indeed profound. This is the essence of inheritance. In truth, the enhancement of badges and special skills is of greater significance than the improvement of physical attributes as it pertains solely to the refinement of basketball techniques. After his morning run, Xiang Yuan returned to class as usual. Even though he had joined the school basketball team, his academic pursuits could not be neglected. Following his afternoon classes, he arrived at the basketball gym at the designated time, seeking out Coach George. "Have you fully recovered?" Coach George inquired as he observed Xiang Yuan entering the gym, while guiding the players through their training. Xiang Yuan nodded and said, "Thank you for your concern, Coach. I am feeling quite well now. All right, everyone gather around." Coach George clapped his hands, drawing together all the members of the school team. Present were individuals from the first, second, and third teams. Among them, 2 newly joined members of the third team were to undergo physical assessments alongside Xiang Yuan. The third team served as a reserve squad. And the journey to becoming a member of the first team, ready to participate in official matches, was fraught with numerous challenges yet to be faced. Xiang Yuan, once a cheerleader, has remarkably transformed into a member of the first team. While it is well known that he possesses the ability to compete with the star player Vince Carter, many members of the school team are still consumed by jealousy and disbelief. This sentiment is particularly pronounced among the reserve players of the third team and the first team members whose positions are threatened by Xiang Yuan. They eagerly anticipate his physical assessment, hoping for some humorous misstep. Chapter 14. Xiang Yuan's physical assessment data after a series of tests. Coach George received Xiang Yuan's physical assessment report. Name: Xiang Yuan. Gender: male. Nationality: China. Age: 16 years. Grade: senior in high school. Height: barefoot 201 centimeters. Height with shoes 203. 3 centimeters. Weight: 97 kilograms. Wingspan: 206 centimeters. Body fat percentage: 9. 7 standing reach: 267 centimeters. Vertical jump: static 82 centimeters. Vertical jump: running 97 centimeters. Maximum bench press: 98 kilograms. 100 meter dash: 12. 7 seconds. 34 meter sprint: 3. 45 seconds. Baseline shuttle run: 11. 8 seconds. In addition to these fundamental static and dynamic physical tests, a shooting assessment was conducted. The results revealed that, unopposed, Xiang Yuan achieved a shooting accuracy of over 65 in mid-range shots and over 56 in three-pointers. Upon reviewing Xiang Yuan's physical assessment data, Coach George's eyes sparkled with excitement. He envisioned the rise of an impending 5-star high school talent. The newly joined members of the third team could hardly compare to him. Amid his exhilaration, Coach George felt a tinge of regret. He pondered repeatedly why a player endowed with such physical gifts and skills had remained in such a state for the past 3 years. 3 years ago, shortly after Xiang Yuan commenced his studies, Coach George took note of this towering young man from China. Even then, he recognized the potential that Xiang Yuan possessed. The subsequent events are well known to us all. Ultimately, Coach George had to relinquish his aspirations of having Xiang Yuan join the team. Yet, he clung to a faint glimmer of hope, which led him to acquiesce to Xiang Yuan's request to join the cheerleading squad. At long last, Xiang Yuan's innate talent is poised to flourish, albeit somewhat belatedly, yet there remains an opportunity. With summer fast approaching, the Intercontinental High School Basketball League is set to commence shortly thereafter. Songting High School is situated in Florida, USA. The competition in Florida is fierce, but this year, the frontrunner for the championship is undoubtedly Daytona Beach Mainland High School, led by the illustrious Vince Carter. In high school basketball, the impact of a star player is far more pronounced than in the NBA. While it is exceedingly difficult for a single star player to lead a team to victory in the NBA and high school basketball, a player of that caliber can indeed elevate the entire team to a significantly higher level. This time, Coach George, who once only dared to dream of touching the championship trophy, has begun to harbor a flicker of ambition for this year's title. Regardless, it is certain that Xiang Yuan's place on the first team is firmly established. The next step is to harmonize the team and prepare for the high school basketball league. Once Xiang Yuan joined the first team, in addition to his regular high school studies, he was required to train daily at the gym alongside his teammates. During their routine training sessions, Coach George and the first team members discovered something peculiar. Although Xiang Yuan trained with exceptional diligence, he appeared to lack the formidable prowess that many had anticipated. In the preceding days, it was widely believed that he was merely conserving his energy during training, withholding his true capabilities. After all, his previous encounter with Carter, alongside the tangible data from physical assessments, stood irrefutably in his favor. However, as time elapsed, differing perceptions inevitably began to surface. Consequently, on the 10th day of his tenure in the first team of the school's basketball squad, Adam Eve, who had been supplanted from the starting lineup by Xiang Yuan, formally issued a challenge. Despite the enhancement of his offensive, athletic, organizational, and finishing evaluations by 1 point each after utilizing a Bojkin's character card, bringing his overall rating to 36. 5. Xiang Yuan was acutely aware of his own limitations. Without the aid of the character card, his actual abilities only barely qualified him for the first team. Thus, engaging in a genuine contest against Adam Eve, who had honed his skills over 3 years within the team, would undoubtedly place Xiang Yuan at a disadvantage. In light of this, he opted to use another opportunity to draw from the bronze card pool, leaving him with but one chance remaining. Fortuitously, luck smiled upon him as he drew another sea-level player character card, which, upon activation, elevated his overall rating to an impressive 55 points. With the advantage conferred by this card, Xiang Yuan decisively overwhelmed Adam Eve, triumphing in a series of 3 one-on-one matches played to 21 points, allowing Adam a mere 8 points in total. Adam Eve, thoroughly defeated, willingly accepted his role as Xiang Yuan's substitute. Yet, Xiang Yuan's ambition did not wane. He sought to maximize the effects of the character card, especially given the dwindling opportunities for further draws. Thus, he extended a challenge for one-on-one matches to all members of the first team, and with the same dominating prowess, he vanquished each participant. This was still insufficient for him. He led the second team members in a full-court 5v5 match against the first team, ultimately guiding them to a 74-66 victory. Following this string of impressive performances, all doubts within the team evaporated, leaving even Coach George, who had harbored a modicum of skepticism, feeling a profound sense of remorse. From that moment onward, no one dared to formally challenge Xiang Yuan again. Even during training sessions, where one-on-one drills were commonplace, many had managed to best him. Yet all assumed he was merely holding back. They not only ceased their doubts but also expressed a sense of gratitude, for the earlier defeat had been overwhelmingly humiliating. Soon, more than a month had passed. Under the guidance of specialized training, coupled with diligent daily practice, Xiang Yuan exhibited significant improvements in both physical fitness and basketball skills, advancing at a pace far superior to his previous self-directed training. Without relying on the System's character card, his attributes experienced a notable enhancement. Upon revisiting the system interface, Xiang Yuan's attributes were as follows: offensive rating, 42, defensive rating, 40, playmaking, 27, athleticism, 57, finishing, 42, basketball IQ, 68, aesthetic appeal, 24, leadership, 11, overall evaluation, 38. 8. Such progress was indeed remarkable. At this juncture, the summer vacation at Songjing High School commenced. This summer, Coach George intended to retain all members of the first team for training. Recognizing the opportunity to aspire for the championship this year, he felt compelled to seize it. As Xiang Yuan was now in his senior year, failing to capitalize on this opportunity would mean starting anew after his graduation. All members of the first team acquiesced to Coach George's request. However, the most crucial player, Xiang Yuan, did not comply. He yearned to return home. He longed to reunite with his family. In his previous life, he had not spent ample time with his parents during holidays. He would often take the money they provided to travel. It was only after their departure that he regretted his choices, lamenting the scant moments he had shared with them. His character was, in fact, remarkably resilient, even burdened with heavy debts. He had never contemplated ending his own life. The loss of his parents was, without doubt, the primary reason for his diminished will to live. Thus, since his rebirth, he had resolved to forego excursions during every winter and summer break, choosing instead to return home and spend as much time as possible with his parents. This time would be no exception, despite Coach George's fervent efforts. He could not persuade Xiang Yuan. Reluctantly, Coach George assigned Xiang Yuan training tasks for the holiday before allowing him to return home. Chapter 15. Returning home. Xiang Yuan's home is in Hebi City, Heilongjiang Province. He is a native of northeast China. The fertile black soil has nurtured his tall and robust physique, as well as cultivated his generous and resilient character. In July, the weather in Hebi begins to gradually warm up. As Xiang Yuan emerged from the airport corridor, he immediately spotted his mother who had come to greet him. "Mom." Xiang Yuan navigated through the throngs of people while dragging his luggage, swiftly arriving beside his mother. "Oh, Xiang Yuan, you've lost weight." In the eyes of his mother, a child studying away from home is always destined to endure hardships. However, in reality, Xiang Yuan's weight had increased by nearly 2 kilograms since the beginning of the semester. "Isn't this what you wished for?" Xiang Yuan replied with a playful retort. "I believe it is you who has truly become slimmer." Xiang Yuan scrutinized his mother, who stood at a height of slightly over 1.60 meters, adorned in a chic casual suit, her nose graced by a pair of glasses. At the age of 40, The passage of time had begun to etch subtle lines upon her face. However, due to favorable family circumstances and diligent self-care, these marks were hardly discernible. She still radiated vitality, exuding an aura of a formidable woman. Is that so? How wonderful. His mother appeared quite pleased. And my father? Noticing his absence, Xiang Yuan surmised that he was undoubtedly preoccupied with matters concerning the company, yet he still inquired. The company has been rather busy lately. He is temporarily unable to break free, but he will undoubtedly return this evening, his mother replied. Now, let us hurry to the car. We shall dine at a hotel tonight to welcome you. What hotel? It would be much better to eat at home. I can prepare a special dish for you this evening, he suggested. As they exited the airport corridor and approached their vehicle, Xiang Yuan placed his luggage into the trunk and plopped down in the passenger seat. Speaking up, his mother insisted, we are still going to the hotel. Your Uncle Tang's family will be there as well, and Ji Xian has just returned from the United States. Then, she began to express her grievances. Pray tell. What were you thinking? Ji Xian accompanied you to study in America, and not only did you fail to care for her, but I also heard you were often pursuing the American campus beauties. What is so enchanting about those girls that you would be so infatuated? Forsaking such a lovely girl beside you? I must tell you, I do not recognize any American girls. I only acknowledge Ji Xian as my future daughter-in-law. You, my son, ought to extinguish any other notions at once. Go and sincerely apologize to Ji Xian. Treat her well from now on. Do you hear me? Upon hearing his mother's relentless reproach, Xiang Yuan wore a grimace, pursing his lips without a word. In his mind, a tall figure with fair skin and striking beauty emerged. Tang Ji Xian, his childhood companion. The Xiang and Tang families have been closely intertwined since the generation of Xiang Yuan's grandfather, resulting in a lifelong bond between the two. The elders often jested that the two were a match made in heaven. Indeed, barring unforeseen circumstances, they were destined to walk down the aisle together. However, in Xiang Yuan's previous life, a series of unfortunate events led to Tang Jixuan ultimately abandoning him. Although this action could be understood, it nonetheless left a profound scar on Xiang Yuan's heart. Consequently, in this lifetime, his feelings for Tang Jixuan have inevitably shifted. He does not intentionally neglect her. Rather, he is uncertain about how to approach their relationship, leading him to choose avoidance for the time being. Additionally, his pursuit of the American campus belle was merely a means to accumulate experiences of heartbreak to activate his system, rather than a genuine desire for romance. Unexpectedly, Tang Jixuan brought the matter to his mother's attention. All right, I understand. Xiang Yuan interjected, cutting off his mother's incessant chatter. As long as you understand, she replied, turning to retrieve a beautifully wrapped gift box from the back seat of the car and handing it to Xiang Yuan. I knew you wouldn't have the foresight to prepare a gift for the girl. This is the latest women's handbag from Louis Vuitton. Just say you bought it for her while in America. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Xiang Yuan replied with resignation. The latest LV handbag must cost at least tens of thousands of yuan. His mother certainly knows how to invest. With no other choice, he could only accept this arrangement. However, the thought of that enchanting figure filled him with a sense of dread. Well, I'll take it one step at a time. An hour later, Xiang Yuan returned home. After settling him in, his mother hurried off to the company, leaving no time for further conversation. As she put it, she needed to assist Xiang Yuan's father in order to ensure he would be free in time for the evening's appointment. Xiang Yuan felt no fatigue whatsoever. After merely resting for a while, he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of boredom. In this era, the internet was still in its infancy. With fewer than 40 million users worldwide, in his country, computers were a rarity, let alone smartphones. To be frank, Xiang Yuan lacked any entrepreneurial flair or business acumen, otherwise. In this age, even a modest venture related to the internet would surely lead to success. However, he could find a way to encourage his parents to reconsider their current business direction and pivot towards investing in the internet sector. This was something he could contemplate further in due time. For now, with an abundance of idle time, Xiang Yuan yearned to engage in an activity to alleviate his restless spirit. Thus, he descended the stairs and aimlessly wandered around the vicinity. Xiang Yuan's residence is situated within an upscale community, in close proximity to a prestigious and historically renowned institution in China, HEB University of Technology. Xiang Yuan strolled leisurely into the university campus, observing the diverse array of students and reveling in the warm atmosphere that was so distinctly different from that of America. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself at the entrance of a gymnasium. Upon seeing the venue, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Over the past 3 years, Basketball had gradually become an indispensable part of his life. To put it simply, a day without playing basketball left him feeling utterly restless. Since he was here, he decided to venture inside and see if he could join a game. As he entered the gymnasium, he was struck by its impressive size and comprehensive facilities. The moment he stepped inside, an extraordinary ambience enveloped the space. Most of the individuals in the gym congregated around one half-court basketball hoop, forming a densely packed crowd that left no room for movement. The spectators were predominantly Chinese, with a small scattering of foreign students interspersed among them. At this moment, the Chinese attendees appeared unusually subdued, their expressions reflecting unease, while the foreign students were filled with exuberance, clamoring loudly with cheers, urging their compatriots to unleash their full potential and dominate the Chinese players. It promised to be quite a spectacle. With great effort, Xiang Yuan finally managed to squeeze into the inner circle, gaining a clear view of the situation at hand. Chapter 16. What if they win? On the court, a 3v3 basketball match was underway. One team comprised 3 Chinese university students, while the opposing team consisted of 3 American exchange students, 2 black and 1 white. The classic rule of reaching 21 points prevailed. The current score stood at 18-3, with the exchange students holding a commanding lead. It was merely a matter of time before victory was secured. Xiang Yuan inquired and learned that this contest between domestic and foreign players had already spanned 5 matches. Each concluded with decisive victories for the international students. The origin of this rivalry lay in a casual basketball game, where teams were formed through the passing of the ball. The initial lineup consisted of an African exchange student, A, paired with 2 Chinese university students, facing off against another team composed of 2 international students and 1 Chinese student. What began as a commonplace street basketball 3v3 quickly escalated due to A's fervent desire to win, which clashed with the evident superiority of their opponents. After suffering 5 consecutive losses, A, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, "You Chinese are too weak at basketball." This remark detonated like an atomic bomb among the Chinese students, igniting their tempers. It was a matter of pride, and they could not afford to back down. A, though merely momentarily exasperated, immediately regretted his words. But it was too late to retract them. The atmosphere grew tense, drawing more and more spectators, and it seemed an altercation was imminent. At this critical juncture, a university physical education teacher happened to be nearby and promptly intervened to avert the impending conflict. Yet, the matter could not simply be dismissed. Someone proposed resolving the issue through basketball. Did you not claim that Chinese players are weak? Let us settle this on the court. This suggestion resonated with both parties, leading to the organization of an impromptu international basketball 3v3 match. However, while the domestic students acknowledged the prowess of their international counterparts, they underestimated their strength. They believed that by enlisting members of the university basketball team, whose height and skills, combined with their training and teamwork, would at least allow for a competitive exchange. Yet, reality delivered a harsh blow to the Chinese players present. The 3 international students, each possessing exceptional athleticism, easily overwhelmed the university team. A, the instigator of the altercation, grew increasingly smug. He called for the ball in the low post, backing down the defending Chinese student with sheer strength, methodically pushing him towards the basket. Once beneath the hoop, he unleashed a powerful 2-handed dunk, sending the ball crashing through the hoop, striking not only the chest of the defender, but also resonating deeply within the hearts of the onlooking Chinese crowd. The score was 21-4. 3 international students, with an overwhelming display of skill, once again secured victory in a match. The onlookers from China found themselves rendered speechless, having witnessed 6 consecutive losses. Words failed them. There was no one left. Truly, no one remained. Within this institution, the strongest players had succumbed to defeat. What more could be said? Today was marked by a stark humiliation. In this era, where the internet is not yet widely developed and television broadcasts are scarce, most individuals possess a limited understanding of the caliber of American basketball. Many only know of the existence of the NBA, aware that the players within it are exceptionally skilled, yet remain oblivious to the extent of that skill. The 3 international students claimed that had they been in American universities, they would not even make it onto the college teams. Yet, these very individuals had mercilessly dominated the entire basketball team of the industrial university. One can only wonder how formidable the players of American college teams must be. And what of those in the NBA? It is truly beyond imagination. Is there anyone left to challenge us? The African-American student A, with an air of arrogance, raised his chin and addressed the gathering crowd, taunting, "You admit your weakness, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. What is the outcome? Take this as a lesson, haha. As A's bravado surged, his teammates tugged at his shirt, cautioning him to temper his words. Should a confrontation arise, they would undoubtedly bear the brunt of it. The spectators, however, refrained from escalating the situation. After all, having already lost on the basketball court, resorting to violence was an unthinkable act. One cannot suffer defeat in both sport and dignity. Our great nation cannot afford such disgrace. Everyone disperse, commanded the sports teacher, who had intervened to prevent conflict and later took on the role of referee, his expression grave as he addressed the onlookers. You. He pointed at several members of the school basketball team, expressing his disappointment, return and practice diligently. The team members, shamed, lowered their heads and prepared to leave. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Wait." The crowd turned to see a towering figure emerge from among them. This individual, standing over 6 feet 3 inches tall, possessed a well-proportioned physique, robust muscles, and striking features, with sharp brows framing his intense gaze. Anger burned in his eyes as he strode to the center of the court. It was Xiang Yuan. "You there, summon any two who can play, and join me in a team." Xiang Yuan halted the departing members of the school basketball team, speaking with an undeniable authority. "Who are you to dictate to us?" The team members, already filled with indignation, responded with increasing hostility. "My identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is my ability to lead you to victory." Xiang Yuan replied with a disdainful smirk. "Such boastful claims. I have never seen you on the basketball team before. You must be new here. Perhaps it's best you return, for you stand no chance against those 3 foreign players." The onlookers chimed in, attempting to offer words of caution. Xiang Yuan ceased to speak. He approached the African exchange student, snatching the basketball from his hands. Before the student could react, Xiang began dribbling towards the hoop, leaping high into the air to execute a one-handed dunk. The height of his jump left the onlookers in awe. Nothing could attest to one's prowess more than a spectacular dunk, nor could anything ignite the crowd's enthusiasm quite like it. The spectators were suddenly filled with renewed hope. The members of the school team exchanged glances, realizing that such a feat was not easily replicated. It appeared that this unknown Chinese student possessed genuine talent. They shared a silent understanding. Subsequently, 2 players stepped forward. Given the circumstances, what was the harm in attempting once more? After all, what if they emerged victorious? Chapter 17, The First Lead. Xiang Yuan introduced himself to his 2 teammates, both of whom were members of their university's basketball team. One was named Ji Fei, standing at approximately 185 meters and playing the shooting guard position. The other, Sun Jinghao, was around 195 meters tall and occupied the power forward role. However, in a 3v3 format, the boundaries of positions often became blurred, with few restrictions. The 7th 3v3 match, crucial for honor, commenced swiftly. Xiang Yuan's team began the offensive. Ji Fei positioned himself at the center circle, while Xiang Yuan stood on the left side of the arc, and Sun Jinghao occupied the right 45-degree angle. Ji Fei passed the ball to Sun Jinghao, who promptly returned it to Ji Fei. As Ji Fei commenced his dribble, Sun Jinghao advanced to set a screen. This maneuver was one they frequently employed during their time on the university team, a notably effective offensive tactic. The essence of the pick-and-roll strategy lies in dismantling the opponent's defense. After executing the screen, the ball handler, upon navigating around the screening teammate, is presented with numerous options. If the defenders switch, the screener finds himself positioned behind the opposing defender, allowing for a pass that could lead to an opportunity. Alternatively, the screen can create a shooting chance. The tactic itself is sound, however, its success hinges on the capabilities of the executing players, encompassing skills such as the ability to disengage, shoot, pass, withstand contact, and finish at the rim. Conversely, the defensive prowess of the opponents significantly impacts the tactic's efficacy. Unfortunately, Ji Fei and Sun Jinghao's skills fell short of overcoming the defensive prowess of the 2 foreign players opposing them. After executing the screen, they found that while the defender had changed, the new defender remained closely attached, leaving no openings. This scenario had recurred numerous times in previous matches. The imposing figure of the defender obstructed Ji Fei's path to the basket and passing lanes. In a moment of panic, he took a hurried shot, barely catching a glimpse of the hoop. Alas, as Ji Fei released the ball, a fleeting clarity struck him. He realized that the shot was destined to miss. Regret came too late. As anticipated, the ball struck the rim with a resounding clang and bounced away. It was the same outcome once more. The outspoken African-American exchange student A pondered to himself, springing into action to seize the rebound. However, as he leaped, An ominous shadow suddenly loomed behind him. It was Xiang Yuan, soaring high like a celestial being, who snatched the rebound from above his head. Before A could fully comprehend the situation, Xiang Yuan executed a deft layup, scoring the first point for their team. 1 o'clock. This marked the first time in 6 matches that a team comprised of Chinese players held the lead. My apologies. Jifei quietly offered to Xiang Yuan after the play concluded. Had it not been for Xiang Yuan's intervention, they would have squandered that offensive opportunity. Not a problem. Just remember to pass me the ball during the next offensive possession, Xiang Yuan replied nonchalantly. Certainly, Jifei affirmed, with the change of possession. It was now Xiang Yuan's turn to defend. The opposing team initiated the play, and after 2 passes, the ball found its way into the hands of the African-American exchange student A, who was the linchpin of the trio. In the previous matches, he had consistently scored more than 10 points out of a total of 21 in each game. Xiang Yuan had long recognized this challenge and willingly assumed the mantle of defense. The African exchange student, upon noticing Xiang Yuan's approach to guard him, curled his lips into a disdainful smirk. Despite the impressive dunks and rebounds he had displayed earlier, the student remained unconvinced of this Chinese player's ability to contend with him. Leaning against Xiang Yuan, he initiated a back-to-the-basket move, a signature tactic that had never failed him before. With a single skill, he had triumphed time and again. His formidable core strength allowed him to establish position in the low post easily, where he could overpower his opponents and score effortlessly in the paint. Indeed, he was a player who thrived on physicality, and within this campus, there was truly no one capable of matching his force. Thus, he had relied on this maneuver to assert his will. However, to his astonishment, this time his tactic faltered. As he backed in with the ball, attempting to penetrate the paint, he found himself utterly immobile. He could not budge Xiang Yuan. He made another attempt, yet still could not gain any ground. Bewilderment washed over him. For so long had he depended on this single offensive approach that he had neglected to develop any other techniques. With his primary strategy rendered ineffective, his mind went blank, leaving him uncertain of his next move. After Xiang Yuan noticed that the opponent had made a few attempts but ceased his actions, he felt a sense of curiosity. Nevertheless, Xiang Yuan would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Seizing the moment, he swiftly intervened and intercepted the ball. Following the interception, Xiang Yuan passed the ball to Jifei. Upon receiving the pass, Jifei immediately advanced beyond the 3-point line and then promptly returned the ball to Xiang Yuan, who remained near the key. Upon receiving the pass, Xiang Yuan's sharp tongue caught the attention of the black international student, but alas, it was already too late. A simple jump shot by Xiang Yuan sent the basketball soaring in a perfect arc, gracefully entering the hoop. 2 o'clock. Splendid. What a remarkable play. The crowd, witnessing this unexpected lead, began to stir from their previous despondency, rallying behind Xiang Yuan and his team. However, the African exchange student A was filled with frustration. His teammate B approached him, perplexed, and inquired, "What's wrong? Can't you hold your ground against him?" Although reluctant to admit it, African student A nodded in acknowledgement. This presented a dilemma. Teammate B frowned. O was their linchpin. His low post play was their tactical advantage, capable of ensuring consistent scoring or drawing double teams to facilitate passes to his teammates for easy baskets. Yet now, with that option rendered ineffective, they had lost a significant portion of their advantage. Fortunately, the other 2 players still maintained their competitive edge. The exchange student team launched another offensive. This time, African student A refrained from demanding the ball in the low post. He was not foolish. He understood he could not overpower Xiang Yuan, thus he opted against futile attempts. Instead, he positioned himself beyond the 3-point line, feigning readiness to receive the ball for a long-range shot, hoping to draw Xiang Yuan out, allowing his teammates to initiate the attack. However, he was taken aback when he realized that Xiang Yuan had no intention of acknowledging him. Xiang Yuan positioned himself just within the free-throw line, intently observing the 2 opposing players, ever ready to provide assistance on defense. The African-American exchange student A was filled with indignation. "Do they look down upon me? Pass the ball. I am wide open. Send it my way." At that moment, the ball was in the possession of a Caucasian exchange student. Upon hearing the shout, the Caucasian student noticed that African-American student A was indeed unmarked and passed the ball over. "No, don't pass it to him." African-American teammate B urgently called out to intervene. Alas, it was too late. The ball had already reached the hands of African-American student A. He took an unusual stance at the 3-point line and leapt to shoot. The basketball wobbled as it soared through the air. Chapter 18, A Dominant Victory. The ball grazed the rim and sailed out of bounds. Out of play. Indeed, Xiang Yuan's assessment was entirely accurate. Xiang Yuan observed the African exchange student A and surmised that his shooting might lack consistency. Thus, he deliberately left him unguarded to test his ability, and indeed, his prediction proved accurate. With a sigh, the African teammate B remarked to the Caucasian exchange student, "As a freshman, you may not be familiar with him. His three-point shooting percentage is alarmingly low. In the future, if you see him poised to shoot beyond the arc, it would be prudent not to pass him the ball." The Caucasian exchange student nodded in resigned agreement. Following the out-of-bounds play, possession shifted. Ji-Fei resumed the game, dribbling the ball a few times before passing it to Xiang Yuan. The African exchange student A immediately closed in, his eyes aflame with determination as he fixated on Xiang Yuan. He was resolute in his intent to block this shot and reclaim his honor. Xiang Yuan paid little heed to the thoughts of his opponent. Noticing their close proximity, he cradled the ball with both hands, pivoted on his left foot, and took a substantial step to the right, executing a probing move. This maneuver is a variant of the triple threat position. The African-American exchange student, A, was intensely focused on his defense, believing that Xiang Yuan intended to penetrate the paint from the right side. Consequently, he shifted his weight to the right and established his defensive stance. Now was the moment. Xiang Yuan retracted his steps, executing a cross dribble before swiftly changing direction, breaking through to the other side. Oh no, he was deceived. A sense of dread washed over the black international student. Xiang Yuan broke through the defense, dribbling the ball directly towards the basket. At that moment, the Caucasian exchange student released his guard on Sun Zhenghao and began to move towards Xiang Yuan's position to provide support. With a keen sense of observation and acute awareness, Xiang Yuan noticed the opponent approaching to reinforce their defense. He executed a sudden stop-and-jump feint. As the defender leaped in response, he swiftly passed the ball to Sun Zhenghao, who had already made his way to the basket and was unguarded. Sun Zhenghao received the pass and effortlessly scored a layup, securing 1 point. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. "Next time, I won't let you succeed." The African exchange student, A, hissed through clenched teeth at Xiang Yuan. Indifferent. Xiang Yuan chose to ignore the provocations of this ill-tempered individual. The exchange student team launched another offensive, with African exchange student still positioned at the three-point line. Xiang Yuan felt a sense of bewilderment. It was evident that the African exchange student, player A, must have been aware of his own inability to shoot accurately. While one could attribute the initial mistake to a momentary lapse in judgment, it was difficult to comprehend why he persisted in such a manner. Unable to fathom the reasoning behind it, Xiang Yuan chose to dismiss the thought and continued to leave him unguarded, ever ready to assist his teammates in defense. At that moment, a Caucasian exchange student deftly evaded Sun Zhenghao's defense and was poised to take a shot. Xiang Yuan swiftly moved to provide support. The height of the Caucasian student was comparable to that of Sun Zhenghao, both standing around 195 meters, while Xiang Yuan had a slight advantage in height, which would undoubtedly exert significant defensive pressure. Out of the corner of his eye, Xiang Yuan suddenly spotted player A sprinting from the three-point line towards the key. In a decisive move, he executed a bounce pass, sending the ball toward player A. "Ha! Gotcha!" Player A exclaimed with an air of triumph. He leaped into the air, intending to execute a one-handed dunk, eager to release his pent-up emotions. However, just as he ascended, a shadow loomed over the once expansive space. A large hand suddenly appeared above the basketball he held in his right hand. The two forces collided directly. Under the duress of their struggle, the basketball fell to the ground. Quick-witted Ji-Fei swiftly retrieved the ball, dribbling towards the three-point line. Meanwhile, Sun Zhenghao, who often collaborated with Ji-Fei, instinctively moved to create a barrier, blocking the defending player B from interfering. As Ji-Fei approached the three-point line, he took a deep breath, resolute not to squander the opportunity presented by the block. He steeled himself, aimed, and leapt, releasing the ball with precision. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air, landing effortlessly through the hoop. 5-0. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The expressions on the faces of the three exchange students turned sour. They had previously dominated these Chinese students, yet now they found themselves on the receiving end of such overwhelming pressure. The score of 5-0 felt like a series of sharp slaps across their faces, stinging with humiliation. In the following round, the three of them exerted all their effort, barely managing to secure a single point. However, during Xiang Yuan's offensive turn, after executing 2 successful screens, he received the ball near the key. With deft movements, He faked twice before executing a hook shot over his shoulder. The basketball danced on the rim before ultimately falling into the net. The Xiang Yuan team secured another point, while the international student team struggled to counter Xiang Yuan's defense. Simultaneously, it became exceedingly difficult for the international team to penetrate Xiang Yuan's robust defense. With Xiang Yuan's imposing height and the absence of a 3-second defensive rule, his presence near the key area resembled that of an unyielding pillar, poised to assist his teammates with defensive support at any moment. Furthermore, due to the lack of shooting ability from the African international student A, they were unable to utilize long-range shots to break through Xiang Yuan's collaborative defense, rendering their most effective strategy obsolete. Should African international student A attempt to screen, Xiang Yuan would seamlessly switch defenses, leaving the other two players in a similarly challenging predicament. Even if they managed to pass the ball back to African international student A, his attempts to establish a low-post position would require time sufficient for Xiang Yuan and either Ji Fei or Sun Jinghao to adjust their defenses. This illustrates the consequences of overly simplistic offensive tactics. Once this method falters, it can profoundly impact the overall game. In the end, despite the international students' team's relentless efforts, they could only muster a mere 5 points. The score stood at 21-5. Xiang Yuan's team emerged victorious. Observant individuals on-site meticulously recorded the statistics, revealing that Xiang Yuan achieved a commendable total of 13 points, 6 assists, 5 rebounds, 3 steals, and 2 blocks in this match. The trio of international students ultimately faced defeat. Although they had previously triumphed in 7 games, those victories were secured in Xiang Yuan's absence. Upon the arrival of Xiang Yuan, they suffered a devastating defeat. Furthermore, they were acutely aware that no matter how many matches they played, victory was unattainable as long as this newcomer from China was present. Chinese students also possess formidable strength. As they were departing, the brash African exchange student A gave Xiang Yuan a thumbs up, complimenting him. His remarks were merely frivolous. In truth, he did not genuinely harbor disdain for the Chinese, for otherwise, he would not have chosen to study in China. Thank you, practice your shooting. And perhaps we can play together sometime, Xiang Yuan replied courteously. The 3 exchange students left the basketball court. Xiang Yuan wished to leave, yet he found himself unable to do so. He was surrounded by a multitude of curious students. What year are you in? One inquired. Which college do you belong to? Another asked. Could you share your contact information? Ji Fei and Sun Jinghao approached Xiang Yuan and shook his hand. You must join the university basketball team, Ji Fei exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. Sun Jinghao nodded in agreement, gazing at Xiang Yuan with eager anticipation. The onlooking students shared the same sense of expectation. Xiang Yuan found himself at a loss and had no choice but to clarify that he was not a student of the school. Merely an ordinary high school student from a nearby neighborhood who happened to pass by. A high school student? You simply must take the entrance exam for our university. I shall immediately seek out the faculty in the Academic Affairs Office to arrange your special admission. Upon hearing this news, everyone became even more exhilarated. Chapter 19. Xiang Yuan's childhood sweetheart Xi Xian. Let me tell you, today at school I saw an incredibly handsome guy. What's this? You've just begun university and already wish to pursue romance? In a hotel, a tall and graceful young girl stood by the window, her beauty captivating. She appeared to be around 16 or 17, with an oval face, elongated brows, and a pair of sparkling, deep black eyes that radiated vitality. Her smile was enchanting, and she held a sleek black flip phone as she chatted with her best friend on the other end of the line. The dark casing accentuated her hands, which resembled white jade. The phone in her hand was the latest Motorola 8900 flip model, a luxury item that indicated her affluent background. This girl was none other than Xiang Yuan's childhood sweetheart, Tang Jixian. She had come to the hotel with her parents to meet Xiang Yuan's family. Soon, Xiang Yuan's family entered the hotel, and Tang Jixian's parents eagerly approached, engaging warmly with Xiang Yuan's parents. The moment Tang Jixian laid eyes on Xiang Yuan, her beautiful, expressive eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming. She abruptly halted, suppressing her joy, and replaced her expression with one of indifference. In as casual a tone as she could muster, she greeted him. You're here. In truth, she longed to rush over, take hold of Xiang Yuan's arm, and sweetly call out Yuan Guo in a playful manner. However, she refrained. After all, she was Tang Jixian, a proud little princess. To remain close to Xiang Yuan, she had even followed him to America, yet he had grown increasingly distant towards her. Why should this be? A swell of resentment brewed within her, manifesting as a mist in her eyes. She resolutely decided to ignore Xiang Yuan no matter what. Seeing Tang Zhixian's demeanor, Xiang Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Having lived 2 lives, he was acutely aware of her feelings. Over the past 3 years, he had been excessively cold and cruel toward her. Upon reflection, before his rebirth, Tang Zhixian had not cast him aside but had consistently claimed she would stand by him through hardships. At that time, the Tang family faced a rapid decline and could not assist the Xiang family. Meanwhile, Tang Zhixian's beauty attracted many affluent suitors, yet she paid them no mind, wishing only to remain with her Yuan Ge. However, during that period, the Xiang family had completely fallen from grace, and Xiang Yuan had succumbed to despair. His temperament growing increasingly volatile, at times turning to alcohol for solace. Xiang Yuan repeatedly rejected Tang Zhishuan, leaving her heartbroken. Ultimately, Tang Zhishuan married a wealthy heir worth over 100 million. On the day of the wedding, Xiang Yuan disrupted the banquet, causing a scene, and was subsequently beaten by security and expelled. Just a few days later, he took his own life. Following this, Xiang Yuan was reborn and, feeling unworthy to face Tang Zhishuan, chose to neglect her for 3 years. Upon reflection, it became evident that Tang Zhishuan had done nothing wrong. After 3 years in his new life, Xiang Yuan's heart began to heal, and he resolved to bid farewell to the past. Upon seeing the adorable yet pitiable Tang Zhishuan, he was finally overwhelmed by a surge of affection for her. After Xiang Yuan greeted Tang Zhishuan's parents, he magically produced the handbag his mother had purchased from behind him. "Here, this is your gift, specially bought in America," he said, placing the present into Tang Zhishuan's hands. He silently rejoiced, grateful for his mother's thoughtful gift. Otherwise, having neglected her for 3 years, he would have been at a loss for words on how to mend the rift. Upon seeing the gift, Tang Zhishuan felt a lump in her throat, and tears streamed down her face. Who could fathom the trials she had endured over these 3 years? The tall and handsome Xiang Yuan, who had cared for and cherished her since childhood, the one she had envisioned as her future husband, had suddenly turned his back on her. She had chased after him to America, only to discover that he was pursuing the campus beauty there. Although the American beauty never reciprocated his affections, her heart had already been wounded. When she confronted Xiang Yuan, he coldly stated that he had always regarded her as a sister. At that moment, she was left speechless. Indeed, they had never been engaged nor officially established a romantic relationship, as they were still young. However, their familiarity was profound, and her intuition told her that something was amiss. Yet, despite observing and waiting for 3 years, she had been unable to uncover the truth behind his behavior. She realized that Xiang Yuan was avoiding her, and his gaze towards her had grown increasingly complex. She also discerned that he was not genuinely pursuing those American beauties. He consistently chose the most difficult ones to woo, showing indifference to his failures, even appearing somewhat pleased by them. It left her utterly baffled. Yet now, none of that mattered. She had received a gift from Xiang Yuan. More importantly, she had glimpsed the emotion in his eyes. A woman's intuition is formidable. From Xiang Yuan's gaze, she saw guilt, relief, and an affection that had once been familiar yet had not graced her for 3 long years. Her Xiang Yuan had returned. "Look, your brother sent you a gift. And yet you're crying. How unbecoming." Tang Zhishuan's mother observed the scene and approached, embracing her daughter, a beautiful and intelligent woman. She understood her daughter's feelings for Xiang Yuan deeply. Seeing the two seemingly on the path to reconciliation, her heart felt a weight lift. Just as Xiang Yuan's mother held Tang Zhishuan in high regard, she too harbored a favorable opinion of Xiang Yuan. He was handsome, academically exceptional, of good character, and came from a respectable family. Their families had long-standing ties. A mother-in-law's affection for her son-in-law only grew with familiarity. Although she was unaware of the specifics of what had transpired between them, reconciliation was undoubtedly a positive development. "Xiang Yuan, you ought to apologize to Zhishuan without delay," urged Xiang Yuan's mother, joining in. I apologize. He quickly responded. Xiang Yuan raised his hand in surrender. "Zhixian, I am truly sorry for the distress I have caused you." Xiang Yuan's words were earnest and heartfelt, encapsulating the entirety of his complex emotions towards Tang Zhishuan. Both before and after his rebirth, his feelings were profoundly rich and overwhelming. Even their parents were taken aback, perceiving Xiang Yuan's maturity akin to that of an adult. With a sudden gasp, Tang Zhishuan, who had been quietly shedding tears, could no longer contain herself and burst into a heart-wrenching cry. Her tears flowed like rain on pear blossoms, prompting both families to hurriedly retreat into a private room at the hotel and close the door. The adults from both sides felt a palpable awkwardness, ultimately placing the entire burden of the situation upon Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan could only wear a forced smile, enduring countless criticisms. It was not until Tang Jixuan ceased her tears that Xiang Yuan felt a sense of relief. After her bout of crying, Tang Jixuan also felt a twinge of embarrassment, and thus took out her frustrations on Xiang Yuan. Only then did this incident truly come to a close. The two families gradually restored their harmonious and cheerful atmosphere. Xiang Yuan's father was engaged in a business conversation with Tang Jixuan's father. Xiang Yuan's mother and Tang Jixuan's mother were engaged in a conversation about bags and cosmetics. Meanwhile, Tang Jixuan sat sweetly beside Xiang Yuan, her curiosity akin to 100,000 questions as she chattered away, posing numerous inquiries to him. By the way, Brother Yuan, I heard before returning to the country that you have joined the first team of the basketball team at Songjing High School. This statement captured the attention of everyone present. Chapter 20. Should I yield him to you? The parents in attendance had never heard Xiang Yuan mention his involvement in basketball before, and their curiosity was piqued. Lacking familiarity with the sport, they listened intently as Tang Jixuan took it upon herself to enlighten them about the basketball realm, providing a detailed introduction that even Xiang Yuan was unaware of some aspects. It was only in his first year of high school that Xiang Yuan began to play basketball, which prompted Tang Jixuan to quietly take an interest in the sport and delve into its intricacies. Xiang Yuan was once again profoundly moved. When the parents finally grasped the concept of what it means to be a member of a high school varsity team in the United States, they were somewhat astonished. Do you intend to pursue basketball? Xiang Yuan's father inquired, furrowing his brow. Xiang Yuan's father was a slender man with sharply defined features, exuding an aura that commanded respect without uttering a word. His expression clearly conveyed disapproval of the situation at hand. His long-held aspiration was for Xiang Yuan to pursue advanced studies in the United States, gain admission to a prestigious business school, and eventually return to assist with the family business and inherit it. However, the unexpected turn of events, Xiang Yuan's involvement in basketball, left him quite displeased. Observing the expression on Xiang Yuan's father's face, Tang Jixuan stuck out her tongue and quickly came to his defense. Uncle Xiang, playing basketball does not hinder Brother Yuan's academic pursuits at all. In fact, it is immensely beneficial. In American society, individuals with strong athletic abilities are often perceived to possess a robust sense of collective honor, cooperation skills, and leadership qualities. Moreover, they tend to exhibit greater resilience and stress tolerance. Thus, many esteemed universities, such as the renowned Ivy League schools, actively recruit students with athletic prowess, which gives Brother Yuan a significant advantage. Xiang Yuan's father was somewhat familiar with the prestigious Ivy League, and upon realizing that Xiang Yuan might secure an opportunity to attend such an institution through his athletic skills, he ceased to question his son's choices. After offering a few reminders not to neglect his studies, the topic was laid to rest. The meal, which began with its share of twists and turns, concluded in a warm and cheerful atmosphere, filled with laughter and joy. Most importantly, Xiang Yuan and Tang Jixuan had reconciled. As she departed with her parents, a radiant smile adorned her face, sweeter than ever. Xiang Yuan's heart was genuinely stirred. However, it was still early. He was merely 16 years old, and Tang Jixuan was even 2 months younger than him. Now was not the time to contemplate romance. For the reborn Xiang Yuan, the most crucial task was to diligently play basketball, enhance his physical fitness, hone his skills, gain admission to a prestigious basketball school through high school, and ultimately realize his aspiration of entering the NBA. If he failed to reach the NBA and become a star player earning a salary in the millions, he would be unable to avert the impending doom of his family's bankruptcy. Such an outcome would lead to a repetition of the misfortunes he faced in his previous life, something he was determined to avoid. Basketball represented his greatest hope. Since their reconciliation, Tang Jixuan had reverted to her proud little princess demeanor. Essentially, whenever she had a moment to spare, she would seek out Xiang Yuan to play. Xiang Yuan finds herself utterly helpless, yet curiously, no one appears capable of subduing her. Xiang Yuan often laments that his heart is still too tender, having unwittingly opened Pandora's box and released the mischievous little enchantress into his life. Tang Jixuan spends her days either entangling him in conversation, dragging him on shopping excursions, or insisting he accompany her to indulge in culinary delights and watch films. Among these activities, the most arduous is undoubtedly sharing meals with the little enchantress. As Xiang Yuan strives to maintain his body fat percentage, he refrains from indulging in foods that could lead to weight gain. In contrast, the little enchantress is unperturbed. She samples every delectable treat she encounters, albeit in modest portions, and somehow remains unaffected by the calories. Xiang Yuan was engulfed in a profound sense of anguish. He, too, was a lover of culinary delights. Yet now, he found himself hesitating to indulge in the sumptuous dishes that tantalized his senses, which only served to heighten his torment. It felt as though he were attempting to compensate for the previous 3 years of deprivation. The little enchantress had spirited him away for days of unrestrained merriment. Eventually, having exhausted most of the activities, she suggested that Xiang Yuan take her to play basketball. This aligned more closely with his inclinations. In his devotion to accompany the little sorceress, he had foregone his training for several days. Prior to his return home, he had assured Coach George that he would maintain a rigorous training regimen each day. Alas, he had broken that promise. Fortunately, in this era devoid of smartphones, Coach George was spared the indignity of berating him through a video call. The little sorceress proposed a visit to a nearby university's basketball court. As she had a dear friend studying there and wished to introduce them, Xiang Yuan contemplated for a moment. Realizing that there were indeed no suitable training venues in the vicinity, and thus he acquiesced. The two proceeded to the basketball court at the University of Engineering. It had been nearly 2 weeks since Xiang Yuan's last appearance there, where he had triumphed over the American exchange student. Xiang Yuan pondered that the university campus was vast enough for no one to recognize him. The little sorceress's best friend was attending a class and would not arrive for a while. Thus, Xiang Yuan took it upon himself to practice shooting hoops with the basketballs they had just purchased from the mall. The little sorceress, reluctant to participate, feared that exertion would cause her makeup to smudge, so she opted to sit nearby and watch. Whenever Xiang Yuan successfully made several consecutive shots, she would cheer in delight. "Well, handsome guy, you finally returned." As Xiang Yuan was practicing his shot, a sudden gasp echoed around him. A girl appeared beside him, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age. With her delicate, straight nose, rosy cherry lips, and glistening white teeth, her complexion was as pure as snow, and her beauty was unparalleled. The girl's long eyelashes fluttered, complemented by her lively, expressive eyes, which bestowed upon her an aura of innocent charm and delightful vivacity. She circled around Xiang Yuan twice, scrutinizing him from head to toe while exclaiming in wonder, "Handsome guy, how old are you this year? Do you have a girlfriend?" Xiang Yuan was taken aback. The girl appeared to embody the essence of an esteemed campus beauty, seemingly an unattainable figure, yet to his surprise, she spoke with such audacity. Just as he found himself at a loss, the little sorceress rushed over. "Qingxi, what are you up to?" The girl turned her head, and upon seeing Tang Zhishuan, she excitedly pulled her closer, exclaiming, "Zhishuan, look, this is the handsome guy I told you about the other day. Isn't he striking? Should I offer him to you?" Her words struck Xiang Yuan like a thunderbolt. It dawned on him that the two were complete strangers. Yet she had already claimed him as hers and was even presenting him as a gift. "Qingxi, what nonsense are you spouting?" Tang Zhishuan's face flushed, a blend of embarrassment and mortification washing over her. Goodness, how had she come to befriend such a mischievous companion? She felt utterly humiliated. Chapter 21. Coach, can I play center? Throughout the summer, apart from spending time with his parents, Xiang Yuan devoted the remainder of his days to the little sorceress. Eventually, he welcomed the addition of the girl named Rong Qingxi, his mischievous companion. Whenever Xiang Yuan trains at the basketball court of the university, the little witch invariably calls Rong Qingxi to join him. Occasionally, Xiang Yuan competes in matches against the university students, and the two of them cheer him on from the sidelines, drawing envious and jealous glances from the entire crowd. Soon, the summer vacation arrives. Xiang Yuan returned to the United States with Tang Zhishuan. During this summer vacation, his overall evaluation only increased by less than 2 points, reaching a total of 40 points. However, during this time, the system presented several side quests, allowing Xiang Yuan's score to rise to 500 points. He could either draw from the bronze card pool 5 times or the silver card pool once. Upon returning to school, Xiang Yuan faced a harsh reprimand from Coach George. It was evident that he had gained weight, with his body fat percentage rising by 2 points. Despite his best efforts to control his diet while indulging in culinary delights with the little witch, the temptation of delicious food proved overwhelming at times. This, over time, led to the current outcome. Xiang Yuan had no words to offer, merely bowing his head to endure the reprimand. After Coach George vented his frustration, he gathered the entire team to announce a significant matter. The Florida Inter-High School Basketball League was about to commence. September 10th marked the day of the match between Songjing High School and Coral Reef High School, with Songjing High School hosting the challenge. This encounter had not drawn much attention, as neither team boasted any renowned superstar players. In the highly competitive state of Florida, myriad captivating matches awaited coverage from journalists, and numerous talented players were eager to be discovered by scouts. Consequently, the interest in this match was predominantly from local basketball reporters in Sarasota. Prior to the game, Xiang Yuan exhausted his last chance at the bronze card pool lottery. This would be his first official match with the Songjing High School team, and as a starter, he understood the importance of making a dazzling impression. In this draw, he only wished for a typical C-level player, fervently hoping not to receive a role akin to a ticket seller. Otherwise, he would be left with no choice but to resort to the last resort Nash card. To his astonishment, fortune smiled upon him in this draw, and with an 8 probability, he obtained a B-level player card. B-level character card, Mehmet Okur player profile, selected 9th overall in the second round of the 2001 NBA draft, with career averages of 13, 5 points, 1, 7 assists, and 7.0 rebounds per game, peaking at an average of 18 points, 2, 4 assists, and 9.1 rebounds. Badges, 1. Dominator of the paint, bronze, slightly enhances defensive capabilities and paint protection. 2. No backing down, bronze, slightly improves back-to-basket defensive maneuvers. 3. Spatial messenger, silver, increases three-point and long-range shooting accuracy while playing as a center. Specialty, three-point shooting. It was indeed him. In a previous life, as a fervent fan of the old Rockets during the Yao McGrady era, Xiang Yuan harbored a deep-seated animosity toward this player. Back then, the Utah Jazz were the Rockets' playoff nemesis, and during those series, Okur's defense posed significant challenges for the Rockets. He would often position his body upright like a pillar, disrupting Yao Ming's shots. The unfortunate result was that the Rockets, despite appearing formidable, were eliminated by the Jazz, failing to advance past the playoff rounds. Now, Xiang Yuan could only exclaim in disbelief, "My goodness, this is truly delightful." Xiang Yuan directly utilized the character card, and to his astonishment, he discovered that Okur's character card boasted an impressive inheritance rate of 73. In light of this, the enhancement to Xiang Yuan's abilities was quite significant. Originally classified as a B-level character, coupled with the elevated inheritance rate, Xiang Yuan's overall rating surged to 59. What does this signify? With just a few more points, Xiang Yuan could enter the NBA draft. However, upon examining the detailed attributes, he noted that this character card significantly boosted his interior defense, low post defense, rebounding, and three-point shooting. Thus, to fully unleash the potential bestowed by Okur's character card, it would be most advantageous for Xiang Yuan to assume the role of a space-oriented center, fortifying the defense in the paint while creating offensive space. Prior to the game, Xiang Yuan approached Coach George, hesitantly requesting, "May I play the center position in this match?" Coach George, taken aback, responded with a puzzled expression. "Why?" Xiang Yuan explained. "I heard the opposing center possesses formidable offensive capabilities, but lacks speed. I also feel particularly confident in my three-point shooting today. If I play center, I can draw the opposing defense out, and if they fail to adjust, I can capitalize with a three-point shot." After contemplating Xiang Yuan's rationale, Coach George found it somewhat plausible. The opposing center indeed embodied the traditional archetype, excelling in interior scoring. His pre-game strategy had been to employ a singular defensive approach while implementing supplementary help defense. He had never envisioned allowing a guard-forward hybrid like Xiang Yuan to take on that challenge. Yet, now that Xiang Yuan had proposed it, Coach George observed his physique and considered it worth a try. Crucially, Coach George intended to establish Xiang Yuan as the team's cornerstone, as the focal point. The strategy should revolve around his playing style. Consequently, Coach George amended the lineup, positioning Xiang Yuan at center, and submitted it promptly. Soon after, the game commenced. During the opening tip-off, Xiang Yuan, leveraging his remarkable vertical leap, secured possession of the ball. He passed it to his point guard teammate and sprinted directly into the opponent's paint. Intriguingly, the opposing center, with a dismissive attitude toward the seemingly frail Eastern player, thought, "Is this a challenge to my prowess?" He aimed to dominate Xiang Yuan. However, once he established his defensive position, Xiang Yuan unexpectedly vacated the paint, retreating to the top of the arc to set a screen for his point guard. Inevitably, it was futile. The opposing defender maneuvered around Xiang Yuan, yet remained steadfastly attached to the point guard of Songjing High School. Concurrently, Luther Mazer advanced his position, allowing him to deftly disrupt any drives or mid-range shots. At that moment, he noticed that Xiang Yuan remained stationary. Under normal circumstances, as a center, after executing a screen, one should seamlessly transition back into the paint. ready to either engage in the offense or position oneself for a rebound. However, Xiang Yuan lingered at the top of the arc, motionless. At this juncture, he found himself unguarded. The point guard, recognizing this opportunity, swiftly returned the ball to Xiang Yuan without hesitation. The opponents were unaware that Xiang Yuan's original designation was that of a swingman. In other words, swoosh. With a swift motion, Xiang Yuan executed a precise arc-topped three-pointer, propelling Songjing High School into the lead. Luther Mazel exclaimed, "Is it reasonable for a center like you to venture out for a three-pointer?" As the possession shifted, Mazel dashed into the paint, eagerly reaching out for the ball. He was determined to reclaim his dominance on the offensive end. Observing Xiang Yuan's complexion, he instinctively underestimated the young man's strength. An Eastern player capable of shooting three-pointers? Just wait until I dominate you in the paint. The arrogant king, Luther Mazel, received a pass from his teammate and, brimming with confidence, charged towards the basket, believing he could easily overpower Xiang Yuan with his formidable strength. However, after several attempts to assert his might, he found himself at a loss, unable to budge Xiang Yuan. Consequently, he became somewhat disoriented, inadvertently increasing the force in his arms and shoulders, causing his movements to become awkward. Xiang Yuan was forcibly pushed aside. Haha, the outcome remains unchanged. He was exceedingly pleased, just about to attempt a layup when he heard the sharp sound of a whistle. Offensive foul. The referee gestured accordingly. What? How could it be an offensive foul? How did you come to that judgment? He shouted in exasperation. The referee paid him no heed. Songjing High School was now in possession of the ball. Ma Zaire, while retreating on defense, attempted to reason with the referee. His speed was already inferior to Xiang Yuan's. And with the delay, by the time he crossed half-court, Xiang Yuan had already dashed into the restricted area. A teammate delivered a precise pass, and Xiang Yuan seized the ball, leaping up for a magnificent two-handed slam dunk. The score stood at 5-0. Chapter 22. Victory amidst the lively commentary and the voices of guests. The match between Songjing High School and Coral Reef High School was in full swing. Commentator: the Coral Reef High School team is on the offense. Their interior core has already committed a foul at the start. Will this affect the flow of the game? Luther Mazair entered the paint, positioning himself behind Songjing High School's center, ready to receive the ball. He was situated in a position that was neither ideal for low-post nor high-post play. Songjing High School's center, Xiang Yuan, possessed formidable core strength. It was the first time I had encountered a high school student of Asian descent with such remarkable core power. Guest, I inquired about the roster of Songjing High School. I heard that Xiang Yuan plays as a swingman? Commentator: perhaps this is the brilliance of Coach George. The only one capable of containing Luther Mazair is Xiang Yuan. By limiting this interior core, they have effectively seized control of the game. Luther Mazair began his back-to-basket play, this time exercising caution. He no longer attempted to force his way in. He could not overpower Xiang Yuan. Unable to penetrate the paint, he pivoted for a jump shot. There was hardly any room. Xiang Yuan's defense was impeccable. Disturbed, the basketball ricocheted off the rim. Xiang Yuan secured the defensive rebound and passed it to the point guard. George Harry. What is he doing? The center is running back? Xiang Yuan evaded Mazair's defense. The latter was far too sluggish. Xiang Yuan sprinted to beyond the three-point line. Receiving the ball, he took the shot, another three-pointer, and it went in. Xiang Yuan had scored 8 points right from the start. Guest: this Xiang Yuan seems remarkably talented. Why does he have no recognition? Commentator: he just joined the Songjing High School basketball team this year. All I know is that he was previously a cheerleader, and beyond that, I am not well informed. Guest: absurd. Is the staff of the Songjing High School team completely oblivious? At this moment, the coach of Coral Reef High School called for a timeout. Having suffered an alarming 0-8 deficit at the onset, his expression was ominously dark. Prior to the match, he had neglected to gather sufficient intelligence, unaware that Songjing High School boasted the formidable player Xiang Yuan. Initially brimming with confidence, he now felt as though he had been dealt a crushing blow. Luther, if you cannot overpower your opponent, do not force it. Instead, focus on providing support to your teammates. Do not allow Xiang Yuan any open shots. If you find yourself unable to keep up, ensure that you cover for each other. Luther, your duty is to guard our restricted area. Come on, lads, lift your spirits. Songjing High School is merely our subservient adversary, not a cause for concern. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. Although Luther Mazel felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, he dared not defy his coach. Thus, during the offensive plays, he refrained from demanding the ball, opting instead to engage in screens. His imposing physique made the screens quite effective. Following the screen, he rolled into the paint. And a quick-thinking teammate delivered a beautiful lob pass right into Mazel's hands. Seizing the moment, Mazel executed a powerful two-handed dunk, securing 2 points. Upon landing, he let out a roar, releasing the pent-up fury within. Xiang Yuan chuckled. Have the tactics changed? Very well, then I shall adjust my defensive strategy accordingly. In the ensuing rounds, Xiang Yuan ceased to shadow Mazel closely. Instead, he engaged in screens, positioning himself centrally and slightly behind to thwart any drives from the opposing team and prevent any players involved in screens from breaking through. The adversary managed to create a couple of shooting opportunities, yet due to the considerable distance of their shots, only one found its mark. This was within an acceptable range. However, Xiang Yuan could no longer secure the relatively effortless three-point chances. Nevertheless, this posed little issue for him. Although he was playing the center position today, it merely indicated that he would excel in that role. It did not diminish his inherent versatility as a swingman. Xiang Yuan's mid-range shots, breakthroughs, and three-pointers exposed the numerous defensive flaws of Coral Reef High School, leaving them in a state of despair. Luther Mazel was nearly in tears, as the opposing center performed offensively with the finesse of a guard and the agility of a forward, while defensively proving to be stronger than most centers he had encountered. As a result, under Xiang Yuan's influence, Songjing High School concluded the first half with a commanding lead of 43-26. In a mere 15 minutes of play, Xiang Yuan delivered an impressive performance, amassing 20 points, 2 assists, and 4 rebounds. The home crowd at Songjing High School erupted with exuberance. Prior to the game, none could have anticipated such a significant lead for Songjing High School, nor could they have fathomed the remarkable prowess of Xiang Yuan. Divine favor seemed to shine upon them. At last, Songjing High School was on the verge of nurturing its very own basketball star. In stark contrast, the atmosphere at Coral Reef High School was one of desolation, with both coach and players displaying grim expressions. After much contemplation, the coach made a resolute decision. Luther, in the second half, when Xiang Yuan takes the court, you shall remain seated. I will have Carlo replace you. Coach, exclaimed Luther Mazel, rising abruptly from his seat. There's no need to say more. Can you keep up with Xiang Yuan? The coach waved his hand dismissively. Luther's face flushed, leaving him momentarily speechless. As the second half commenced, spectators were astonished to discover that the core center of Coral Reef High School, who had averaged 8 points and 7 rebounds last year, was inexplicably absent from the game. Clever move, but ultimately futile, Coach George remarked with a triumphant smile as he glanced at his counterpart from Coral Reef High School. Following the lineup adjustment, Coral Reef High School's new center indeed proved to be quicker than Mazel, making it more challenging for Xiang Yuan to secure easy three-point or mid-range shots. However, this did not daunt Xiang Yuan. He swiftly adapted his strategy. Although the opposing center was faster, he lacked the strength and physique that Mazel possessed. In fact, bolstered by his role card, Xiang Yuan's power surpassed that of Mazel. Now, facing this center, he held a distinct advantage in strength. Thus, he began to assertively penetrate the paint, leaving the opposing center struggling to defend against him. Xiang Yuan's shooting percentage in the paint soared above 80. The opposing coach, utterly exasperated, had no choice but to reintroduce Mazel into the game, particularly with the latter's incessant clamoring. Upon seeing Mazel take the court, Xiang Yuan began to make his way towards the perimeter. Although his shooting percentage from beyond the arc began to decline, hampered by fatigue and defensive pressure, it did little to hinder Songjing High School from extending their lead. It can be said that Xiang Yuan single-handedly dismantled the entire roster and game plan of Coral Reef High School. Ultimately, as the final whistle blew, the scoreboard read 79-54, with Songjing High School triumphing by a substantial margin of 25 points. Xiang Yuan achieved an impressive performance, hitting 11 out of 18 shots, including 4 three-pointers, and converting 3 out of 4 free throws, culminating in a splendid tally of 29 points, alongside 4 assists and 9 rebounds. After the game, local reporters surrounded Xiang Yuan eagerly. Chapter 23, The Ascent of Fame. This match epitomized the essence of the entire high school basketball league's regional tournament. Under Xiang Yuan's leadership, Songjing High School surged forth, securing a spot in the championship tournament with an astonishing winning rate exceeding 80. During this period, the system unveiled multiple side quests related to statistics and outcomes, allowing Xiang Yuan to amass a considerable number of points. Xiang Yuan expended a portion of his points to draw from the bronze card pool 8 times, resulting in 4 C-grade players, 1 B-grade player, 1 C-grade ball boy, 1 C-grade assistant coach, and 1 C-grade scout. After numerous matches, Xiang Yuan's prowess experienced a remarkable enhancement, earning him a silver badge. It can be stated that, at this juncture, Xiang Yuan's inherent abilities have ascended to the level of a 4-star high school athlete, even without the utilization of character cards. Throughout these 3 months of competition, Xiang Yuan has averaged 7 points, 7 assists, and 4 rebounds per game. Among his most spectacular performances was the match against Alexander Dreyfus Arts High School, where, utilizing the B-grade character card, Cassidius Young, he astonishingly scored 36 points, delivered 8 assists, and secured 16 rebounds in a single game, thereby setting new records for both points and rebounds in a single game for Songjing High School, etching a significant milestone in the school's history. At this point, Xiang Yuan had begun to gain a modest reputation within the high school basketball scene in Florida. Although he still fell short of the stature of Vince Carter, he had already emerged as a star player. During the winter break, Xiang Yuan chose not to return to China, as this period proved to be crucial. In March, the championship tournament was set to commence, a competition that would significantly impact Xiang Yuan's future. Although Xiang Yuan has now reached the threshold of a 4-star high school player, the media has temporarily rated him at 3 stars. The primary reason for this rating is his lack of exposure and insufficient fame. Additionally, Xiang Yuan's performance has not been particularly stable. He has delivered astonishing displays in some games, shattering records, yet in others, he has played rather ordinarily, lacking a commanding presence. Therefore, he needs to train alongside his team, fostering synergy and allowing his teammates to adapt to his rhythm, while simultaneously enhancing his physical attributes and refining his skills. Only then can Songjing High School advance further in the upcoming championships, and only then can Xiang Yuan attain greater visibility. Moreover, he has made an agreement with Carter to meet in the finals. In pursuit of this goal, Xiang Yuan has exerted tremendous effort, to the point where even his coach has urged him to take breaks. The winter break for American high schools is brief, and it passed swiftly. By February, Xiang Yuan returned to his homeland to celebrate the Spring Festival, only to hurry back shortly thereafter. Throughout the winter break, through his diligent training, he once again enhanced his physical qualities and overall abilities. By March, Xiang Yuan's attributes had undergone a significant transformation. Host: Xiang Yuan physical attributes: height 201 centimeters, weight 97, 5 kilograms points, 1,000 badges, rapid jump, bronze, spatial messenger, silver, special skills, none character card, 12 ability evaluation, offense 58, defense 57, organization 43, athleticism 64, finishing 52, basketball IQ 69, aesthetic appeal 36, leadership 21, attributes slightly varied, overall evaluation 50. Upon reaching this overall evaluation, the system unlocked the golden card pool. Xiang Yuan glanced at the introduction to the golden card pool and found it truly enticing. Golden card pool, character levels and probabilities: C-level characters, probability 8; B-level characters, probability 41; A-level characters, probability 27; 51 S-level characters, probability 18; 69 SS-level characters, probability 2; 70 SSS-level characters, probability 0; 30 drawing opportunity 1. Upon seeing the golden card pool, Xiang Yuan felt a surge of confidence for the upcoming tournament. Currently, the only concern was his insufficient points. Fortunately, after numerous matches, he had begun to discern a pattern. Whenever significant competitions were on the horizon, the system would issue certain tasks, such as achieving a specific score, securing a certain number of rebounds, or winning the match while meeting set statistical criteria. These tasks varied in difficulty, serving as a stable avenue for Xiang Yuan to accumulate points. In March, the tournament commenced. Xiang Yuan is brimming with confidence, eager to showcase his talents in the championship. Indeed, the reality aligns with this aspiration. Xiang Yuan, in a fervent display during the championship, achieved an impressive average of 8 points, 2 assists, and 7 rebounds per game. Notably, he once delivered a remarkable performance, recording a staggering double-double of 30 points and 20 rebounds in a single match. Xiang Yuan, leading the previously feeble Songjing High School, has remarkably forged a path to the top 4, overcoming formidable challenges along the way. In the semifinals, however, Songjing High School faced significant adversity, trailing by as much as 17 points at the end of the first half. Yet, in a stunning display of prowess, Xiang Yuan erupted in the second half, scoring 21 points and securing 8 rebounds. Ultimately, he achieved a double-double with 31 points and 13 rebounds. guiding Songjing High School to a dramatic comeback victory over the prestigious Higher High School. This match unveiled the true potential of this player from China, showcasing his audacity, resilience, indomitable spirit, and formidable individual skills. In the semifinals, Xiang Yuan further demonstrated his remarkable composure under pressure. The match pitted Songjing High School against the esteemed William Turner School. Prior to the game, few believed that Songjing High School stood a chance of victory, as William Turner is a renowned powerhouse, boasting a roster filled with exceptional talent, including 2 3-star and 1 4-star players. Their objective this year was nothing short of the championship. Despite Songjing High School's impressive journey to the semifinals, William Turner held them in low regard, recognizing that Xiang Yuan was their sole point of strength and deemed him insufficient to reach the level of Vince Carter. Their strategy was simple: deploy their strongest defensive player and implement a targeted double team to effectively neutralize Xiang Yuan, thereby securing an effortless victory. Their assessment was indeed accurate, however. They underestimated the tenacity of Xiang Yuan, who proved to be an uncontainable force on the court. Before the match, Xiang Yuan utilized a character card, which he had drawn from the silver card pool gifted by the system many days prior to this contest. After employing this card, Xiang Yuan immediately entered an invincible mode. No matter how the William Turner School rotated their players or what defensive strategies they employed, they could not contain Xiang Yuan. Ultimately, he achieved a triple-double with 29 points, 10 assists, and 14 rebounds, leading his team to a victory by a margin of 3 points and advancing to the finals. The attention surrounding the tournament was significantly greater than that of the previous regional competitions. Xiang Yuan has truly captured the attention of major media outlets across Florida. Consequently, renowned media organizations are vying to report on him, and his fame is rapidly ascending. Currently, Xiang Yuan boasts a composite score of 50, a rating derived from a comprehensive evaluation of his career. This score differs from those assigned by external media sources. For a player at the high school level, a system score of 50 signifies an upper-tier level of ability within the hierarchy. Based on his performance in the championship, the media has awarded Xiang Yuan a score of 89, placing him 5th in Florida and 10th nationwide among the high school class of 1995, already marking him as a near 5-star recruit. The only reason he has not attained 5 stars is due to the limited number of games he has participated in. In contrast, Vince Carter holds a score of 98, ranking 2nd nationally. The top position, however, belongs to that man. Chapter 24, The Finals, Here I Come. On March 25th, 1996, the Florida High School Basketball League Finals are about to commence. One side is led by Vince Carter in the Daytona Beach Mainland High School, while the other is spearheaded by Xiang Yuan and the Pine View High School. Major media outlets have congregated at the American Airlines Arena in Miami, where an enthusiastic crowd has filled the venue, which can accommodate 19,600 spectators. Among the audience, fans of Daytona Beach Mainland High School, or rather Carter's supporters, constitute a significant majority, while a smaller contingent comprises fans of Pine View High School. Before the game, Xiang Yuan sought out Carter. During this time, Carter has been closely following Xiang Yuan, and they have met privately several times, fostering a growing friendship. Now, witnessing Xiang Yuan's remarkable journey to the finals, Carter is genuinely pleased. He recognizes that, within the realm of Florida, Xiang Yuan is the only player capable of challenging him. However, this time, he will not yield to Xiang Yuan. He is determined to secure that coveted championship for his alma mater. As Xiang Yuan approaches, Carter rises to greet him with a handshake, followed by a warm embrace. "Congratulations on reaching this stage," Carter exclaims. "Thank you, brother," Xiang Yuan replies. Xiang Yuan did not utter the same words to Carter, for he understood that Carter's ascent to this point was inevitable. In his previous life, Carter had led the Daytona Beach Continental High School to victory during this very year. However, in this incarnation, the champion Carter is destined to face formidable challenges. For he has arrived. "This time, I shall not hold back. Let us engage in a fair competition," Carter declared. "Indeed, I too shall not relent, and in this match, I will become even stronger. You must be cautious." Xiang Yuan responded with fervor. The two embraced once more before turning and returning to their respective teams. What Xiang Yuan and Carter were unaware of was that their conversation had been comprehensively recorded by a nearby journalist using a miniature camera and a voice recorder, which would later serve as a testament to the bond of friendship between the two. Xiang Yuan returned to the team and approached Coach George. "Coach, if I were to play as a shooting guard or a small forward in this match, What would our chances of victory be? After a moment of contemplation, Coach George replied, less than 30%. And what about as a center or power forward? Not even 40%, he candidly admitted. Coach George understood that Daytona Beach Continental High School was exceptionally formidable, and although Xiang Yuan was indeed strong, he was still not a match for Carter. In truth, reaching the finals was already an extraordinary achievement for Songjing High School. While Coach George harbored aspirations of winning a championship, he was acutely aware that, at this juncture, the prowess of Songjing High School fell short compared to that of Daytona Beach Continental High School. Xiang Yuan is fully aware of this fact. Yet he is unwilling to let it go so easily. He is currently a 4-star high school student, and this competition holds the key to his advancement to 5 stars. Achieving 5-star status would open up a vast array of opportunities for his college selection. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Coach George and inquired, "What if I play as the point guard?" Coach George appeared somewhat bewildered, responding with a hint of confusion. "What did you say?" Xiang Yuan reiterated, "I ask, what are our chances of victory if I play as the point guard?" Only then did Coach George comprehend that Xiang Yuan was earnestly posing this inquiry. A point guard? You, a towering swingman exceeding 2 meters, now wish to assume the role of point guard? To be frank, Coach George had never contemplated this possibility. He had never witnessed Xiang Yuan occupying the point guard position. Now, in this most pivotal game, Xiang Yuan unexpectedly declared his intention to play as the point guard. He was at a loss regarding Xiang Yuan's thought process. However, as he gazed into Xiang Yuan's eyes, he discerned a profound determination. It was reminiscent of the very first game in the high school basketball league. In that match, Xiang Yuan, who had never played as a center, boldly proposed to take on the center position and successfully contain the opposing team's core center, leading the team to victory. Could he possibly recreate that moment? Coach George's mind raced with contemplation. If Xiang Yuan were to match up against Carter, he would not hold a distinct advantage. At other positions, in an ideal scenario, only 2 or 3 positions might be evenly matched, resulting in an overall disadvantage. However, if Xiang Yuan were to take on the role of point guard, there is a possibility for him to excel, which would indeed be advantageous. The point guard position is pivotal in orchestrating the entire team's dynamics. If Xiang Yuan performs well, it would enhance various aspects such as spatial choices and tactical coordination, thereby neutralizing the disadvantages against other players aside from Carter. Hence, one advantage point could be attributed to Songjing High School and another to Daytona Beach Mainland High School, while other positions would largely balance out. Coach George contemplated this strategy for an extended period, increasingly convinced of its viability, and his complexion gradually flushed with burgeoning hope. "Can you truly do it?" he asked, locking eyes with Xiang Yuan. "Just watch me," Xiang Yuan replied. "All right." Under normal circumstances, Songjing High School's chances of victory are exceedingly slim. Coach George finally resolved. "Fortune favors the bold. Today, you will play as point guard." Subsequently, Coach George convened the entire team to reorganize their positions and devise new strategies based on this adjustment. The other players from Songjing High School did not voice any objections. They had grown accustomed to Xiang Yuan's frequent positional changes, though this would be the first time he would assume the role of point guard. After finalizing these arrangements, Coach George submitted the team roster. Soon, the time for the match approached, and the announcer began introducing the players from both teams. The large screen in the gymnasium first displayed the lineup for Daytona Beach Mainland High School. Center, Bill Elliott, power forward. Leo Steven, small forward. Vince Carter. Shooting guard, Rock Toby, point guard. Paul Marion. As the screen illuminated and the announcer called out their names, the players from Daytona Beach Mainland High School emerged one by one. When Carter took the court, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Following the introduction of Daytona Beach Mainland High School's lineup, the veil was lifted on Songjing High School's roster. Center, Josh Happ, power forward. Colin Reed, small forward. Adam Eve. Shooting guard, Elijah Walton. Point guard, Xiang Yuan. Upon seeing Xiang Yuan's position, the audience was momentarily perplexed, mistaking it for a clerical error on the part of the staff. After all, Xiang Yuan had always been perceived as a forward by both spectators and media alike. Everyone had anticipated witnessing the matchup between Xiang Yuan and Carter, but now, Xiang Yuan had suddenly transitioned to the role of point guard. Amidst the audience's skepticism, the commentator approached Coach George for clarification, who provided a reassuring affirmation. Once the commentator brought the situation to light, a tremendous uproar erupted from the crowd. The spectators believed that Xiang Yuan had succumbed to fear. They jeered at him, labeling him a coward and urging him to return home to suckle, thus venting their discontent through scornful remarks. Xiang Yuan paid no heed to the clamor surrounding him. His gaze remained resolute and his steps firm. Amidst the commentary of the event, the spectators' doubts, and Carter's puzzled expression, he strode confidently into the arena. Chapter 25, Point Guard Xiang Yuan Ding. The host has activated the Steve Nash character card. Based on the host's physical condition, the overall inheritance of the character card stands at 65. Xiang Yuan glanced at his attributes and discovered that his overall evaluation had reached 65. This was the highest score he had achieved since the awakening of the system. Simultaneously, the system released the main and side quests. The main quest required him to score at least 25 points, 5 assists, and 5 rebounds in the finals against Daytona Beach High School, offering a reward of 1,000 points. The side quest called for him to achieve over 10 assists, with a reward of 500 points. Another side quest aimed at securing the championship, granting a special reward draw opportunity. One could only marvel at the generosity of the rewards for the finals. Once both teams took to the court, the match officially commenced. At the opening jump ball, the center of Songjing High School, Josh Harp, timed his leap perfectly, securing possession for his team. The ball landed in the hands of Adam Eve, who surveyed the court before passing it to Xiang Yuan. Songjing High School had long established Xiang Yuan as their core player, and thus, his teammates were accustomed to entrusting the ball to him. Had it not been for this understanding, Coach George would not have readily agreed to let Xiang Yuan play as the point guard, as it would disrupt the overall rhythm of the team. Xiang Yuan advanced the ball into the front court. Opposing him was Paul Marion, the point guard from Daytona Beach Mainland High School. As he observed the towering figure of Xiang Yuan, standing around 2 meters tall, a peculiar sensation arose within him. Was it truly reasonable for someone of such stature to be playing as a point guard? Paul Marion, at a mere 186 centimeters, realized that if Xiang Yuan were to shoot right in front of him, he would have no means to effectively disrupt the attempt. He thought to himself that this makeshift point guard must possess inadequate ball handling and protective skills, and thus he focused intently on Xiang Yuan's hands, hoping to identify a flaw and seize the opportunity to steal the ball. However, to his astonishment, Xiang Yuan's dribbling was remarkably fluid, exhibiting no apparent weaknesses. In truth, it was the effect of the Nashka's badge of Old Mother Hen, Silver, that was at play. Xiang Yuan skillfully dribbled the ball forward, executing a series of deft crossovers. He feigned a drive to the left, causing Marion to shift his weight in that direction. Seizing the moment, Xiang Yuan performed a behind-the-back dribble, retracting his body and then surging towards the right. How absurd. Does he underestimate me? Although Marion had leaned to one side, his exceptional body control allowed him to regain his balance in an instant. With a swift lateral movement, he positioned himself to obstruct Xiang Yuan's advance on the right. However, just as the smirk on Marion's lips was about to fully form, Xiang Yuan executed a sudden crossover, darting once more to the left. It turned out that this maneuver was merely a ruse. Alas, by the time Marion realized the need to defend, it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as Xiang Yuan surged past him. After Xiang Yuan broke through the defense, he charged towards the basket. The opposing center leaped in an attempt to thwart Xiang Yuan's advance. However, due to Xiang Yuan's considerable height and long reach, and the fact that the opposing center was of similar stature, executing a block proved to be a formidable challenge. The center could only lean forward in an effort to disrupt Xiang Yuan's trajectory. Xiang Yuan leaned his body against the defender, creating a measure of space, and then executed a left-handed scoop shot. The basketball circled the rim before ultimately settling into the net. Beep. The ball went in, signaling a successful play. It was a 2-point basket with an additional free throw opportunity. Xiang Yuan approached the free throw line and confidently sank the shot. The coach of Daytona Beach Mainland High School furrowed his brow. From this exchange, it was evident that the opposing Songjing High School displayed a commendable strategy. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for they had Vince Carter on their side. As the ball changed possession, Daytona Beach Mainland High School advanced past the half-court, passing the ball to their pivotal player, Carter. Confronted by Songjing High School's forward, Adam Eve, Carter executed a deceptively simple feint before unleashing his lightning-quick first step, effortlessly breaking through to the vicinity of the paint. Upon spotting Josh Harp, who was poised to defend beneath the basket, Carter leaped into the air. The altitude of his jump was nothing short of breathtaking. In that moment, Harp was engulfed in darkness, a sinking feeling washing over him, heralding an ominous premonition. Indeed, Carter's figure materialized mid-air, and before Harp, he slammed the basketball into the hoop with a singular ferocity. It was a spectacular dunk over an opponent. Harp had unwittingly become the backdrop to Carter's athletic prowess. A roar akin to a tidal wave erupted from the crowd. The match unfolded in an exhilarating back-and-forth exchange, with one team executing a driving layup for an and one, while the other countered with a dunk over an adversary. The competition had scarcely begun. Yet the atmosphere was palpably charged with excitement. Following his dunk, Carter's expression was devoid of elation. He despised this sensation. He thrived on competition. The forward from Songjing High School posed no challenge to him defensively. Rather than retreating hastily, Carter initiated a full-court press without waiting for the coach's directive. His intent was not solely to lead the defense, but to engage in a conversation with Xiang Yuan. Why? Carter approached Xiang Yuan, his demeanor serious as he inquired. Xiang Yuan understood the inquiry that Carter was about to pose. Individual competition does not equate to genuine rivalry. It is the competition among teams that truly matters. Xiang Yuan declared, as a point guard, "I will elevate Songjing High School to greater heights. If you wish to secure the championship effortlessly, you must first seek our consent at Songjing High School." Carter was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a bold assertion from Xiang Yuan. The team, digesting Xiang Yuan's words, gradually broke into smiles. "Very well, let us engage in a contest of teamwork," Carter proclaimed. "This match, Daytona Beach Continental High School is determined to prevail." As the two conversed, the players of Songjing High School had already advanced the ball past half-court. Subsequently, Xiang Yuan crossed the midline. The ball returned to his possession. However, this time, Carter stood before him. Observing Carter's defensive stance, Xiang Yuan smiled. "My friend, it seems you still do not grasp my meaning." With that, he raised his hand, signaling a 1 to his entire team. This was one of the strategies Coach George had assigned before the game. Upon seeing this gesture, Josh Harp, who had just been dunked on, repositioned himself to set a screen for Xiang Yuan. Carter was momentarily hindered by the screen, despite his determined effort to keep pace with Xiang Yuan. The latter had already dribbled towards the left at a 45-degree angle. On the side of Daytona Beach Continental High School, due to Carter's sudden shift in defensive assignment, the point guard, originally tasked with guarding Xiang Yuan, found himself forced to defend Songjing High School's small forward. As Xiang Yuan utilized the screen to break through, the small forward from Songjing High School darted towards the basket. Consequently, Daytona Beach Continental High School as point guard had to abandon his attempt to assist Xiang Yuan, opting instead to thwart the opposing player's clear path to an easy layup. Their center, caught off guard by this tactical shift, failed to adjust in time. Thus, Xiang Yuan found himself with a wide-open opportunity from the left side at a 45-degree angle. Without hesitation, he dribbled, came to a sudden stop, leaped, and released the ball. The basketball swished cleanly through the hoop. Xiang Yuan maintained his shooting posture, turning to look at Carter. "You see, this is what teamwork looks like." Chapter 26. Battling it out with Carter. Carter remained silent. He understood that his sudden change in defense had indeed disrupted the overall rhythm of the team. In the next possession, Carter feigned a drive, drawing the defense of the Songjing High School players before executing a deceptive shot, scoring effortlessly. As possession changed, Carter did not approach to defend Xiang Yuan this time. Instead, he returned to his usual defensive position. Noticing that Carter was not guarding him, Xiang Yuan raised 2 fingers, signaling a one-on-one tactic. Upon seeing this gesture, the players from Songjing High School spread out, creating an opportunity for Xiang Yuan to isolate. Faced with the point guard from Daytona Beach Mainland High School, Xiang Yuan's advantage in one-on-one situations was quite pronounced. He dribbled near the center circle and executed a smooth jump shot, effortlessly securing 2 points. Turning around, Carter responded with another driving layup, also claiming 2 points with ease. The two exchanged scores back and forth. One would score here, and the other would respond there. Sometimes one would miss, and occasionally the other would as well. This initiated a thrilling back-and-forth showdown. Time ticked away, with both teams' scores steadily rising, yet the gap remained unchanged. Clang. Xiang Yuan's shot clanged off the rim. The basketball ricocheted away from the edge of the hoop, landing some distance away, just as a player from Daytona Beach Mainland High School was about to seize the rebound. A shadow suddenly darted past him, snatching the ball from his fingertips and effortlessly slamming it into the basket. An emphatic follow-up dunk. Some spectators in the arena had already risen to their feet, their cheers and encouragement echoing throughout the venue. Xiang Yuan gently massaged his fingers, which throbbed slightly after the resounding slam dunk, a smile gracing his lips. This was precisely the effect he desired. Following that remarkable dunk, His teammates from Songjing High School were invigorated, displaying an even greater fervor, allowing them to momentarily dominate Daytona Beach Continental High School. After several more rounds of intense play, the first half of the match came to a close. The progression of the first half was, to the surprise of the vast majority of spectators, quite unexpected. Many had presumed that Songjing High School would be utterly overwhelmed by Daytona Beach Continental High School, unable to mount any effective resistance. However, no one anticipated that Songjing High School would execute a sudden tactical shift, catching their opponents unprepared. Throughout the first half, most of the points scored by both teams were attributed to their core players. Carter had amassed 22 points in the first half. Xiang Yuan has scored an impressive 27 points. During halftime, the commentators and guests began to take over the discussion. In the first half, Songjing High School temporarily took the lead thanks to Xiang Yuan's remarkable performance. It appears that his role as a point guard has proven to be quite effective. Could this be the secret weapon that Coach George has kept hidden? I must say, I now regard Coach George with newfound respect for having the audacity to unveil such a strategy only when reaching the finals. It is important to note that Xiang Yuan, the core player of Songjing High School, is already in his senior year, and after this match, his high school basketball career is nearing its end. Thomas, what are your thoughts on this matter? The commentator turned to pose this question to today's guest. I sat back in my chair, observing. Thomas first made a humorous remark, then said, I believe this is not a hidden secret weapon, but rather a spontaneous decision. Coach George must have meticulously analyzed the opponent and discovered the key to overcoming the odds. Thomas continued, however, whether this lineup and strategy can effectively compete with Daytona Beach Continental High School largely depends on Xiang Yuan's performance. This Xiang Yuan has ascended to prominence with comet-like speed within just a few months, transforming from an obscure player into a four-star high school athlete. His journey can only be described as legendary. I once gathered information about him, and you won't believe this. Thomas paused, building suspense for the commentators and audience. What? The commentator eagerly inquired, as it was part of his role to maintain the pace and engage the audience. Thomas replied, prior to this year, he didn't even know how to play basketball. What? The commentator exclaimed in disbelief. How is that possible? In truth, he was aware of this fact, but feigned ignorance to heighten the audience's excitement. The audience was clearly captivated by this revelation, all ears perked up with curiosity. The reality is that, reportedly, in his first 3 years at Songjing High School, he had not made a single mid-range shot. Thomas stated, that is utterly outrageous. How could one possibly go 3 years without making a single shot? The commentator exclaimed, I too found it hard to believe. But I have interviewed many of Xiang Yuan's classmates, and they all confirm this, Thomas lamented. Xiang Yuan's tale has piqued the curiosity of many, who have sought out the audience from Songjing High School to inquire about the veracity of the matter. However, the results they obtained were not entirely consistent. The spectators deliberated over the incident until the commencement of the second half of the game. In this latter segment, Daytona Beach Continental High School made a substitution in their lineup. The player tasked with defending Xiang Yuan was no longer the original starting point guard standing at 186 meters, but rather a substitute towering over 190 meters, known for his formidable defensive prowess. It appears that the coach of Daytona Beach Continental High School possesses considerable tactical acumen, although this substitution meant sacrificing a point guard position. The team's reliance on that role was minimal, thus the overall impact on the game was negligible. Conversely, introducing a tall, tenacious defender could significantly curtail Xiang Yuan's shooting capabilities while also exerting greater physical strain on him, effectively diminishing at least half of his prowess. On the flip side, should Xiang Yuan neglect to guard Carter, any player from Songjing High School would yield the same defensive outcome against him. This strategic arrangement proved effective, as Xiang Yuan's shooting became notably more challenging, and Daytona Beach Continental High School adopted a double-team tactic in the second half, frequently leaving Xiang Yuan to contend with two defenders poised to encircle him. Nonetheless, such challenges were not insurmountable for Xiang Yuan. After all, he was, on this day, half a Steve Nash. As Xiang Yuan dribbled the ball, he meticulously observed the dynamics unfolding on the court, noticing that he was gradually being cornered into a dead end. His opponent seized the opportunity, and nearby defenders swiftly converged to double-team him. Little did they know, Xiang Yuan had anticipated this development long before. At the same time, he discerned a minuscule opening that emerged as the defenders closed in. In truth, the defenders from Daytona Beach High had performed commendably as they approached to encircle Xiang Yuan. They were also keenly aware of obstructing passing lanes. The minuscule gap they inadvertently left was almost inevitable. Yet, from another perspective, it was exceedingly difficult to identify and capitalize upon. However, for Xiang Yuan, this presented no challenge at all. Badge activated. Acrobat performer, silver. With a deft flick of his wrist, Xiang Yuan sent the basketball soaring through the narrow gap like a nimble swallow. The pass was elegant, graceful, and nothing short of spectacular. Colin Reed, the forward from Songjing High School, almost failed to catch the ball. Fortunately, with the second half just beginning, his focus remained commendable, and he managed to grasp it just in time. Upon receiving the ball, he found himself unguarded. 2 points effortlessly secured. What a thrill! Chapter 27. Confronting a crisis of stamina. The double-team strategy seemed ineffectual against Xiang Yuan. Coach Charlie Brinkerhoff of Daytona Beach Mainland High School ought to possess more skill than this. Couldn't he assign Carter to defend against Xiang Yuan? At this level, even I could take on the role of coach. The audience supporting Daytona Beach Mainland High School expressed their discontent. This is merely a testament to Xiang Yuan's exceptional prowess. No strategy can contain him. Prepare to embrace defeat. The supporters of Songjing High School were utterly exhilarated. Prior to the match, they held only a glimmer of hope for victory. Yet as the game progressed, their confidence burgeoned. Thus far, Songjing High School maintained the lead, and the situation appeared exceedingly favorable. With the enhancement of the Nash character card, Xiang Yuan has become increasingly adept at playing the point guard position. Various badges come into play, such as the Needle Threader, silver, which allows Xiang Yuan's passes to navigate through tight spaces, and the Intercontinental Missile, silver, which enhances the accuracy of long passes from the backcourt. Xiang Yuan, through his precise and enigmatic passes, continuously assisted his teammates in scoring. Although his own scoring figures remained static, his assists surged to an impressive total of 8, leaving him just 2 assists shy of completing his secondary objective. Yet, despite Xiang Yuan's ability to facilitate points for his teammates, Daytona Beach Continental High School appeared unperturbed. With no player at Songjing High capable of containing Carter, who rendered even double-teaming ineffective, he maneuvered with ease on the court, executing both outside shots and spectacular dunks, thereby ensuring that Daytona Beach Continental High School remained closely aligned with the score. As time progressed, the match escalated into a fervent climax. With merely 10 minutes remaining, the tactical prowess of Daytona Beach Continental High School finally began to manifest its intended impact. Xiang Yuan skillfully dribbled the ball into the front court, only to be met once again by a double team. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted an open space at the right corner. Without hesitation, he executed a quick behind-the-back pass, sending the ball swiftly towards Elijah Walton, who was stationed there. However, Elijah Walton's reaction was slightly delayed. As he attempted to catch the ball, it slipped through his fingers and rolled out of bounds. A blunder. Elijah Walton was filled with regret. Yet there was little he could do about it. Xiang Yuan felt a tinge of regret. It was undeniably a golden opportunity for a 3-point shot. Nevertheless, he understood that occasional mistakes on the court were a natural occurrence. "Get back on defense," he exclaimed as he began to sprint towards his half of the court. At that moment, however, Carter had already dashed into the front court, and not a single player from Songjing High had returned to defend their side. Observing this predicament, Xiang Yuan conceded the futility of his efforts to fall back. Daytona Beach Mainland High had narrowed the score. "It's all right, my brothers. Let us keep our spirits high." Xiang Yuan rallied his teammates. It was now Songjing High's turn to attack. Josh Harp initiated the play from the baseline, passing the ball to Xiang Yuan. Upon receiving the ball, Xiang Yuan dribbled past the halfway line. Yet again, the same scenario unfolded before he could call for a screen. 2 opposing players swiftly converged upon him. This time, Xiang Yuan noticed that his small forward, Adam Eve, had found an opportunity in the open space. As the ball approached, Xiang Yuan skillfully identified the gap between the 2 defenders and executed a bounce pass to deliver the ball. However, Adam Eve's reaction appeared to lag by a fraction of a second. He failed to secure the catch, and the ball slipped to the floor. By the time he regained possession, the prime opportunity had evaporated, with the defenders now blocking his path. Adam Eve attempted to make a pass, only to realize that favorable options had dwindled. Hesitant to risk a turnover, he resorted to a one-on-one play. After failing to break through the defense, he took a desperate jump shot, which, predictably, clanged off the rim. Xiang Yuan found himself ensnared in his position, deprived of the opportunity to seize the rebound, which was captured by the opposing team. Daytona Beach Mainland High School advanced the ball past half-court, where Carter executed a clever maneuver along the baseline. eluding his defender before gliding towards the basket. With a pointed gesture towards the hoop, the ball handler understood his cue and lofted the ball high towards the rim. It transpired with remarkable swiftness. Before those positioned beneath the backboard could react, Carter had already soared into the air. Bam! A spectacular alley-oop dunk. Daytona Beach Mainland High School closed the gap, narrowing the lead of Moshering High School to a mere 4 points. Xiang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. When he held an 8-point lead, he believed it to be a considerable advantage and felt confident that he could secure victory in this final match. However, his perspective had shifted. He sensed that the situation was beginning to tilt unfavorably. The game continued. This time, during a half-court inbound, Xiang Yuan faced intense defensive pressure. As the 5-second limit for the inbound pass approached, Adam Eve, responsible for the throw-in, hastily tossed the ball towards the advancing Elijah Walton. At that moment, a shadow suddenly darted out from behind Elijah Walton, snatching the basketball midair. It was Carter. After intercepting the ball, he charged towards the basket, overpowering the rushing Adam Eve, and successfully executed a layup. Thus, following a brief surge of 6-0, the gap between the two teams had dwindled to a mere 2 points. Xiang Yuan discerned that the situation was indeed amiss. He was acutely aware of the source of the predicament. His teammates, inherently possessing slightly inferior capabilities compared to their counterparts from Daytona Beach High School, were compelled to expend significantly more energy, stamina, and focus during both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Consequently, his teammates' physical endurance, mental fortitude, and concentration had all begun to wane. Even Xiang Yuan himself, beset by relentless double-teaming, found his own stamina compromised. In stark contrast, the players from Daytona Beach High School were able to engage in their offensive and defensive strategies without excessive exertion, thus avoiding any debilitating fatigue. As a result of this disparity, it was only natural that they would close the gap in scoring. Beep. The referee signaled for a timeout. Coach George called for a pause, and Xiang Yuan recognized the underlying issues. However, despite identifying the problem, finding a solution proved to be exceedingly challenging. This timeout was a lengthy one, allowing the coach to devise a strategy while also providing the players with a moment to recuperate. Xiang, how is your stamina at this moment? Coach George inquired. Xiang Yuan, a pivotal figure in this match, must not falter. Should he fall, the entire contest would collapse. Coach, I am still capable. At this moment, Xiang Yuan expressed profound gratitude for the grueling activation tasks imposed upon him over the past 3 years, particularly the daunting challenge of running 10,000 kilometers, which significantly enhanced his physical stamina. Very well, after the timeout, Elsie will replace Hap, and Jerome will take the place of Reed. He strategically substituted 2 bench players for 2 starters. Subsequently, Coach George commenced devising tactics to accommodate this new lineup. You too. Take a moment to recuperate, he instructed Hap and Reed after outlining the strategy. Ivy and Walton, hold on a little longer. Once they regain their energy, I will allow you to rest. Now go forth, gentlemen. Give it your all. As the timeout concluded, the live commentator diligently continued to narrate the unfolding events of the match. Songjing High School introduced 2 substitute players, revealing the issue of inadequate stamina among their athletes. In such a crucial final, the audacity of Coach George to field 2 players who rarely see playtime is commendable. However, the outcome remains uncertain. Fortunately, their core player, Xiang Yuan, appears to be in good condition. As players took to the court, the focus on the match resumed. During Songjing High School's offensive possession, a curious situation arose. Xiang Yuan was not in the backcourt to receive the ball. Elijah Walton took charge in the backcourt, advancing the ball to the front. Xiang Yuan had positioned himself low. What was happening? Was he no longer playing as the point guard? Now, he faced Daytona Beach Mainland High School's power forward, Leo Steven. Xiang Yuan received the ball and was poised for a back-to-the-basket move. Oh no, a feint. Without dribbling, he executed a deceptive spin, causing Leo Steven to be momentarily misled. Xiang Yuan pivoted back and charged towards the basket. The layup was successful. Songjing High School secured a crucial 2 points, momentarily stabilizing the situation. I am utterly perplexed. What position does Xiang Yuan truly occupy? The Daytona Beach Continental High School was caught off guard by Xiang Yuan. The strategy originally intended for defending Xiang Yuan at the point guard position became ineffective. In the low post, the power forward Leo Steven was unprepared to find himself tasked with guarding Xiang Yuan, resulting in an effortless 2 points for Xiang Yuan. It appeared that Xiang Yuan was now poised to play in the power forward position. Coach Walsh of Daytona Beach Continental High wore a perplexed expression, grappling with the fluidity of the situation. When Daytona Beach Continental High launched their offense, they noticed that Xiang Yuan was not positioned to defend the power forward but remained at the point guard position. Observing this development, Coach Brinkhoff gestured from the sidelines. Daytona Beach Continental High executed a play, ultimately getting the ball into the hands of their center, Bill Elliott. The player defending Bill Elliott was a substitute from Songjing High. Bill Elliott executed a fake to the basket, maneuvering for a layup and securing another 2 points, as the substitute from Songjing High was unable to defend effectively. However, the players and coaches from Songjing High seemed unfazed by this. As it was now Songjing High's turn to attack, the ball was still controlled by Elijah Walton, who brought it past half-court. This time, the players from Daytona Beach Continental High were fixated on Xiang Yuan, eager to discern his next position. "Come on, Xiang Yuan. Let us duel," Carter exclaimed, excitedly anticipating Xiang Yuan's move to the small forward position. Unfortunately, it seemed Xiang Yuan had no intention of doing so. Strangely, two newly substituted players from Songjing High suddenly surrounded Xiang Yuan, creating a peculiar scenario where 3 offensive players occupied nearly the same spot. Such an odd occurrence typically only happens on a playground. Yet, this bizarre scene unfolded on the court of a high school league finals. Had Coach George lost his mind? What kind of strategy was this? At that moment, Elijah Walton unexpectedly passed the ball to Nick Elsey, who was positioned to the right of Xiang Yuan. Elsey, facing a defender, suddenly saw Xiang Yuan spring into action, darting past him from behind. Prior to Xiang Yuan's movement, Elsey had already begun to shift sideways. Consequently, when Xiang Yuan's defender attempted to follow, he was momentarily impeded by Elsey, causing a slight delay. While setting the screen, Elsey seamlessly handed the ball to Xiang Yuan. Simultaneously, Mark Jerome, who had been stationed to the left of Xiang Yuan, had already rushed over, entangling Elsey's defender to prevent any switch onto Xiang Yuan. Thus, Xiang Yuan was granted a clear opportunity. Spotting Carter rushing in from the baseline, Xiang Yuan quickly leaped and flicked his wrist. It was a 3-pointer. Carter was already closing in, but it was too late. The ball swished through the net. Carter's pupils constricted. He suddenly felt that Xiang Yuan might truly possess the potential to thwart his aspirations for victory. Prior to this moment, although he held admiration for Xiang Yuan and acknowledged his capabilities, he did not genuinely believe that Songjing High School had the strength to defeat them. Even when facing a deficit, he remained unperturbed, as he was aware that the other players from Songjing High School were considerably weaker. He anticipated that as the match progressed, their flaws would inevitably become apparent. However, Xiang Yuan's performance today was unexpectedly remarkable. Now, with the sudden emergence of such an unusual tactic, Carter felt a slight wave of pressure wash over him. Beep. Daytona Beach Continental High School called for a timeout. Coach Blinkerhoff gathered Carter and the others together. "Do not panic. This tactic is quite simple, merely a chaotic skirmish. Alternatively, it could also be termed an isolation strategy. Everything else is merely a fade. The singular truth is that it revolves around Xiang Yuan's individual plays. They have forfeited other offensive options and can only rely on Xiang Yuan to execute each attack. Thus, Carter, Coach Blinkerhoff instructed, your task now is to defend against Xiang Yuan." "But coach, what if Xiang Yuan passes the ball?" Carter inquired. Blinkerhoff waved his hand dismissively. "The situation has changed. With the introduction of 2 substitutes, his teammates' offensive capabilities have diminished significantly and pose no real threat. Therefore, if you can contain Xiang Yuan, it effectively neutralizes all of Songjing High School's offensive strategies." "Understood, coach." As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. Xiang Yuan discovered Carter appearing before him. Xiang Yuan turned his head and glanced at Coach Brinkhoff. He understood that Coach Brinkhoff had already seen through the tactics of Songjing High School. However, there was no alternative. He could only treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Xiang Yuan no longer relies on his teammates to create opportunities for him. Since the opponents have seen through his tactics and assigned Carter to defend against him, those subtle strategies have lost their significance. Xiang Yuan versus Carter. These 2 pivotal players from their respective teams finally clashed in the final stages of this championship match. To be frank, at this moment, Xiang Yuan appears to be slightly inferior to Carter. Under Carter's defensive prowess, the strategies of Songjing High School ceased to be effective, rendering Xiang Yuan's offense increasingly challenging. During this time, Songjing High School substituted 2 of their key players, bringing in 2 rested starters in place of 2 substitutes. Meanwhile, Daytona Beach Mainland High School maintained a consistent lineup, gradually eroding the point deficit before ultimately taking the lead. With less than 3 minutes remaining in the game, Songjing High School also deployed their full starting lineup, and Xiang Yuan returned to the point guard position, allowing them to narrow the gap. The back-and-forth exchanges intensified, creating an atmosphere so charged that the audience fell into an eerie silence, captivated by this remarkable display, unwilling to miss a single detail. With just 12 seconds left on the clock, Carter executed a jump shot near the free throw line, putting Daytona Beach Mainland High School ahead by 2 points. At this juncture, Songjing High School had exhausted their timeouts. Xiang Yuan gazed at Carter, both seemingly attuned to the fervent beat of their own hearts resonating within their chests. The ball was served by Songjing High School, landing squarely in Xiang Yuan's hands. The players from Daytona Beach Continental High School closely shadowed him. Approaching to set a screen for Xiang Yuan was Josh Harp, followed by Colin Reed, Elijah Walton, and Adam Eve, each with eyes ablaze with determination. Before them lay a moment of potential triumph, a chance to seize the championship. They yearned for victory. They aspired to etch their names in history. With the support of his teammates, Xiang Yuan advanced into the half-court of Daytona Beach Continental High School. Only 3 seconds remained on the clock. Time was slipping away. As Carter lunged towards him, Xiang Yuan launched a shot from beyond the three-point line. The basketball soared toward the hoop, spinning as it approached. It completed 1 rotation, then 2, and finally 3. Chapter 29, A Championship Ode to You. The basketball spun atop the rim for what felt like an eternity. A fleeting moment that transpired within a single second. Gradually, the ball began to slow, and with it, time itself seemed to stretch. The entire audience rose to their feet, their eyes fixed intently upon the ball. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The basketball, under the watchful gaze of all, hovered at the very edge of the rim. No one could predict whether it would ultimately descend into the hoop or fall away. In that instant, an unknown spectator suddenly cried out. The shout sliced through the tense atmosphere like an axe severing tightly bound chains. Reacting instinctively to the unexpected noise, Josh Harp, the center for Songjing High School, leaped into action, driven by a primal urge to secure the victory by putting the ball into the hoop. At that moment, the basketball appeared to be on the brink of falling away from the rim, seemingly destined to miss the mark. However, the ball still lingered directly above the hoop, not yet having exited its confines. In such circumstances, if an offensive player were to touch the ball, it would be deemed goaltending, resulting in a violation. Consequently, whether Xiang Yuan's shot would succeed or fail, it would not count. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Xiang Yuan felt as though his heart was being tightly clenched. His breath caught in his throat. The championship seemed to drift further from his grasp. Yet, fortune often reveals a path in the direst of moments. At that very instant, Bill Elliott, the center for Daytona Beach Continental High School, whose nerves were equally taut, reacted upon observing Josh Harp's movement. He too leaped, aiming to thwart Songjing High School's attempt to claim the rebound and prevent the putback. The limits of human reflexes were being tested. In this fleeting moment, neither individual possessed the requisite intellect to contemplate the issue of interference. They acted solely on instinct. Although Bill Elliott was the later jumper, his physical attributes, his height and jumping ability, surpassed those of Josh Harp. Thus, despite his slight delay of mere milliseconds, both athletes made contact with the basketball almost simultaneously. The ball slipped from their grasp and fell to the ground. The resounding thud of the basketball rebounding off the floor echoed throughout the arena, akin to a chorus of countless heartbeats converging. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the end of the match as the timer reached its final seconds, prompting an uproar of confusion among the spectators. What transpired? How should this play be adjudicated? Was it not a case of interference? While it appeared to be, the quandary lay in determining who was responsible for the interference. Were these two players truly at fault for such a fundamental mistake? The familiar refrain of "I could have done that too," one must ponder. In such a high-pressure moment, would you have maintained your composure? All eyes turned to the replay. The three officials, equally bewildered, found themselves confronting an unprecedented dilemma in their officiating careers. They convened for an extensive discussion. Yet none could ascertain which player had first touched the basketball. Ultimately, they resorted to reviewing the video replay. In 1996, the clarity of video footage was far from pristine, presenting a genuine challenge for the trio of referees. They spent a full 10 minutes scrutinizing the replay from various angles, replaying that critical instant repeatedly. The audience, too, watched the footage on the large screen for 10 minutes, leading to a cacophony of conflicting opinions. Supporters of Monsignor Pace High School contended that it was a defensive interference, while those backing Daytona Beach Mainland High School argued for offensive interference, nearly inciting a brawl between the factions. After much fervent debate, the referees finally reached a consensus and issued their final ruling. They determined that, due to the center's height, long arms, and elongated fingers. It was indeed his fingertips that made initial contact with the basketball, resulting in a defensive interference call. Xiang Yuan's decisive shot counts. Songjing High School has clinched the championship. The entire arena erupted in a frenzy. Cheers, curses, cries, and arguments intertwined, each person's expression a unique tapestry of emotions. The players from Songjing High School celebrated with wild abandon. Xiang Yuan sat on the ground, feeling an overwhelming wave of exhaustion wash over him. He had essentially played the entire match. Even with the enhancement of Nash's character card, his stamina had long been depleted, sustained solely by an indomitable will. To be frank, prior to his rebirth, Xiang Yuan's resolve was not particularly strong. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to end his own life. However, after his rebirth, having experienced death, he underwent a profound transformation, and his willpower became exceptionally resilient. It could be said that it was solely through his efforts that Songjing High School managed to prolong the game into its final moments, ultimately seizing the opportunity for a last-second victory. Meanwhile, Carter sat dazed on the floor, lost in thought. He knew that Xiang Yuan's buzzer beater was unlikely to succeed. Thus, he helplessly watched the championship slip away. Yet, who could he blame? Blame Bill Elliott? In such a tense situation, it would be unjust to excessively criticize a high school student under immense pressure. Blame his teammates? Carter understood that they had given their all, performing admirably in both offense and defense. Blame himself? He had done everything within his power during the game, shooting 16 out of 22, including 2 out of 3 from beyond the arc and hitting all 8 free throws, accumulating 42 points, 7 assists, and 9 rebounds. Blame Xiang Yuan? Ah, yes. Blame Xiang Yuan. After all, who would have thought this prodigy would emerge, taking on the role of point guard and disrupting the strategies of Daytona Beach High School, leaving them unprepared? Despite their best efforts to adapt on the fly, achieving perfection was nearly impossible. Statistically, Xiang Yuan's impressive performance of 36 points, 17 assists, and 8 rebounds was irrefutable evidence of his prowess. The audacity of this young man, whom he had assisted so much, to snatch the championship right from under him. Carter's teeth ground in frustration. At the same time, he felt a sense of mutual respect among the strong towards Xiang Yuan. Just then, the very Xiang Yuan who had elicited his ire suddenly rose from the floor and walked directly towards him, plopping down beside him. "Hey, Carter," Xiang Yuan said. Draping an arm over Carter's shoulder, "I apologize for stealing your championship." Carter shrugged off his arm, but ultimately conceded, replying, "Are you here to gloat?" "No." Xiang Yuan corrected him. "I came to tell you that I owe you 10 hamburgers or pizzas. You can redeem them at any time." 100, Carter countered. "All right then. 100 it is," Xiang Yuan chuckled. "Additionally, I plan to return to you a championship of even greater significance. Would you like that?" Xiang Yuan's expression suddenly turned serious. Chapter 30. The Great Deceiver emerges the following day. The sports columns of major newspapers and magazines across Florida were inundated with reports about the match between Songjing High School and Daytona Beach Mainland High School. The headlines varied widely, capturing the public's imagination: a stunning dark horse, the most controversial champion in high school basketball history. Shockingly, Songjing High School did this in the finals. Referees' hair-raising moments. 10 minutes of replay footage. A buzzer beater? A counter buzzer beater? Self-destruction. Florida's best high school player, Vince Carter, from cheerleader to 5-star scholar. The untold stories of Vince Carter and Xiang Yuan. Forward or point guard? What position truly suits Xiang Yuan? This match was nothing short of a roller coaster ride, fraught with tension and excitement. The audience, needless to say, was enthralled. Even those who could not attend in person, relying solely on news reports to grasp the essence of the game, were left in awe. The final shot was a whirlwind of twists and turns, generating immense discussion. Following this match, Xiang Yuan's renown spread far and wide. Whether in high school or college, in Florida or other states across America, those in the know could easily hear the name Xiang Yuan. The media, at last, dispensed their accolades without reservation. Xiang Yuan has achieved the remarkable distinction of becoming a 5-star high school basketball player, marking him as the first individual from China to attain this honor in the United States, thus inscribing his name in the annals of history. Regrettably, at this juncture, the knowledge of American high school basketball remains woefully sparse within his homeland. Consequently, aside from his family and the Tang family, his remarkable accomplishments have largely gone unnoticed. As May approaches, the gaze of the public shifts toward the NBA, the pinnacle of basketball. During the 1995 to 1996 season, the legendary Michael Jordan led the Chicago Bulls to an unparalleled record of 72 wins and 10 losses, establishing the best record in history. That season, Jordan achieved an impressive shooting percentage of 49.5, averaging 30.4 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals per game, securing the title of scoring champion, All-Star Game MVP, and regular season MVP. In June, Michael Jordan propelled the Chicago Bulls into the NBA Finals, where their adversaries were the Seattle Supersonics, led by the formidable duo of Gary Payton and Shawn Kemp. Throughout the 6 games of the Finals, Jordan averaged an astounding 27.3 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 7 steals, ultimately claiming both the championship title and the Finals MVP award. Xiang Yuan was aware that Jordan had embarked on his second journey towards a triumphant three-peat, advancing further on his path to divinity. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan faced a significant decision. He had completed the requisite credits for his 12th grade and was poised to select a university. In fact, he could have applied as early as December. Yet at that time, he lacked recognition, and no prestigious institution had extended an olive branch to him. However, the circumstances had since changed. Numerous esteemed universities had expressed their interest in him, including Ivy League institutions such as Harvard University, the University of Pennsylvania, Brown University, and Cornell University, alongside other reputable universities like Duke University, Georgetown University, the University of Florida, and Florida State University. Xiang Yuan's parents wished for him to select one among several Ivy League institutions. However, after careful contemplation, Xiang Yuan decided to eliminate all Ivy League schools from consideration. The rationale was quite straightforward. The Ivy League does not offer athletic scholarships, which indirectly indicates a lack of emphasis on sports. Xiang Yuan aspires to excel in basketball. Yet joining an Ivy League institution would be the most regrettable decision. Among other universities, the University of Florida, Florida State University, and Georgetown University are eager to offer full scholarships, along with several lesser-known colleges that also provide such financial support. Conversely, traditional powerhouses like Duke University and the University of North Carolina are reluctant to extend full scholarships. Although they acknowledge Xiang Yuan's impressive high school performance, they harbor concerns regarding his physicality as a Chinese student. They believe that while he may have thrived in high school, he could struggle to adapt to the rigorous demands of collegiate competition, potentially failing to meet the criteria for a starting position on the team. In fact, the willingness of the University of Florida and Florida State University to offer full scholarships is significantly influenced by Xiang Yuan's roots in Florida, as these institutions tend to favor local talent. Georgetown University's offer of a full scholarship is indeed a surprising development. However, when compared, nearly all elite schools have extended full scholarship offers to Carter. In his previous life, Xiang Yuan, like Carter, was honored as the Florida High School Player of the Year. At that time, many believed he would pursue his collegiate career at the University of Florida or Florida State University. However, Carter disappointed his hometown supporters by opting for the University of North Carolina. This decision was met with considerable skepticism from many quarters. Xiang Yuan was aware that in his previous life, Carter, despite leading the University of North Carolina basketball team to the Final Four in both 1997 and 1998, ultimately fell short of securing the championship. In this life, Xiang Yuan intends to alter that outcome, for he once proclaimed that he owed Carter a championship. Xiang Yuan had already made up his mind. Thus, he made a special trip to Daytona Beach to find Carter. Upon arriving at Carter's home, he found Carter engaged in a discussion with his parents regarding school selection. Carter's parents were quite open-minded, allowing him the freedom to choose the school he desired. At that moment, Carter was indeed feeling quite conflicted. On one hand, the University of Florida and Florida State University expressed sincere interest and were also his hometown institutions. On the other hand, he held a deep fascination for the alma mater of his idol, Michael Jordan. Now, he found himself ensnared in a dilemma. The arrival of Xiang Yuan provided him with a much-needed reprieve. He sought to hear Xiang Yuan's perspective. Moreover, Xiang Yuan had previously mentioned the intention to bestow upon him a championship of greater significance. At that time, he had wished to clarify the meaning behind those words. But time slipped away, and they were left only with their home addresses and contact information, agreeing to converse at a later date. Now was the perfect opportunity to seek clarity. Carter's parents graciously welcomed Xiang Yuan before discreetly retreating to allow the two some privacy. Xiang Yuan, What did you mean when you spoke of bestowing upon me a championship of greater significance? Carter inquired. In truth, you have already surmised it, have you not? Xiang Yuan replied. The NCAA? Carter responded. Xiang Yuan nodded. Which school are you planning to apply to? Carter's tone had also grown excited. If he and Xiang Yuan could attend the same institution, their combined efforts might indeed carve out a place for them in the NCAA. The thought of their collaboration painted a wonderfully bright future. So, which university do you intend to apply to? Xiang Yuan countered. Currently, I am leaning towards the University of North Carolina. Why don't you apply to UNC with me? Carter suggested. Xiang Yuan shook his head and retrieved a stack of newspapers from his backpack, tossing them to Carter. These papers had been meticulously prepared prior to his arrival, containing a plethora of disparaging articles about the University of North Carolina. Among them were reports detailing the basketball team's feeble performance in the post-Jordan era. As Carter perused the content, his brow furrowed in disapproval. After absorbing the information, Carter found himself devoid of any favorable sentiments towards the University of North Carolina. Then let us rally behind the University of Florida, he declared. Xiang Yuan chuckled inwardly. How amusing it was to think that in 2 lifetimes, he would deftly manipulate the situation to his advantage. His strategy had proven successful. North Carolina was Carter's primary choice. The others were merely reluctant alternatives. Thus he could choose any of them without consequence. Therefore, Xiang Yuan proposed, you never intended to apply to the University of Florida. So here is the plan. Let us both apply to Georgetown University and embark on a joint venture to create something remarkable. What do you say? Carter pondered for a moment. Aside from North Carolina, the other universities of similar caliber held little distinction for him. If he could partner with Xiang Yuan, then he acquiesced. All right, I shall also apply to Georgetown University. Chapter 31. The Golden Generation of 96. Xiang Yuan intends to choose Georgetown University for a multitude of reasons. Firstly, Georgetown University extended an invitation to Xiang Yuan and unexpectedly offered him a full scholarship. Secondly, Allen Iverson was one of Xiang Yuan's favorite players before his rebirth. Thirdly, with Allen Iverson announcing his participation in this year's NBA draft and Georgetown University lacking successors, an opportunity has arisen for Xiang Yuan. Fourthly, he must seek a relatively open-minded coach. Based on the story of Georgetown's illustrious coach, John Thompson, and his connection to Iverson, Xiang Yuan has reason to believe that he is an accommodating coach, capable of accepting his occasionally unconventional positional requests. Lastly, none of the aforementioned reasons hold true. The real impetus lies in the fact that Tang Jixuan received an offer from Georgetown University, and she holds a profound affection for Washington, D.C. Xiang Yuan could hardly fathom the sorrow that would have befallen the little sorceress had he chosen another institution. Thus, having once resolved to atone for his perceived indebtedness to Tang Jixuan, Xiang Yuan ultimately opted for Georgetown University. In the process, he inadvertently secured a future all-star. When the University of North Carolina, Florida State University, and the University of Florida received word that Vince Carter intended to select Georgetown, their admissions officers simultaneously overturned their desks in dismay. What is happening? Did you not assert that there was a 99% chance Carter would join us at North Carolina? The North Carolina official bellowed at the staff present. I cannot account for this unexpected variable, Xiang Yuan. The staff member replied, feeling aggrieved. Xiang Yuan? Isn't he Carter's rival? Indeed, but no one was aware of the depth of their camaraderie. Did our institution not recruit Xiang Yuan or offer him a scholarship? Yes. The coach believed that while Xiang Yuan showed promise, he was merely a Chinese student, and his physique might not withstand the rigors of NCAA competition. Hence the reluctance to allocate a scholarship. Fools. This is arrogance. This is bias. The staff member hung his head in silence. A similar scene unfolded at prestigious institutions across the nation. However, the reality had solidified into an immutable fact. At the same moment, Xiang Yuan from Songjing High School and Vince Carter from Daytona Beach Mainland High School both announced their commitment to Georgetown University. Coach John Thompson of Georgetown was overjoyed. This was an unexpected stroke of fortune. Initially, Georgetown had little hope of securing Vince Carter and had thus settled for offering Xiang Yuan a full scholarship. Who would have anticipated that by acquiring Xiang Yuan, they would also gain Carter? Currently, the team was on the verge of losing Allen Iverson. Although their overall strength remained formidable, Coach John Thompson, having served in his role for many years, understood deeply that a team without a core would forfeit its chance at the NCAA championship. He had been contemplating retirement, but fate had delivered 2 exceptionally talented young men into his hands. Indeed, Coach John Thompson held no prejudice against Xiang Yuan. He had meticulously studied Xiang Yuan's game footage collected by the team's scouts and believed that his talent and potential were sufficient to secure a position in NCAA play. He conveyed his thoughts to the university's administration, which, recognizing Thompson's extensive experience and ability to identify talent, heeded his advice and extended an invitation and scholarship to Xiang Yuan. Little did they know, this fortuitous decision would yield a double blessing. However, it is not yet time for young John Thompson to contemplate his future. In 1996, the NCAA Big East Championship featured the astonishing Georgetown University team, led by Allen Iverson, competing against the University of Connecticut Huskies, captained by Ray Allen. Xiang Yuan and Carter watched the match together. The game was nothing short of exhilarating, a spectacle of sheer brilliance. Both teams fiercely contested the score until the very last moments. With merely seconds remaining, the score stood at 74-73, with Georgetown University's team, the Hoyas, leading by a single point. Subsequently, Ray Allen broke through at the three-point line, driving towards the basket, and, while enduring defensive pressure near the free-throw line, he managed to take a shot, sending the ball through the hoop despite nearly losing his balance. Following this, Allen Iverson advanced the ball to the front court and, with approximately 5 seconds left, took a shot from the free-throw line. The basketball struck the right side of the rim and bounced away. A player from the Hoyas seized the rebound, but the follow-up shot failed to find its mark. Georgetown University regrettably lost the match. After witnessing the game, both Xiang Yuan and Carter felt a fiery determination ignite within them. They had privately resolved to consider themselves part of the Georgetown University Hoyas. Witnessing their team fall short in such a crucial game, missing out on an automatic berth in the NCAA championship, left them in a dismal mood. However, this disappointment also fueled their resolve. Both were determined to elevate the Hoyas to greater heights. On June 26th, the NBA draft commenced. Echoing the events of Xiang Yuan's previous life, Allen Iverson was selected as the first overall pick by the Philadelphia 76ers. That same year, the formidable Stephen Marbury was chosen fourth by the Milwaukee Bucks, a name well known to Xiang Yuan. Ray Allen was selected fifth by the Minnesota Timberwolves. As in his past life, the draft had barely concluded when the Milwaukee Bucks proposed a trade to acquire Ray Allen from the Timberwolves, while Marbury headed to Minnesota. Steve Nash was selected as the 15th pick by the Phoenix Suns. And of course, one cannot forget that iconic figure. The Charlotte Hornets held the 13th pick. But the day before the draft, they struck a deal with the Los Angeles Lakers, trading the 13th pick for Vlade Divac. After the Hornets selected the player the Lakers had coveted with the 13th pick, the trade was officially completed. This 13th pick ultimately became the Lakers' eternal number 824, Kobe Bryant. The golden generation of '96. Xiang Yuan watched the entire broadcast of the draft conference in the United States. In his previous life, despite his passion for basketball, he returned home after high school, where there was no television coverage of the draft. Thus, he never had the opportunity to witness this historically significant event in person. In this life, he has rectified that regret. After watching the draft, his heart remained restless for a considerable time. He understood that with the assistance of the system, it was only a matter of time before he would also grace the draft stage, ultimately ascending to the NBA. The pinnacle of basketball, a dream that once resided solely in his imagination. Taking a deep breath, he focused his thoughts and activated the system. The virtual interface that appeared before him exuded a futuristic aura, seemingly symbolizing his illustrious future. Chapter 32, Special Reward Items Host, Xiang Yuan Physical Attributes, Height 201 centimeters. Weight 91. 3 kilograms points, 3,200 badges, Swift Leap, Bronze, Space Messenger, Silver, Come Here, Silver, Special Skills, None Character Card. 02 Ability Evaluation, Offense 56, Defense 63, Organization 52. Athleticism 67, Finishing 59, Basketball IQ 70, Aesthetic Appeal 43, Leadership 36, Attributes may vary, Comprehensive Evaluation 57 following his accumulation of experience in the high school league championships. Coupled with an impressive performance in the final using Nash's strategy, Xiang Yuan's abilities have significantly advanced. A comprehensive evaluation of 57, with just an additional 3 points, would be sufficient to compete in the NBA, even at the level of a late-round pick or an undrafted player. Gazing at the system interface, Xiang Yuan envisioned his future. Suddenly, he recalled an important detail. He had won the championship in the finals against Daytona Beach High School, completing all the tasks assigned by the system. one of which included a side quest that rewarded him with a chance to draw a special item. He wondered what that could be. Xiang Yuan was filled with curiosity. As his thoughts stirred, the virtual interface of the system began to transform, revealing a colossal wheel suspended in the void. It was the special rewards wheel. Xiang Yuan gazed at the roulette, noticing an array of diverse patterns adorning its surface, numbering over 100 upon cursory inspection. These designs bore no textual descriptions, suggesting that the true nature of the rewards could only be unveiled upon selection. Beneath the roulette lay two buttons, one for initiation and the other for cessation. Xiang Yuan's thoughts coalesced as he pressed the activation button. The wheel in the void began to spin, and a pointer emerged directly above it. The wheel rotated with great velocity, but after a moment of contemplation, Xiang Yuan decisively pressed the stop button. This contraption was a matter of luck, requiring no further delay. The speed of the wheel diminished instantaneously. A few seconds later, the wheel came to a complete halt. Xiang Yuan fixed his gaze, observing that the pointer indicated a design depicting a human foot, where a conspicuous rupture was evident at the Achilles tendon. Additionally, a prominent cross marked the illustration. Xiang Yuan received information regarding a special reward. The special reward item, Foot Injury Exemption Card. Effect: when the host encounters a foot injury, this card can be used to exempt one instance of foot injury. What a splendid item! Xiang Yuan had long been plagued by concerns regarding injuries. Injuries, after all, are an inevitable aspect of life. Although he is still young, in good health, and currently faces no issues, a profound apprehension lingers within him. The systematic character card training has been meticulously designed, taking into account Xiang Yuan's physical endurance, and it imposes certain limitations on the inheritance of enhancements. Yet, the power derived from these cards does not truly belong to him. It is merely a temporary augmentation. Thus, Xiang Yuan harbors a genuine fear that he may, at a young age, suffer from chronic physical strain leading to injuries and an untimely retirement. However, the situation has improved. He no longer needs to worry excessively, as he can draw upon injury exemption cards more liberally, rendering everything manageable. The allure of special rewards is indeed enticing. With the special rewards wheel now closed, Xiang Yuan's gaze shifted towards the 3,200 points he had accumulated, stirring a sense of excitement within him. He currently possesses no character cards. Should he indulge in a thrilling draw from the golden card pool? No, he still has one free opportunity to draw from the golden card pool. With this thought in mind, he resolved without hesitation and directly opened the golden card pool. Xiang Yuan gazed upon the gleaming, golden-hued card pool, feeling an aura of luxury enveloping him. This card pool was undeniably delightful. As he extracted a card, it ascended into the air. An array of cards dancing in the void, until finally, a character card materialized and settled within the system's card pack. A-level character card, Antoine Jameson. Character synopsis: a versatile forward, he was the 4th overall pick in the first round of the NBA draft in 1998. Throughout his career, he averaged 18, 5 points, 6 assists, and 5 rebounds per game, with a peak season average of 22, 2 points, 9 assists, and 9 rebounds. He was selected as an NBA All-Star on 2 occasions. Badges: 1. Pick-and-pop shooter silver, effect, enhances the success rate of shots taken after receiving the ball from a screen. 2. Post-punisher bronze, effect, slightly increases the success rate of back-to-the-basket plays. 3. Corner three-point shooter, bronze, effect, slightly enhances the accuracy of three-point shots taken from the corner. 4. Big against small, bronze, effect, slightly improves scoring ability in the paint when facing shorter opponents. 5. Elegance silver, effect, increases the success rate of hook shots following a catch in the paint. 6. Brawler, bronze, effect, slightly boosts strength and speed during interior battles for the ball. This certainly qualifies as a commendable draw. With a 27.51 probability of obtaining an A-level character, this was quite an excellent outcome. It seems today as fortune is favorable. Should I indulge in another exhilarating draw? Xiang Yuan pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to let it go. After all, there were no competitions on the horizon, and it felt more secure to keep his points in hand. Having watched the draft conference, he found himself with little to occupy his time in the United States. He bid farewell to Vince Carter and embarked on his journey back home. Naturally, Tang Zixuan accompanied him on his return. Recently, this little enchantress had become increasingly clingy. Ever since Xiang Yuan chose Georgetown University, her gaze towards him had become almost sweet enough to cause cavities. Whenever he was idle, She remained by his side without a moment's hesitation. The two took a flight back home. Both of their parents, being exceptionally busy individuals, initially made a point to carve out time to spend with them upon their return, inquiring about various matters. However, it wasn't too long before they became virtually untraceable. At this juncture, both the Xiang and Tang families began to experience a downturn in their businesses. Furthermore, their respective enterprises bore no intersections, rendering mutual assistance impossible. As a result, their parents, overwhelmed with their own concerns, had little time to attend to the affairs of the two. Tang Yuan, on the other hand, relished the peace and found great joy in being close to her brother Yuan. Yet, a shadow loomed over Xiang Yuan's heart. In this life, he was still young, and his parents had yet to allow him any involvement in the family business. Leveraging the advantage of his rebirth, he had attempted to propose various suggestions, such as venturing into the internet sector, developing instant messaging software, acquiring real estate in certain locales, and investing in specific stocks, but these ideas were dismissed by his parents as mere childish whims. Xiang Yuan could only feel anxious, yet found himself devoid of any effective solutions. He certainly could not claim to have been reborn, suggesting that these industries would inevitably flourish in the future. Such a declaration would most likely lead his parents to frantically rush him to the hospital, seeking a remedy for his delusional condition. Xiang Yuan harbored a desire to purchase a few stocks for himself. However, his parents adhered to a rather traditional approach to education, resulting in a limited amount of pocket money at his disposal. Thus, he found himself relying on basketball as his sole means of financial independence. Xiang Yuan's ambition is to spend 1 or 2 years in college, striving to gain a certain level of recognition. He anticipates that once he enters the lottery zone of the draft, he will embark on his journey to the NBA. Additionally, it is crucial for him to elevate his overall evaluation score to above 70. Only then, with the support of his character card, can he truly secure a position within the NBA. Thus, he must train diligently. In the gymnasium of H City Industrial University, a figure often appears at dawn, or rather, at 9 a.m., accompanied by a beautiful girl, diligently practicing basketball. To be frank, who can truly rise at dawn to practice? It is genuinely an unattainable feat for many. Chapter 33. 4 and 8 On this particular day, Xiang Yuan was practicing in the gym when suddenly, Rong Qingxi, Tang Zhishuan's close friend, came to visit. The suddenness of her arrival was noteworthy, as Rong Qingxi had frequently visited to play with the little witch before, but had not come around for quite some time. Tang Zhishuan explained that she is now the president of the student council with an abundance of daily responsibilities. Xiang Yuan was quite pleased to enjoy the tranquility, while Rong Qingxi possessed an exceedingly cheerful disposition, often teasing Xiang Yuan to the point where he found himself at a loss, requiring Tang Zhishuan to intervene. Today, for reasons unknown, she suddenly rushed over, appearing rather anxious. Xiang Yuan, has anyone been looking for you at school? Rong Qingxi hurriedly approached Xiang Yuan and Tang Zhishuan, breathless, without even pausing to greet her dear friend, and directly inquired of Xiang Yuan. No, why would anyone be looking for me? Xiang Yuan replied, puzzled. That's a relief. That's a relief. Rong Qingxi exhaled with a sense of relief, patting her chest, causing Xiang Yuan to feel a bit dizzy. Xiang Yuan reluctantly shifted his gaze and inquired, what is it? Rong Qingxi replied, the school is organizing a basketball competition categorized by departments. The rules allow for the inclusion of one external player, provided that this player is a university student. Naturally, I thought of you and hurried over, fearing someone might snatch you away. Tang Zhishuan playfully patted her best friend and remarked, couldn't you just have made a phone call? With a mischievous grin, Rong Qingxi responded, wouldn't he that be less sincere? Isn't that right, handsome? At that moment, Xiang Yuan found himself at a loss, unsure whether to accept the invitation. What is there to hesitate about? Qingxi is my closest friend. If you refuse her, I shall go home and tell on you. Tang Zhishuan threatened Xiang Yuan. With no other option, Xiang Yuan capitulated to the little witch's insistence. All right, I agree. Wonderful, Rong Qingxi exclaimed with delight. Subsequently, she nudged Tang Zhishuan's arm, her expression playful, and whispered conspiratorially, your brother Xiang Yuan is quite obedient to you. When will he change his address? Tang Zhishuan's face flushed crimson. Stealing a glance at Xiang Yuan, she felt assured he could not hear Rong Qingxi's words. It was only then that Tang Zhishuan snapped back to reality, placing her right hand on Rong Qingxi's waist and giving a gentle pinch to her soft flesh. Ouch, ouch. Rong Qingxi feigned great pain before launching a counterattack, and the two erupted into laughter and playful banter. Xiang Yuan stood there, appearing as calm as still water, yet his peripheral vision frequently darted towards the two individuals nearby. Both stood over 1.7 meters tall, their physiques not resembling mere slender reeds, but rather possessing ample curves and graceful contours, exuding an enchanting allure. After engaging in light-hearted banter and confirming that Xiang Yuan would assist in the competition, Rong Qingxi took her leave. Upon returning to the courtyard, Rong Qingxi promptly sought out the individual responsible for selecting members for the college basketball team. At that moment, the official was in his office conversing with a Caucasian man towering over 1.9 meters. The man lounged casually in the chair opposite the official, a cigar clasped between his fingers as he exhaled plumes of smoke, his demeanor marked by a pronounced arrogance. "Mr. Blake, your asking price is exceedingly high. Is there any possibility of a reduction?" the official implored. The Caucasian shook his head dismissively. No, the price is non-negotiable. If your School of Economics and Management cannot meet my demands, I shall seek opportunities elsewhere. Frankly, had it not been for your student council president, I would never have considered your institution. Your players' abilities are far too inadequate, which would adversely affect my statistics. Hearing this, the official's expression darkened considerably. Yet he refrained from expressing his frustration. The truth was, the School of Economics and Management had indeed been lacking in talent. Without securing a sufficiently skilled foreign player, they risked finishing at the bottom of the rankings. However, the dean had issued a strict directive: they must not fall into the last 3 positions in the upcoming competition. The Caucasian, Teddy Blake, though arrogant and disrespectful, was undeniably talented, ranking among the best in the entire school. With the international college not participating in this basketball tournament, these skilled foreign students had become highly sought after by various departments. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. Before the official could respond, he heard, "Come in." The door swung open, and Rong Qingxi entered the office. Upon seeing her, Blake, who had been lounging nonchalantly, rose with a smile, an inappropriate glint flashing in his eyes. He extended his hand towards Rong Qingxi, saying, "Beautiful Miss Rong, how do you do?" Feigning ignorance of his gesture, Rong Qingxi merely nodded and strode directly to the official, inquiring, "What is his purpose here?" "Oh, we were discussing his potential role as a foreign aide for the School of Economics and Management. Your representative believes my price is too steep," Blake interjected, stepping forward. "However, if the lovely Miss Rong would accept my invitation to dinner, I would gladly play for your college free of charge and ensure a spot in the top 10. Rong Qingxi shot him an expression of disdain before addressing the official. "No need to look elsewhere. I have already found a foreign aide." The official, taken aback, responded, "You found someone? What is their capability? Do not treat this matter lightly. This competition is of great significance, and you were present when the dean emphasized the necessity of careful selection." Although the person in charge harbored a strong disdain for Teddy Blake, his prowess indeed ensured that the School of Economics and Management would not fall into the bottom 3. Rest assured, this foreign aide possesses formidable strength, and he is Chinese. After contemplating for a moment, Rong Qingxi pointed at Blake and remarked, "He is at least more than twice as capable." Upon hearing this, Blake became indignant. "What? Miss Rong, while you may decline my invitation, you shall not belittle my abilities. In your China, I refuse to believe there exists a university student superior to me by such a margin. Your disbelief stems from your narrow perspective. But that does not negate the existence of others," Rong Qingxi retorted without hesitation. Fine, fine. Blake exclaimed 3 times, clearly infuriated. "In that case, I shall join the School of Materials Science and Engineering. You may regret this decision." With that, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. What a lack of decorum. Rong Qingxi rolled her eyes, wondering what audacity he had to pursue her. "Qingxi, now that it has come to this, I cannot bear the responsibility if that foreign aide you selected proves inadequate," the person in charge lamented helplessly. "Do not worry," Rong Qingxi replied confidently. "The individual I have found is a 5-star high school student from America." "What?" The person in charge looked perplexed, shaking his head in confusion. Realizing this, Rong Qingxi endeavored to elucidate the concept of a 5-star high school student in America, drawing upon knowledge she had gleaned from her friends. Upon hearing her explanation, the person in charge's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You know such an impressive peer. If our college performs well this time, I shall credit you for it." In a lighter mood, the person in charge jested, "Qingxi, tell me honestly, is this person your crush?" Rong Qingxi's cheeks flushed slightly, but she playfully responded, "Not quite. He is my best friend's crush. If he were to become mine, I would surely steal him away, haha." Chapter 34. The College Cup Men's Basketball Tournament in mid-July at HEB Industrial University. The College Cup Men's Basketball Tournament officially commenced. The competition involved 20 colleges within the university. In the first round, each college faced off in a match. The victor earned 1 point while the loser received none. The second round featured the 8 colleges with the highest scores competing in the quarterfinals, followed by the semifinals and finals. The structure was straightforward, yet the intensity of the matches was formidable. Such tournaments are seldom held, which invigorated the spirited and youthful students across the campus, whether players, cheerleaders, or spectators. Everyone was brimming with excitement. Particularly, the players had begun rigorous training the moment they learned of the tournament. After more than a month of practice and team cohesion, each individual was filled with determination to secure a commendable ranking for their college. However, the faces of the players from the College of Economics and Management were etched with frustration. President, who on earth did you recruit? It has been over a month, and we have yet to see a glimpse of him. One might think our foreign aid is some sort of deity. Indeed, the disparity was evident when comparing their external aid with that of other colleges, whose recruits had been actively training with the teams, fostering synergy and collaboration. It's one thing to skip training, but it's time for him to make an appearance. After these initial matches, we are slated to take the court. Yet he remains elusive. We shall play as we are. I refuse to believe we can only achieve the lowest ranks. The team members expressed their grievances, voicing their dissatisfaction with the enigmatic foreign aid. It is understandable that the players from the College of Economics and Management harbored discontent, as Xiang Yuan had indeed remained absent. Though he had promised Rong Qingxi to serve as an external aid, Xiang Yuan was not inclined to sacrifice his precious time for this endeavor. Xiang Yuan requires specialized training. He had long sought the expertise of a professional trainer from the United States to devise a comprehensive training regimen for the entire holiday, which he must diligently follow. Training alongside others would undoubtedly disrupt his own plan and rhythm, a cardinal sin that Xiang Yuan, who aspires to make a name for himself at Georgetown University, cannot afford to accept. However, Xiang Yuan is not one to renege on his commitments. He will fulfill his role as an external aid, merely needing to participate during matches. Given Xiang Yuan's prowess, even without team synergy, his mere presence on the court would provide a formidable advantage for the students of HEB Industrial University, akin to an insurmountable force. After all, he is the man who snatched the championship from the illustrious Vince Carter. Yet, the members of the School of Economics and Management remain unaware of this fact, thus harboring resentment towards Xiang Yuan. Rong Qingxi, too, finds herself at a loss, repeatedly reassuring her teammates that Xiang Yuan will surely arrive before the match. As fate would have it, Blake chose this moment to approach. He circled around the Economics and Management team, then sneered at Rong Qingxi, saying, "Hey, beautiful, where's your external aid? Didn't you say there's one who is twice as good as me? All I see are a bunch of misfits." "Who are you calling misfits? Say that again if you dare." The students from the School of Economics and Management were incensed, unleashing a torrent of invective. Rong Qingxi hurriedly sought to defuse the situation. She certainly did not want it to devolve into a brawl. "Damn it, where is Xiang Yuan?" she muttered in frustration, stamping her foot. Just then, a gentle voice interjected, "What with the insults?" A small patch of shadow appeared above Rong Qingxi as she looked up, locking eyes with Xiang Yuan. The sight of his handsome face and his confident, yet gentle gaze caused her heart to skip a beat. Realizing herself, she promptly pinched Xiang Yuan hard. "Ouch!" he yelped, jumping back. "Qingxi, what was that for?" Tang Zhixuan's voice chimed in. Although Rong Qingxi was her close friend, she would not allow her to bully her brother Yuan. Rong Qingxi's cheeks flushed as she tossed her hand aside, retorting, "Ask him why he has been absent for so long, only showing up right before the match. Does he even comprehend the pressure I'm under?" With that, she adopted a woeful expression, genuinely feeling a bit wronged. As a female student council president, she faced considerable challenges, and this incident had placed immense strain upon her. Seeing Rong Qingxi in such distress softened Tang Zhixuan's heart, prompting her to redirect her ire towards Xiang Yuan. "I told you that you should train with them for a day. Can't you modify your plan a little? I swear, if you don't help Qingxi secure a spot in the top 5, I will hold you accountable." The threats of young maidens are often imbued with a gentle pressure, prompting Xiang Yuan to respond with a rueful smile and a nod. "Ah, so this is your foreign aid? A Chinese individual?" At such a warm moment, an irritating fly reappeared. "Blake, once again. I had thought you found an international student from another school, but to my surprise, it is merely a Chinese person. He must be twice as strong as I am. This is truly laughable, ha ha ha." Blake clutched his belly, feigning breathlessness from laughter. After a while, noticing the lack of response from others, he begrudgingly ceased his mirth. "Hey there. I'm Blake. What's your name?" Blake inquired, gazing at Xiang Yuan. "Xiang Yuan. All right. Then in the upcoming match, I shall utterly defeat you," Blake declared. "Oh, we shall meet on the court," Xiang Yuan replied, thoroughly perplexed, unsure of the origin of this boastful individual. Reluctant to engage further, he merely offered a casual response. "Excellent. You have accepted my challenge, proving that at least you are not a coward. We shall meet again," Blake proclaimed. Then, believing he had executed a particularly suave gesture, turned and departed. "This is our foreign aide, Xiang Yuan." Upon seeing the bothersome fly leave, Rong Qingxi hastened to attend to business, introducing Xiang Yuan to his teammates. Quite a rarity, indeed. He resembles a towering Buddha. True, yet one cannot ascertain his strength. He might just be a pretty boy. He is simply tall. But doesn't he appear younger than me? It's not that I doubt the capabilities of our Chinese compatriots, but I truly find it hard to believe in this lad's prowess. Xiang Yuan? That name seems familiar, yet I cannot quite place it. Perhaps I've heard it on the streets. Ha ha, it is quite like Zhang Wei, a name so common that it is uttered by many. For such an extended period, Xiang Yuan has been absent, and the members of the School of Economics and Management do not intend to extend him any semblance of cordiality. Consequently, they bombard him with a barrage of doubts and criticisms. It is only due to the presence of Rong Qingxi that their remarks remain somewhat restrained. Otherwise, their words would have been far more caustic. Xiang Yuan scratched his head and smiled, saying, "It is indeed my fault for not training with everyone. But I shall not apologize. Let us meet on the field, as long as you possess a sense of collective honor. I guarantee that the School of Economics and Management will reach the top 8. Xiang Yuan actually intended to express his aspiration for the championship. However, being new to the environment, he felt hesitant to speak too boldly and opted for a more modest approach. Nevertheless, such humble words were perceived by the members of the School of Economics and Management as exceedingly audacious. Chapter 35, A Dimension-Reducing Strike. Xiang Yuan found himself in a state of isolation. To the members of the School of Economics and Management, he appeared to be a person devoid of decorum, languid, arrogant, and excessively proud. Nevertheless, Xiang Yuan remained indifferent, for when the time came for the match, they would comprehend the reality of the situation. The first round of the competition had commenced, and with only 5 courts available for full-length games, the matches were set to proceed in rotation. He surveyed the unfolding contest, and as he had anticipated, the level of play was indeed disappointing. It was not that Xiang Yuan held an inclination towards foreign admiration, but he could not deny that the basketball proficiency in his homeland lagged significantly behind that of the United States. Among the teams, there were some foreign exchange students. Yet their skills were merely mediocre. As university students, their technical abilities and physical attributes were several leagues behind those of high school players in America. This was to be expected, as not everyone, regardless of race, possesses the capability to join a high school basketball team, and if they did, they likely would not be pursuing studies abroad. Thus, the foreign students here merely relied on their superior physical attributes to gain a slight advantage over their domestic counterparts. In such competitions, unless his teammates were utterly inept, Xiang Yuan would undoubtedly dominate the court. To claim a spot in the top 8 would indeed be an understatement. The format of the matches consisted of 2 halves, each lasting a mere 10 minutes. In approximately half an hour, all 5 games would conclude. Following this round, the School of Economics and Management was set to compete against the School of Electronic and Information Engineering. The players from both sides took to the court. Xiang Yuan cast a glance at his opponents, noting that the tallest among them stood approximately 1.92 meters, while the shortest measured around 1.76 meters. His teammates' average height mirrored that of the adversaries. Within the opposing lineup, there was also a foreign player of African descent. At that moment, the foreign player was fixated on Xiang Yuan, seemingly pondering something. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly appeared to recollect something, pointing at Xiang Yuan and exclaiming, "You are that Chinese player." Xiang Yuan felt utterly perplexed. As long as his mind and eyes were functioning normally, anyone could discern that he was indeed Chinese. However, the implications behind the term black were far from straightforward. Xiang Yuan did not recall him, yet he was distinctly remembered by Samuel Jamie, the African-American exchange student who had played a 3v3 match with Xiang Yuan last summer. The experience left a profound impression on Jamie, enabling him to vividly recall Xiang Yuan's visage. In contrast, Xiang Yuan had encountered numerous individuals of African descent, and unless they were familiar He found it challenging to differentiate between them, rendering him unable to recognize the person before him. When the other party called out to him, Xiang Yuan could only greet him before returning to his half of the court to prepare for the match. "Jamie, do you know him? Who is he? Is he from our school?" Someone from the School of Electronics and Information Engineering inquired, having witnessed the interaction. Jamie shook his head, replying, "I am not well acquainted with him. I have only played one game against him." "Oh, is he formidable? Should we keep a close watch on him?" Jamie's expression darkened as he hesitated before responding. "Back then, he could easily dominate me, and now, I feel he has grown even stronger." "What? How is that possible? You must be joking. I have never heard of such a person." Jamie must surely be jesting. "Haha, Jamie, if you wish to instill pressure upon us, there is no need to fabricate such tales. Even with your assistance, we will not let our guard down. Indeed, I may not be very educated, but do not deceive me." Initially, Jamie's teammates dismissed the matter lightly, but as they observed his serious demeanor, their skepticism began to waver. Could he truly be that formidable? What is wrong with Jamie, elevating another's reputation while diminishing his own? The individual appeared quite tall and indeed warranted some attention. Let us assess the situation, they thought. Surely, Jamie must have mistaken him for someone else. After all, he was merely from the School of Economics and Management, even if he were exceptionally skilled. What impact could one individual have? Regardless of the thoughts each person harbored, the match commenced with the sound of the whistle. The nature of this game was exceedingly simple. There was no coach, nor any tactical arrangements, and no designated positions, simply a matter of stepping onto the court and playing. The appearance of Xiang Yuan in such a prestigious competition is akin to that of an NBA superstar participating in the development league. Note, a superstar, not an ordinary player. As the game commenced with the jump ball, it was naturally Xiang Yuan who assumed this responsibility. Without much effort in leaping, he deftly tapped the ball into the hands of his teammate. As his teammate dribbled towards the half-court, they noticed an opposing player encroaching upon their half to mount a defense. In a formal match, this would be classified as a full-court pressing tactic. However, in this context, it is merely referred to as defense. Moreover, such defensive strategies are frequently observed. Xiang Yuan had just watched several other schools' matches, and it was evident that a considerable portion of the game time was dominated by this defensive approach. The crux of the matter is that no one has been able to counteract this defense, as the ball-handling skills of the players are rather subpar. Xiang Yuan's teammate mishandled the ball twice under the pressure of the opposing defender's tackles. Xiang Yuan smiled wryly. He had anticipated a lackluster level of competition, yet he did not foresee it to be this dismal. The opposing player intercepted the ball and sprinted towards the front court, executing a three-step layup. However, the execution of this layup was rather unsteady. Xiang Yuan noticed that the opponent had taken 4 steps. However, the referee failed to observe this transgression. 2 points secured. The opposing player felt a surge of joy. Yet, before he could savor the moment, he was startled to see a massive pair of hands emphatically slap the basketball against the backboard. It was a resounding block. With an expressionless visage, Xiang Yuan swiftly dribbled past half-court following a remarkable block. The defenders who confronted him were effortlessly outmaneuvered with a mere step. He soon approached the basket, where 2 opposing players stood guard. With a graceful half-hook shot, he deftly released the ball, leaving the defenders leaping in vain, unable to reach it as it smoothly swished through the net. Subsequently, as the opposing team initiated their offense, Xiang Yuan stationed himself just outside the 3-second zone on his side of the court, effectively extending his defensive influence across nearly the entire half. Save for beyond the 3-point line, the opposing players, hesitant to penetrate inward, resorted to distant shots, which yielded a dismal success rate. Making 3 out of 10 attempts was considered a remarkable feat. The foreign player on the opposing team became the focal point of Xiang Yuan's defensive strategy. Under his vigilant guard, the adversary either faltered with turnovers or failed to convert their shots, with any hopes of breaching his defense proving utterly futile. Initially, the players from the School of Economics and Management neglected to pass the ball to Xiang Yuan, opting instead to engage in erratic dribbling and futile drives, culminating in desperate shots that often clanged off the rim. Xiang Yuan remained unfazed. He effortlessly seized the offensive rebounds as if they were merely gifts. After securing the ball, he initiated his own attack, requiring no assistance from his teammates. Before long, after a few exchanges on the court, the players from the School of Economics and Management were left astounded. At that moment, they had come to a profound realization of Xiang Yuan's prowess. Such talent, indeed, warranted a certain level of bravado. They felt a mixture of excitement and embarrassment, hastily apologizing for their earlier remarks. Xiang Yuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating his lack of interest in expending energy on such trivial matters. Consequently, in the ensuing rounds, whenever it was the School of Economics and Management's turn to attack, the ball would inevitably find its way into Xiang Yuan's hands. Xiang Yuan was nothing short of exceptional, showcasing an array of skills including jump shots, drives, post plays, three-pointers, and hook shots, leaving both teams in awe. The School of Electronics and Information Engineering attempted a double team, yet it proved ineffective, as Xiang Yuan possessed numerous strategies to counter it, hardly affecting his offensive prowess. Should a triple team be employed, he would simply elevate the ball above his head and pass it to a teammate, ensuring a 4-on-2 advantage. His teammates were far from inept, and they could easily convert at least 5 or 6 out of 10 opportunities. As the match concluded, the School of Economics and Management triumphed over the School of Electronics and Information Engineering with a score of 57-22, successfully securing a point. In the aftermath, the players from the School of Economics and Management gazed in astonishment at the technical statistics compiled by Rong Qingxi, which revealed Xiang Yuan's astonishing performance: 37 points, 7 assists, and 28 rebounds. It was a truly overwhelming display. Chapter 36. The championship within reach. In the ensuing days, Xiang Yuan adhered to his training regimen with unwavering dedication. Whenever the School of Economics and Management had a match, he would carve out time to participate, casually scoring over 20 or 30 points, pulling down a dozen or more rebounds, and leading the team to victories by margins of 20 or 30 points. This routine allowed him to break a sweat before returning to his training. Under Xiang Yuan's leadership, the School of Economics and Management surged through the competition, achieving successive victories that astonished everyone. With just over half of the schedule completed, they had nearly secured a spot in the top 8. At this juncture, Xiang Yuan's reputation resonated throughout the campus. In subsequent matches featuring the School of Economics and Management, the audience swelled to more than double that of other games, with the majority attending solely to witness Xiang Yuan's prowess. After solidifying their place in the top 8, Xiang Yuan decided to refrain from participating in further matches, agreeing with his teammates to reappear only for the quarterfinals. His teammates, utterly devoted to his leadership, had no objections. Consequently, in the 7 matches that followed, Xiang Yuan did not take to the court, leaving the audience quite disappointed. Without him, the School of Economics and Management could only secure a single victory in those 7 games, including a loss to the School of Materials Science and Engineering. In that match, Blake was a formidable force, amassing 39 points and 16 rebounds. Following the game, Blake boasted that Xiang Yuan's absence was due to fearing defeat and the impact on his image. While most dismissed this claim, a small fraction found it credible, acknowledging Blake's considerable strength. Xiang Yuan remains unfazed. The School of Materials Science and Engineering has also made it to the top 8, and the two may indeed cross paths. When that time comes, their true abilities will speak for themselves. Ultimately, in the first round of the competition, the School of Economics and Management triumphed with a record of 13 wins and 6 losses, securing their place in the top 8 as the second seed in the standings. The School of Economics and Management, which was predicted to finish at the bottom, has executed a remarkable turnaround. The top seed is the School of Materials Science and Engineering, bolstered by the presence of Blake as their foreign aide. In the quarterfinals, Xiang Yuan once again took to the court, facing the 6th-seeded School of Civil Engineering. He scored 32 points, leading his team to victory and advancing to the semifinals. In this next round, they faced the 3rd-seeded School of Mechanical and Electrical Engineering, where Xiang Yuan excelled with 41 points, propelling them into the finals. The championship match will see the School of Economics and Management pitted against the School of Materials Science and Engineering. This time, it is indeed a direct confrontation between Xiang Yuan and Blake. Blake has garnered considerable attention and gradually amassed a few supporters, though they pale in comparison to Xiang Yuan's following. Nevertheless, this has greatly bolstered Blake's confidence. He eagerly anticipates defeating Xiang Yuan in the finals, hoping to prove to Rong Qingxi who the true champion is. In the depths of his mind, Blake fantasizes about making that girl beg to be his girlfriend. Before a multitude of spectators, the finals of the HEB University College Cup men's basketball tournament officially commenced. The players took their positions on the court. Blake and Xiang Yuan stood at center court, ready for the jump ball. Get ready to be humiliated. Blake taunted Xiang Yuan with an internationally recognized gesture. You are nothing. I wouldn't even acknowledge you as my father. Xiang Yuan is not a person of gentle temperament. He finds Blake as bothersome as a fly, wishing he could swat him into oblivion. Especially after Rong Qingxi had informed him before the match that Blake incessantly harassed her, Xiang Yuan resolved to teach him a lesson. Thus, fueled by personal animosity, Xiang Yuan committed himself fully to this competition. After extensive and methodical training, his physical attributes and skills had improved significantly, achieving an overall rating of 59. What does this signify? It represents the prowess of a player capable of competing in the NBA, now participating in an amateur match of the utmost insignificance. Indeed, in prior games, Xiang Yuan had merely played casually, averaging an impressive 33 points per game. Now, with unwavering determination, he faced Blake at the jump ball, granting him not a single opportunity. Once securing possession, the ball swiftly found its way into Xiang Yuan's hands. While Blake approached for a one-on-one defense, Xiang Yuan showed no leniency towards him. With a simple triple threat move, he pivoted and charged into the restricted area, leaving Blake trailing behind. He then forcefully executed a layup against the help defense, scoring and earning an additional free throw. Turning back, Blake attempted to isolate Xiang Yuan offensively, only to realize the immense difficulty of the task. Ultimately, he managed a desperate shot, which was effortlessly blocked by Xiang Yuan. In the ensuing possession, Xiang Yuan backed down against Blake, executing a graceful turnaround fadeaway jump shot, scoring with ease once more. Blake, towering over 195 meters, had previously witnessed all his opponents fail to score under his defense, often resorting to passing the ball. Now, facing Xiang Yuan, Blake despairingly discovered that his defense was utterly ineffective. Furthermore, he found himself confronting Xiang Yuan's defense as if it were an insurmountable mountain, utterly unconquerable. Xiang Yuan relentlessly scored with every conceivable method before him. Conversely, he faced a barrage of unexpected blocks, steals, and missed shots that clanged against the rim. Blake's complexion darkened, gradually transforming into a hue reminiscent of liver. Particularly, upon witnessing the beaming countenance of Rong Qingxi on the sidelines, he felt profoundly humiliated. In this state, he had lost all semblance of rational judgment, becoming ensnared in a mental quagmire. A singular thought consumed him. He was determined to score over Xiang Yuan in a one-on-one scenario. Thus, when his teammates called for the ball during offensive plays, he refused to pass. Even when teammates set screens, he neglected to seize the opportunity to penetrate. On defense, when his teammates sought to assist, he dismissed them with harsh words. As time ticked away, approaching the end of the first half, Blake finally forced a shot in an awkward posture. Miraculously, the basketball struck the backboard and ricocheted into the hoop. It went in. It went in. It went in. Blake shouted in a frenzy, celebrating without a glance at his teammates' awkward expressions. He had become ensnared in the self-imposed scenario he had crafted, unable to extricate himself. For him, making that shot was 100 times more exhilarating than winning a championship. Poor boy, he was on the brink of madness, driven to the edge by Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan chuckled and shook his head. It seemed that Blake was fortunate. Otherwise, Xiang Yuan had genuinely intended to shut him down completely, to crush him into the ground as a means of venting his frustrations on Rong Qingxi. As the first half concluded, aided by the efforts of the opposing player Blake, the School of Economics and Management led the School of Materials Science and Engineering by a staggering 30 points. Under normal circumstances, the other players from the School of Economics and Management were entirely outmatched by those from the School of Materials Science and Engineering, even with Xiang Yuan on their team. Such a lead would have been implausible. However, Blake's relentless pursuit of Xiang Yuan disrupted their game, leaving his teammates unable to touch the ball, resulting in this outcome. At this juncture in the match, it could almost be declared over. In the second half, the School of Materials Science and Engineering directly sidelined Blake, preventing him from participating. Consequently, Blake erupted in a fit of rage, even overturning the scoring table in his fury. The leaders of the School of Materials Science and Engineering were visibly dismayed. Ultimately, Blake was escorted away from the scene by officials from the International College. With Blake's absence and still holding a 30-point lead, Xiang Yuan ceased to exert himself, casually playing in the second half and allowing the School of Materials Science and Engineering to close the gap slightly, all while demonstrating high emotional intelligence. At the conclusion of the match, the School of Economics and Management triumphed with a score of 56-39, astonishing everyone with their unexpected victory, emerging as the dark horse champion of this year's College Cup men's basketball tournament. In that moment of victory, Rong Qingxi dashed onto the court and, under the gaze of all present, leapt into Xiang Yuan's embrace, giving him a warm hug. A flicker of astonishment and confusion crossed the eyes of Tang Zhishuan, who lingered behind. Chapter 37. Enrollment, Georgetown University's awe-inspiring team. Before entering university, Xiang Yuan assisted his college basketball team in securing a championship. Shortly after this event, spurred by Tang Zhishuan's incessant urging, the two departed from HEB together for a journey to the south. Their parents, unconcerned about their escapade, allowed them to go, believing that once they graduated, the couple would inevitably wed. Such an outlook was considered quite progressive for the late 1990s. However, privately, Xiang Yuan and Tang Zhishuan had yet to define their relationship. Tang Zhishuan, despite her affection for Xiang Yuan, preferred to wait for him to take the initiative. Her inherent shyness and a touch of pride as a girl restrained her from being overly proactive. On the other hand, Xiang Yuan was reluctant to make any premature decisions. He felt he was still too young, his basketball career was merely budding, family business matters were becoming uncertain, and the echoes of his past life still influenced him, necessitating more time for contemplation. Thus, they continued to interact as siblings, even when traveling, each occupying their own hotel room. Upon their return from the trip at the end of July, they rested for 2 days before flying back to the United States. With the onset of August, university life awaited them. On the day of enrollment, Xiang Yuan met with Carter, and together with Tang Zhishuan, they entered the campus of Georgetown University. The enrollment process was straightforward, devoid of complexities. Notably, Xiang Yuan and Carter were assigned to the same dormitory, indicating a lasting connection with this enigmatic companion. After settling in, Tang Zhishuan went out for dinner with her roommate, while Xiang Yuan treated Carter to burgers and pizza. After their hearty meal, Carter patted his belly, letting out a satisfied sigh. After devouring 2 burgers and a pizza, which is equivalent to 5 burgers, "You still owe me 93 burgers, he exclaimed. "Fear not. I shall repay every last burger," Xiang Yuan replied with a grin. "And the championship," Carter promptly added. "Indeed, the championship," Xiang Yuan echoed. They shared a smile, their eyes brimming with a fervent desire for victory and hopeful anticipation for the future. The following day, both Xiang Yuan and Carter received notifications to report to the Georgetown University basketball team. After the initiation ceremony, Coach John Thompson organized an intra-squad scrimmage. Although both Xiang Yuan and Carter were recipients of full scholarships, they needed to demonstrate their capabilities, proving their adaptability to the rigors of NCAA competition. First impressions were paramount, prompting both to approach the scrimmage with utmost seriousness. Xiang Yuan's current overall evaluation has reached 59, which is indeed sufficient to acclimate to the intensity of the NCAA. Yet it merely qualifies him as an average player. Consequently, he opted to expend 100 points to draw from the bronze card pool, resulting in the acquisition of a C-rated player card. Xiang Yuan utilized the player card and discovered that his inheritance level astonishingly reached 85. This clearly indicates that his physical attributes have undergone significant improvement. Following the scrimmage, Coach John Thompson felt quite satisfied, recognizing the potential of both players. Ultimately, Coach Thompson decided to place Carter directly into the starting lineup of the Georgetown University Hoyas, filling the void left by the departure of Allen Iverson. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan would begin as a substitute, with adjustments to be made based on his performance in due course. In truth, Coach Thompson harbored his own thoughts regarding Xiang Yuan. Georgetown University is renowned as a traditional powerhouse for centers, having produced notable figures such as Ewing, Mourning, and Mutombo. However, as the 1990s progressed, the scarcity of quality centers led the Georgetown Hoyas, who traditionally relied on a center-centric approach, into a period of decline. Now, with Xiang Yuan's emergence, he is undeniably one of the future mainstay players of the team. Coach Thompson has meticulously reviewed all of Xiang Yuan's game footage. Although Xiang Yuan predominantly played as a forward during high school and performed commendably as a point guard in the final game, Coach Thompson remains resolute in his intention for Xiang Yuan to play as a center. Xiang Yuan's height is marginally adequate for the center position, primarily because the renowned John Thompson believes that Xiang Yuan's skills confer certain advantages in that role. Unfortunately, the current team is desperately lacking in centers. Over the years, during a time of scarcity in this position, he has consistently been exploring unconventional methods for the development and utilization of non-traditional centers. During the match between Songjing High School and Coral Reef High School, Xiang Yuan played as the center. Little John Thompson has watched the recording of that game no less than 10 times. Xiang Yuan's defensive prowess in the center position left a profound impression on him. However, What captivated Little John Thompson even more was Xiang Yuan's unconventional offensive approach as a center. His ability to stretch the floor and his sharp three-point shooting were truly eye-opening for Little John Thompson. He envisioned a scenario where, during a remarkable play, Xiang Yuan would set a screen for Vince Carter, who would then drive into the paint for a layup or dunk. If met with double-teaming defense, Carter would pass the ball back to Xiang Yuan, who would elevate for a three-pointer, securing 3 points for the A team. How delightful! In Little John Thompson's mind, Xiang Yuan had already cemented his place as the starting center for the A team. Now he merely needed to observe for a while, foster the players' chemistry, devise a few tactical plays for Xiang Yuan and Carter, and after a few games, if the results were promising, it would be only natural to elevate Xiang Yuan to the starting center position. Xiang Yuan harbored no feelings of disappointment. This was entirely to be expected. Carter's fame had long since spread far and wide, and the members of Georgetown University's awe-inspiring team had heard of Carter's renown well before. As the nation's top high school player, he commanded their respect, and his arrival at the team was a result of special recruitment by the school, seamlessly taking over Allen Iverson's position without any objections. In contrast, Xiang Yuan had only recently begun to emerge in the public eye. Although he had participated in several remarkable games, many still viewed him as a mere upstart, lacking the established credibility required to win over skeptics. Therefore, Carter's ascension to the starting lineup posed no issues, while Xiang Yuan's immediate inclusion would not bode well for Georgetown University's team. Nor would it necessarily benefit Xiang Yuan himself. Nevertheless, he remained confident that, as time passed and he showcased his abilities in subsequent matches, his place in the starting lineup would become a foregone conclusion. Thus, he felt no urgency. It was Carter who sought to advocate for Xiang Yuan. Yet he was deterred by Xiang Yuan himself. After Xiang Yuan elucidated the rationale to Carter, Carter tacitly accepted the outcome, regardless of the circumstances. Xiang Yuan and Carter are now members of the Georgetown University Hoyas. The 1996 to 1997 NCAA season is about to witness the formidable Florida Twins. Chapter 38. The first NCAA game, Xiang Yuan and Carter embarked on their collegiate basketball journey together. During training sessions and scrimmages, each showcased their prowess, swiftly earning the admiration of their Georgetown University teammates. The intensity of college training, competitive spirit, professionalism, and logistical support far surpassed that of high school, propelling Xiang Yuan's abilities to new heights. Furthermore, during this period, he experienced a growth spurt of 1 centimeter, reaching a height of 202 centimeters. His overall rating finally climbed to 60 points. However, Xiang Yuan noticed a concerning trend. The rate of increase in his overall score had markedly slowed compared to before. Upon reflection, he surmised 2 contributing factors. Firstly, his recent lack of card draws, coupled with the diminished attribute gains from using C-rank character cards, had resulted in minimal enhancements, each usage yielding only an increase of 0, 2, or 0, 3 points. Secondly, as his strength had improved, the pursuit of further enhancement naturally became more challenging. Every increment in score was now significantly harder to achieve than previously. Nevertheless, a score of 60 was satisfactory. While not exceptionally strong, it positioned him among the top players on the team, second only to Carter. A month later, Coach John Thompson promoted Xiang Yuan to a starting position, surprisingly assigning him the role of center. He refrained from voicing any objections, recognizing that his current standing did not afford him the privilege to make demands of the coach. Thus, he graciously accepted the position. Drawing upon his prior experience as a center and proudly wearing a silver medal, which suited the role perfectly, Coach Thompson devised several strategies centered around him and Carter. And after practice, their effectiveness proved promising. Thus, Xiang Yuan's college life was filled with rigorous academics and training, leaving little time to accompany Tang Jixuan, which led to her growing dissatisfaction. Yet, Xiang Yuan could do little but contemplate ways to make it up to her in the future. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. By then, Xiang Yuan and Carter had forged a solid rapport with their teammates, establishing a preliminary chemistry. The Georgetown University team was poised to set sail with a fresh lineup. In late November, the NCAA men's basketball regular season officially commenced. The regional regular season spanned approximately 4 months, not due to an excess of games, but because, as college students, the players had classes to attend. Typically, each school would compete in 2 or 3 games per week. Consequently, teams within each conference would face off twice, once at home and once away. This format often led to fierce rivalries, contributing to the excitement of the NCAA. A prime example of this was the storied rivalry between Duke University and the University of North Carolina, where matches drew massive crowds, with intense gameplay complemented by fervent banter among fans. For the Georgetown University team, their rivals were the University of Connecticut Huskies, also part of the Big East Conference. Last season, the Georgetown team was halted in the conference finals, a setback attributable to the Huskies. This season, while Georgetown had lost Allen Iverson, the Huskies were without Ray Allen. Both teams found themselves in similar circumstances, with Georgetown bolstering their roster with Xiang Yuan and Vince Carter, while the Huskies were led by Richard Hamilton. Anticipation brewed for their upcoming clash, which promised to be electrifying. Indeed, as the regular season schedule dictated, the first match would see the Georgetown team host the University of Connecticut Huskies. The league certainly knew how to orchestrate these encounters. This highly anticipated match saw tickets vanish within mere days prior to the event. On the day of the game, the fans of both teams had filled the stadium to capacity. The gymnasium of Georgetown University was utterly packed. At that time, the MCI Center, now known as the Verizon Center, was yet to be constructed, thus the game was held in the former venue. This contest marked the inaugural NCAA appearance for both Xiang Yuan and Vince Carter. The level of attention surrounding the NCAA is incomparable to that of high school competitions, particularly in this context of rivalry. In addition to the supporters from both teams, former players also made their presence felt in the arena, along with a few celebrities of modest fame and scouts from various NBA teams. The atmosphere was electric with exuberant chatter. Under such circumstances, it is natural for players to experience anxiety, given the immense pressure of performing under the watchful eyes of a multitude. Fortunately, both Xiang Yuan and Carter had grown accustomed to the limelight during their high school years, being players born for grand stages, rendering them largely unfazed by the weight of the moment. The game was about to commence, and the players began to take the court. For the Georgetown Hoyas, the starting lineup was as follows: point guard, Victor George shooting guard, Vince Carter small forward, Jeremy Williams power forward, Bobcat Ovi center, Xiang Yuan head coach, John Thompson Jr. For the University of Connecticut Huskies, the starting roster was point guard, Darren Seaford shooting guard, Richard Hamilton small forward, Reed Johnson power forward, Creek Young center, Rivers Knight head coach, Carl Horn. Upon witnessing the starting lineups of their respective teams, the audience erupted in fervent discussions. "See, I told you, Carter must be in the starting lineup," exclaimed a fan of the Hoyas. "Was that ever in doubt?" "Unless the coach has lost his mind," another replied. "It seems the coach might indeed be a bit off, allowing Xiang Yuan to start as center. Isn't he supposed to be a point guard?" "Who said that? I recall him playing small forward." "Nonsense. I saw him play at Songjing High School. He was undeniably a center." "Whatever, he is playing center now." The Husky supporters were equally animated in their discussions, their words laced with skepticism towards the newcomer, Richard Hamilton. Xiang Yuan was acutely aware that the masked hero of the future possessed formidable strength, with a remarkably high shooting percentage from mid-range. However, in this particular match, he found himself matched up against Carter. Xiang Yuan felt a sense of assurance regarding Carter's defensive capabilities. Even if he could not entirely neutralize Hamilton, it mattered little, for Carter's offensive prowess was even more incisive. In their confrontation, it was evident that Carter held the advantage, or at the very least, the contest was evenly matched. Thus, Xiang Yuan glanced at both his opponents and teammates. The pivotal factor in securing victory in this match rested firmly in his hands. Xiang Yuan's spirits soared with excitement. Since that high school match, he had not participated in such a competition. His hands itched with anticipation. Furthermore, the system stirred to life after a prolonged silence, suddenly presenting Xiang Yuan with a new set of tasks. Chapter 39. The First Brotherhood Connection. Main Task 4. Achieve victory in an NCAA regular season game. Task Reward: 500 points. Special Reward: 1 opportunity for a draw. Side Task: limit Richard Hamilton's score to below 20 points. Task Reward: 1 opportunity for a draw. Side Task: secure over 10 rebounds. Task Reward: 200 points. Upon seeing the task rewards, Xiang Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he turned his eager gaze towards Carter. The first side task relied solely on Carter's prowess. It was inconceivable for Xiang Yuan to approach the coach and request a switch to the shooting guard position. As Carter was warming up, he suddenly felt an unusual warmth radiating from his back. Turning his head, he met Xiang Yuan's gaze, which startled him into a shudder. "My dear friend, always accompanied by a beautiful girl, yet she is not his girlfriend. Could it be?" The thought sent a shiver down Carter's spine. causing him to instinctively tense up. Even before the game commenced, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. "Good buddy." Xiang Yuan approached, affectionately calling out. Carter flinched and instinctively took a step back. "Is there something you need, Xiang?" Xiang Yuan cast a curious glance at Carter and said, "I have come to inform you that I am not on good terms with Hamilton, who is your counterpart. You must ensure that you defend against him effectively in this match." Carter replied, "Is that all?" Xiang Yuan expressed his perplexity, asking, "Is this the matter at hand? Do you have anything else?" Carter replied, "Then allow me to pose a question. If you answer it, I shall assist you in thwarting Hamilton." Xiang Yuan Dao, "What is your question? Please ask away." Carter pondered for a moment, then inquired, "Do you have feelings for Tang Jixuan?" Xiang Yuan, "Is it Tang Jixuan who prompted you to ask this? Goodness, even you, with your prominent eyebrows and bright eyes, have turned against the revolution." Carter replied, "Not quite. It's merely my curiosity, my brother." "You are truly gossipy." Xiang Yuan wore a look of exasperation. "I certainly enjoy it. But I am not in a rush to ponder such matters. I'll let things unfold naturally." "Very well, I understand. I shall assist you in thwarting Hamilton." Carter breathed a sigh of relief. Quite perplexing indeed. Xiang Yuan scratched his head and walked away. The match soon commenced. The duty of jumping for the tip-off naturally fell to Xiang Yuan, who played the center position. Ever since acquiring the badge for rapid bounce, he had hardly ever lost a tip-off, unless faced with an opponent significantly taller or one whose jumping ability far surpassed his own. The center of the Eskimo Dog team possessed neither advantage. The Astonishment team gained possession of the ball. It was passed into the hands of point guard Victor George. In the NCAA, positional clarity is more pronounced than in high school, with many tactics and strategies meticulously arranged according to player positions. Victor George dribbled to the strong side, where defenders were plentiful, before passing to Jeremy Williams, who had moved to the weak side, where defenders were fewer. Victor George then sprinted swiftly toward the weak side. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Yuan recognized it as a straightforward pick-and-roll tactic. He thus advanced near the free-throw line to set a screen for George. Williams, quick on the uptake, passed the ball to George, who dribbled vigorously towards the basket and scored with a layup. This was a well-executed tactical collaboration, unlike their high school days. Both Xiang Yuan and Carter were no longer the unequivocal linchpins of their team. During the game, the basketball was no longer simply handed to them upon crossing half-court. Nevertheless, Xiang Yuan was confident that, as time progressed and the season deepened, this situation would inevitably transform. It was now the Eskimo Dogs' turn to mount an offense. Just as they initiated the play, Hamilton noticed that Carter had already closed in on him. What could be the reason for this? Hamilton was perplexed. Although he had secured a fixed position within the Eskimo Dogs, he was not yet a star player, while he had already begun to shine in high school. Being recognized as one of the nation's top basketball prodigies, he still paled in comparison to Vince Carter's renown. Observing Carter's defensive intensity, Hamilton momentarily felt as if he had already ascended to the status of a collegiate star player. Could it be that he had discerned my style of play? A sense of foreboding washed over Hamilton. Hamilton's most proficient offensive maneuver involved utilizing off-ball movement to evade the opposing defenders, followed by receiving a pass from a teammate and executing a mid-range jump shot with a quick stop. His accuracy from mid-range was astonishingly high. However, now Carter clung to him like a tenacious gum, making it exceedingly difficult to shake off the defense and find an open shot. Yet, Hamilton remained unperturbed. He was endowed with an abundance of stamina and patience. In light of this situation, the Eskimo Dogs temporarily abandoned their strategy centered around Hamilton's mid-range shots. As the point guard advanced the ball to the front court, he passed it to the small forward Reed Johnson, who was stationed at the left corner beyond the three-point line. Johnson executed a shot fake before driving towards the paint, prompting Xiang Yuan to step in to assist defensively. At that moment, the opposing power forward, Creek Young, had just arrived on the scene, cutting in from midcourt. Johnson delivered the ball to him, and he leapt up for a dunk. The defense of the astonishing team was already too late to react. Jalen Williams made a feeble attempt to intervene but was knocked to the ground, as he was positioned within the legal charging area, thus failing to draw a foul. "Quick, pass the ball." Carter's voice resonated through the air. Upon observing, Xiang Yuan noted that Carter had already begun his sprint towards the opponent's half. Without hesitation, he seized the basketball, positioned himself behind the sideline, and executed a long pass that found Carter's hands. As Carter received the ball, he deftly sidestepped the approaching defender, penetrating into the opponent's paint. From a spot just inside the free throw line, he leaped high into the air, forcefully slamming the basketball into the hoop. It was a magnificent dunk. A splendid assist from Xiang Yuan. This marked the inaugural connection between the two brothers in an official match. A historic collaboration for the Florida Twins in competitive play. Upon landing, Carter's face radiated exhilaration. He extended his arms forward and backward, raising a finger from each hand to point towards the backcourt where Xiang Yuan stood. Xiang Yuan also responded from afar. At the scene, the fans of the Thunder were exhilarated. Behold, our new twin stars have arrived. Although Allen Iverson is no longer with us, we have welcomed the Florida duo. The fans of the Thunder are simply overjoyed. The future of the Thunder looks promising. The fans of the Eskimo Dogs exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Despite having triumphed over the Thunder in last season's Eastern Conference Finals, they ultimately fell short of clinching the NCAA championship. This year, they lost Ray Allen but only managed to acquire Richard Hamilton. While Hamilton is indeed a commendable player, one cannot help but feel the sting of comparison, especially when the Thunder have bolstered their roster with not one but two formidable additions, including the coveted Vince Carter. Their own institution has shown a certain reluctance. Why not provide Xiang Yuan with a full scholarship? It is now well known that Carter was lured to Georgetown University by Xiang Yuan. Many recruitment officers from various universities are filled with regret. After all, a few scholarship dollars pale in comparison to the opportunity to recruit exceptional talent. Such biases have led to their misfortune. They can only hope that Xiang Yuan does not make a name for himself. Otherwise, they risk facing the ire of their own fans. Chapter 40. The Thunder's tactics, however. Xiang Yuan is destined to disappoint them. Turning back, Carter remains fixated on Hamilton, while Xiang Yuan stands resolutely in the paint, even without utilizing roll cards. Xiang Yuan's defensive prowess is already formidable, as the opposing center is rather ordinary, a typical college center who does not meet NBA standards and poses little threat to Xiang Yuan. The Eskimo Dogs executed 2 consecutive plays, but failed to create favorable opportunities. With just 35 seconds left on the shot clock, they were left with no choice but to take a desperate shot. Judging by the trajectory of the ball, it was evident that the attempt was somewhat off target. Xiang Yuan stood resolutely beneath the hoop, firmly establishing his position. The center of the Eskimo Dog team endeavored in vain to secure a favorable spot for rebounding. Yet his efforts proved fruitless. The basketball struck the rim, only to ricochet away. Xiang Yuan keenly identified his position and leapt into the air with remarkable agility. Rebounding 1. At that moment, the audience erupted in astonishment. Could he truly have such faith in Xiang Yuan? His speed was astonishing. What were the members of the Eskimo Dog team doing? The spectators gasped in awe at Carter. He had already deduced that the opponent's shot would miss the moment the ball left the player's hands, and simultaneously, he noticed Xiang Yuan had secured his position near the rebound. Without a moment's hesitation, he transitioned from defense to offense, sprinting towards the front court. It was only after Carter had taken a couple of strides that Hamilton realized what was happening and hastily pursued back towards his own half. By this time, Xiang Yuan had already seized the rebound. A swift glance revealed that Carter had made it to the opponent's half. This Carter truly has faith in me. With this thought in mind, he did not pause in his actions, immediately executing a long pass that landed precisely in front of Carter. As Carter received the ball, he unleashed another thunderous dunk. Spectacular. Once again, the brothers connected. Carter jogged back to his half, giving Xiang Yuan a hearty high five. Xiang Yuan appeared to be exhilarated on the surface, yet inwardly he was chuckling bitterly. Carter utilized him as if he were Nash. Though he had not equipped the Nash character card, such passes, once the opposition had prepared for them, demanded heightened accuracy. And Xiang Yuan could not guarantee the success of his next pass. Fortunately, the Eskimo Dogs team was not oblivious. After being caught off guard twice by the opponent's long-range fast breaks, they began to adjust their strategy in subsequent plays, leaving the Amazement team without such straightforward opportunities for fast breaks. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential, for their abilities surpassed mere fast breaks. As the match progressed, Xiang Yuan and Carter began to deploy the pick-and-roll strategy, a tactic that Xiang Yuan had favored during his high school days when he played as a center using the Ochre character card. Despite lacking the Ochre card now, he possessed the Silver Badge's Space Creator and Come Here, granting him considerable advantages during screens. In fact, this was the very strategy that Coach John Thompson had tailored for this dynamic duo. This time, Xiang Yuan's partner was Carter, amplifying the effectiveness of the tactic. Thus, the court frequently bore witness to the remarkable sight of the Amazement team's point guard advancing past half-court, subsequently passing the ball to Vince Carter. As Carter dribbled at the arc, Xiang Yuan, playing the role of center, would rush up to set the screen. Following the pick, If Carter found a lane to penetrate and the defenders switched, he would either exploit a mismatch or return the ball to Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan, after setting the screen, would roll towards the basket, and if that opportunity faltered, he would instead reposition to the three-point line, ready to receive Carter's pass for a three-pointer or mid-range shot. This strategy proved to be a significant thorn in the side of the Eskimo Dogs team. The reason the Utah duo commanded respect throughout the league was their unpredictable and potent pick-and-roll tactics. Naturally, the pick-and-roll executed by Xiang Yuan and Carter paled in comparison to that of the Utah duo, yet it did not hinder them from dominating in collegiate competitions. Once again, after setting a screen for Carter, Xiang Yuan noticed Hamilton pursuing Carter for defense, while the center moved in for help. Seizing the moment, he retreated to the three-point line. And Carter, understanding his intent, delivered a behind-the-back pass to Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan effortlessly launched a three-pointer, the effect of the Space Creator badge activated, and the ball swished through the net. This marked the third three-pointer for Xiang Yuan in the match. The score surged to 21-13, prompting the coach of the Eskimo Dogs to call a timeout. The commentator remarked, "How long has it been since I've seen a center make three-pointers?" The guest interjected, "This Xiang Yuan is truly a gem of a space-oriented center, living up to the legacy of Coach John Thompson, who has swiftly discovered how to utilize him." The commentator concurred. Indeed, it seems Xiang Yuan could play any position during his high school years. But such versatility is often only applicable at that level. I was initially concerned that he might struggle to find his niche in college and become a marginal player, wasting his talent. However, it appears that his decision to attend Georgetown University and play under Coach John Thompson was indeed the wisest choice. The guest added, "Certainly. A space-oriented center like him will significantly benefit the Hoyas. His pick-and-roll strategy with Carter will propel Georgetown University further in the coming times." However, the guest hesitated. "But what?" The commentator inquired, intrigued. "I believe Xiang Yuan's talent and potential extend far beyond this. If his college career continues along this trajectory, the outcome may merely render him a competent starting space-oriented center, perhaps making it difficult for him to even enter the NBA," the guest expressed. "Ultimately, it will depend on him. I know Coach John Thompson. He is neither a rigid coach nor one who neglects his players' potential. If Xiang Yuan truly possesses such talent, he will not be overlooked," the commentator replied. "Let us hope so. The American basketball scene needs fresh blood, and I believe this Chinese player could be the opportunity for us to tap into the Eastern market." "I hope David Stern notices this," the guest remarked. "Haha. Your aspirations are quite lofty. That's beyond our control. For now, let's refocus on the game and see how the Eskimo Dogs respond after the timeout." As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court, and soon everyone in attendance was aware of the Eskimo Dogs' response. It was simple yet effective: a zone defense. After the Eskimo Dogs adopted a zone defense strategy, the pick-and-roll tactics employed by Xiang Yuan and Carter became significantly less menacing. Furthermore, following this timeout, the Eskimo Dogs restructured their offensive strategy in response to the odd team's defense, thereby liberating Richard Hamilton to a certain extent. He began to showcase his sharp mid-range shooting ability, consistently scoring and gradually narrowing the point gap. When the Eskimo Dogs closed the deficit to just 3 points, Coach Thompson called for a timeout. As the players sat on the bench, Coach Thompson articulated his tactical arrangement. "Moving forward, we will primarily position ourselves in a 1-4 low set. Note, one player will hold the ball at the top of the key, while the remaining 4 players will stand on either side of the basket and at the corners of the three-point line, a formation well-suited for star isolation plays. Carter, the floor is yours. Demonstrate your prowess to them." Carter nodded, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "Xiang, you will take a brief respite now." Coach Thompson then made another adjustment. Chapter 41, Star Isolation Play. The zone defense of the Eskimo Dogs proved effective. The A team's response was swift. They called a timeout to make necessary adjustments. Let us observe how Coach John Thompson adapts. The A team has sidelined Xiang Yuan in favor of a backup center. What could be the reason for this? Xiang Yuan had been performing admirably on the court, accumulating 11 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists. It is perplexing that he was substituted under these circumstances. Could it be due to a disagreement with the coach? Coach Thompson's decision indeed leaves one somewhat bewildered. All right, the match resumes. Let us momentarily set aside thoughts of Xiang Yuan and see what strategy the A team will employ next. Xiang Yuan sat on the sidelines, observing Carter leading the players in their fierce battle, feeling a twinge of discomfort within. Coach Thompson had not elucidated the reasons to him. In college, for freshmen, The coach's directives were absolute and required unwavering obedience. Moreover, the coach bore no obligation to provide explanations to the players. Xiang Yuan found himself devoid of any options, merely sitting there in a daze as he watched the match unfold. In his mind, he replayed the events, hoping that through reflection he might uncover any mistakes he had made or areas where his performance had faltered, only to realize that it was all in vain. Occasionally, he cast furtive glances towards the coach, only to see him sitting there with a serious demeanor, intently observing the situation on the field, offering no clues from his expression. Xiang Yuan bore a heavy heart. Although his performance was reasonably commendable, he understood that any displeasure from the coach could significantly jeopardize his prospects in university, thereby influencing his future path. Regardless of Xiang Yuan's contemplations, the intensity of the match escalated on the court. The spectators quickly discerned the new strategy of the Excelsior team, which was strikingly straightforward: star player isolation. Such was the ingenuity of coach John Thompson. It is unlikely that coaches from other institutions would devise an isolation play for a freshman embarking on their inaugural NCAA game. Yet, Coach Thompson took that bold step. Furthermore, it appeared to yield favorable results. The other players of the Excelsior team, though slightly uncomfortable psychologically, executed Coach Thompson's strategy with unwavering dedication. They were not mere freshmen. They had spent at least a year under the coach's tutelage and were well acquainted with his temperament. Failing to adhere to his tactics would invariably result in severe reprimands, and in more dire circumstances, prolonged bench time. Carter, however, was quite familiar with this strategy. Though he lamented for his comrade in silence, he recognized that he had no privileges at present. The isolation play was merely the first step towards securing a position of influence within the team. "Hang in there, my friend. Once I establish my footing, I will surely advocate for you," Carter mused. With renewed vigor, he unleashed his full arsenal of skills: dribbling penetrations, spin layups, explosive dunks, sudden jump shots, pull-up jumpers, fadeaway jumpers, and drawing fouls while driving. Carter showcased nearly every offensive maneuver at his disposal. The Eskimo Dogs found it increasingly challenging to withstand Carter's formidable onslaught, forcing them to devise ways to accumulate points on their end. Often, just as the Eskimo Dogs managed to secure a hard-fought 2 points, Carter would swiftly respond with 2 of his own. When he scored, the Eskimo Dogs struggled to counter immediately. This ebb and flow widened the gap and scores once more. Before long, the first half concluded, with the scoreboard reading 36-28. Gasping for breath, Carter exited the court. While the isolation strategy proved effective, it posed a significant physical challenge for the star executing it. The University of Connecticut Eskimo Dogs were no pushovers. Their collective strength was formidable. At this juncture in Xiang Yuan's previous life, the Eskimo Dogs were on the rise, poised to dominate the Big East for the years to come. Thus, after such an extended period of isolation play, Carter's stamina began to wane considerably. "Coach, for the second half, let us revert to the pick-and-roll strategy." As Carter, drenched in perspiration, hurriedly approached Coach Thompson with a suggestion. He earnestly hoped that the coach would recognize his exhaustion and reinstate the pick-and-roll strategy, thereby allowing Xiang Yuan to take the court. He understood that being sidelined in such a crucial match would undoubtedly be a tremendous blow to Xiang Yuan. "Good brother." Xiang Yuan cast a grateful glance towards Carter. Then, he turned his gaze towards Coach Thompson, silently urging him to consider this proposal. To his dismay, Coach Thompson remained impassive, completely disregarding Carter's words. Xiang Yuan felt a heaviness in his heart. It seemed that there was little hope left for this competition. He was perplexed, unsure of what had transpired. Everything had been going well, so why had he suddenly been benched? Xiang Yuan was utterly perplexed. Carter was equally at a loss. After the halftime break, both teams returned to the field. Xiang Yuan remained seated on the bench, an oddity indeed, as it seemed Coach Thompson had no intention of letting him take the court. Observing the lineups for the second half, the commentator expressed his confusion. "I too cannot comprehend this arrangement. Xiang Yuan has been performing exceptionally well. Could it be an injury?" The guest echoed his perplexity. "There is no injury. During halftime, I confirmed with Georgetown University, and they stated it was merely a decision by the coach," the commentator replied. It appeared that Coach Thompson may not favor Xiang Yuan, and if that were the case, his future seemed uncertain, lamented the guest. The audience was equally baffled by Coach Thompson's decisions. However, as fans of the Eskimo Dogs, they were quite pleased with Xiang Yuan's absence from the game, especially since his initial plays alongside Carter had necessitated a change in defensive tactics. On the other hand, as supporters of the Amazement team, they regarded Xiang Yuan merely as a freshman, while Coach Thompson had been their esteemed coach for many years, making their allegiance clear. As the second half commenced, the amazement team introduced slight tactical variations, yet the essence of their strategy remained centered on isolation plays. Coach Thompson placed immense trust in Carter, with nearly every play revolving around him. Carter rose to the occasion, showcasing remarkable offensive prowess, living up to the coach's faith. Simultaneously, he continued to apply pressure on Hamilton, denying him any easy scoring opportunities, all while keeping his promise to Xiang Yuan. Soon, 8 minutes elapsed. After exerting tremendous effort on both ends, fatigue began to manifest in Carter. The pace and intensity of college basketball far surpassed that of high school. Among the elite teams in the NCAA were players who had excelled in high school, and thus, even star athletes could no longer afford to play the entire game without fatigue. As his stamina waned, Carter's focus diminished. During a dribbling drive, he committed a turnover, the basketball ricocheting off his foot and into the hands of an Eskimo Dogs player, who swiftly capitalized with a fast break, scoring 2 points. The gap between the teams had narrowed to just 6 points. During this stretch, taking advantage of Carter's weariness, Hamilton continued to score, bringing his tally to 14 points. A sight that made Xiang Yuan's heart bleed. In the next possession, Carter again faltered with a pass, and the deficit shrank to 4 points. At this juncture, the outcome of the game was highly unpredictable. With 12 minutes remaining, Coach Thompson called for a timeout. He then beckoned to Xiang Yuan, asking, "Xiang, are you ready to enter the game?" Chapter 42, Another Star's Isolation Play. Coach Thompson's sudden words left Xiang Yuan in astonishment. He pointed to his own nose, incredulously gazing at the coach. "Me?" Coach Thompson nodded and replied, "Are you not prepared?" "I am ready, Coach. I have been prepared for a long time." Xiang Yuan exclaimed eagerly. "All right, next, you will substitute Carter." As he spoke, he turned to Carter and said, "You have exhausted your energy. You can rest on the sidelines now." Carter nodded, acknowledging that he indeed lacked the stamina to continue, and persisting further would be futile. Elatedly, Xiang Yuan anticipated his chance to step onto the court. "Coach, after substituting in Xiang Yuan, what strategy will we employ?" Victor George inquired. Coach Thompson feigned surprise and remarked, "Substituting Carter means we will, of course, adhere to the strategy we employed while Carter was on the court." "What? We are still relying on star isolation plays?" Xiang Yuan was also astonished, swiftly followed by a surge of excitement and gratitude. It turned out that Coach Thompson did not harbor any grievances against him, nor did he intend to sideline him. Instead, he genuinely regarded him as a star player on par with Carter. When Carter's stamina waned, Coach Thompson would substitute him in, fulfilling a similar role to maintain the most effective isolation strategy for star players. As a newcomer, a freshman, and a much-maligned individual hailing from China, this trust was monumental. It was almost beyond imagination. "Coach, I..." Moved to silence, Xiang Yuan felt a surge of emotion. "Let us dispense with trivialities. In the remaining 12 minutes, should our team, the Astonishment Squad, falter under your leadership and lose the match, you shall take your place on the bench henceforth," Coach Thompson admonished sternly. "Yes, Coach," Xiang Yuan replied, standing tall and resolute. It appeared that this match could not be taken lightly. With only 12 minutes left, the Astonishment Squad held a mere 4-point lead. Thus, there was no alternative but to press on. Xiang Yuan summoned the system interface and opened the card pouch. There, quietly resting, lay a character card, an A-grade character card, Antoine Jameson. If not now, then when? An invisible beam of white light penetrated Xiang Yuan's body, causing him to tremble as a powerful sensation surged throughout him. This was an A-grade card, belonging to the 4th pick of the first round. One can only imagine the immense enhancement this card would bring to Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan activated the virtual interface to review his statistics. Capability evaluation: offense 78-11, defense 79-13, organization 67-8, athleticism 76-8, finishing 75-7, basketball IQ 71-1, aesthetic appeal 60-14, leadership 46-6, attributes slightly modified. Comprehensive evaluation 69-9. Jameson occupied the power forward position, which bore a certain resemblance to Xiang Yuan's current center role. Hence, Xiang Yuan refrained from requesting a position change from the coach. Instead, he intended to play at his own pace, buoyed by these enhancements and brimming with confidence. As the timeout concluded, Xiang Yuan rejoined his teammates on the court. "Look, Xiang Yuan is on the court," exclaimed the live commentator. Under these circumstances, Coach Thompson is audacious indeed. Is he truly unafraid of losing this game? The guest commentator interjected. Not entirely. It primarily depends on what tactics the amazement team employs next. Clearly, Vince Carter is out of stamina, and the previous isolation strategy is no longer viable. I predict the amazement team will position Xiang Yuan at the high post for facilitation, followed by executing some give-and-go plays. You make a compelling point. Indeed. No strategy could be more fitting. If Xiang Yuan can maintain a respectable three-point shooting percentage, the amazement team stands a strong chance of preserving their 4-point lead. Wait, what does this mean? What sort of tactic is this? The commentator gasped again. Why does it seem so familiar? The guest remarked in astonishment. Isn't this still an isolation strategy? Has Coach Thompson lost his mind? The commentator responded in shock. This tactic uses Xiang Yuan like Carter. But the question remains, does Xiang Yuan truly possess such strength? The guest appeared incredulous. The guest continued, the illustrious Coach John Thompson has made such a daring decision. I retract my earlier statement. Coach Thompson does not merely tolerate Xiang Yuan, he holds him in high esteem. He has orchestrated this strategy, alternating between Carter and Xiang Yuan for isolation plays. It is the simplest, most direct, and effective strategy, yet the most challenging to execute. This tactic demands exceptional skill from the player responsible for isolation. Without sufficient ability, it becomes a farce. Indeed, the commentator echoed. I learned a saying in China, whether it's a mule or a horse, bring it out for a walk. Now, let us observe whether Xiang Yuan's performance justifies Coach Thompson's trust. The game commenced. The amazement team launched their offense. Since Xiang Yuan was playing the center position, the amazement team did not adopt a 1-4 formation. Victor George advanced the ball into the front court. Xiang Yuan sprinted to the front court, positioning himself just inside the three-point line on the right side of the half-court. Outside the free throw area. Once settled, he used his body to shield the defender and extended his hand to request the ball. In truth, Xiang Yuan's teammates harbored doubts about his capabilities. They held a modicum of respect for Carter, but were utterly unconvinced of Xiang Yuan's prowess. Nevertheless, there was little choice, as the coach's strategy dictated that Xiang Yuan take on a one-on-one challenge. After Victor George lofted the ball to Xiang Yuan, he created space by retreating to the three-point line, ceasing any further movement, and waited to witness the unfolding of what he anticipated would be Xiang Yuan's folly. Upon receiving the ball, Xiang Yuan found himself guarded by Rivers Knight, the center of the Eskimo Dogs. To be candid, Rivers Knight held Xiang Yuan in low regard. In his eyes, Xiang Yuan was merely a soft player who relied on cunning to make three-point shots. Backing him down. Preposterous. He intended to show Xiang Yuan what a true block entailed. However, before he could indulge in such fantasies, Xiang Yuan began his post-up play. A surge of formidable strength surged forth, causing Rivers Knight to nearly lose his balance and tumble to the ground. What? Rivers Knight could hardly believe it. At that moment, Xiang Yuan advanced a couple of steps, then pivoted, executing a shooting motion. Off balance, Rivers Knight instinctively leaped into the air. Caught off guard. A sense of dread filled his heart. Indeed, it was merely a feint. Xiang Yuan pivoted gracefully, facing an unguarded hoop, and executed a deft layup, securing 2 points. Damn it, I've been duped. Rivers Knight seethed in frustration. Next, it was the turn of the Eskimo Dog team to mount their offense. In an effort to reclaim his dignity, Rivers Knight vigorously positioned himself in the paint, determined to either contain Xiang Yuan or create an offensive opportunity to retaliate. However, to his dismay, the advantage he once held in the paint had now completely evaporated. Xiang Yuan completely dominated the hand-to-hand combat, finding himself bereft of any offensive opportunities. He struggled even to receive the ball, making it exceedingly difficult to engage in the offensive strategy. Meanwhile, while he was effectively blocking Rivers Knight in the paint, his peripheral vision remained keenly attuned to Hamilton's position. After the Eskimo Dogs executed a full circuit of their tactics, they failed to create any promising chances. Consequently, as the final seconds ticked away, the ball found its way into Hamilton's hands. Without time for contemplation, Hamilton rose against the defense, launching a mid-range jump shot. Success. A surge of elation coursed through Hamilton as he sensed the shot was well executed. The arc was flawless, and it seemed destined to find the net. However, Xiang Yuan did not acquiesce. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before Hamilton, obscuring his view of the basket. A pair of large hands appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Whack. A resounding block. Beep. 35 seconds of offensive timeout. Chapter 43. The stars shine over Georgetown in the aftermath of the game. Major media outlets vied to report on this thrilling match. The stars shine over Georgetown, the new hope of Georgetown University, the Eskimo team on the path to resurgence. The astonishing team clinches a rivalry victory. A prodigy hailing from China, North Carolina. Do you now harbor regrets? Coach Thompson, I have no desire to retire. Simultaneously, following the game, 3 sets of statistics were laid before the scouts from the NBA. 21 points, 4 assists, 5 rebounds. This was the data for Vince Carter. 19 points, 5 assists, 3 rebounds. This was the data for Richard Hamilton. Both individuals were focal points of interest for the scouts. Their performances in the inaugural NCAA game were indeed deserving of attention. However, today's circumstances bore a unique twist. On the scouts' tables rested another data report, seemingly of even greater priority than those of Carter and Hamilton. 29 points, 5 assists, 13 rebounds. Dominating over Carter and Hamilton, this player was awarded the title of Most Valuable Player for the game. In the final 12 minutes on the court, he amassed an impressive 16 points and 7 rebounds, leading Georgetown University's astonishing team to a 10-point victory over the University of Connecticut's Eskimo team, achieving a triumphant start to the 1996-1997 NCAA regular season. Position, undetermined. Height, 202 centimeters. Strengths, solid fundamentals, refined interior skills, diverse offensive techniques, strong three-point shooting ability, adept both inside and outside, high shooting percentage, proficient in pick and rolls and low post isolation. With commendable hustle and attitude. Weaknesses, inconsistent performance, unpredictable, ambiguous positioning, unclear playing style. With proper development, he could evolve into the team as cornerstone, yet if growth falters, his lack of functional versatility may hinder his ability to secure a place within a team. This report belonged to Xiang Yuan. Scoring 29 points in an NCAA game is no trivial feat. Xiang Yuan's remarkable performance in this match captured the attention of scouts and successfully earned the trust of both the head coach and his teammates. His innate talent and statistics began to be documented by various analysts, making their way into the databases of numerous experts. Although a single game cannot convey the entirety of one's capabilities, the recognition Xiang Yuan received was vastly superior to his previous standing. He was immensely grateful to Coach Thompson. Had it not been for the trust bestowed upon him by his coach, he would have lacked the opportunity to fully showcase his abilities. The outcome might have mirrored the commentator's assertion, relegating him to the role of a mere spatial center, ultimately missing the chance to enter the NBA after 4 years in college. However, the situation has transformed. Many have now acknowledged Xiang Yuan's potential, ensuring that he will not remain overlooked. Following this match, several of his attributes saw enhancement, with an overall rating soaring by 2 points to 62. Accompanied by the acquisition of a badge, his prowess has ascended to a new level. In celebration of Xiang Yuan's performance, Carter treated him to a meal. Distinct from the previously owed hamburgers and pizzas, Xiang Yuan was not one to be frugal. Considering the way Carter had aided him in defending against Hamilton during the match and had gone to great lengths to create opportunities for him, treating him to a few meals was hardly excessive. After their meal, Carter was ushered back to his dormitory by Tang Zhishuan, who then took Xiang Yuan for a stroll around the campus. In November, the temperatures in the Washington area hovered between 5 to 15 degrees Celsius, and the two were clad in long overcoats, walking side by side along the paths of the campus. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing with it a refreshing chill. Tang Zhishuan tightened her collar to ward off the cold air from seeping into her clothing, then subtly leaned closer to Xiang Yuan, seeking warmth and shelter from the wind. Her heart brimmed with warmth and sweetness. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered. Her brother Xiang Yuan had yet to voice his intentions regarding their relationship. Xiang Yuan's fame is steadily on the rise. American girls tend to be quite open-minded, and today, while watching the competition, Tang Zhishuan overheard numerous girls in the audience excitedly exclaiming that they wanted Xiang Yuan to be their boyfriend. This only heightened Tang Zhishuan's sense of urgency. Xiang Yuan has remained silent about his feelings. Could it be that he still harbors affection for the American campus beauty? Contemplating his past behavior, a shadow once again loomed over Tang Zhishuan's heart. At that moment, her phone rang. Upon answering, she discovered it was her close friend, Rong Qingxi, calling. The two engaged in conversation, and it was not until more than half an hour later that Tang Zhishuan finally ended the call. Xiang Yuan curiously inquired, "What would the phone bill amount to?" Tang Zhishuan replied, "I have no idea, but the Qingxi family is quite affluent, so it doesn't really matter." "Oh, I see." Xiang Yuan pondered to himself. Indeed, like attracts like. It turned out that this little sorceress's close companion also hailed from a well-off family. In his previous life, he had heard whispers of Rong Qingxi, yet had never had the opportunity to meet her. This was largely due to the economic crisis that engulfed his family shortly after he returned to China post-high school graduation, leaving him with little time to spare. What business does her family engage in? Xiang Yuan inquired. The clothing industry, I believe, Tang Zhishuan replied after a moment's thought. I haven't heard much. Just a few casual remarks during our conversations. With that, Tang Zhishuan suddenly adopted a fierce expression and exclaimed, Why are you so concerned about her? Concerned? I was merely inquiring casually, Xiang Yuan replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Humph. The little sorceress fixed her gaze firmly on Xiang Yuan. You've garnered quite a number of fans lately. So, tell me, is there a foreign girl you fancy? Would you like me to play matchmaker? What an unjust accusation. Xiang Yuan quickly capitulated. I've already explained to you that my pursuit of the American campus beauty was merely an exercise in developing my psychological resilience, a special training method. The reason I am seldom affected during competitions now is due to the benefits of that training. I have no interest in foreign girls whatsoever. At this, Tang Zhishuan's cheeks flushed, and she refrained from continuing the conversation. Xiang Yuan comprehended the implications of Tang Zhishuan's words. Yet he was disinclined to address the matter at that moment. Instead, he pondered how to divert the conversation. At that opportune moment, a group of Caucasian female students happened to pass by. Isn't that Xiang Yuan from the amazing team? One of the girls exclaimed, recognizing him. American female students are quite passionate about sports, and this particular girl had recently attended the match between the amazing team and the Eskimo dogs, leaving a profound impression of Xiang Yuan upon her. In the eyes of these American girls, Xiang Yuan, tall, robust, fair-skinned, with chiseled features and undeniable prowess, could undoubtedly be regarded as a strikingly handsome figure. Consequently, the group of girls erupted in excited screams, encircling him and pushing Tang Zhishuan aside, clamoring for his contact information, while seizing the opportunity to touch his muscles. Among them, two girls boldly declared their affections for Xiang Yuan, leading to a near altercation as they vied for his attention. Although Xiang Yuan had extricated himself from Tang Zhishuan's predicament, he found himself ensnared in a new dilemma. Tang Zhishuan had long been sidelined. Witnessing the scene before her, her complexion turned ashen with indignation, prompting her to turn away and leave. Chapter 44. Conclusion of the regular season. Following this match, Xiang Yuan not only garnered heightened acclaim, but also solidified his position within the team. Coach Thompson granted Xiang Yuan and Carter a certain degree of autonomy, permitting them to deviate from the established tactics during the game and choose their offensive strategies. He even devised several collaborative tactics specifically for the duo, clearly intending to construct a new team centered around them. This scenario was precisely what Xiang Yuan had hoped for, and neither he nor Carter disappointed Coach Thompson's trust. Under their leadership, Georgetown University's team navigated the crisis of losing a core player with remarkable finesse, surging through the NCAA Big East Conference regular season with an unstoppable momentum. Once referred to as the Florida Twins, they had now transformed into the Georgetown Duo. By December 2nd, Vince Carter had participated in 28 games, averaging 16 points, 5 rebounds, and 8 assists per game. It is noteworthy that in the NCAA, due to the brevity of games and a 35-second offensive clock per possession, achieving remarkable statistics is quite challenging. In Xiang Yuan's previous life, Carter's freshman season statistics hovered around an average of 10 points and 4 assists. The impressive figures he now attained were closely linked to Xiang Yuan's influence. During the same period, Xiang Yuan also played in 28 games, averaging 7 points, 2 assists, and 9 rebounds, fueled by their extraordinary performances. Georgetown University's team astonishingly achieved a record of 27 wins and 1 loss. Throughout this time, Xiang Yuan's overall rating had ascended to 67, and he had accomplished several side missions issued by the system, earning 800 points. Xiang Yuan had refrained from drawing from the card pool, choosing instead to save for a significant opportunity. Since his overall rating reached 60, the system had unlocked the platinum card pool, and he gazed longingly at the drawing probabilities. Moreover, the task rewards for the first match of the NCAA regular season provided him with 2 special draw opportunities, which he utilized entirely, obtaining an exceptionally valuable knee injury exemption card and a guaranteed game-winning shot card. Xiang Yuan has only just realized how enticing this special reward pool is, far more so than the character card pool. Regrettably, the opportunities to draw from this special reward, granted by tasks, are exceedingly scarce, proving insufficient. It is hoped that the system will show benevolence in the future by offering more rewards of this nature. In the blink of an eye, the date has turned to March 1997. The final regular season match of the Big East Conference is set to take place on March 2nd at the Harry A. Gamble Pavilion, home of the University of Connecticut Huskies. Their challengers, the Georgetown Hoyas, are the same team they faced in their season opener. This match serves as a fitting conclusion to the regular season. The league truly understands the dynamics of popularity. In the season opener, Georgetown, employing a star-driven isolation strategy, managed to triumph over the formidable University of Connecticut, solidifying their reputation as the pride of Georgetown. Given that these two teams could only meet twice during the regular season, the Huskies have waited a full 4 months for the chance to exact revenge in front of their home crowd. The University of Connecticut Huskies have also had a stellar regular season, boasting an impressive record of 26 wins and 2 losses, currently sitting second in the standings. During this period, Richard Hamilton, under the guidance of head coach Jim Calhoun, has made remarkable strides, averaging 23.8 points per game through his precise mid-range shooting and dynamic play, even surpassing the average scores of Xiang Yuan and Carter. Hamilton has now emerged as one of the most sought-after star players in the Big East Conference. This game marks the second encounter among the 3 most representative star players of the entire Big East Conference. To the spectators, it promises to be a spectacular clash, akin to a cosmic collision filled with electrifying moments. Tickets for this event have long been sold out, and the atmosphere on the day is expected to be nothing short of electrifying. The match was extraordinarily thrilling, surpassing even the excitement of the season opener. The Eskimo dog strategy, centered around Hamilton, has matured significantly. Through relentless screens, positioning, and support plays, they created scoring opportunities for Hamilton. In his quest for vengeance, Hamilton left no stone unturned, sprinting relentlessly throughout the game, resting a mere 3 minutes in the 40-minute contest. He amassed an impressive 31 points, wholly captivating the home crowd. However, regrettably, his dazzling performance failed to sway the Georgetown University team. In this game, there was no assigned task to limit Hamilton's scoring, allowing Xiang Yuan to refrain from exhausting Carter with an overzealous defense. Had it been otherwise, Hamilton's stamina could have overwhelmed Carter by halftime. Freed from defensive burdens, Carter was able to fully unleash his offensive prowess. Throughout the game, he executed 4 thunderous dunks from the baseline and showcased an impressive windmill dunk following a steal during a fast break. Ultimately, Carter concluded the game with 21 points, 4 assists, and 6 rebounds, demonstrating a well-rounded performance. Prior to the match, Xiang Yuan utilized a C-grade player card. For him, even with a legacy exceeding 90, the attribute enhancements offered by a C-grade card were negligible, potentially even leading to a decline in certain areas. This card was one he had drawn whimsically from the bronze card pool, investing 100 points during a moment of ennui. The reason for its use in this match was that it was destined to be employed eventually, and it bore a badge that Xiang Yuan greatly favored. This badge, known as Stamina Boost Bronze, provides a modest enhancement to a player's endurance, assisting them in sustaining their performance over the duration of the game. Thus, with the aid of this badge, Xiang Yuan was able to come remarkably close to playing the entire match. In this match, Xiang Yuan similarly achieved 21 points and 4 assists, while additionally securing 13 rebounds. Under the combined pressure of both players, Hamilton's 31 points ultimately proved futile, as he, standing alone, could not overcome the formidable duo from Georgetown. The University of Connecticut's Huskies suffered a narrow defeat, falling short by 5 points. Following this contest, Georgetown University concluded the regular season with an impeccable record of 28 wins and 1 loss, while the University of Connecticut's Huskies boasted an impressive tally of 26 wins and 3 losses. The regular season of the Big East Conference has now drawn to a close, solidifying the rankings and revealing the 8 teams that have advanced. The top 8 teams, ranked accordingly, are led by Georgetown University, spearheaded by Xiang Yuan and Carter, followed by the University of Connecticut under Hamilton's leadership. The subsequent teams include Marquette University, Villanova University, the University of South Florida, the University of Cincinnati, Syracuse University, and the University of Notre Dame. With the 8 finalists established, the stage is now set for the upcoming, more intense Big East Championship playoffs. Chapter 45. New grudges or old feuds. The NCAA schedule is notoriously rigorous. Following the conclusion of the regular season, the tournament commences merely 2 days later. The tournament features the top 8 teams from the league's regular season standings, matched in a cross-pairing format, first against 8th, second against 7th, and so forth for the ensuing rounds. To cultivate excitement and stimulation, as well as to secure greater broadcasting revenue, the tournament is structured as a single elimination event. This format amplifies the suspense of each match, occasionally resulting in formidable teams succumbing to their less powerful adversaries. Nonetheless, should a team possess exceptional strength, the likelihood of an upset remains minimal. On March 7th, Georgetown University faced off against the 8th-ranked University of Notre Dame. Prior to the match, no one anticipated a victory for Notre Dame, with media outlets overwhelmingly predicting a straightforward triumph for Georgetown. The reality mirrored these expectations, as Georgetown decisively claimed the match, winning by over 20 points. In the second half, players Xiang Yuan and Carter did not even take to the court, inciting dissatisfaction among the fans who had come specifically to witness the talents of Georgetown's dynamic duo. Ultimately, spectators attributed the lopsided outcome to Notre Dame's evident weakness. On March 8th, Georgetown encountered their next opponent, the Villanova Wildcats. Notably, Villanova had been a formidable team the previous year, boasting a player from the illustrious 1996 draft class named Clay Kittles. In Xiang Yuan's past life, Kittles was celebrated for his slender physique, long arms, and an elegant, incisive playing style, particularly excelling in cold-blooded three-point shooting, earning him the nickname the Mosquito. He was ranked among the top 500 NBA stars, placing around the 400th spot. During last year's draft, Kittles, a Villanova graduate, was selected in the first round as the 8th overall pick by the New Jersey Nets, surpassing the likes of Kobe Bryant and Steve Nash. With Kittles' departure and several senior players retiring, Villanova's strength plummeted, and they were expected to miss the playoffs altogether. However, they recruited a forward from Patterson High School the previous summer, which restored their competitive edge. This new addition, Tim Thomas, had averaged an impressive 25, 3 points and 14.5 rebounds in his senior year, earning a place on the McDonald's All-American team before joining Villanova as a starting player. Leading the Wildcats into the tournament, Tim Thomas proved to be a formidable force, emerging as a notable player in the Big East, drawing attention second only to Carter, Xiang Yuan, and Hamilton. Consequently, pre-match predictions were no longer one-sided. While the majority still favored Georgetown for victory, a small faction believed that Villanova could indeed secure a win. In light of Xiang Yuan's repeated assurances, Coach Thompson heeded his fervent recommendation and positioned him as a small forward. Thompson had devised a contingency plan, intending to revert Xiang Yuan back to the center position should the strategy fail. The question remained, why did Xiang Yuan seek to assume the small forward role against Tim Thomas? The reasons are quite straightforward. In a previous life, Xiang Yuan had gained insight into the player Tim Thomas, thereby discerning his vulnerabilities. Tim Thomas possesses formidable offensive capabilities, showcasing a well-rounded skill set and a penchant for maneuvering near the three-point line, where his shooting accuracy is notably high. However, his defensive skills are considerably lacking. During the NCAA regular season, Thomas's weaknesses were not prominently exposed, as the forwards he faced were not particularly adept defensively. The Shockers had previously contended against the Wildcats in 2 matches, wherein Tim Thomas excelled, scoring 18 points in one game and 20 in another. At that time, Xiang Yuan was positioned as a center and did not directly match up against Thomas. In this upcoming game, however, they would find themselves in direct competition. As the match commenced, the fans and media were astonished to witness Georgetown University's unexpected tactical shift. The original power forward was assigned to the center position, while the small forward transitioned to play as the power forward. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan, who had been playing center, moved to the small forward role. This alteration took everyone by surprise. Initially, Georgetown was the favored team, boasting a stable lineup without any injuries, making their decision to alter the roster particularly perplexing. Yet, Georgetown proceeded with this unexpected change. As the game unfolded, the sentiments of the crowd shifted dramatically, from skepticism towards Thompson to admiration for his strategic acumen. This encapsulates the emotional journey of the fans and media alike. In this match, Xiang Yuan consistently targeted Tim Thomas from the outset, achieving an astonishing success rate. Under Xiang Yuan's relentless offensive onslaught, Tim Thomas struggled to defend himself, thereby exposing his defensive inadequacies. In his previous life, after entering the NBA, Tim Thomas managed to sustain his career due to the formidable defensive capabilities of his teammates, which somewhat compensated for his shortcomings, allowing him to fully unleash his offensive prowess. However, in the NCAA, he was the core player of the Wildcats, without teammates capable of covering his defensive gaps. The Wildcats coach was well aware of this reality but could only hope to manage it day by day. Little did he anticipate that this vulnerability would be identified by Xiang Yuan so early on. Although Tim Thomas possessed considerable offensive skill, Xiang Yuan's offensive abilities were equally formidable, complemented by his adequate defensive skills. This interplay led to a catastrophic breach in the Wildcats' defense. Observing the unfolding situation, Coach Thompson wisely refrained from altering his strategy, allowing Xiang Yuan to continue playing at the small forward position. Throughout the match, Tim Thomas managed to score 19 points, including 2 three-pointers, which seemed commendable. However, in the realm of comparison, such numbers pale. Xiang Yuan, on the other hand, amassed an impressive 36 points, significantly eclipsing Thomas's score, along with 3 assists and 7 rebounds. Notably, Xiang Yuan also recorded 4 blocks. While Carter's performance did not shine as brightly as Xiang Yuan's, he still contributed a solid 18 points and 6 assists. Ultimately, the match concluded with Georgetown University's team triumphing over Villanova University's Wildcats with a score of 61-49, proudly advancing to the finals of the Big East Conference Championship. Their opponents in the finals would be determined between their long-standing rivals, the University of Connecticut Huskies and the Marquette University Golden Eagles. Would it be a new grudge or an old vendetta? All would be revealed following the match on March 9th. Chapter 46, Hamilton versus Hamilton. On March 9th, the results of another semifinal match were also unveiled, with the University of Connecticut Huskies narrowly securing victory, setting the stage for a reunion with Georgetown University's team in the NCAA Big East Conference Championship Finals. This splendidly illustrates the adage that rivals often cross paths. March 10th, the home arena of the Georgetown University Stunners is filled to capacity with fans, media, scouts, and others with various ulterior motives. Even those who could not secure tickets refused to leave, crowding around the large screen outside the venue. Major media outlets have long since occupied prime positions, eagerly reporting on the happenings inside the arena. In the locker room of the Eskimo Dogs, head coach Carl Horn is gathering his players for a pep talk. Gentlemen, it has been easy to reach this point. Last year, we were the champions of the Big East. This year, I believe we remain champions. Although we suffered 2 defeats against Georgetown University, the margins were narrow, indicating that we have a genuine opportunity to win. It's merely a matter of fortune. Hamilton, unleash your full potential. And the rest of you, stay sharp and perform well. All right, for today's game, our lineup remains unchanged. If you give it your all, victory will undoubtedly be ours. Let us go, boys. Give it your best. After delivering his speech, Coach Carl Horn took a sip from his water cup and contemplated whether everything had been arranged properly. Yet, a lingering sense of emptiness plagued him, as if a significant issue had been overlooked. He sat there, pondering, but could not discern what had been missed. Soon, the time for the match arrived. Never mind, he thought. He stood up and led the Eskimo Dogs onto the court. Seated on the bench, he glanced up to see the large screen inside the venue displaying the starting lineups for both teams. He cast a cursory look. It was the same familiar faces he had known well. However, as he returned his gaze, an unsettling feeling crept over him. He quickly looked up again, scrutinizing the large screen. There it was, the starting lineup for the Georgetown University Stunners. As he scanned from the bottom to the top, he noted: point guard, Victor George; shooting guard, Xiang Yuan; small forward, Vince Carter; power forward, Jeremy Williams; center, Bob Covey. But then, Carl Horn was taken aback. Why had their center, Xiang Yuan, been listed as the shooting guard? What sort of new strategy was Georgetown employing? Xiang Yuan, having taken on the role of shooting guard, made this decision independently in consultation with Coach Thompson. The reason for this choice was rather straightforward. He had once again succumbed to his impulse. Yesterday, upon learning that their opponents in the finals would be the University of Connecticut Huskies, he contemplated deeply and concluded that victory was not a certainty. However, Xiang Yuan was in dire need of a win. A defeat would strip them of their direct qualification for the NCAA championship. Although, given his and Carter's renown alongside the formidable prowess of Georgetown University's stunning team, their chances of being selected for the tournament were substantial. He was unwilling to leave it to fate. Thus, with a heavy heart, Xiang Yuan withdrew 1,000 points to engage in a golden card pool. The outcome was quite favorable, as he drew an A-tier character card. Remarkably, this A-tier card turned out to be Richard Hamilton. Xiang Yuan was rendered speechless at the scene. Hamilton versus Hamilton? There was no alternative, as the points had already been expended and could not be disregarded. Primarily, upon reflection, this situation turned out to be rather favorable. Xiang Yuan glanced at the badges on Hamilton's character card, most of which pertained to shooting, finishing, endurance, and movement. Intrigued, he showcased his impeccable mid-range shooting to Coach Thompson before the game, who then acquiesced to Xiang Yuan's request to play as a shooting guard. Here it comes. The classic positional switch by Xiang Yuan. Just look at the expression on Coach Carl Horn's face. It's utterly bewildered. Coach Thompson truly indulges Xiang Yuan. Who could have anticipated such a tactical shift? The Eskimo dogs will likely be caught off guard. I am genuinely curious about what position Xiang Yuan actually plays. What position? None. Xiang Yuan embodies a position unto himself. As the audience and media expressed their astonishment, the Dazhong League Finals for the 1996 to 1997 season officially commenced. The jump ball secured possession, and with teammates providing off-ball screens, space was created for a mid-range jump shot that swished through the net. An exquisite play, a conclusion that, though not explosive, was aesthetically pleasing. This was the tactic the University of Connecticut's Eskimo dogs excelled in. The twist, however, was that this offensive sequence belonged to Georgetown University. Hamilton rubbed his eyes. How could this Xiang Yuan appear to be a mere replica of himself? When it came time for UConn to attack, the same strategy unfolded. Identical movements. Well, not quite identical. Xiang Yuan stands slightly taller than Hamilton, reaching a height of 202.3 centimeters after further growth over the past few months. Additionally, Xiang Yuan possesses an extraordinary leaping ability. Despite being momentarily hindered by an opposing player, he leapt to block the shot, grazing the basketball with his fingertips. Consequently, the ball veered off course and failed to enter the hoop. Turning around, he executed the same strategy, successfully scoring 2 points with a mid-range jump shot. Upon turning again, this time he did not touch the ball, allowing Hamilton to score 2 points. Yet again, Xiang Yuan netted another mid-range shot, followed by Hamilton missing his attempt. Once more, Xiang Yuan scored with another jump shot. The cycle continued until the Eskimo dogs called for a timeout. Coach Carl Horn realized that if they continued to exhaust themselves against Xiang Yuan in this manner, they might as well forfeit the game. The audience observed several rounds of play, yet it felt as though they had witnessed but a single round. The sentiment could be summed up in one word: bizarre. As the timeout concluded, Hamilton positioned himself at the small forward spot. Upon witnessing the unfolding drama, Xiang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Very well. So this is how it will be played. What impact could this possibly have? Consequently, Georgetown University adhered to their established strategy, alternating between mid-range shots from Xiang Yuan and penetrations by Carter, occasionally experimenting with other tactics. Georgetown thrived, their gameplay fluid and dynamic. Meanwhile, Connecticut found themselves ensnared in frustration. Hamilton, unfamiliar with the small forward position, struggled against the opposing Carter, resulting in a lackluster performance. Coach Carl Horn attempted to implement several new strategies, but to little avail. Georgetown's tactical adjustments left Connecticut bewildered. As time ticked away, halftime arrived, plunging Connecticut's locker room into an eerie silence. The coach could only offer some motivational platitudes to uplift the players, but they fell on deaf ears. In the second half, Connecticut hoped Xiang Yuan would tire from his relentless movement, yet he remained as vibrant as ever, his mid-range shooting still precise. Although Hamilton was not fatigued, his efficiency paled in comparison to Xiang Yuan's prowess. Ultimately, as the final whistle blew, this highly anticipated championship match concluded. Throughout the game, Carter delivered an impressive performance, contributing 22 points, 6 assists, and 10 rebounds. However, Xiang Yuan's display was even more remarkable, sinking 17 of 23 shots, including a solitary three-pointer, and converting one of 2 free throws for a staggering total of 36 points, alongside 2 assists and 3 rebounds. Georgetown triumphed with a final score of 79-71, claiming the Big East Conference Championship and securing an automatic berth in the NCAA tournament. Chapter 47, March Madness. In the post-game interview, a reporter approached Xiang Yuan, exclaiming, "Congratulations on you and your team's championship victory." Xiang Yuan, "Thank you." Reporter, "You performed exceptionally well in this match. Could you share your feelings at this moment?" Xiang Yuan, "Silence is permissible." Reporter, "Xiang Yuan?" Reporter, "Well, it appears that our esteemed classmate Xiang Yuan is in a state of great excitement. Please elucidate why it is essential to play as a shooting guard in this match." The reporter has transformed the invitation into a command. Xiang Yuan, I feel quite confident about my mid-range shots today. Fortunately, that was a reasonable response. The reporter took a deep breath and continued to inquire, having secured your qualification for the NCAA championship, what are your objectives moving forward? Xiang Yuan, no cavities, aha. I meant to say, the championship title. Reporter, all right, thank you, Xiang Yuan. Let us now interview the next contestant. The Big East tournament has concluded, yet the NCAA championship is just about to commence. The players of Georgetown University's stunning team are fortunate to have a few days of respite. The days without rigorous training are indeed refreshing. Xiang Yuan and Carter spent 2 leisurely days together before returning home to visit their parents. However, the business of his parents' company has been dwindling, leaving them exhausted and devoid of time to tend to Xiang Yuan. Observing their plight, memories of his previous life flooded back, casting a shadow over his spirits. Although, according to the timeline of his former life, there were still 2 to 3 years before the family faced complete bankruptcy. Xiang Yuan was unwilling to witness his parents endure such relentless toil and despondency any longer. It seems he must expedite his plans to enter the NBA. His initial intention was to complete 2 years of college before entering the NBA draft. But it has become evident that his progress is surpassing expectations, along with the pressures on his family. Therefore, he resolved to fulfill his promise to Carter and make a bold attempt to reach that esteemed pinnacle. Having made his decision, Xiang Yuan promptly flew back to the United States. Soon, within the confines of Georgetown University's gymnasium, a diligent figure emerged, training earnestly each day. Witnessing his brother's unwavering dedication, Carter could no longer remain idle, and so another figure joined the gymnasium. Coach Thompson observed all of this with quiet approval, nodding in acknowledgement. The future looks promising. This year's championship is set to astonish the entire NCAA, as Georgetown University is determined to leave a lasting impression. Time fleetingly slipped away amidst the fervor of intense training. Soon, all the league championships had concluded, and the roster of 64 teams participating in the March Madness tournament was finalized. Following the first 4, the division of regions was also completed. Georgetown University was assigned to the Eastern region as the number 1 seed. This single elimination tournament elevated the excitement surrounding March Madness to new heights. The format, characterized by its thrilling unpredictability, often led to surprising upsets, which in turn heightened the audience's anticipation. In truth, many collegiate teams exhibited a relatively weak tactical execution. Most players relied heavily on their physical prowess and innate talent. Teams with a higher level of tactical sophistication, such as Georgetown University and the University of Connecticut, are quite rare in the collegiate sphere. Consequently, Georgetown University enjoyed a significant advantage in matches, demonstrating remarkable stability, which minimized their chances of being defeated by lower-seeded teams during March Madness. Moreover, Georgetown was not merely distinguished by its tactical acumen. If a battle of talent were to ensue, players like Xiang Yuan and Carter were fearless contenders. In the initial rounds, Georgetown effortlessly triumphed over the 16th and 6th seeds, advancing to the Sweet 16 with extraordinary consistency. On March 26th, in the Sweet 16, both stars from Georgetown shone brightly, overcoming Kansas State University to progress further. The following day, Georgetown bested Florida Atlantic University, securing a spot in the Elite Eight. By March 29th, Georgetown had reached the Final Four, having faced little substantial challenge along the way. On April 3rd, the semifinals commenced, where Georgetown's opponent was the University of Arizona, featuring the formidable Mike Bibby, known as the White Devil. In a previous life, Xiang Yuan had witnessed Arizona claim the NCAA championship in this season. However, with Xiang Yuan's arrival, such a conclusion was destined to be rewritten. The reputation of the Georgetown duo was now widely recognized. In this match, Xiang Yuan returned to the center position. To be candid, Mike Bibby was apprehensive about the prospect of Xiang Yuan unexpectedly taking on the role of point guard. The primary concern was not fear of Xiang Yuan himself, but rather the fact that throughout this entire NCAA season, he had never played the point guard position, leaving teams without any pertinent material to strategize against him should he assume that role. The versatility of Xiang Yuan's position during the match has indeed caused considerable distress among the coaches of various teams. When they saw Xiang Yuan take on the center position, the University of Arizona breathed a sigh of relief. Although their center was not particularly formidable, it seemed unlikely that he would be overwhelmed by Xiang Yuan. The focus then shifted to Mike Bibby's performance. It must be said that Bibby delivered an impressive display in this game, scoring 23 points, securing the highest number of rebounds for the team with 9, and contributing 6 assists along with 4 steals. Unfortunately, the Georgetown duo, as always, proved to be formidable. Throughout the game, Xiang Yuan and Carter executed their pick-and-roll strategy to perfection. Together, they amassed an impressive total of 52 points, 13 assists, and 19 rebounds. Ultimately, Georgetown University triumphed over the University of Arizona with a score of 84-79, securing a place in the NCAA Finals. The Georgetown fans went into a frenzy after failing to qualify for the tournament last year and losing Allen Iverson. The supporters had nearly lost hope and had braced themselves for another year of not making it past the regional championships. Yet, fate bestowed upon them a delightful surprise, as they found themselves in the NCAA Championship Finals. Xiang Yuan and Carter have now become two of the most renowned figures at Georgetown University. When the pair strolls along the university's pathways, they are greeted by a multitude of enthusiastic fans, prompting Xiang Yuan to take his evening walks on campus in solitude. On April 4th, another semifinal match concluded, with the University of Kentucky securing a ticket to the finals. The NCAA championship for the 1996-1997 season is set to commence on April 6th, featuring a showdown between Georgetown University and the University of Kentucky. This match promises to be a grand celebration for basketball enthusiasts across the nation. On April 6th, even the NBA will yield to the anticipation surrounding this highly anticipated clash. Fans from all over the country will turn their attention here to witness the emergence of this season's NCAA champion. The level of attention this game commands is nothing short of extraordinary. Moreover, Xiang Yuan is poised to fulfill his promise to Carter by delivering him a championship of even greater significance. Xiang Yuan initially believed that this promise might only be realized in his second year. However, now that the opportunity has presented itself, it must be seized. NCAA champion. Here I come. Chapter 48, The Dream of Elijah Yuan. On April 6th, the NCAA March Madness Men's Basketball National Championship Final will commence, featuring Georgetown University and the University of Kentucky vying for the title. Kentucky is favored to win, with ESPN predicting a 74.3% probability of their victory. Georgetown last reached the NCAA Final in 1985, where they narrowly lost to Villanova University by a mere 2 points, forfeiting the championship title that year. 12 years have passed, and Georgetown has unexpectedly found itself once again on the grand stage of the finals. Their adversary, the illustrious University of Kentucky, triumphed over Syracuse University last year to claim the NCAA championship and has maintained an exceptionally high competitive form this season, determined to defend their title successfully. This match is drawing countless spectators, including numerous NBA stars. Georgetown's renowned NBA players, Patrick Ewing and Alonzo Mourning, are both present to witness the event. On the Kentucky side, Anthony Walker, a key player from the 1996 NCAA championship team who was selected by the Boston Celtics as the 6th overall pick in that year's draft, has also come to lend his support to former teammates and current Mets. Before the game, Tang Jixuan approached Xiang Yuan and presented him with a slender red string. "What is this?" Xiang Yuan inquired. "This is a lucky string I obtained for you back home. Wear it on your wrist to bless you with victory," Tang Jixuan replied. "Thank you." Although he was skeptical of such notions, he appreciated the beautiful sentiment. Noticing the hopeful gaze of Tang Jixuan, Xiang Yuan reluctantly tied the red string around his wrist. This game is of paramount importance to Xiang Yuan. He has resolutely decided to announce his entry into the NBA following this match. Therefore, whether for his future, for his family, or to honor a promise made to his brothers, he must give his all, deliver a flawless performance, and secure the championship. In preparation for this game, he had begun to expend the points he had long saved and hesitated to use, engaging in a card draw. He boldly attempted the golden card pool twice, resulting in the acquisition of an A-level coach card and a B-level player card. Xiang Yuan chose to utilize 2 rest days, thus expending both character cards to free up space in his card pouch. After using these 2 mats, he still had 2 slots available in his card pouch and an impressive score of 2,600 points. Additionally, he possessed a complimentary opportunity to draw from the platinum card pool provided by the system. "Jixuan, I am heading off to prepare for the competition. Rest assured, I shall secure the championship," Xiang Yuan declared to Tang Jixuan. "Indeed, I believe in you, and I will pray for your success," Tang Jixuan replied. After bidding farewell to Tang Jixuan, Xiang Yuan returned to the locker room. Once there, he indulged in a refreshing bath and lit incense to create a serene atmosphere. Then, he gently touched the red cord around his wrist and opened the system interface. Platinum card pool activate. Xiang Yuan initially utilized the complimentary draw opportunity. The outcome, however, was rather disappointing. yielding merely an A-level player card. This left him somewhat disheartened. Although an A-level card does provide a certain degree of enhancement for Xiang Yuan, it falls short of ensuring an extraordinary performance in such a critical match. What he desperately requires now is at least an S-level player role card. Xiang Yuan gazed at the mere 2,000 points remaining in his possession, hesitating for a moment. Should he opt to spend a smaller number of points to draw several times from the lower-tier card pool? Or should he expend all 2,000 points at once to make a single draw from the prestigious Platinum card pool? Xiang Yuan weighed his options meticulously in his mind, ultimately arriving at a resolute decision. The probability of drawing quality cards from the low-tier pool was dismally low, even with a greater number of attempts. It did not reach a threshold of assurance. Thus, he resolved to directly access the Platinum card pool. Once this decision was made, Xiang Yuan hesitated no longer and promptly activated the Platinum card pool. He silently prayed that if he did not acquire anything of value this time, he would have no choice but to rely on that A-grade card during the finals. The Platinum pattern card pool ascended into the air, shimmering with silvery hues, exuding an air of opulence. Xiang Yuan shut his eyes, silently offering a prayer in his heart. Approximately 1 minute later, he opened his eyes and gazed at the virtual interface before him. A character card hovered in midair. SS-class character card, Hakeem Olajuwon character description, center. The first overall pick in the NBA draft of 1984, a Hall of Fame player, ranked 11th among the 75 greatest players. He is regarded as one of the most agile and versatile centers. He holds the record for the most blocks in NBA history, with a career average of 21. 8 points, 11, 1 rebounds, and 1 blocks per game, peaking in a season with averages of 26. 1 points, 3, 5 assists, 13, 0 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Badges. 1. Scoring driver. Gold significantly enhances the ability to make running hook shots, layups, or close-range jump shots when driving into the paint. 2. Master of the drop step. Gold increases stability and ball protection quality when using back-to-the-basket drop steps and jump steps in the paint. 3. Dream footwork. Gold greatly enhances the likelihood of deceiving defenders with back-to-the-basket fakes, while also improving the shooter's shooting ability. 4. Spin move master. Gold significantly increases the success rate of spin moves or drives from the post. 5. Elite rim protector. Gold 6. Everlasting defender. Gold 7. Mobile fortress. Gold 8. Back-to-the-basket defense master. Gold 9. Defensive deterrent. Gold 10. Defensive core. Gold hookshot master. Confrontational finisher. Powerful finisher. Pick and roll expert. Alley-oop finisher. Post punisher. Rebounding king. Pick and roll shooter. Catch and shoot specialist. Rebounding maestro. Positioning master. Box out specialist. Heartbreaker. Iron wall. First pass master. Creative passer. And more. Special skills. Post moves. Shot blocking. Upon seeing this card, Xiang Yuan leapt 3 feet into the air in sheer exhilaration. He let out a jubilant shout. It was indeed the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon. Xiang Yuan is profoundly familiar with Olajuwon. In a previous life, anyone with an interest in the NBA would undoubtedly have heard this name. This individual can be described as omnipotent, excelling in both post offense and jump shots beyond the arc. As a center, he possesses remarkable speed and an exquisite skill set. His signature move, the Dream Shake, allows him to effortlessly outmaneuver opponents, making him a nightmare for defenders. Additionally, he exhibits ball handling finesse akin to that of a point guard, dribbling swiftly while perfectly timing his escapes from adversaries. During the 1993-1994 and 1994-1995 seasons, Olajuwon led the Houston Rockets to 2 NBA championships. This card undoubtedly stands as a pinnacle among SS-rated character cards, boasting an astonishing 26 badges, all in gold or silver, dazzling Xiang Yuan and causing his eyes to gleam with admiration. It is truly deserving of its SS classification. Ratings of A or S can take a backseat. With this card in hand, Xiang Yuan feels over 90% confident in clinching this crucial game and aiding Georgetown University's team in securing the NCAA championship for the 1996-1997 season. Chapter 49. The decisive battle approaches. Seated on a bench in the locker room, Xiang Yuan opened the system interface to review his current attributes. Host, Xiang Yuan. Height, 203 centimeters. Weight, 98. 4 kilograms. Points, 600. Badges, explosive leap, bronze. Space creator, silver. Come here, silver. Post punisher, bronze. Brawler, bronze. Catch and shoot, silver. Special skills, none. Character cards, 22 ability evaluation, offense 75, defense 74, playmaking 70, athleticism 74, finishing 70, basketball IQ 71. Entertainment value 57. Leadership 53, attributes abridged, overall assessment 68 and overall score of 68. Furthermore, after utilizing the Jameson character card, Xiang Yuan acquired 2 badges, Post Punisher, Bronze, and Brawler, Bronze. Subsequently, after employing the Hamilton character card, he obtained the Catch and Shoot, Silver, badge. With these capabilities, even without using a character card, Xiang Yuan's strength is already sufficient to contend in NCAA competitions. Alas, such prowess does not guarantee a spectacular performance or a championship victory. The journey to greater strength must continue. Xiang Yuan clenched his fist. However, that is a matter for another time. Now, this match, he possesses an advantage. Xiang Yuan produced the resplendent SS grade card and opted to utilize it. Ding! The host has successfully activated the Hakeem Olajuwon character card. At the moment the system's voice resonated, Xiang Yuan sensed an extraordinary transformation within his body. Simultaneously, a plethora of knowledge flooded his mind, granting him a profound comprehension of basketball techniques such as footwork, agility, and the timing of passes. The alteration in his attributes was inevitable. Ability evaluation, offense 85, 10, defense 87, 13, organization 80, 10, athleticism 82, 8, finishing 83, 13. Basketball IQ 78, 7, entertainment value 69, 12, leadership 68, 15, attributes subject to slight variation. Comprehensive review, 79, 11, 79. What an extraordinary concept. Xiang Yuan recalled that prior to his rebirth, there existed a gaming company known as 2K Games, which developed a title named NBA 2K. This game incorporated a rating mechanism that he found to bear a striking resemblance to the assessment system he was familiar with. At that time, NBA 2K had progressed to its 2K24 edition, which introduced a newly crowned #1 draft pick, Victor Wembanyama, whose rating soared to an impressive 84 points, marking him as the highest-rated rookie in the history of NBA 2K. It is noteworthy that before Wembanyama's emergence, the highest-rated rookie in NBA 2K was Zion Williamson, the 2019 #1 pick, whose rating in 2K20 was 81. In contrast, LeBron James, the #1 pick from the illustrious 2003 draft class, who later ascended to the pinnacle of the all-time scoring list, had a rookie rating of merely 78 points. Historically, these games have been cautious in awarding high initial ratings to rookies, with past #1 picks typically receiving ratings around 78. Wembanyama's rating has thus sparked considerable discussion among enthusiasts. Although Xiang Yuan's overall score of 79 is not on par with the 2K rating, it is certainly not far off. Should Xiang Yuan participate in the draft with such an evaluation, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a prodigy. A coveted first overall pick that teams would go to great lengths to acquire, even at the cost of their own performance. Regrettably, this assessment comes only after the enhancement from the character card. Had Xiang Yuan opted to play another year in college, he would likely reach this level and become a highly sought-after asset. However, at present, his standing among scouts is not as elevated. Furthermore, Xiang Yuan has yet to announce his intention to enter this year's NBA draft, rendering him merely a promising prospect in the eyes of scouts. Nevertheless, it matters little. Everything is poised to change after this game. Let everyone witness just how formidable Xiang Yuan can be with the support of the Dream character card. With merely an hour remaining before the game commences, the players from Georgetown University gradually make their way into the locker room. At that moment, a voice suddenly emanates from the coach's office within the locker room. "Xiang, come here for a moment." Upon hearing Coach Thompson's summons, Xiang Yuan promptly rises. Yet, after taking only a couple of steps, he unexpectedly stumbles, falling heavily to the ground. "Xiang, what happened?" Bobcat O'Reilly, who happened to be nearby, hurriedly rushes over to assist him. "Thank you. I'm fine. Perhaps I just sat for too long." Xiang Yuan dismisses the incident, suspecting it to be a temporary adjustment issue following the use of the character card. After regaining his footing, he enters the coach's office. Coach Thompson, alerted by the commotion outside, regards Xiang Yuan with a look of concern and worry. "What is the matter? Is your body all right?" Coach Thompson inquires. For athletes of their caliber, control and coordination of the body are typically excellent, making such falls exceedingly rare. If they do occur, it is a matter of great sensitivity. With the finals approaching, any injury to Xiang Yuan would pose a significant setback for Georgetown University. Xiang Yuan assessed his physical condition and found no issues, so he replied, "Coach, I am perfectly fine." "That's good to hear." Coach Thompson exhaled with relief. "I called you here to discuss an important matter." "Please, go ahead, Coach." "This match is critical. We must adhere to our most practiced and frequently employed strategies. Therefore, you cannot change your position. In other words, you will play as center for this game," Coach Thompson declared firmly. In such a significant match, the importance of strategy becomes even more pronounced, and the coach's expertise will greatly influence the course of the game. Even the open-minded Coach Thompson would not dare to experiment with unfamiliar lineups in such a high-stakes situation. Fortunately, Xiang Yuan was eager to play the center position. "Understood, Coach. I will follow your arrangements," Xiang Yuan responded. "Excellent." Coach Thompson nodded, then added, "Although your performance has been somewhat inconsistent, I need you to deliver your best for this match." "Rest assured, Coach, you can look forward to the celebration," Xiang Yuan replied. "Good. I believe in you. Now, go prepare." Xiang Yuan nodded and exited the coach's office. Subsequently, he noticed Carter approaching him. "Xiang, I heard you took a fall. Are you all right?" Carter inquired with genuine concern. "I'm fine. Just a minor mishap," Xiang Yuan replied. "That's good to hear. Try not to be too anxious. Otherwise, it may affect your performance during the match," Carter advised. Xiang Yuan chuckled and said, "As long as you perform consistently, everything will be fine. Just watch me in this match. The championship? It shall undoubtedly be yours." Carter, taken aback, inquired, "Such confidence?" Xiang Yuan countered, "Do you lack confidence?" Carter burst into laughter. "Ah, my brother, you know me well. I am indeed confident, but I fear you may lack it." After the laughter subsided, a solemn silence enveloped Carter. He lifted his gaze towards the ceiling, acknowledging the gravity of their situation. "Indeed," Xiang Yuan remarked, "we are but one match away from the championship." Carter's expression grew serious as he locked eyes with Xiang Yuan. "Remember your promise, Xiang." "Rest assured, my good brother," Xiang Yuan declared, balling his right hand into a fist and extending it towards Carter. Understanding the gesture, Carter mirrored him, and their fists gently collided. This was a pledge between the Georgetown duo, a historic moment in the NCAA tournament, a resounding declaration. Tremble, Kentucky. The championship is ours. Chapter 50. All will be revealed in the capital of the United States, Washington, D.C., the home of the Washington Bullets, the predecessor of the Wizards. The First Capitol Arena is set to host the annual NCAA Men's Basketball Championship Final. A fierce battle is about to unfold. Thousands of spectators have filled the venue to capacity. Fans don their respective team jerseys, with some adorned in vibrant face paint, passionately cheering for their teams. The cacophony of excitement seemed poised to pierce the roof, soaring into the heavens. Supporters of the University of Kentucky Wildcats sported their classic white jerseys accented with blue checks, while the Georgetown University Hoyas fans donned their signature gray-blue attire. The two factions occupied nearly equal halves of the arena, creating a palpable boundary that underscored the fierce competition. Indeed, the fans were engaged in a rivalry of their own, striving to outdo one another with their fervent shouts and cheers. In addition to the fans and NBA players, the venue was also abuzz with celebrities who either cherished the sport or sought a thrill. NBA scouts from various teams had long since arrived, eager to assess the talent and potential of the players on display. Good evening, sports enthusiasts. This is ESPN, and I am your host, Ronald Terry. Hello. I am commentator Ronald Terry. Host. We are currently situated at the site of the 1996-97 NCAA Championship Final, a spectacular matchup that will commence in just 1 hour. Terry, could you share insights about the two main protagonists of this contest? Terry, certainly. Host, let us first discuss the Kentucky Wildcats. As a venerable powerhouse, they triumphantly secured the NCAA championship title last season. Although they have bid farewell to Anthony Walker this season, they have infused fresh talent into their roster, and the core members of their championship-winning team remain unchanged, maintaining their formidable strength. This season, their team boasts an impressive average of 78.1 points per game, a shooting percentage of 49.4, an average of 39, 7 rebounds, 18, 3 assists, 4, 3 blocks, and 5, 7 steals. Now, let us turn our attention to Georgetown University's formidable team. Another historic powerhouse, yet their performance in recent years has been less than stellar, particularly last year. Despite having the legendary Allen Iverson, they failed to emerge from the Big East Conference. This year, they lost that 1996 NBA first overall pick, and amidst widespread skepticism, they remarkably advanced to the NCAA finals. It must be noted that the recruitment of two exceptional freshmen has been pivotal. They not only perfectly filled the void left by Iverson, but also led the team to greater heights, embodying a sense of miraculous achievement. Additionally, this year, Coach John Thompson Jr. appears to have had an epiphany, frequently innovating in his utilization of the roster, yielding commendable results. Georgetown University's season statistics reveal an average score of 76. 6 points, a shooting percentage of 47. 3, an average of 40. 1 rebounds, 19. 8 assists, 3. 7 blocks, and 5. 1 steals. Host. Given our recent discussion about Coach Thompson's tactical evolution, one name cannot go unmentioned. Terry, is it Xiang Yuan? Host, indeed. This prodigious talent from China has significantly altered my perception of Eastern players. Before his emergence, I never believed that an Eastern individual could possess such athleticism and basketball prowess. Terry, you are not alone in that sentiment. I share the same view, and I believe many domestic fans do as well. I have heard that Xiang Yuan faced considerable discrimination, enduring scorn since high school. Reportedly, he was rejected by all the girls in his school, which is truly lamentable. Even upon joining the school basketball team, he faced humiliation, with many urging him to leave the team. Yet, Xiang Yuan persevered and ultimately graced this grand stage. Terry then continued the conversation with some hearsay he had encountered. Host, truly, what a resilient individual. Terry, yes, indeed, resilient and versatile. Coach Thompson's dynamic strategies are inextricably linked to Xiang Yuan's contributions. Host, this is indeed astonishing. China, an ancient and enigmatic country, has players that are equally mysterious. Terry laughed. Haha, I am not well versed in that area. Moving on from Xiang Yuan, let us discuss Vince Carter. The once celebrated star player during his high school years has continued to demonstrate his exceptional prowess upon entering university, exceeding the expectations of many. He has become a box office sensation at Georgetown University, possessing a remarkable leaping ability that allows him to glide effortlessly between opponents, showcasing his unique moves. Watching him play basketball is truly a visual delight. The host remarked, the pick-and-roll strategy between him and Xiang Yuan is indeed classic. Terry responded, indeed. Yet the essence of this strategy lies with Xiang Yuan. Without his precise shooting ability from beyond the arc, this tactic would be easily countered. The host, with an incredulous tone, noted, it seems that the core of Georgetown's remarkable team is indeed the Chinese player, Xiang Yuan. Both players have garnered a considerable following, and Terry, wishing to avoid conflict, shifted the topic. He mentioned that Kentucky University lacks a definitive core player, instead excelling through their overall strength. Noticing that Terry had not pursued the previous topic, the host continued along his line of thought. Doesn't Derek Anderson count as a core player? His statistics and skills are equally impressive. That's not to say he isn't a core player, Terry clarified. What I mean is that Kentucky has many core players, such as Nazr Muhammad and Jamal Magloire. Their strength contributes to the overall power of the team. It seems Mr. Terry holds a favorable view of Kentucky University's chances of winning the championship. Indeed, Terry did not shy away from the question, stating directly, Kentucky's defense is exceptional, and their two center players possess solid fundamentals, both of whom tower over Xiang Yuan. Consequently, Xiang Yuan's effectiveness will be significantly curtailed, limiting the potential of Georgetown's pick-and-roll strategy. In this scenario, I believe Kentucky's chances of winning exceed 80%, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The host countered, I have a differing opinion. Terry replied, oh? Do you believe Georgetown will triumph? Not exactly. I think it's a 50-50 chance for both teams, the host responded, attempting to mediate the discussion. Terry remarked, you sly old fox. Each individual harbors their own thoughts regarding this match. Regardless, the outcome will be revealed after the game. Will it be Georgetown or Kentucky? All eyes in the arena, as well as from across the nation and even the world, converge upon this moment, focused on these two teams. All answers shall ultimately be unveiled. Chapter 51. The match begins 10 a.m. The NCAA championship game of 1997, after much anticipation, has finally commenced. The grand screen illuminated the venue, and following the fervent broadcast of the promotional video, the starting lineups for both teams emerged. For the University of Kentucky, the starters were as follows. Point guard, Dylan Wilson shooting guard, Derek Anderson small forward, Ron Mercer power forward, Nazr Muhammad center, Jamal Magloire coach, Rick Pitino for Georgetown University. The starters included point guard, Victor Page shooting guard, Vince Carter small forward, Jeremy Williams power forward, Bob Carr center, Javan Blair. Both teams presented their customary starting lineups. However, it was noteworthy that Georgetown University's roster appeared relatively more conventional. The shift in Xiang Yuan's position has become a topic of great discussion among fans. Thus, upon viewing such a roster, some supporters expressed a hint of disappointment. Nonetheless, the majority of Georgetown fans breathed a sigh of relief. If positions were to be altered at will during such a match, they would undoubtedly begin to question Coach Thompson's competence. As the whistle blew, the game commenced in earnest. The opening tip-off was upon them. Opposing center Jamal Magloire stood at an impressive height of 211 centimeters, towering over Xiang Yuan by 8 centimeters. However, Xiang Yuan possessed the remarkable badge of exceptional leaping ability, which somewhat compensated for the height disparity. The referee tossed the ball high into the air. Xiang Yuan leaped into the air, seizing the ball. Unfortunately, he had jumped prematurely. From this very jump ball, one could sense the extraordinary tension that would characterize this match. The game resumed, but this time Xiang Yuan was unable to secure the ball. The University of Kentucky initiated the first offensive play. In their opening round, Kentucky employed a dual center offensive strategy featuring Jamal Magloire and Nazr Muhammad, both of considerable height, allowing the team to even utilize a twin tower formation. Kentucky adopted a 1-2-2 formation, with Magloire maneuvering laterally to utilize a screen. After executing a cut, Muhammad set another screen, positioning himself near the free throw line. At this moment, Georgetown's defense closed in. Consequently, the ball handler Dylan Wilson passed the ball to Muhammad. Muhammad received the pass and effortlessly scored 2 points. 2-0. A straightforward, yet successful tactic. The essence of this strategy lay in the towering presence of Kentucky's 2 big men. Now it was Georgetown's turn to attack. Victor George dribbled the ball into the front court. Carter positioned himself at the arc to receive the ball, and Xiang Yuan sprinted over as well. Witnessing this, everyone understood that Georgetown was about to execute a pick-and-roll, one of the signature tactics of Georgetown's dynamic duo. After the screen, the defense switched, allowing Xiang Yuan to draw away Carter's defender, leaving Carter matched up against the opposing center. Recognizing this opportunity, Carter opted to drive to the basket. He was set to exploit the size mismatch. After several dribbles, Carter successfully found a lane to penetrate the paint. However, the University of Kentucky was not to be trifled with. Waiting beneath the basket was none other than Nazr Muhammad. Standing at 2.08 meters, Muhammad possessed impressive leaping ability. Anticipating Carter's approach, he was ready. Muhammad seized the moment, leaping high with the intent to block Carter's shot. Yet, he gravely underestimated Carter. The two players jumped nearly simultaneously, but the height of Muhammad's jump paled in comparison to Carter's. Although they appeared parallel in the air due to Muhammad's height advantage, there was one crucial factor. Carter's hang time was far superior. Do not forget, Carter had already made a name for himself as a dunking sensation during his high school years. As Muhammad landed, he watched helplessly as Carter soared through the air. Bang! The crowd erupted. The fans of Georgetown University roared with excitement. Look, that's our Carter. A sensational dunk. Behold the unfortunate Muhammad, destined to become a magnificent backdrop. Utterly dashing. Carter, I adore you. I wish to bear your offspring. My goodness, everyone, calm down. One man has already lost his mind. How can you be so certain he is male? Amidst the cheers from the crowd, Xiang Yuan has already conjured the prologue of a novel inspired by this play. Vince Carter commenced with a stunning dunk over Muhammad. Splendid. As they retreated on defense, Xiang Yuan and Carter exchanged a vigorous high five. Just watch me. Carter flashed a proud smile at Xiang Yuan. Although he was dunked on, the opposing team remained largely unfazed in spirit, for this was merely the beginning. The outcome of this intense match remained uncertain. In the ensuing rounds, the University of Kentucky continued to display remarkable performance and tactical prowess, fully showcasing their offensive characteristics. In several consecutive plays, the University of Kentucky executed their strategies flawlessly. Meanwhile, Georgetown University found their pick-and-roll tactics somewhat effective, yet they could not ensure a high success rate. Carter's stamina could not sustain his ability to execute such dunks consistently. Consequently, the success rate of Georgetown's pick-and-roll was rather low. At times, after setting the screen, when Carter attempted to drive, he would immediately face staunch defense. He could only force a layup, resulting in a less than favorable shooting percentage. Occasionally, Carter would pass the ball back to Xiang Yuan, but the opposing center, Magloire, relentlessly shadowed him. This was not an issue, as Xiang Yuan was accustomed to such defensive pressure. However, the problem lay in Magloire's towering height. when he raised his arms above his head to defend Xiang Yuan. It severely obstructed Xiang Yuan's line of sight. Consequently, Xiang Yuan's shooting percentage from three-point range and mid-range fell. 6 minutes into the game, with Muhammad sinking both free throws, the University of Kentucky took a 17-11 lead. Throughout the first half, under the protection of their twin towers, Derek Anderson had already scored 7 points, including a three-pointer. If this continues, it appears that Georgetown University's situation is dire. Coach John Thompson decisively called for a timeout. Although it was merely the first half and the game was far from over, the players of Georgetown University had already acutely sensed the formidable prowess of the University of Kentucky. Every face bore a grave expression. In contrast, Coach Thompson, holding the tactical board, wore a visage of calm. It was not that he was oblivious to the pressure. Rather, he understood the necessity of not appearing overly stern. He aimed to instill confidence in his players. Indeed, upon witnessing the coach's demeanor, the Georgetown players relaxed somewhat. However, this was merely a psychological maneuver, offering little tangible impact on the current state of the game. What Coach Thompson truly needed was a strategy to navigate the prevailing predicament. Yet, as he glanced at Carter, whose forehead glistened with sweat, he privately frowned. He found himself devoid of any effective solutions. The disparity in overall strength was not something a coach could simply rectify with a miraculous tactic. What to do? Just as he was deep in thought, a voice broke through. "Coach, I have an idea. Chapter 52. I will dominate their center." What idea? Coach Thompson felt a flicker of confusion. Having been a coach for so long, he had struggled to conjure a breakthrough strategy in such a short span. Could this 17-year-old boy truly have a suggestion? Thompson regarded Xiang Yuan's words as a jest. However, in such a moment, he recognized the importance of considering his players' emotions. Thus, he did not dismiss the idea but encouraged Xiang Yuan to share his thoughts. Xiang Yuan was quite assertive, after all. He was a man with an overall rating of 79. The team was currently facing difficulties, and it was imperative for him to step up. "Coach, may we consider a different strategy for the upcoming matches?" Coach Thompson observed the expression on Xiang Yuan's face and realized he was not jesting. "What strategy?" Coach Thompson instinctively inquired. "Isolation plays." Xiang Yuan replied. "Isolation plays? Do you think I haven't considered that?" Coach Thompson responded, slightly irked. "Your isolation plays with Carter may yield some results, but only against teams of lesser or equal strength. You should be aware of Kentucky's prowess against such a formidable defense. The effectiveness of isolation is akin to that of pick and rolls. Your suggestion holds no merit." "No, Coach, there is another scenario," Xiang Yuan insisted. At that moment, the players from Georgetown University were captivated by their exchange, gazing at Xiang Yuan with admiration, unsure whether they were impressed by his audacity or something else entirely. Only Carter nudged Xiang Yuan with his elbow, signaling him to refrain from further comments. Coach Thompson was indeed on the verge of anger, but he restrained himself due to the significance of the finals. "Then enlighten me, what other scenario are you referring to, if you cannot articulate it? Even in this championship match, I will have you sit on the bench to reflect," Coach Thompson stated solemnly. Xiang Yuan chose to disregard the emotions of his teammates and coach. Now was the moment to seize the opportunity. With an air of unwavering confidence, he declared, "There is another scenario. I can utterly dominate the opposing center." "What? Dominate? Has he lost his mind?" "Xiang Yuan, cease your words and calm down." His teammates could no longer contain themselves, exclaiming in disbelief, and even Carter urged him to take a moment to regain composure. Coach Thompson's expression darkened considerably. He couldn't believe Xiang Yuan was so ungrateful. Just as Thompson was about to order Xiang Yuan to the bench, he was met with the latter's confident gaze, radiating an aura of invincibility that seemed to challenge the world. This gaze, miraculously, quelled Thompson's anger and compelled him to contemplate the situation seriously. If Xiang Yuan could indeed dominate the opposing center, Thompson mused, then the current predicament would be effortlessly resolved. He began to strategize in his mind. Suppose Xiang Yuan could score with ease on the offensive end while completely neutralizing the opposing center on defense. In that case, there would be no need to worry about offense, and the defensive focus could shift to guarding the perimeter, granting Carter a degree of freedom. If this were true, the more Thompson considered it, the more exhilarated he became. If this were indeed the case, all problems would vanish. He glanced at the clock. Nearly 6 minutes had elapsed in the first half. Given this, what harm could there be in trying? If it did not yield positive results, he could simply call a timeout to reconfigure the strategy. The cost of error was but a single timeout. This was a course of action he would take resolutely. Coach Thompson proceeded with his plan. The ensuing tactics would revolve around Xiang Yuan executing a star player isolation play. The teammates were astonished. What kind of enchantment had Xiang Yuan cast upon the coach? It was utterly inconceivable. Yet, there was no alternative, since the coach had made his decision. They had no choice but to comply. Except for Carter, everyone was filled with conflicting emotions. They harbored a glimmer of hope that Xiang Yuan would falter and be replaced by Coach Thompson, yet simultaneously wished for him to fulfill his bold proclamation of dominating the opposing player. This was the championship battle. They too yearned for that gleaming trophy. Even if they might not have another opportunity to enter the NBA, securing the NCAA championship would render their collegiate journey unregrettable. Carter said nothing. He merely delivered a solid punch to Xiang Yuan. Everything was encapsulated in that single, unspoken gesture. The timeout has concluded. Both teams' players return to the court. The odd team prepares to serve. Victor George dribbles past the halfway line. Switch, switch. The Wildcats players shout fervently. However, they soon realize that the odd team appears disinterested in executing a pick-and-roll strategy. At this moment, Xiang Yuan has positioned himself in the low post. With Magloire left behind him, he remains focused solely on the ball handler. Xiang Yuan positioned himself adeptly, then extended his right hand, signaling that he was ready for a pass. The strategy was uncomplicated. George hesitated momentarily, yet gracefully lofted the ball into the paint, delivering it into Xiang Yuan's hands. Magloire pondered. Is he attempting to take me on one-on-one? He gazed at Xiang Yuan, who stood a good half-head shorter than himself, nearly bursting into laughter. How much contempt must he harbor for my defensive prowess? He mused, while his body remained in motion. He closed the distance to Xiang Yuan, firmly establishing his stance, pressing against him, and raising both hands to assume a defensive posture. To be fair, Magloire's defensive capabilities were beyond reproach at the collegiate level. He could effectively guard the vast majority of centers one-on-one. Of course, there was the exception of that extraordinary individual from Wake Forest University named Tim Duncan. Unfortunately, that player had not made it to the NCAA finals. As for Xiang Yuan standing before him, he was not yet deemed a threat. Thus, Magloire heightened his focus, resolved to impart a lesson to Xiang Yuan, to enlighten him as to why the flowers bloom so vividly. Unbeknownst to Xiang Yuan, in that fleeting moment, Magloire had contemplated a myriad of thoughts. Upon receiving the ball in a low position, an overwhelming and exquisite sensation enveloped him, causing his entire body to tremble. It was a remarkable feeling of the ball, an unparalleled smoothness in the application of his footwork, an acute clarity in his defensive judgment, and a profound sense of control over the entire court. Empowered by this sensation, Xiang Yuan commenced his movements. He first executed a pivot, as if intending to pass the ball. Magloire scoffed inwardly, realizing it was merely a feigned gesture that cost him a chance for a block. He resolved to seize an opportunity to make amends later. However, before the thought could fully form, Xiang Yuan abruptly pulled the ball back to his front and initiated a shooting motion. A sneak attack. This is unacceptable. Magloire hastily moved to defend. Although he was tall and had been momentarily faked out, the ball remained within his defensive reach. He could almost envision a block statistic beckoning to him. Yet, he remained naively optimistic. Xiang Yuan's shot was merely a feint. After deceiving Magloire, he maintained his center of gravity, shifting 1 foot forward to glide beneath the basket, and executed a delicate layup, sending the ball through the hoop. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Xiang Yuan's mind. Ding! The host has activated the special skill under basket deception from the character card. Skill duration, 30 minutes. Skill cooldown, 18 hours. Chapter 53, Block. Block. Magloire wore an expression of regret. He had been deceived. It was somewhat disheartening. Nevertheless, conceding a point was quite ordinary, and he remained oblivious to the implications. The Wildcats were on the offensive. As Magloire beheld Xiang Yuan guarding him, an idea sparked in his mind. Since you scored on me, I shall return the favor. Consequently, he abandoned the play and stationed himself in the low post. Once positioned, Magloire extended his hands, signaling for the ball. His teammates, recognizing the situation, also opted not to run the play and promptly passed the ball to Magloire. Upon a glance, Xiang Yuan realized that this was an attempt to exploit his weaknesses. Excellent. Splendid. What I fear is your lack of aggression. Magloire confidently dribbled the ball twice. With assuredness, Magloire executed a half-turn. Magloire, with unwavering confidence, performed a delicate hook shot beneath the basket. Xiang Yuan leapt with confidence, empowered by the Super Bounce badge, the Rim Protector Elite badge, the Back to the Basket Defense Master badge, and the defensive anchor badge. Xiang Yuan executed a swift and decisive block. With a resounding clap, the force of the block was considerable, leaving his hands slightly reddened. Reminiscent of Magloire's flushed cheeks, Xiang Yuan's block sent the ball soaring to the three-point line in the backcourt, where Carter happened to be stationed. Quick as a flash, he intercepted the ball midair and swiftly dribbled it towards the front court. The Wildcats players were caught off guard, unable to mount a defense in time. Carter dashed to the basket, leaped, and gently placed the ball into the hoop with both hands. To conserve energy, he opted against any showy dunking maneuvers. The awe-inspiring team had just scored 4 consecutive points. Coach Thompson, who had been seated, found himself rising in surprise. Could it be that their tactics were indeed effective? However, it was still too early to draw conclusions after merely 2 possessions. Let us observe further. The Wildcats remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. "Give me the ball," Magloire urged his teammates. They complied, teasing him for being overly confident. Little did they know, a formidable center had arrived on the scene. In the next possession, Magloire continued to back down against Xiang Yuan. This time, instead of executing a half-turn hook shot, he faked and then pivoted for a jump shot. His height and wingspan made him a challenging opponent to defend against at the collegiate level. However, Xiang Yuan was not among those intimidated. Magloire had the basket within reach. But suddenly, a colossal figure loomed in the air, obstructing his line of sight. Alarm surged within him. It was too late to retract his shot. The basketball had already left his fingertips. Smack! Another resounding block echoed through the arena. Magloire felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, standing frozen in place. He sensed the crowd's jeers were directed at him, and his complexion, once flushed, turned pale. Meanwhile, the awe-inspiring team remained indifferent to his state of mind. As they regained possession of the ball once more, after blocking the shot, Xiang Yuan sprinted towards the front court. In a 4-on-5 situation, the exclamation team scored 2 points courtesy of Jalen Williams. They launched a swift 6-0 run, leveling the score at 17-17. With the gap erased, Kentucky's coach refrained from calling a timeout, trusting his players to adjust their performance on the court. He merely signaled from the bench for his team to continue executing their established strategy. After suffering 2 consecutive setbacks, yielding 6 points, Magloire felt reluctant to demand the ball for individual plays, opting instead to adhere to the coach's tactics and await a suitable opportunity to reclaim the initiative. Unbeknownst to the Wildcats, Xiang Yuan's display was just beginning. This time, as the Wildcats brought the ball up the court, they reverted to their frequently employed twin center offensive strategy, which had proven effective in previous matches. In fact, Xiang Yuan had previously defended against this tactic quite well, managing to disrupt some shots, albeit not to a significant extent, allowing the opposition to maintain a commendable shooting percentage, which kept the exclamation team at a disadvantage. However, everything had changed now. Magloire's consecutive blocks activated another unique skill of the Hakeem Olajuwon role card, blocking. With the skill engaged, Xiang Yuan felt a newfound clarity regarding the timing of his jumps for blocks, the shooting motions of his opponents, and the overall dynamics and tactical outcomes of the game. When the Wildcats executed their play again, with Derek Anderson taking a shot, Xiang Yuan anticipated this culmination well in advance. Thus, he began to position himself early, timing his jump perfectly as Anderson released the ball, soaring high for another emphatic volleyball-style block. 3 defensive possessions, 3 blocks. The crowd erupted. My goodness. Am I here to watch the Wildcats get roasted? This blocking, pure exhilaration. Is he about to deliver 3 top plays? The Kentucky players were left dazed. On the court, Carter seized another opportunity, scoring on a fast break. 17-19. The exclamation team took the lead for the first time. At this moment, the Wildcats began to sense that something was amiss. In the next offensive possession, after executing their play, they noticed Xiang Yuan was once again in position to defend. The impact of those 3 blocks lingered in the minds of the Wildcats. Thus, Richie Jerry, who was poised to shoot, reluctantly passed the ball to Dylan Wilson. Stationed beyond the 3-point arc faced with defensive pressure, Wilson found himself with no good options and hastily launched a 3-pointer. The basketball arced through the air, landing directly in Xiang Yuan's hands, a complete airball. Xiang Yuan gazed at the basketball in his hands, then at Carter, who had already begun sprinting towards the front court. With a powerful thrust of his arm, he executed a long pass that soared effortlessly past half-court. Derek Anderson raced after it, yet found himself a step behind Carter. Upon receiving the ball in the front court, Carter deftly approached the basket, executing a feint that left Anderson, who had leapt to block, momentarily airborne. With grace, Carter then scored with ease, adding 2 points to the tally. The score now reads 17-21. The momentum had shifted. Coach Thompson rose to his feet once more. After several exchanges, he had witnessed firsthand Xiang Yuan's defensive prowess and its profound impact on the game's trajectory. It was astonishingly effective. Could it truly be this formidable? As the head coach, Thompson had guided Xiang Yuan for nearly a year, yet he had never perceived such a formidable defensive capacity in him. Although Xiang Yuan's performance had often fluctuated, sometimes surging unexpectedly, he had never encountered the player before in the day. Was this a testament to Xiang Yuan's rapid advancement? Or had he concealed his capabilities during regular training and games? Coach Thompson preferred to believe in the former. If it were the latter, it would imply his own vision had dimmed, rendering him unable to discern the true potential of his players. Nevertheless, these were mere trifles for Coach Thompson. Regardless of whether Xiang Yuan had hidden or improved his abilities, it was a remarkable surprise. Securing victory in this match was all that mattered. At the age of 57, after years of stagnation for the team, he had begun contemplating retirement. However, if he could clinch another championship before hanging up his whistle, onward, onward, let us go, Coach Thompson shouted hoarsely from the sidelines. Chapter 54, Mastery on Both Ends host. Greetings to our esteemed audience. We are live at the NCAA Championship game, with ESPN bringing you the latest updates. The current score stands at 17-21, with the University of Kentucky trailing by 4 points. The Kentucky Wildcats coach has called a timeout. They have just suffered a surge from Georgetown University, who delivered a stunning 10-0 run, turning the tide from a 6-point lead to a deficit. Georgetown's remarkable center, Xiang Yuan, has been pivotal during this stretch, showcasing extraordinary defensive skills that have stifled Kentucky's offensive rhythm, thereby altering the course of the game. Truly an astonishing performance. Wouldn't you agree, Terry? Terry, absolutely captivating. 3 consecutive blocks have rendered Kentucky's offense utterly perplexed. Host, how will Kentucky respond next? Let us stay tuned. The pause has concluded, and the match resumes. As the University of Kentucky Wildcats initiated their offensive, the Georgetown University Hoyas and the spectators present became acutely aware of Kentucky's strategy, namely, to evade Xiang Yuan. The Wildcats abandoned their dual-center approach, opting instead for a more straightforward tactic. Yet, simplicity and strategy can yield effective results. After 4 offensive possessions, employing passing and cutting maneuvers, drive and kick plays, and screen and roll strategies, the University of Kentucky finally broke their scoring drought, accumulating 5 points. However, despite these 5 points, Kentucky continued to trail, with the deficit increasingly widening. The reason is evident. They struggled to contain Georgetown's relentless offensive onslaught. The Hoyas' attacking tactics remained uncomplicated and direct, yet they proved remarkably efficient. Xiang Yuan wreaked havoc within the confines of the University of Kentucky's paint. His mesmerizing footwork left the Wildcats center in a state of existential doubt. He executed a variety of offensive maneuvers, a shoulder shake leading to a layup, a fadeaway jump shot, a deceptive drive, and a sidestep layup. These diverse tactics rendered Kentucky's defense beleaguered. Over the course of 4 possessions, Kentucky managed to score a mere 5 points, while Xiang Yuan single-handedly amassed 8. He was nothing short of a dominator on both ends of the court. The score stood at 22-29, with Kentucky falling further behind. Time ticked away relentlessly. Kentucky continued to employ straightforward tactical collaborations, striving to evade Xiang Yuan's shot-blocking reach through passing and screens, scoring from the perimeter. Their efforts bore fruit, as Xiang Yuan failed to record any blocks during this stretch. Furthermore, luck was on Kentucky's side, as their shooting accuracy soared. Under these circumstances, they clung to the scoreline, preventing the deficit from widening further. On Georgetown's side, all strategies revolved around Xiang Yuan, aimed at creating opportunities for him to engage in isolation plays in the post. During this period, Xiang Yuan truly evoked the shadow of the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon. Dominating the paint, he showcased an arsenal of offensive skills, perplexing footwork, and an expansive defensive reach, etching the memory of this towering figure from China into the minds of the fans. Scouts, captivated by Xiang Yuan's performance, were wide-eyed with admiration. He emerged as a formidable prospect, firmly lodged in their minds, and ranked highly on their lists. Scouts from teams with potential lottery picks in the upcoming draft were already contemplating the prospect of adding Xiang Yuan to their rosters. Before long, the first half concluded with a score of 39-48, leaving the Kentucky Wildcats trailing by 9 points. During halftime, the atmosphere in Kentucky's locker room was palpably tense. Coach Rick Pitino paced back and forth in silence, while Jamal McGloire and Nazar Muhammad wore uncharacteristic expressions. Both had taken turns defending Xiang Yuan, yet neither had succeeded. Other players focused on regaining their stamina, the room steeped in silence, with little left to say. To be candid, prior to the game, the Kentucky players had not regarded Georgetown's team with much respect. For years, Georgetown had not been considered a formidable opponent, posing no true threat to Kentucky. This year's Georgetown team appeared to the reigning champions as nothing more than a fortunate upstart. And what defines an upstart? Superficiality, lack of foundation, and insufficient resolve. Thus, various methods were employed to showcase the strength of one's prowess. What are the so-called Georgetown duo? Merely two novices, fresh on the scene. Can they truly create significant waves? This reflects the genuine state of mind of the University of Kentucky players before halftime. Yet, reality has mercilessly slapped them in the face. Now, they find themselves as the trailing side. Do you grasp the situation now? Coach Rick Pitino finally ceased his pacing, observing the expressions on his players' faces, and spoke in a reprimanding tone. No one replied. All the players bore a hint of dejection. I had warned you beforehand not to underestimate your opponents. Yet none of you heeded my words. And now, Jamal Magloire lifted his head, yearning to tell the coach, Coach, ever since Xiang Yuan from the opposing team made 3 consecutive blocks, we have ceased to underestimate them. However, upon seeing the hesitant expressions of his teammates, he ultimately swallowed his words. Coach, it is you who has underestimated them. Jamal Magloire silently thought, though he dared not voice this sentiment. All right. Stop sulking and show me your spirit, your pride, Coach Pitino commanded. He then commenced his strategy. In the second half, we will primarily employ a dual center tactic on offense, supplemented by other strategies as needed. Focus is paramount. If we face another block, do not be disheartened. Keep a close eye on the ball's position and swiftly regain possession to reorganize our offense. On the defensive end, we shall make adjustments. When Xiang Yuan attempts to play one-on-one in the paint, Wilson, Coach Smith pointed at point guard Dylan Wilson, you will double-team him. A steal would be ideal. But if that's not possible, aim to disrupt his offensive flow. Our objective in the opening minutes of the second half is to exhaust Xiang Yuan's stamina, preventing him from performing well in the latter part of the game. I have analyzed the game footage of Georgetown University. Based on my assessment, Xiang Yuan's sudden surge is unlikely to last long. All of you, exude confidence and do not be intimidated by this unexpected situation. Understood? Understood, Coach. The players responded in unison. Following the coach's address, their confidence gradually began to return. Excellent. A mere 9-point deficit. It is easily recoverable. Remember, demonstrate your attitude. Let's seize that coveted championship. We must defend our title. Do we have confidence? Yes, we have confidence. The players of the University of Kentucky shouted in unison. The once mighty team appears poised to make a resurgence. Chapter 55. Encountering the double team. After the intermission, the second half of the match commenced. The outcome of the first half of this final left many in disbelief, as the heavily favored University of Kentucky found themselves trailing by as much as 9 points. As the second half began, all eyes were on the pressing question of how the University of Kentucky would close the gap. Once the game resumed, Kentucky's strategy unfolded before the audience. Initially, they made slight adjustments to their offensive tactics, altering the positions of their screens and shots. Consequently, Xiang Yuan once again showcased his prowess with 3 impressive blocks. Kentucky's fans began to voice their frustrations, criticizing Coach Pitino's capabilities. However, they soon realized the situation was not as dire as it seemed. While Kentucky's shots were indeed blocked by Xiang Yuan, the aftermath resulted in the ball either rolling out of bounds or being anticipated by Kentucky's players, thus allowing them to retain possession. Thanks to this tactical performance, Kentucky's offensive efficiency surged dramatically. On the defensive end, they initiated double teaming against Xiang Yuan. Initially, Georgetown University was unprepared for this strategy, having not employed double teaming tactics in the first half. Consequently, Xiang Yuan had grown somewhat complacent, failing to anticipate the sudden shift in defense. As a result, Kentucky managed to steal the ball from Xiang Yuan twice in quick succession. In just 3 minutes into the second half, Kentucky had rapidly closed the gap by 6 points, reducing the deficit to a mere 3. The previously subdued emotions of Kentucky's fans were finally unleashed. See, this is the strength of the University of Kentucky. In the first half, we played conservatively. In the second half, watch us dominate Georgetown. The Georgetown fans, while anxiously clinging to their hopes, refused to be outdone in spirit. How amusing. Everyone is Xiang Yuan. Look at your center. If it weren't for the double team, he'd still be getting annihilated by Xiang Yuan. We merely underestimated the situation at the start. We've only lost a few points. Why weren't you this arrogant when you were trailing by 9? Let us not forget. We Georgetown University are still in the lead. Want the championship? Dream on. And thus, the rivalry between the fans intensified. Now, chaos and clamor envelop the scene. However, the turmoil among the fans has yet to affect the performance of the players on the court. Coach John Thompson has wisely called for a timeout. It is evident that the opposing team made adjustments during halftime. If not addressed promptly, the hard-earned lead may be eroded. Xiang, Coach Thompson began, addressing Xiang Yuan. They've adopted a double-team strategy. Focus your attention. Once you're trapped, find a way to pass the ball out. Understood? I understand, Coach. Xiang replied. Turning his gaze to the other players, Coach Thompson continued. You all need to elevate your concentration. Keep your eyes on the basketball and fight vigorously. Do not allow them any opportunities for second-chance points. Understood, Coach. The players responded in unison. Coach Thompson nodded, expressing his satisfaction. Yet, his eyes betrayed a hint of concern as he looked back at Xiang Yuan. During the latter half of the first half, Xiang had single-handedly propelled Georgetown University forward, excelling in both offense and defense to establish a lead. Although they had a brief respite at halftime, the second half commenced with Xiang not only facing the same defensive duties but also contending with double teams, increasing the pressure significantly. Xiang, how is your stamina? Do you need a break? Coach Thompson inquired, as he could not ascertain Xiang's fatigue after such a short intermission. Rest assured, Coach, I am fine, Xiang assured him. Very well, Coach Thompson replied. Let us go. We are less than 20 minutes away from the NCAA championship. We must hold steady and persevere. Yes. The timeout soon concluded, and both teams' players began to return to the court. Xiang Yuan gazed at the players from the University of Kentucky across the court, a smile gracing his lips. Do they think they can thwart me with a double-team strategy? They remain unaware of the comprehensive skills possessed by Elijah Yuan, particularly his exceptional ability to assist. With this thought in mind, he beckoned to Carter, signaling him to come over. What is it? Carter inquired, puzzled. Brother, if they attempt to double-team me again, you should position yourself beyond the three-point line or make a cut towards the basket. Essentially, find a spot where you can be elusive. I will ensure the ball reaches your hands, Xiang Yuan instructed. All right, leave it to me. As long as your pass is on point, I'll secure the points. Carter replied confidently. The two exchanged a high five, heads held high as they strode back onto the court. The match resumed. Georgetown University initiated their offense, the strategy remaining unchanged, with Xiang Yuan once more spearheading the attack. At this juncture in the game, the other players from Georgetown had not been afforded many opportunities to showcase their talents. Even Vince Carter had only managed a modest tally of 10 points, 2 assists, and 2 rebounds. Without a doubt, the standout performer on the court was Xiang Yuan. Thus far, he had amassed an impressive 23 points, 4 rebounds, and 6 blocks. Yet, this was far from the conclusion. Xiang Yuan's performance shall persist. Moreover, it shall unfold in a different manner. Georgetown University's offense continues to revolve around the interior play of Xiang Yuan. Due to Xiang Yuan's superior agility compared to the opposing center, Magloire, the latter has never succeeded in fronting him defensively. Thus, it remains quite effortless for Xiang Yuan to receive the ball in the low post. Upon receiving the ball, Xiang Yuan dribbled it twice when the opposing point guard, Wilson, stealthily maneuvered to Xiang Yuan's side, intending to snatch the ball away. However, Xiang Yuan was already on guard. Thus Wilson's attempt proved fruitless. Undeterred by his failure to secure the ball, Wilson remained resolute. Success in theft was merely fortuitous, and its absence was anticipated within their strategy. Following the predetermined tactics, Wilson approached swiftly to encircle Xiang Yuan. Here it comes. With a fleeting glance, Xiang Yuan began to leverage the expansive vista of the court, keenly observing the dynamics of the game, particularly the positioning of Carter. Carter, too, was not to be underestimated. Upon witnessing the opposing point guard maneuver around his flank, he swiftly initiated his movement. Carter aimed to traverse from the top of the arc towards the left corner, closely shadowed by Derek Anderson of the rival team. However, as they approached the midcourt area, Anderson was momentarily hindered by the outstanding power forward Bobcat OV of the astonishing team. This brief delay allowed Carter to reach the three-point line at the corner. Under normal circumstances, such a scenario would be manageable, even without direct defensive pressure. As long as the ball arrived in Carter's hands at an opportune moment, it would pose little issue. Yet, Xiang Yuan had already anticipated Carter's trajectory. Understanding the situation, he executed a remarkable pass from behind Magloire, just before the double team from the University of Kentucky materialized. This pass was challenging, but Xiang Yuan executed it flawlessly. Carter received the ball at the perfect moment, bending his knees to leap for a shot. The basketball traced an exquisite arc through the air, swish. A three-pointer found the net. Chapter 56. The Intensifying Battle. Carter's three-point shot ignited the connection between the Georgetown duo. The University of Kentucky persisted unwaveringly in their double-team strategy. Hence, Xiang Yuan and Carter embarked on a different style of collaboration. The other players from the astonishing team wholeheartedly supported this tactic, devising various methods to set screens for Carter, creating opportunities for his movement. Each time Carter found an opening, Xiang Yuan's passes arrived with impeccable timing, allowing Carter to convert them into points. Even when Carter faced staunch defense, his teammates would create openings, although their scoring efficiency did not match Carter's. It sufficed. Thus, over the course of approximately 5 minutes, Xiang Yuan, despite experiencing a decrease in scoring due to the double team, amassed 6 assists. Initially, his assist count for the first half stood at a mere 1. It had now soared to 7. Concurrently, during this period, he recorded 3 more blocks, bringing his total to 9. This culminated in an impressive tally of 26 points, 7 assists, and 9 blocks, alongside 7 rebounds. Xiang Yuan is resolutely pursuing a historic quadruple-double in the NCAA championship. Simultaneously, Carter's scoring figures are steadily on the rise. The formidable duo from Georgetown has undeniably showcased their terrifying prowess to the world. Kentucky University is barely managing to withstand their onslaught. Nevertheless, Kentucky's strength remains formidable. Apart from the 2 standout players, Xiang Yuan and Carter, they maintain an advantage in 3 other positions. Moreover, their bench depth surpasses that of Georgetown University. Consequently, despite the exceptional performances of Xiang Yuan and Carter, the point differential has not widened significantly. With 12 minutes remaining in the game, the score stood at 56-63, with Kentucky trailing by a mere 7 points. As the game progressed into its latter stages, Kentucky's advantages became increasingly pronounced. Their robust bench allowed their starters to rest to some extent. In contrast, Coach Thompson of Georgetown hesitated to substitute his key players, particularly Carter and Xiang Yuan. They are essential for maintaining Georgetown's lead. Coach Thompson could scarcely imagine the difficulties Georgetown's offense would face and the defensive vulnerabilities that would emerge if either player were to be benched. He could only hope that Xiang Yuan and Carter could endure. Alas, this was ultimately a futile wish. Xiang Yuan has persevered from the beginning of the game until now, having not taken a moment's respite aside from the pauses and halftime. Since the latter part of the first half, he has remained the linchpin of both the team's offensive and defensive strategies. Coach Thompson can only imagine the extent of Xiang Yuan's fatigue at this point. Carter is not faring much better. His style of play is inherently taxing on his stamina. Although he has been diligently moderating his desire to perform, opting for layups over dunks and shots over drives to conserve energy by this stage. Having rested for just over a minute during halftime, he is beginning to feel the strain. Gradually, Carter's movements have lost their former quickness, and the quality of his teammates' screens has diminished. Under these circumstances, when Xiang Yuan passes the ball, Georgetown University struggles to create effective offensive opportunities. Conversely, their opponents remain remarkably vigorous. Coach Smith of the University of Kentucky astutely recognizes the physical challenges facing Georgetown, a situation he had anticipated. A spark of determination ignites in his eyes as he gestures from the sidelines. Kentucky resumes its dual center strategy, with their players exhibiting ample stamina and consequently swifter movements. This shift in dynamics makes it increasingly difficult for Xiang Yuan to pursue defensive plays and block shots, thereby diminishing his ability to interfere with Kentucky's attempts at scoring. As a result, Kentucky's scoring efficiency begins to rise once more. Simultaneously, they intensify their strategy of double-teaming Xiang Yuan, employing 2 substitute players to alternate in this endeavor. In this scenario, the players assigned to double-team Xiang Yuan maintain abundant energy. Soon enough, the shooting accuracy of Xiang Yuan's teammates starts to wane, with even Carter struggling to find his mark. As the game progresses, Georgetown's errors begin to accumulate, and Kentucky continues to close the gap. Before long, the score narrows to 66-69, with a mere 3 points separating the teams. Witnessing this turn of events, Xiang Yuan realizes that he can no longer afford to allow this trend to continue. Even amidst the double team, he must refrain from passing the ball. Although he too is weary, Kentucky has underestimated him. Throughout this period, his focus on assists has not depleted his energy reserves excessively. While stepping out to help on defense and block shots has become challenging, he still possesses sufficient stamina for offense. Thus, Xiang Yuan reverts to a one-on-one mode, and remarkably, he does so even against a double team. In a departure from his previous tactics, he refrained from positioning himself low to demand the ball. At this moment, the duration of the unique skill of footwork in the paint, conferred by the Xiang character card, had already elapsed. Although a modicum of experience lingered in Xiang Yuan's mind, it was insufficient for him to adeptly execute the dream shake once more. However, one must not forget that Xiang possessed a repertoire of skills beyond this singular ability. When Xiang Yuan initially examined the character card, the multitude of badges still vividly danced before his eyes. In the ensuing play, Xiang Yuan advanced his position to just beyond the free throw line, initiating an offensive maneuver face-to-face with the basket. This unexpected shift left the University of Kentucky momentarily bewildered. Upon receiving the ball, Xiang Yuan surged directly towards the basket, a center, executing a drive. The opposing double team had not yet arrived in time. Xiang Yuan skillfully maneuvered past the opposing center, advancing to a position just beyond the free throw line, heading towards the basket. At this juncture, he executed a graceful hook shot. The rival center, eager to defend, leapt in an attempt to block the shot, but instead, his hand merely grazed Xiang Yuan's wrist. Beep. Swish. The ball found its mark. The whistle blew. An impressive three-point play. Beautiful. Carter roared. Well done. Awesome. This remarkable play significantly bolstered the morale of Georgetown University. Subsequently, Xiang Yuan confidently converted his free throw. 3 points added to the tally. Georgetown University regained a 6-point lead. Inspired by this momentum, the team united in their defensive efforts. Kentucky University attempted 2 strategies but struggled to find a favorable opportunity. As the shot clock dwindled, the final ball handler, Derek Anderson, under Carter's vigilant defense, executed a series of between-the-legs dribbles before abruptly stepping back for a jump shot. This step-back shot was indeed exquisite, yet Carter's defense remained resolute. The basketball struck the rim and soared high into the air. Rebound. Xiang Yuan secured a prime position for the rebound, his determination unwavering. In that moment, his gaze was solely fixated on the basketball soaring through the air. With a powerful leap, akin to reaching for the moon, he embraced the rebound. A smile graced his face as he seized the ball. However, that smile swiftly vanished amidst the shouts of his teammates and the onset of excruciating pain. Chapter 57. The onset of injury. Time seemed to freeze in that arena. The cries of his teammates echoed in his ears, yet they felt distant to Xiang Yuan. A wave of intense agony surged through his nerves, momentarily robbing him of the capacity to focus on the world around him. Moments earlier, Xiang Yuan had soared high to secure the defensive rebound. At that instant, however, the formidable substitute center from the University of Kentucky, named Dick Pullman, also leapt into the air. The two collided forcefully mid-flight. It remains uncertain whether Dick Pullman acted with intent. The outcome was that Xiang Yuan, struck by Pullman, lost all sense of balance while airborne. Despite the chaos, he clung desperately to the basketball, yet he found himself utterly incapable of controlling his movements beneath him. Xiang Yuan's left leg struck the air, and then he landed on one leg. This in itself was unremarkable. However, by a twist of fate, as Xiang Yuan descended, his right foot fortuitously landed upon the foot of Kentucky University's substitute power forward, Leander Adetokunbo. Xiang Yuan's right foot twisted at an awkward angle, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. No one could ascertain whether Leander Adetokunbo's actions were intentional. Yet, the outcome was undeniable. Xiang Yuan had sustained an injury to his right foot. He was acutely aware that this was no mere sprain, it was a severe issue. The root cause was undoubtedly the result of overexertion. Additionally, it was possible that the enhancements he occasionally received from character cards, despite the protective inheritance, were contributing factors. Such external forces, not originating from his own body, could indeed exert a detrimental impact during physical maneuvers. Accumulation of these various factors could either lead to no issues at all or culminate in significant problems. Reflecting on a previous incident where he had fallen in the locker room before the match, he realized it had foreshadowed this current injury. Coach Thompson hurried over, his expression filled with concern as he noted the anguish etched on Xiang Yuan's face, directing a questioning glance towards the team physician. The physician understood the coach's unspoken query and, without uttering a word, solemnly shook his head. It was imperative to escort Xiang Yuan back to the locker room for further examination. However, the physician harbored a grave awareness that the likelihood of Xiang Yuan's injury being severe was alarmingly high. Meanwhile, The large screen at the venue replayed the moment of Xiang Yuan's injury for all to see. As Xiang Yuan landed, his ankle exhibited a minimal degree of flexion. Given this slight bend, it suggested that the sprain was rather mild. However, the intensity of his pain belied this assumption. Earlier, he had cautiously probed his foot, and drawing from years of experience, he surmised that Xiang Yuan's condition was not merely a simple sprain, but rather indicative of a more severe injury. Numerous names of foot ailments flitted through the team physician's mind, none of which boasted a recovery period shorter than 2 weeks. Thus, when confronted with Coach Thompson's inquiring and hopeful gaze, he could only shake his head. This gesture essentially conveyed to Coach Thompson that any hopes of Xiang Yuan rejoining the game were futile. Coach Thompson's countenance darkened, exuding a palpable frustration. Yet he found himself powerless in the face of the situation. At that moment, Carter rushed over. Observing the troubled expressions on the Coach's and physician's faces, he instinctively clenched his fists, a surge of anger rising within him. He turned to storm onto the court to confront Dick Pullman and Andalato Kunbo, intent on exacting retribution upon those treacherous individuals. "Carter, stop right there." Coach Thompson's authoritative voice rang out, as several teammates firmly restrained him. "Let me go. I need to avenge Xiang Yuan." Carter struggled vehemently against their hold. "Violence is not the solution. If you go now, you jeopardize your future." Coach Thompson retorted sharply. "Don't care. Let me go." Carter shouted in frustration. "If you seek vengeance, then defeat them in the game and secure that damned championship trophy for your brother." "You coward." Coach Thompson's words resonated deeply. Finally, Carter fell silent, though the fiery anger still flickered in his eyes, revealing the depth of his rage. Yet, the coach's admonition reminded him of the paramount goal: the championship must be claimed. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan lay on a stretcher, having been transported back to the locker room. The team physician administered a brief pain relief treatment before preparing for a thorough examination. However, Xiang Yuan was already acutely aware of his injury. It was a stress fracture in his ankle. How did he possess such clarity? The answer lay within the system. As he had collapsed, clutching his right foot and writhing in agony, the system had provided an alert. In that moment of excruciating pain, he had been unable to heed it. Now, with the physician having administered pain relief, his faculties returned somewhat. He subsequently opened the system interface. Ding. Detection indicates that the host has sustained a stress fracture in the right ankle. Estimated total recovery time: 12 to 16 weeks. Stress fracture of the right ankle: 1,216 weeks. As the world around Xiang Yuan faded into darkness, everything seemed to drift away, as if he were suspended in a different dimension. Only the name of the injury and that dreadful number echoed in his mind. Ankle stress fracture, a nightmare for any basketball player. Encountering such an injury means that even with surgery and eventual recovery, his physical condition would undoubtedly suffer a significant decline, and psychologically, he would harbor reservations that would prevent him from realizing his full potential. In a previous life, the once mighty Yao Ming, a superstar of the NBA's Houston Rockets, faced a similar fate, enduring 2 stress fractures that ultimately led to his premature retirement at the peak of his career. Had it not been for that cursed injury, Yao Ming could have enjoyed an even more illustrious professional journey. He stands as a quintessential example of what could have been in the NBA. With this injury, Xiang Yuan's draft aspirations would surely be dashed. Moreover, even if he were to recover, his stock in the draft would plummet drastically. Is it possible that my career is destined to end before it has even begun? What lies ahead? What about my parents? And Tang Jixuan? Xiang Yuan was on the brink of despair when suddenly, the voice of the system echoed once more. Ding. A special reward item has been detected. Foot injury exemption card. Would the host like to utilize the foot injury exemption card? It was as if a ray of light had pierced through the boundless darkness, illuminating the path ahead and rekindling hope in life. Xiang Yuan was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Indeed, how could he have forgotten about this reward item? System, I adore you, he exclaimed inwardly, invoking the foot injury exemption card. Ding. The foot injury exemption card has been utilized. Injury recovery in progress. Time required for recovery: 10 minutes. Chapter 58, The King's Return. 10 minutes for recovery. There remain 10 minutes and 32 seconds in the match. However, this duration is not counted against the match time. It is merely a standard 10 minutes. Xiang Yuan quietly calculated in his mind, excluding free throws, out-of-bounds plays, and timeouts. He believed he could return in the final moments of the game. At this moment, he could only silently pray that his teammates would maintain the current situation. Therefore, he quickly called for the team physician. Do not arrange for a check just yet. Xiang Yuan said to the physician. I feel fine for now, and I wish to watch the conclusion of this match. Xiang Yuan intended to delay time for a moment. This request was entirely reasonable, and the team doctor sighed in agreement, as it was merely a matter of a little over 10 minutes. The two men turned their gaze towards the large screen in the locker room, where the score read 66-72. Despite having been fouled, Xiang Yuan had not been awarded free throws due to the lack of accumulated fouls. Georgetown University had substituted in their backup center, Randall Brewster. The game continued. The players and fans of the University of Kentucky secretly relished the moment. With 10 minutes remaining, they were only 6 points behind, while most hoped to avoid injuries. Xiang Yuan's departure due to injury was undeniably advantageous for Kentucky. Without their formidable asset on both offense and defense, Georgetown's strength had diminished significantly. However, reality diverged slightly from their expectations as Carter erupted onto the scene. Fueled by fierce determination, Carter took control of the game. He relentlessly drove into the paint, forcing his way to the basket. While some of his attempts may not have succeeded, he often drew fouls. At times, he would receive the ball beyond the arc and, without a moment's hesitation, launched a three-pointer. Perhaps luck was on his side, as his shooting accuracy from distance was commendable, hitting 3 out of 4. Yet, for Georgetown, they could rely solely on Carter's outbursts to keep them afloat. Apart from Carter, the rest of the team was overwhelmed on both ends by Kentucky. Thus, the contest continued in a back-and-forth manner. In just over 8 minutes, Carter amassed an impressive 13 points, showcasing his formidable individual prowess to the fans, media, and scouts alike. Previously, although Carter had performed admirably, his brilliance had been overshadowed by Xiang Yuan. Now, it was clear to all that the Georgetown duo was truly a duo, not merely a singular force. Regrettably, even with Carter's heroics, Georgetown could not stabilize their lead. With 2 minutes remaining, Kentucky's Derek Anderson sank an open three-pointer, leveling the score. Shortly thereafter, Carter forcefully penetrated the front court, drawing a foul and earning 2 free throws. However, fatigued, he managed only one successful attempt. Kentucky swiftly seized the rebound and executed a fast break, capitalizing on Georgetown's sluggish defense to easily score 2 points. The score now stood at 87-86, with Kentucky gaining a 1-point lead. Witnessing this, Carter felt a surge of frustration. Could he possibly let down his brother? A fierce determination burned within him. Yet despair crept in, vying for dominance over his spirit. Carter understood that Georgetown's current strength was indeed lacking. All they required now was a miracle. With just 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining in the game, Coach Thompson called for a timeout. This pause was not intended to devise new strategies. Rather, it served to disrupt the rhythm of the University of Kentucky and provide his players a moment to catch their breath as the championship loomed within reach. An unexpected turn of events unfolded at the most critical juncture. Coach Thompson felt as though he were on a roller coaster, having savored the breathtaking views from lofty heights one moment, filled with boundless anticipation, only to plummet abruptly into a profound sense of weightlessness the next. The expressions on everyone's faces were grave. Some even bore the countenance of profound despair. It was evident to all that Georgetown University's chances of victory were dwindling. The enthusiasm among Georgetown's fans had dissipated, their hearts tightly knotted with anxiety. Meanwhile, the Kentucky supporters refrained from excessive cheer, acutely aware that their advantage had only materialized after the injury of a key opponent. The atmosphere in the arena seemed to solidify, akin to a pot of broth, still warm beneath, yet capped with a layer of cool oil. As the timeout concluded, Georgetown University was left with but 1 timeout remaining, while Kentucky retained 2. The players returned to the court, with Georgetown initiating their offense. Kentucky commenced a full-court press defense. Georgetown struggled to advance the ball to the front court, ultimately landing in the hands of Carter. His legs trembled slightly, and he was nearly out of strength, relying solely on sheer willpower to persist. Yet, his resolve was unwavering. With every ounce of energy, he executed a crossover, maneuvering past his defender. Positioned near the free-throw line, he faced the oncoming defender and released a mid-range jump shot. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net. 87-88. Georgetown University has once again reclaimed the lead, igniting hopes of championship glory. Unfortunately, the University of Kentucky remained unfazed by this turn of events, methodically advancing the ball from the backcourt. With just 1 minute and 7 seconds remaining in the game, Kentucky initiated their strategy. Georgetown, determined to thwart their efforts, exerted every ounce of energy and defense. Kentucky's first play faltered, yet they remained composed, executing another strategy. However, due to fatigue, Georgetown ultimately allowed an opportunity to slip through their fingers. Jamal Magloire found himself unmarked beneath the basket, executing a powerful two-handed dunk while drawing a foul from the defending Bobcat Ovi. This resulted in a potential three-point play. Ovi, visibly frustrated, struck his head in dismay. But the error had already transpired. Magloire converted the free throw, bringing the score to 90-88, with Kentucky leading by 2 points and only 50 seconds remaining. Subsequently, Georgetown's shot missed the mark, and Kentucky's good opportunity clanged off the rim, bouncing out of play with 34 seconds left on the clock. Trailing by 2 points, Georgetown still held a chance for an offensive play, a glimmer of hope for either a tie or a lead. Yet, observing the weary state of the Georgetown players, the majority felt that hope was fleeting, with Carter struggling to keep pace. Coach Thompson called for a final timeout. Just then, amidst the despair felt by the Georgetown fans, an unexpected eruption of cheers erupted from the vicinity of the players' tunnel. All eyes turned in that direction to witness a tall figure, towering in the eyes of Georgetown supporters. Emerging from the tunnel, this figure bore a distinctly different yellow complexion from most in attendance, running forth and waving to the fans. It was Xiang Yuan. Chapter 59. The allure of competitive sports. This moment profoundly moved everyone present, whether Georgetown or Kentucky supporters, who showered Xiang Yuan with enthusiastic applause. Media reporters' cameras flashed incessantly, their minds racing with thoughts on how to report this scene in the following day's news. Coach Thompson and Xiang Yuan's teammates were filled with astonishment. As none had anticipated his return to the game, Xiang Yuan returned to the team amidst a fervent applause. "Xiang, is your foot all right?" Coach Thompson inquired. "No issues at all. Thank you for your concern, Coach," Xiang Yuan replied as he flexed his ankle and bounced lightly on the spot, clearly in excellent form. "Incredible!" Coach Thompson exclaimed. With his years of experience, he believed that Xiang Yuan's injury would at least result in a fracture. So to discover that he was completely unharmed was truly astonishing. The teammates of Xiang Yuan let out a great sigh of relief upon witnessing the situation. "How wonderful!" "Indeed. It is fortunate that he is unharmed. Xiang Yuan has returned, and there is still hope." At that moment, Carter approached, casting a skeptical glance at Xiang Yuan. He had been right beside him and was acutely aware of the excruciating pain Xiang Yuan had endured. Such agony could not simply be the result of a mere sprain that would heal in a matter of minutes. With a furrowed brow, he posed a troubling question. "Xiang, you didn't receive a pain relief injection to participate in the game, did you? If that's the case, I cannot condone it." The atmosphere grew tense following Carter's words. After all, as a true brother, Carter genuinely cared for Xiang Yuan, prioritizing his well-being over the championship, unwilling to see his dear friend jeopardize a promising future. Coach Thompson, suddenly enlightened, swiftly directed an inquiring gaze towards the team physician who had come along. Xiang Yuan gazed at Carter with profound emotion, shaking his head gently. The team physician promptly interjected. "Rest assured, I stake my life on it. Xiang Yuan has not received any injections. I would never risk his well-being by administering such treatment." Although the reason remains unclear, Xiang Yuan's injury poses no issues, and the reality is that he is indeed free from any problems. Upon hearing the physician's assurance, Carter finally exhaled in relief, a smile returning to his face. "Excellent. Splendid," exclaimed Coach Thompson, his spirits lifted. "Now, let me outline the current situation on the field and reorganize our strategy." As the discussion of the game situation commenced, the jubilant atmosphere surrounding Xiang Yuan's return began to dissipate, leaving a sense of somberness in its wake. Although Xiang Yuan has returned, his timing is somewhat belated. During his period of recuperation from injury, they were unable to maintain their lead. Georgetown University now trails by 2 points, with a mere 34 seconds remaining on the clock. Particularly, Carter wears an expression of deep remorse, feeling he has let down his good friend. Just as Coach Thompson was about to make an introduction, Xiang Yuan interjected. "Coach, I am fully aware of the situation. May I make a request for the upcoming match?" Coach Thompson nodded and replied, "Go ahead." Xiang Yuan Dao. "In this fleeting moment of 30 seconds, I implore you, Coach, to devise a strategy that will create an opportunity for me to attempt a three-point shot in the final seconds. Let us execute a three-point game winner." "A three-point game winner?" Coach Thompson gazed at Xiang Yuan Dao with a serious expression. "How confident are you?" In truth, he had contemplated a direct strategy for a three-point game winner himself. However, he was acutely aware that the difficulty of executing a three-point shot to clinch victory is considerably greater than that of a two-point shot to equalize. The University of Kentucky would undoubtedly employ stringent defense against three-point attempts. Moreover, the success rate of three-point shots is significantly lower than that of two-point shots. Should we succeed with a two-pointer, there remains a chance to extend the game into overtime. Conversely, a failed three-point attempt would likely seal our fate in this match. Thus, after careful consideration, Coach Thompson was reluctant to take such a monumental risk. Yet now, Xiang Yuan had proactively proposed it. Coach Thompson mentally rehearsed the scenario. Once Xiang Yuan took to the court, the creation of opportunities became somewhat more manageable. Through tactics such as screens, it was not overly difficult to craft a three-point shooting opportunity for him in the final seconds. Naturally, this opportunity would not be an open one. Thus, ensuring a certain level of shooting accuracy was imperative. In simpler terms, the associated risks remained considerable. However, the return of Xiang Yuan significantly mitigated these risks. Prior to his comeback, the success rate of the three-point strategy lingered at a mere 20%, causing Coach Thompson to hesitate in embracing such a gamble. Yet, with Xiang Yuan back in play, the success rate escalated to 40%. Although still modest, it was a noteworthy improvement. A 40% chance is certainly a risk worth taking. Coach Thompson paced back and forth, repeatedly weighing his options in his mind. Time ticked away, and the timeout was nearing its conclusion. All the players from Georgetown University fixated intently on their coach, eagerly awaiting his decision. Xiang Yuan was exceedingly anxious, fearing that the coach would hesitate to take risks. Fortunately, Coach Thompson ultimately resolved to proceed. All right, let us go for it. Once the decision was made, Coach Thompson swiftly began to devise a strategy. This tactical approach had been meticulously contemplated in his mind for quite some time. However, he had struggled to determine who would execute this plan. Carter's physical condition had deteriorated significantly, and the others had proven too unreliable. Now that Xiang Yuan had returned and proactively expressed his willingness, arranging this strategy became remarkably straightforward. Thompson held a modicum of admiration for Xiang Yuan. Such youth, coupled with a willingness to shoulder responsibility, indicated a promising potential to become an NBA star. The pressure of this critical shot was not something just anyone could withstand. If he succeeded, all would be well. However, should he fail, he would face the ire and scorn of countless fans, a burden few at his age could bear. Unbeknownst to Coach Thompson, Xiang Yuan possessed unwavering confidence in this shot. This was due to a special reward item from his system that he had yet to utilize, a clutch shot guarantee card he had drawn after the first game of the NCAA regular season via a special reward roulette. Special reward item, clutch shot guarantee card effect. Upon use, during any basketball game, if a shot is taken within 3 seconds of remaining time while trailing by 1 point, either a 2-point or 3-point shot will be guaranteed to score. If trailing by 2 points, a 3-point shot will be guaranteed to score. After Coach Thompson finalized the tactics, Xiang Yuan made use of the card. The timeout had concluded. Go on, do not feel pressured, you are all still young. This match does not define everything. Maintain a calm mindset, and the divine will favor us. Coach Thompson delivered his final words. Subsequently, both teams entered the arena. In just 34 seconds, the champion of the 1997 NCAA tournament would be determined within this first Capitol Arena. The grand finale, which has driven fans across the nation and even the world into a frenzy, is about to reach its conclusion. Will the University of Kentucky successfully defend their title? Or will Georgetown University, the dark horse, seize victory? All will be revealed in these fleeting moments. The fervor of the fans has ignited the entire venue, their cheers soaring to the heavens. Outside the arena, supporters, filled with immense anticipation and excitement, await the outcome through various mediums such as radio and television. This is the allure of competitive sports. Chapter 60. Gradually fading away the day after the 1997 NCAA championship, on the campus paths of Georgetown University, Tang Zhishuan. Her hair styled in a ponytail and clad in athletic attire, radiated youthful energy as she engaged in an international phone call. On the other end was her close friend, Rong Qingxi. The two chatted animatedly, having already spoken for nearly an hour, oblivious to the potential cost of the call. Their excitement overshadowed any concerns. So, what happened next? Rong Qingxi asked eagerly. Don't rush, Tang Zhishuan replied, taking a slight breath, her tongue brushing against her dry lips before continuing. Then, Yuan Ge got injured. A hefty African-American collided with him, and another person deliberately placed their foot beneath his. What? How wicked. Is Yuan Ge all right? Did he get hurt? Rong Qingxi exclaimed in shock upon hearing Tang Zhishuan's words. Yes, my heart nearly leapt out of my chest. I was worried about Yuan Ji's injury while loathing those two despicable individuals. Unfortunately, I couldn't enter the court and was left anxiously sitting in the stands. When I saw Yuan Ge being carried out on a stretcher, my mind went completely blank. I sat there in a daze for over 10 minutes, not absorbing any of the game. Eventually, as the match neared its end, I managed to gather myself and glanced at the score, only to find that the team was trailing by 2 points. But the American media reported that Georgetown University won the championship. Rong Qingxi gasped. Let me finish. Tang Zhishuan recounted that in the final 30 seconds, Yuan Ge unexpectedly emerged, sprinting out from the player tunnel, while the seemingly clumsy team doctor trailed behind, shouting in a comical manner, which left me in stitches. Ah, it appears his foot is fine, Rong Qingxi sighed in relief. Indeed, upon witnessing this, I too felt a wave of comfort wash over me. Then, Yuan Ge entered the court, and the atmosphere was electric. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers for him, sending shivers down my spine. He was utterly magnificent, Rong Qingxi exclaimed. Absolutely, and there is even more to come, Tang Zhishuan replied. What is happening? Rong Qingxi inquired. When Yuan Ge took the court, the team was trailing by 2 points with only 34 seconds remaining, and they were on the attack, passing the ball desperately as time was slipping away. Tang Zhishuan shared. This is so nerve-wracking. Just hearing you describe it makes my palms sweat. Rong Qingxi gasped. Indeed. I felt the same way. Cold sweat was pouring down my back, Tang Zhishuan admitted. And then? Rong Qingxi asked. Then, with less than 2 seconds left in the game, the ball found its way into Yuan Ge's hands. Tang Zhishuan exclaimed. Ah. Rong Qingxi gasped once more. With an admiring tone, Tang Zhishuan continued. Yuan Ge stood there, glanced at the 3-point line before him, and without hesitation, executed a stylish and confident jump shot. Did it go in? Although she had anticipated the outcome, Rong Qingxi couldn't help but ask. Of course, that 3-pointer had the most exquisite arc. The Wildcat center leaped with all his might but didn't even graze the rim. Tang Zhishuan declared proudly, and as the ball swished through the net, the game concluded, with Yuan Ge clinching victory for Georgetown University. You should have seen it. The crowd went wild. My ears were nearly deafened by the cheers. Some fans even rushed onto the court, only to be escorted away by security. Rong Qingxi, on the other end of the phone, was enthralled, wishing she could fly to America to personally experience the electrifying atmosphere. What about the stats? I'm so curious about that, Rong Qingxi asked eagerly. Just a moment, Tang Zhishuan replied, somewhat indifferent to such details, knowing only that Xiang Yuan had won the match. She then retrieved a sports newspaper she had on hand. Unfolding it, the front page headline boldly proclaimed, Georgetown University's team, the astonishing new champions. Tang Zhishuan had perused the newspaper several times over, though she had not retained many specific statistics. However, the location of the relevant information was quite clear to her. She directly sought out the section detailing the match data and recited it to Rong Qingxi. In this game, Kentucky University's shooting guard, Derek Anderson, delivered a remarkable performance, scoring 23 points alongside 6 assists and 4 rebounds. Furthermore, center Jamal Magloire contributed 14 points and 8 rebounds, while power forward Nazar Muhammad added 11 points and 12 rebounds. On the opposing side, Georgetown University's Vince Carter dazzled with an impressive 27 points, 5 assists, and 6 rebounds, while Victor George netted 9 points and 9 assists. Undoubtedly, the standout performance of the match belonged to Xiang Yuan. He astonishingly amassed 39 points, 10 rebounds, 7 assists, and 9 blocks, nearly achieving the unprecedented quadruple-double in NCAA history. Particularly remarkable was his comeback after sustaining a foot injury, returning to the game with just 34 seconds left and executing a breathtaking 3-point shot in the final 2 seconds, sealing the victory against Kentucky University. Wow, those statistics are simply explosive. Xiang Yuan must be the MVP of the finals, Rong Qingxi exclaimed. Indeed, Tang Zhishuan replied. It was so exhilarating. I could never witness such matches back home. Next semester, I truly wish to go to America and study alongside you, Rong Qingxi responded. Oh? Tang Zhishuan seemed momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining her composure, exclaiming, That would be wonderful. Little girl, why does it sound like you're not very welcoming? Rong Qingxi teased. How could that be? Don't you remember that I invited you to America back when I was in high school and you never came? If you truly come, how could I not be delighted? Tang Zhishuan clarified. All right, I was just joking. It's all uncertain. We shall discuss it later, Rong Qingxi remarked. When the time comes, you must have your brother Yuan give me an autograph to keep for future value. By the way, how are things progressing between you two? Any developments? Rong Qingxi suddenly inquired. Tang Jixuan's face flushed momentarily before shifting to a look of concern as she replied, "No progress. He seems to be avoiding the topic." She hesitated, her thoughts lingering. "And what else?" Rong Qingxi pressed. "Moreover, he is going to leave me," Tang Jixuan sighed. "Leave you? Where to?" Rong Qingxi gasped. "He announced in a post-game interview that he intends to enter the NBA draft this year. He will be playing in the NBA," Tang Jixuan explained. "At that point, he may not even reside in the same city. Qingxi, it feels like the distance between us is only growing." Chapter 61. David Stern and the Draft Report following the NCAA Championship. A name from an ancient Eastern civilization reverberated throughout the United States. Xiang Yuan. Dominating the game. Injured. Making a comeback. Delivering a game-winning shot. Each topic was captivating in its own right. Moreover, in the aftermath of his championship, Xiang Yuan dropped a bombshell. He announced his intention to enter the 1997 NBA draft, aiming to challenge the highest echelons of basketball grandeur. This revelation caught the majority of onlookers off guard. Aside from coaches Carter and Thompson, Xiang Yuan had confided this ambition to no one else. He had promised Carter that once they secured the NCAA championship, he would pursue a career in the NBA. No one anticipated that they would actually clinch the title in their freshman year. Carter himself was taken aback by the authenticity of Xiang Yuan's words. When Xiang Yuan disclosed this news through a media outlet, Carter was left in a state of disbelief. Was this what they referred to as betrayal? Yet, he found himself powerless. For Xiang Yuan had long made this commitment. Coach Thompson, while not overly surprised, felt a twinge of concern and regret. Xiang Yuan's prowess is undoubtedly sufficient to compete in the NBA. Coach Thompson, however, harbors concerns regarding the likelihood of encountering a similarly open-minded coach in the NBA who would permit Xiang Yuan to play various positions. He has long recognized that Xiang Yuan's talents manifest across multiple roles, attesting to his status as a genuine versatile player, a true polymath. Nevertheless, even he cannot afford to be overly capricious by frequently shifting Xiang Yuan's position. Consequently, he predominantly assigns Xiang Yuan to the center position, only altering his placement under exceptional circumstances. Coach Thompson's initial intention was to allow Xiang Yuan to complete 4 years in college, thereby affording him ample time to refine his position and experiment with different roles, excelling in each. However, after Xiang Yuan articulated his eagerness to advance to the NBA, Coach Thompson found himself devoid of any rationale to impede his aspirations. Thus, he consented to Xiang Yuan's departure. Xiang Yuan's decision truly took the scouts of various NBA teams by surprise, as no one anticipated that he would declare for the draft in his freshman season. The scouts lacked a comprehensive understanding of him. When their respective owners inquired about Xiang Yuan, many scouts were unable to present a complete scouting report. Consequently, these scouts began to work tirelessly through the night, gathering information, statistics, and game footage related to Xiang Yuan to compile his scouting report. However, while they were scrambling to catch up, a relatively complete scouting report had already found its way to the desk of NBA Commissioner David Stern. New York, NBA headquarters. The 55-year-old David Stern, wearing a pair of spectacles perched on his nose, was diligently reviewing the draft report. Name: Xiang Yuan. Age: 18. Position: center. Tentative school: Georgetown University. Nationality: China. Height: 6 feet 8 inches, approximately 2.03 meters. Weight: 218 pounds, approximately 99 kilograms. Player template: none. NCAA statistics: played 37 games, averaging 29.8 minutes per game, with 21.1 points, 8, 7 rebounds, 4, 7 assists, 1, 6 blocks, and 1, 3 steals per game, shooting 63, 2 from the field, 38, 6 from three-point range, and 88, 4 from the free throw line. Draft projection: first round, 7 to 15 strengths, excellent physical attributes, solid fundamentals, refined skills in the post, diverse offensive methods, and comprehensive offensive techniques. He possesses outstanding footwork in the paint, adept at maneuvering past defenders, coupled with remarkable three-point shooting ability. He is both a formidable inside and outside threat, boasting a high shooting percentage and serving as an exceptional pick-and-roll finisher. He excels in executing pick-and-roll plays and low-post isolations, demonstrating a strong attitude and tenacity in rebounding, finishing in the paint, and assisting teammates. He exhibits a degree of organizational ability, with significant potential for playmaking, an excellent court vision, and a high basketball IQ, skillfully leveraging his strengths and exploiting opponents' weaknesses to achieve his objectives. He possesses a strong competitive spirit, proving to be a true player in high-pressure situations, unafraid to shoulder responsibility. With substantial potential, he harbors the capability to evolve into a star-level player. Weaknesses: inconsistency in performance, variability, and ambiguity regarding his position. Although he currently plays primarily as a center, his height may present challenges in the league when matched against other towering players, particularly in low-post confrontations. Xiang Yuan's playing style lacks clarity, and his positioning remains ambiguous. Should this superstar approach be properly cultivated, it has the potential to evolve into that of a superlative star. However, if it fails to be nurtured, its limited functionality may render it challenging for him to secure a definitive role within a team, ultimately relegating him to the status of a marginal player. Xiang Yuan's wingspan is not particularly remarkable, which limits his defensive capabilities, compelling him to rely on his considerable leaping ability to compensate. His defensive skills since entering the league remain debatable. In summary, the merely 18-year-old Xiang Yuan executed a breathtaking three-point shot to clinch victory for his team in the recently concluded 1996-1997 NCAA championship, earning the prestigious title of Finals MVP. His performance in the finals was nothing short of extraordinary, showcasing dazzling statistics, solid low-post techniques, and exceptional passing skills. However, a critical concern lies in his inconsistency at times. He exhibits remarkable prowess, while at others, he appears rather average, making it challenging to place unwavering trust in him for every game. Furthermore, his lack of a fixed position could adversely affect his viability in the NBA, as he will be surrounded by elite teammates who are unlikely to allow a newcomer to encroach upon their roles. No coach would willingly embrace such an unstable arrangement. Upon reviewing the report, the NBA president, who has nearly single-handedly transformed the league into one of the world's most successful professional sports organizations through astute business acumen, strategic celebrity branding, and international promotion, began to radiate a unique glimmer of wisdom. "Chinese?" he inquired, a blend of questioning and confirmation in his tone. His assistant, standing at the table, nodded affirmatively, replying, "Indeed, a Chinese." This confirmation brightened David Stern's eyes even further. In recent years, the NBA's growth has seemingly stagnated, causing more gray hairs to sprout upon the head of its president. The domestic market has become saturated, and viewership has begun to decline. Among the four major leagues, the NBA is perceived as the underdog. Consequently, he is eager to expand into overseas markets. He has long believed that sports like football, baseball, and hockey, due to their localized nature, garner little interest abroad. In contrast, basketball is a highly international sport. His research indicates that many overseas individuals show little enthusiasm for baseball, hockey, or football but possess a genuine fondness for basketball. Thus, he has been exploring ways to penetrate these markets. Earlier, he faced challenges while attempting to establish a foothold in Europe. Now, with the emergence of Xiang Yuan, he sees a glimmer of hope for breaking into the Eastern market. Just when he was feeling lost, a timely opportunity has presented itself. It is indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Quickly, arrange for heightened promotional efforts to build momentum for Xiang Yuan, striving to elevate his draft position. "Do you understand?" David Stern urged eagerly. Chapter 62, The Battle for the Second-in-Command. Mid-April, Washington, within a restaurant. Xiang Yuan and Carter sat facing each other. On the table lay an assortment of food, including hamburgers, pizza, and steak. Beside Carter stood a large cup of Coca-Cola, with one hand holding a slice of pizza and the other grasping the soda. Carter indulged himself with great delight. Xiang Yuan savored a delectable steak, sipping water, while his gaze fixated on the cola in Carter's hand, swallowing hard. A few days prior, he had engaged a professional trainer who had firmly instructed him to abstain from carbonated beverages. Consequently, Xiang Yuan could only watch enviously as Carter relished the joy of gulping down cola. Ever since Xiang Yuan resolved to participate in this year's NBA draft, the two had frequently convened, spending even more time together than he did with Tang Zixuan. This had only intensified Tang Zixuan's already palpable frustration. "Hey, you don't have to fulfill your promise of all those hamburgers and pizzas. I can't consume that much," Carter remarked after taking a large sip of cola, belching afterward. "That is not acceptable. When I, Xiang Yuan, make a promise, I see it through. 100 means 100, not one less." Xiang Yuan retorted. "Huh? Do you think I'm foolish?" Carter replied mockingly. "You're merely using this agreement to treat me to a meal while cleverly avoiding Tang Zixuan." Upon hearing Carter's words, Xiang Yuan's expression fell. He hadn't anticipated that the sharp-witted, big-eyed UFO would be so astute. "By the way, what are you really thinking?" Carter inquired. If I were you. With such a beautiful girl by my side, I would have been with her long ago. Why are you dragging this out? Are you a scoundrel? As he spoke, Carter feigned trembling, crossing his arms defensively as if to shield himself from intrusion. Get lost with your theatrics. Xiang Yuan retorted irritably. Let me be frank. I need to earn money first. Once my family's financial situation stabilizes, then I will consider romance. You haven't told Tang Jishuan? Carter asked, puzzled. Even if I did, she wouldn't comprehend, Xiang Yuan replied. Carter shook his head and said, suit yourself, it's not my concern. But rest assured, after you leave, I will look after Tang at school, ensuring that no bothersome individuals disturb her. This banter felt ominously superstitious. By the way, Carter, Xiang Yuan suddenly grew serious. You've confirmed your decision not to enter the draft, right? Carter took another sip of cola, then, noticing Xiang Yuan's envious gaze, smiled with pride. I won't be participating this year. Firstly, I wish to complete more of my studies, and secondly, I want to play another year in college to improve my draft position. I'm aiming to be the first pick. Oh, and there's another reason. I want to enjoy another year of cola, ha 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 ha. Xiang Yuan's expression darkened as he turned away, no longer wishing to engage with the bothersome individual. If circumstances allowed, he would gladly extend his collegiate career for another year. Following the conclusion of the NCAA finals, his overall evaluation had impressively reached 70. The roll card of Elijah had also conferred upon Xiang Yuan a total of 4 badges, 2 golden and 1 each of silver and bronze. These badges included Dreamy Footwork, Gold, Powerful Finisher, Gold, Master of Positioning, Silver, and Master of Assists, Bronze. Given Xiang Yuan's current prowess, should he enter a year with a less competitive draft class, he might stand a chance of securing a top 3 position. He yearned to savor the experience of being the first pick, to relish the attention of the media and the pursuit of various teams. Alas, time waits for no one. He must participate in this year's NBA draft, leaving him to wistfully miss the opportunity of being the top pick. Xiang Yuan, you are quite the sensation, Carter exclaimed upon returning from the restroom, having procured a newspaper from an unknown source. After glancing at it, he discovered a report on Xiang Yuan. What is going on? Xiang Yuan inquired with curiosity. ESPN has updated its latest draft ranking predictions, and your position has risen, Carter exclaimed with excitement. How high? Xiang Yuan asked. 12th overall. Just ahead of Derek Anderson from the University of Kentucky, Carter responded. Let me see, Xiang Yuan replied, taking the newspaper. The sports publication prominently featured this latest draft prediction from ESPN, occupying a significant portion of the page. The first pick was undoubtedly assigned to Tim Duncan. The second pick was awarded to Keith Van Horn from the University of Utah. Hailed by the media as the next Larry Bird, a tall white player standing at 6 feet 10 inches, possessing a calm demeanor and shooting abilities akin to Bird's. ESPN bestowed upon him high praise and expectations, placing him in the second position, just behind Duncan. Xiang Yuan retained a vivid recollection of a certain individual from his previous life. After entering the NBA, Chris Van Horn indeed did not squander his prodigious talent, displaying remarkable prowess on the court. Regrettably, a series of debilitating injuries ultimately curtailed the career of this gifted player, leading to his premature retirement after only a few years. As he continued to peruse the information, he noted that ESPN had predicted the 3rd overall pick would be Chauncey Billups from the University of Colorado. Billups had performed commendably in college, contributing to his team's impressive standing as they ranked 18th nationally. As the star player and leading scorer, he earned a spot on the NCAA All-American First Team, as well as being recognized among the best 12 players. It must be acknowledged that ESPN's forecasts exhibited considerable acumen. Xiang Yuan recalled that in his previous life, the top 3 selections in the 1997 draft were indeed these 3 individuals, and in precisely the same order. However, the remaining names eluded his memory, save for Tracy McGrady, who was selected 9th overall, and Steven Jackson, who was picked 42nd in the 2nd round. In this draft prediction, McGrady was slated for the 11th pick, while Jackson was projected as the 38th, yielding a comparable outcome overall. Then, Xiang Yuan's own projected draft position and profile came into view. Xiang Yuan, team, Georgetown University, age, 18 years, height, 203 centimeters, weight, 99 kilograms. Best comparison, Scottie Pippen. Following this was a series of statistics and an overview of strengths and weaknesses. Your template is rather impressive, Carter remarked as he leaned in for a closer look. He further suggested, once you enter the NBA, you could assume the small forward position like Pippen. The league is inundated with towering centers, and with your height, playing center may prove somewhat disadvantageous. A mischievous smile crept across Carter's face as he added, "You should hone your skills in the NBA for a year. And when I join the league, I will be the cornerstone of the team. You could serve as my perfect second in command." Xiang Yuan cast a disdainful glance at Carter, retorting, "Scottie Pippen? No, my aspirations soar beyond that. I aim to surpass Magic Johnson. By the time you make it to the NBA, I shall already be an all-star. At that point, I might begrudgingly accept you as my second in command." Chapter 63, Joint Trials and Adherence to the Principle of Perseverance. Upon announcing his participation in this year's NBA draft, Xiang Yuan chose not to return to his homeland, but rather dedicated his limited time to fervently accumulating academic credits. Despite his decision to embark on a professional basketball career, he remained resolute in his commitment to his studies at Georgetown University. As a native of China, Xiang Yuan placed great importance on his education and qualifications. He was determined not to live his life merely as a high school graduate. Fortunately, the American university system operates on a credit-based system, allowing him to graduate once he accrued the necessary credits. Thus, even after entering the NBA, he could seize the opportunities during the off-season to return to campus and attend classes to fulfill his academic requirements. Much like the renowned Vince Carter, who valued his education immensely, Xiang Yuan was inspired by the example set by those who pursued their studies diligently, even after entering the professional realm. During the intense 2001 playoffs against the 76ers, Carter famously returned to his alma mater to secure his degree, nearly arriving late for the game. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, Xiang Yuan's freshman year came to a close. He bid farewell to Carter and, alongside Tang Zhishuan, embarked on the journey back to their homeland. At this juncture, Xiang Yuan's name had begun to resonate within the basketball community in China, as the second individual after Song Tao to declare for the NBA draft. His prominence in the domestic basketball scene surged rapidly. Soon, his performances in the American High School Basketball League and the NCAA regular season and tournaments were prominently featured on the desks of media outlets and basketball association leaders across China. Xiang Yuan emerged like a comet. Major media outlets across the nation have begun to fervently report on his story. In this era, basketball in our country is just beginning to develop, with many talents only recently exposed to news regarding the NBA. At present, in the hearts of the people, the most influential basketball player remains the legendary Michael Jordan, often revered as the basketball deity. At this moment, another figure of immense influence, the number 824, is just embarking on his own legendary journey. Concurrently, the other notable giant, Yao Ming, has only just begun his basketball career. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan is already preparing to make a bid for the NBA draft, with projections placing him at the impressive 12th pick. This is indeed within the lottery range, creating quite a sensation. Remarkably, even the business of Xiang Yuan's parents has been positively affected. However, this has not been sufficient to avert bankruptcy. At the airport, after addressing several waves of reporters from major domestic media, Xiang Yuan escorted Tang Zhishuan home before wearily returning to his own residence. To his surprise, both of his parents were at home, having prepared a feast of homemade dishes, eagerly awaiting his return. Upon seeing this, Xiang Yuan immediately surmised that they were about to discuss some significant matters. It was undoubtedly regarding his intention to participate in the NBA draft. When Xiang Yuan announced to the media his decision to participate in the talent competition, he did not inform his parents in advance nor discuss it with them, fearing their lack of understanding and potential disapproval. Indeed, after dinner, his mother was the first to speak. "Xiang Yuan, you have grown up. We understand that there are some matters you can decide for yourself. However, your father and I still hope that you will discuss important issues with us." "Mom, I understand," replied Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan's father remarked during this period, "We have acquired a wealth of knowledge about the NBA and have come to understand the nature of the place you are destined for. Your future is in your own hands, and we shall support you unconditionally. Our only wish is for you to navigate your path wisely and not neglect your studies." "Rest assured, Dad," Xiang Yuan replied. "But for now, how's your business faring?" "Do not concern yourself with that," his father responded. "I am aware that business is challenging at the moment, but do not worry. Once I enter the NBA, I will soon earn a substantial income. And then you will have no cause for concern. Enough of this discussion for now. You seem tired. Go and rest," his mother urged. As the conversation drew to a close, Xiang Yuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. This familial hurdle had been surmounted rather effortlessly. He had prepared an extensive array of arguments and a plethora of materials regarding the NBA, yet none were necessary. His parents had surely dedicated a significant amount of time amidst their busy lives to delve into these matters. the love of parents is often silent, profound, and magnificent. In the subsequent days, Xiang Yuan reunited with a few classmates and friends from his home country. He then spent a delightful couple of days with Tang Zhishuan and Rong Qingxi. Xiang Yuan now dares not venture to the gymnasium of the university. He has become a complete celebrity there. Whenever he walks along the road, the vast majority of students from the university recognize him and rush over to surround him, requesting photographs and autographs. Xiang Yuan had no choice but to don a mask and a hat to evade a potential calamity. Thus, after enjoying a month of tranquility in his homeland, the pre-draft workouts for the NBA were set to commence. Bidding farewell to his parents and Tang Zhishuan, Xiang Yuan boarded a flight destined for America. At present, he is projected to be the 12th pick in the draft. However, this is merely a speculative ranking, therefore. Teams possessing lottery picks, as well as those with the 15th and 16th selections, hold a viable chance of acquiring Xiang Yuan. Consequently, teams interested in him would initiate workouts. The workouts are quite comprehensive, assessing various aspects of a player's physical capabilities, including height, wingspan, vertical leap, reach, and shooting accuracy, thereby offering a holistic evaluation of a player's static and dynamic talents. Following these evaluations, team managers will gauge a player's performance to ascertain if their abilities meet the team's expectations. After the talent assessments, rookies typically participate in scrimmages to observe their basketball IQ and playing style in a competitive environment. These are fundamental aspects of the tryouts, which are tailored to identify the type of player the team requires through selective workouts and evaluations. There exists another form of tryout known as the collective workout, officially organized by the NBA. This collaborative event aims to facilitate communication between rookies participating in the draft and the teams holding the draft rights, benefiting both parties. During the collective workout, this year's rookies have the opportunity to thoroughly showcase their talents and abilities. Simultaneously, teams can assess all participating players, gathering information to inform their upcoming draft selections. The collective workout serves as a vital avenue for elevating one's visibility and striving for a higher draft position. Although Xiang Yuan was not particularly concerned about his draft ranking, he still chose to partake in the collective workout. On the day of the event, he arrived at the training facility alone, oblivious to which rookie players would also be attending. Upon his arrival, he was astonished to discover that Deng Dada was also present. Chapter 64. Reaping benefits. The 1997 rookie class, while not as illustrious as the legendary 1996 draft, holds a notable position in history. This selection yielded several individuals who would later achieve great renown, such as the well-known Tracy McGrady, Chauncey Billups, and Bobby Jackson, who played for the Houston Rockets. Among them, the most representative figure is undoubtedly Tim Duncan, affectionately dubbed the Big Fundamental, widely regarded as the greatest power forward in basketball history. It is safe to assert that the position of the first overall pick in this draft was entirely unambiguous. Duncan, a senior from Wake Forest University, had already established his reputation prior to the draft. Although he did not secure an NCAA championship title, his prowess on the court was indisputable, even though another player, who had clinched the NCAA championship and dazzled in the finals, could boast impressive performances. His fame paled in comparison to Duncan's. During that season, Duncan averaged an impressive 28 points and 14.7 rebounds per game. He became the 10th player in NCAA history to surpass 2,000 points and 1,500 rebounds during his college career, and the first to achieve the remarkable combination of 1,500 points, 1,000 rebounds for 100 blocks, and 200 assists. In pursuit of Duncan, the entire NBA saw a surge of teams intentionally losing games. Undoubtedly, every franchise aspired to secure Tim Duncan. The teams with the most hope were the Boston Celtics and the San Antonio Spurs, with the Denver Nuggets and Philadelphia 76ers also harboring some aspirations. Thus, it was a genuine surprise for everyone when Duncan chose to participate in the joint workouts. After all, whether he participated or not, the first overall pick was undeniably his. Beyond the reach of any competitor, Duncan stood there, somewhat dazed, surrounded by a throng of media personnel, team staff, and players eager to forge connections with the impending first overall pick. During this joint workout, 12 of the 29 NBA teams sent representatives. These teams included the Vancouver Grizzlies, Denver Nuggets, New Jersey Nets, Golden State Warriors, Toronto Raptors, Milwaukee Bucks, Sacramento Kings, Indiana Pacers, Cleveland Cavaliers, Los Angeles Clippers, Dallas Mavericks, and Orlando Magic. Some teams, recognizing their lack of chances to secure the top pick, opted to forego the Duncan spectacle and instead focused on observing other players in search of desirable options. Approximately 40 rookies attended this draft. As Xiang Yuan gazed around, he recognized but a few faces. Among the players he had encountered in this lifetime were Ron Mercer and Derek Anderson from the University of Kentucky, as well as Tim Thomas from Villanova University, all present at the event. Moreover, among those familiar from his previous life, aside from Duncan, Tracy McGrady was notably absent, while Chauncey Billups was in attendance, along with Bobby Jackson. It is worth mentioning that Xiang Yuan also spotted a former CBA luminary, God Shamgod, at the venue. Xiang Yuan recalled that Gauda Shanmu Gauda had once been the scoring champion of the CBA. However, he could hardly remember anything else. To his astonishment, he discovered that he was indeed one of the NBA rookies of the 1997 class. Xiang Yuan intended to engage in conversation with some players, only to find himself utterly ignored. To be candid, despite his formidable skills and impressive performance in the NCAA, as an Asian player amidst a sea of predominantly black and white athletes, he stood out rather conspicuously. There lingered an air of prejudice among them, leading to a reluctance to interact with him extensively. They harbored doubts about his potential to make a significant impact in the NBA. Many believed that his current projected draft position was rather inflated. Initially, at the conclusion of the NCAA finals, his forecasted ranking lingered at the tail end of the first round. However, unexpectedly, after about a month, media sentiment began to shift, fervently promoting Xiang Yuan, which propelled his ranking higher and higher, reaching the 12th position, with further ascension anticipated. This encroached upon the interests of other players. Who wouldn't desire a higher draft position? With someone's rise, inevitably, another S rank must plummet. Consequently, aside from the few players firmly ensconced within the top 5, competition among those further down the list grew increasingly fierce. Xiang Yuan circled the training grounds several times before ultimately making his way to Duncan, desperately pushing through the crowd. It was not that Xiang Yuan sought to curry favor with Duncan. Rather, he had an important task at hand. Following the conclusion of the NCAA finals, Xiang Yuan had reaped substantial rewards, accumulating a staggering 5,000 points after completing one main quest and 3 side quests. Additionally, he had earned 2 opportunities for special rewards. Furthermore, once his overall rating reached 70, the system not only unlocked the diamond card pool, but also activated the function for exchanging points for special reward opportunities. However, the points required for redemption were exorbitant, amounting to a total of 5,000 points. He had come to realize that the character card pool was merely foundational, while the special rewards represented a higher echelon. The allure of these special rewards was undeniable, given their potent functionalities. In this instance, the 2 special rewards he drew included a stamina recovery card, beginner level, and a skill replication card. Special reward item, stamina recovery card, beginner level, effect. When the host encounters a physical crisis during a match, using this card can restore 1/10 of the host's total stamina. This was a valuable item. Typically, physical crises arose during the final stages of a match when players' stamina began to wane. If the score remained tightly contested, restoring a portion of stamina could significantly impact the outcome of the game. The other item, however, boasted an even more impressive effect. Special reward item, skill replication card effect. When used on a player within a 1-meter range, it allows the host to replicate one of that player's special skills. Skills without specific attributes cannot be replicated. Upon replication, this card is consumed, and the host permanently acquires the replicated skill. This was extraordinary. Xiang Yuan understood well the difficulty of acquiring skills. He had yet to develop any skills himself. Despite having utilized numerous character cards, some of which possessed skills, he had never received a skill as a reward from the system. Now, with this card, he could finally obtain a skill. The butterfly step of Allen Iverson, the fadeaway jumper of Michael Jordan, the dream shake of Hakeem Olajuwon, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's skyhook. Merely contemplating these skills, Xiang Yuan found himself salivating in anticipation. Initially, after acquiring the card, he was torn over which skill to replicate. However, upon encountering Duncan, his indecision swiftly evaporated. As the universally acknowledged greatest power forward in history, any skill drawn from Duncan would undoubtedly prove immensely beneficial to Xiang Yuan. 5 minutes later, having finally maneuvered within a meter of Duncan, Xiang Yuan gazed at the stone Buddha with fervent eyes, mentally selecting the skill replication card. An invisible violet light connected the 2 figures, enveloping them in a mystical aura. Chapter 65, The audition begins to astonish. The violet light persisted for approximately 10 seconds before gradually fading away. Ding! The host has acquired a special skill, 45 bank shot. Skill description. Derived from the renowned signature move of the Stone Buddha Duncan, this skill significantly enhances the host's fundamental techniques, footwork, and various skills, greatly increasing the accuracy of bank shots taken from the diagonal 45-degree edges within the 3-second zone. It is the 45 bank shot. Xiang Yuan was utterly exhilarated. This was none other than Duncan's signature move. Though it may appear deceptively simple, in reality, it is exceedingly challenging. Otherwise, why has it been that throughout the years? Only Duncan in the entire NBA has mastered this technique. This skill is not something that can be executed casually. It demands a solid foundation and fundamental techniques to support it. Duncan's offensive prowess in the paint can be regarded as the quintessential guide to interior tactics. Whether it be his footwork feints or his ability to overpower opponents, he has truly reached the pinnacle of mastery. Among his many exquisite skills, his bank shot from within the paint is particularly lauded. At this moment, Duncan remained oblivious to the fact that Xiang Yuan had taken advantage of him. He merely noticed a peculiar, fervent gaze emanating from the crowd. As he mentally sifted through his thoughts, he discerned the identity of the owner of that strange gaze. He held no prejudice against this Chinese individual. Thus, he offered a slight nod to Xiang Yuan before subtly shifting his position to evade his gaze. Xiang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, a gesture of reciprocity, before departing from the scene. The wool had been secured. This joint trial training could undoubtedly be deemed a fruitful endeavor. Following a cacophony of excitement, the official proceedings of the joint trial training commenced. All the players gathered together, and in accordance with the drawn numbers, they began the evaluations. One event at a time. The official personnel of the joint trial, along with staff from various teams and members of the media, formed a substantial circle surrounding the training ground, initiating their assessment of the players' diverse capabilities. The sequence number drawn by Xiang Yuan was 21. The first player to undergo trials was named Blevin Knight, who was predicted to be the 17th pick in the ESPN draft rankings. The initial assessment naturally focused on fundamental metrics such as height and weight. Blevin Knight is indeed a remarkable talent, standing at a modest height of 1.78 meters and weighing 78 kilograms. Such proportions, astonishingly, can secure a high ranking, indicating that he must possess extraordinary skills in other areas. Indeed, his offensive and organizational capabilities were impeccable. The combined comprised 10 evaluations. The second assessment was the vertical leap from a standing position. Following this were a series of tests: running vertical leap, bench press, shuttle run, sprint drills, shooting drills, dribbling followed by shooting, and running shots. Ultimately, based on the circumstances, they proceeded to the trial scrimmage. Before long, each assessment was completed, and approximately 10 minutes later, Blevin Knight's trial concluded. The staff present meticulously recorded his performance data, which was then displayed on the large screen at the trial venue via computer. The screen showcased the names of all participants alongside their respective test results, revealing that, apart from height and weight, the remaining trial data was ranked. The atmosphere in the venue began to thicken with tension. Next, there was little to say, as each participant took turns repeating all the trial assessments. Duncan drew the number 14. When Duncan stepped onto the court, all eyes widened in anticipation, eager not to miss the performance metrics of this nationally renowned first overall pick. However, when the results were revealed, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Barefoot. He measured 211 centimeters in height, weighed 113 kilograms, and boasted an astonishing wingspan of 2.27 meters, with a standing vertical leap of 2.88 meters, a vertical jump of 76 centimeters, and a running vertical leap of 2.99 meters. Although his shuttle run and sprint data were not particularly jaw-dropping, they remained within acceptable limits. During the shooting drills, he stunned everyone with his remarkable shooting consistency and accuracy, leaving jaws dropped throughout the venue. One could only marvel at the undeniable prowess of the recognized number 1 pick. After Duncan's test, the subsequent rookie players fell into a state of despondency. The staff present also seemed to lack enthusiasm. After all, it is far easier to transition from modesty to extravagance than the reverse. Thus, the trials proceeded smoothly. Soon, it was Xiang Yuan's turn. He took a deep breath and stepped onto the testing ground. This time, he refrained from utilizing any character cards. Firstly, with his current physical attributes and an overall rating of 70, he was already sufficiently equipped to compete in the NBA, even among a group of extraordinarily gifted players. Secondly, for Xiang Yuan at this moment, Substantial improvement could only be achieved by employing S-grade or higher character cards. Ordinary A and B-grade cards would yield minimal enhancement, and C-grade cards were utterly ineffective. Currently, he possessed only one A-grade card. He decided to reserve his points for critical moments to draw from the advanced card pool or exchange them for special reward opportunities. Therefore, he resolved to rely solely on his innate abilities for this test. After measuring his height and weight, Xiang Yuan was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had grown taller. Now standing at 2.04 meters. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Observing this result, the team staff began to murmur among themselves, intrigued by the development. After all, Xiang Yuan's previous height was 2.03 meters, and this additional centimeter indicated that he possessed even greater potential. Once the height and weight measurements were completed, Xiang Yuan positioned himself in front of the vertical jump test area. As the only individual of Asian descent in the venue, his testing drew considerable attention. Many began to whisper among themselves, predominantly expressing skepticism. Can he succeed? An Asian player? I've heard that their physical attributes are not particularly strong. He actually predicted a 12th pick. That's quite ludicrous. It must be the media's influence. Perhaps he has bribed them. Just wait. He will reveal his true self in this trial. However, a few voices arose in his defense. You haven't seen him play. I think his jumping ability is quite impressive. If you watch the finals, you'd know his footwork in the paint is truly solid. Our school is in the East District, and I know him. His skills are exceptionally well-rounded. Xiang Yuan gazed at the testing pole before him, concentrating deeply, effectively silencing the cacophony surrounding him. With a surge of energy, he leaped. Vertical jump, 88 centimeters. The recorder's voice echoed. What? 88 centimeters? Surely, this is a deception. Duncan only managed 76 centimeters. Duncan is not even renowned for his leaping ability, yet 88 centimeters is indeed quite extraordinary. This figure should rank among the top 3, no doubt. It was truly unexpected. A revelation. In truth, not only were those present astonished, but Xiang Yuan himself was equally surprised. That remarkable leaping badge had proven its worth even outside of competitive play. Thus, at the onset of testing, Xiang Yuan captivated everyone. Chapter 66. Trial training. As each of Xiang Yuan's tests progressed, the skepticism surrounding him gradually diminished. The reason was clear. His performance was undeniably impressive. Skill is the most effective means to dispel doubt. In events such as the approach jump, bench press, shuttle run, baseline training, and sprints, Xiang Yuan consistently delivered results above the standard. During subsequent shooting drills, his accuracy was remarkably high, particularly from the 45-degree angle. With Duncan's signature technique enhancing his performance, Xiang Yuan's shooting accuracy from this position exceeded his usual rate by more than 10%. As for three-pointers, while the era was beginning to appreciate the significance of the long-range shot, it had not yet reached its full renown. However, Xiang Yuan had been reborn from 2023, an era when the three-pointer had become the most crucial offensive strategy in basketball. Xiang Yuan was acutely aware of the profound impact that a three-point shot could have on the trajectory of a game. Consequently, during his training sessions, he often engaged in additional practice, frequently shooting three-pointers after completing his regular drills. In the absence of defenders, he could successfully sink over 70 out of 100 attempts. And on days when his rhythm was particularly sublime, he could surpass 80. It is worth noting that in a previous life, the legendary sharpshooter Stephen Curry, who transformed the entire landscape of the league with his three-point prowess, managed to achieve a mere 90 successful shots out of the same 100 attempts. Thus, during this trial, Xiang Yuan's three-point shooting once again astonished everyone present. Although he occasionally attempted three-pointers during NCAA games, no one anticipated that Xiang Yuan, who primarily played as a center, possessed such extraordinary shooting skills. With accuracy of this caliber, he ought to play as a shooting guard, akin to Reggie Miller. However, one could argue that a small forward position would be more fitting, given his height and similarities to Bod. A power forward role could also be advantageous, as it would create space on the court. But wouldn't a center position be even more suitable? What position should he truly occupy? Many staff members from various teams expressed their astonishment, unsure of how to communicate their findings to their respective team leaders upon returning. Nevertheless, the necessity of reporting remained, as Xiang Yuan's talents were undeniably remarkable. As for the dilemma of how to utilize him effectively should he be drafted, that was a conundrum for the coaches to ponder. 2 hours later, the trial's testing phase concluded, and the final rankings were announced. Xiang Yuan has consistently ranked at the forefront of several projects. Notably, his achievements in vertical leap and three-point shooting stand out, with him securing the third and first positions, respectively. Today's evaluation session has come to a close. However, the overarching joint trial continues. Following the completion of the test events, the main highlight will be the competitive scrimmage. Given the exhaustive nature of today's assessments, the scrimmage has been scheduled for tomorrow. On the following day, the participating players reconvene at the venue. The cohort of over 40 aspiring athletes is divided into two large groups, each comprising approximately 20 individuals. Subsequently, these groups are further segmented into two teams of around 10 players each, who will engage in the competitive match. The starting lineup is composed of those predicted to rank higher and who have previously excelled in the assessments, while the remainder serve as substitutes. However, the distinction between starters and substitutes is minimal. To ensure a thorough evaluation of each athlete's abilities and characteristics, the playing time for every participant is kept relatively equal. Xiang Yuan was assigned to the second group, taking the role of the starting small forward. The rationale behind placing him in this position lies in the fact that such trial matches impose minimal requirements regarding positional play. Furthermore, his height undoubtedly contributed to this decision. In the NCAA team, Xiang Yuan stood as the tallest player, naturally assuming the role of center. However, upon arriving here, he found himself surrounded by numerous players who towered over him, many of whom also played the center position, relegating Xiang Yuan to a more reserved role. This scenario mirrors the experience of students preparing for the college entrance examination in China. Before the exams, one might be regarded as an exceptional student, ranking among the top in their grade, brimming with confidence and standing out among peers. Yet, upon entering a prestigious university, one soon discovers a plethora of academic prodigies from across the nation, rendering their previous advantages utterly inconsequential. This is the sentiment that envelopes him. Within this team, the starting center is Tony Batty, who measures 2'11" meters in height and weighs 104 kilograms, hailing from Texas Tech University. The starting power forward is Keith Van Horn, standing at 2'08" meters from the University of Utah. Xiang Yuan serves as a small forward, while the shooting guard position is occupied by the 1'98" tall Anthony Parker from Bradley University. The point guard role is filled by the first trialist, Levin Knight. The bench players include Chris Anstey, Jason Lawson, John Thomas, John Taylor, and Gerard Hornicart. Opposing Xiang Yuan's team is a squad led by Tim Duncan and Chauncey Billups, complemented by several projected late-round players. It is quite remarkable to be facing Duncan in a scrimmage so soon. Xiang Yuan was filled with excitement. He recognized that he was not yet a rival to Duncan. However, he possessed a certain confidence. Duncan could not utterly overpower him. Furthermore, he believed that he would inevitably surpass Duncan in the future. Once the groupings were completed, the first round of the scrimmage commenced swiftly. During this initial competition, the attention of the staff from various teams was particularly focused on players such as Derek Anderson, Antonio Daniels, Ron Mercer, and Tim Thomas. After approximately an hour, the first round concluded. In this scrimmage, Tim Thomas delivered an impressive performance, accumulating 20 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists. Derek Anderson contributed 18 points, while Ron Mercer added 15 points and 5 assists. Additionally, a player named Danny Fortson stood out remarkably, achieving 19 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists during the match. Danny Fortson was projected to be drafted at the 21st position, but it was anticipated that his ranking would significantly rise following this combine. This exemplifies the substantial impact of the combine. After the conclusion of the first round, the second round of the scrimmage began. Xiang Yuan, accompanied by his temporary teammates, stepped onto the court. Upon gazing at Duncan across the way, a fervent battle spirit ignited within him. To exploit an opportunity, one must seize it where it lies. Otherwise, what merit is there in the endeavor? Just yesterday, he had emulated the renowned skills of the somewhat hapless Duncan. Today, he intended to leverage Duncan's immense fame to demonstrate to the scouts of various teams that selecting him, Xiang Yuan, with their draft pick would be a decision they would never regret. As the match commenced, this trial confrontation revealed everyone's underlying ambitions. Each individual aspired to showcase their abilities during this fleeting opportunity. Thus, within the arena, all were deemed equal, devoid of a central figure. Even Duncan found himself relegated to the periphery, as his teammates hesitated to pass him the ball. They seemed to understand that once the ball reached Duncan's hands, the likelihood of that possession concluding was exceedingly high. In Xiang Yuan's case, it is quite similar. No one is inclined to pass the ball to an unfamiliar individual of Asian descent. Xiang Yuan sensed the overwhelming malice emanating from the Oreos. With no choice left, he resolved to strive for opportunities on his own. Consequently, the on-site staff witnessed a more industrious Xiang Yuan, exhibiting fervent defense, tenacious rebounding, adept offensive maneuvers in the paint, and precise shooting from the perimeter, including three-point attempts. In a mere 20 minutes of court time, he endeavored to showcase his abilities to the fullest. Notably, his impeccable 45-degree bank shot stunned Dang Dandai, evoking a reflection of his own prowess. Duncan found it hard to believe that players with such solid fundamentals still existed in this world. Throughout the training match, Xiang Yuan amassed impressive stats: 17 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 blocks. He could sense the gaze of scouts from various teams intensifying with interest. Following this day, his projected draft position was certain to rise once more. Chapter 67. A storm is brewing a few days after the joint tryouts. ESPN once again updated its draft prediction rankings. The top 3 remained unchanged, while significant fluctuations occurred in the subsequent positions. Tim Thomas surged to 4th place, while the rankings from 7th to 10th underwent a reshuffling. Tracy McGrady slipped from 11th to 13th, whereas Derek Anderson ascended to the 11th spot. Among these developments, none captivated public discourse more than the rise of Xiang Yuan. His draft position steadily ascended, ultimately soaring to the 6th overall pick. Consequently, a deluge of both praise and skepticism ensued. However, at the epicenter of this storm, Xiang Yuan remained unfazed. He sought out several trainers and embarked on a period of intense seclusion, immersing himself in rigorous training, oblivious to the world beyond. Prior to his retreat, Xiang Yuan enlisted the services of an agent, opting for Mark Bartelstein, who had previously represented both Kevin Garnett and Allen Iverson, over the more conventional choice of Bill Duffy, the favored agent of a certain sports district. During Xiang Yuan's period of secluded training, the external landscape was tumultuous. By mid to late April, the 1996 to 1997 regular season came to a close. This season unequivocally belonged to Michael Jordan, who played all 82 games, averaging an astounding 29, 6 points, 5, 9 rebounds, and 3 assists per game, eclipsing all competitors. Under Phil Jackson's guidance, the Chicago Bulls executed the triangle offense with remarkable finesse. Scottie Pippen flawlessly embraced the role of a strong second-in-command, averaging 22 points, 6, 5 rebounds, and 7 assists, along with 88 steals. Dennis Rodman claimed the title of rebounding champion, averaging 16, 1 boards per game. The Bulls concluded the regular season with an impressive record of 69 wins and 13 losses, nearly matching their own historic achievement of 72 wins and 10 losses. Such a formidable team and such exceptional players necessitated great rivals to craft a narrative of grandeur and emotional resonance in history. This season, the Chicago Bulls encountered such adversaries, and Michael Jordan met his match. As the regular season drew to a close, amidst a chorus of skepticism and accusations of impropriety, the league controversially awarded the regular season MVP to Karl Malone, whose performance paled in comparison to that of Jordan. This decision underscored the emergence of an era defined by the Bulls' rivalry with the Jazz. The Utah duo continued their pursuit, although John Stockton relinquished his title as the assist leader and fell short of securing his 10th championship. He exhibited unparalleled mastery in orchestrating the team's offense and controlling the tempo. Karl Malone remained a formidable force, participating in all 82 regular season games, averaging 27 points, 9 rebounds, and 5 assists, leading the Utah Jazz to an impressive record of 64 wins and 18 losses. With fresh talent infused into the roster and the peak performance of the dynamic duo, they were unequivocally on a quest for the championship. As April came to a close, the 1996 to 1997 playoff saga was set to unfold once more. In the Eastern Conference, the Chicago Bulls once regarded the Orlando Magic as their most formidable rivals. However, this season, the Magic have suffered the loss of their pivotal player, the legendary Shaquille O'Neal, known as the Big Shark. With O'Neal's departure, the Magic have significantly diminished their championship aspirations. As for the other teams, it is not a matter of underestimating them. Rather, they simply lack the competitive edge in the presence of the Bulls. The only teams still striving to make a mark are the Miami Heat and the New York Knicks. The Miami Heat boast the formidable duo of Alonzo Mourning and Tim Hardaway as their core players. Alonzo Mourning, a distinguished alumnus of Georgetown University and a senior to Xiang Yuan, has commenced this season in remarkable form, averaging 8 points and 9 rebounds per game. His fellow cornerstone, Tim Hardaway, contributes an impressive 23 points and 6 assists per game. Under their leadership, the Miami Heat exhibit formidable competitiveness. Conversely, the New York Knicks boast a dynamic duo in Patrick Ewing and Allen Houston, complemented by the formidable talents of John Starks and Larry Johnson, rendering them equally competitive. Consequently, the Chicago Bulls swiftly dispatched the Washington Bullets with a commanding 3-0 victory in the first round. In the second round, they achieved a gentleman's sweep of the Atlanta Hawks, winning 4-1. Meanwhile, both the Heat and the Knicks triumphed over their respective adversaries in the first round, only to clash in the second round. This matchup culminated in a thrilling 7-game battle, with the Heat ultimately eliminating the Knicks. Regrettably, the Heat emerged from this grueling contest significantly weakened, paving the way for the Bulls to prevail. In the Eastern Conference Finals, the fatigued Heat succumbed to the Bulls, who effortlessly advanced to the finals with a 4-1 series victory. In the West, the Utah Jazz faced minimal opposition. During this era, the NBA landscape favored the East, while the West struggled for dominance. Even the Los Angeles Clippers, lacking star power and with their highest scorer averaging a mere 15.0 points, managed to reach the playoffs, underscoring the weakness of the Western teams. However, with Shaquille O'Neal joining the West, he guided the Los Angeles Lakers to a commendable fourth-place finish in the regular season, securing their playoff berth. Additionally, the Houston Rockets, featuring Hakeem Olajuwon, Charles Barkley, and Clyde Drexler, claimed the second seed, posing a potential threat to the Jazz. In the first round of the Western playoffs, the Utah Jazz swept the Los Angeles Clippers 3-0. In the second round, they faced the Lakers, who were bolstered by O'Neal. Unfortunately, a young Kobe Bryant was still finding his footing, having played 71 regular season games with averages of 15.5 minutes, 7.6 points, 1.9 rebounds, and 1.3 assists. In the playoffs, his impact was minimal, resulting in the Jazz eliminating the Lakers with a 4-1 series win. Meanwhile, the Houston Rockets easily dispatched the Minnesota Timberwolves 3-0 in the first round and narrowly overcame the Seattle Supersonics 4-3 in the second round, setting the stage for a showdown with the Jazz in the Western Conference Finals. Ultimately, the Utah Jazz advanced to the finals with a 4-2 victory. Alas, Sir Charles Barkley missed out on the coveted championship opportunity. In the finals, it was a celestial collision, as Michael Jordan once again affirmed why he is revered as the basketball deity. In the inaugural match, Jordan scored an impressive 31 points, culminating in a pivotal jump shot just before the final whistle. In contrast, Malone faltered in the closing moments, missing two crucial free throws that ultimately led to their defeat. In the subsequent game, Jordan unleashed a remarkable 38 points, securing another victory for his team. However, the formidable duo from Utah refused to surrender easily, managing to equalize the series with two consecutive wins, altering the overall score to 2-2. In the fifth match, Jordan once again dazzled with 38 points, guiding his team to a narrow triumph with a score of 90-88, placing the Bulls ahead 3-2. The sixth game, a decisive encounter, proved to be exceptionally intense. With just 26 seconds remaining, the score stood at 82-82, a deadlock. Following a timeout by the Bulls, Jordan faced a double team, yet he had anticipated this move. Under pressure, he deftly passed the ball to the awaiting Steve Kerr on the perimeter, who scored. Shortly thereafter, Tony Kukoc intercepted the Jazz's sideline inbounds, adding another 2 points. The Jazz found themselves unable to recover. On June 13, 1997, the Bulls clinched the championship once more, marking the conclusion of the 1996-1997 season. Following this, the NBA Draft of 1997 is scheduled to take place on June 25th in Charlotte, North Carolina. A tumultuous era is poised to unfold. Chapter 68, The Madman Spree. Just days before the draft commences, Xiang Yuan has finally concluded his training. It must be noted that a professional trainer truly embodies expertise. The diverse training regimens were meticulously organized and remarkably reasonable, virtually eliminating the risk of injury. Consequently, during this period, Xiang Yuan experienced a comprehensive enhancement in his skills, fundamental techniques, strength, stamina, shooting, rhythm, dribbling, passing, and layups. Although Xiang Yuan's abilities have not undergone a qualitative leap, he has become increasingly adept at adapting to the rhythm of the NBA. Following his specialized training, Xiang Yuan accessed his attribute panel. Host, Xiang Yuan height, 204 centimeters weight, 97.8 kilograms points, 5,600 badges, explosive jumps, bronze, spatial conduit, silver, come hither, silver, post punisher, bronze, brawler, bronze, catch and shoot specialist, silver. Dreamlike footwork, gold, powerful finisher, gold, Box out master, silver. First pass maestro, bronze. Special skill, 45 bank shot roll card, 12 ability evaluation, offense 78, defense 77, playmaking 74, athleticism 80, finishing 78, basketball IQ 72, aesthetic appeal 63, leadership 62, attributes slightly abridged, overall rating 73. This overall rating suggests that, within the NBA, he could be deemed a competent starting player. Xiang Yuan is filled with anticipation for the future. During this time, numerous teams have extended individual invitations for tryouts. Prior to the specialized training, Xiang Yuan informed his agent, Mark Bartstein, that he could arrange the tryout invitations at his discretion, but they must not exceed 5 teams. Furthermore, the tryouts were to be conducted only after the completion of his specialized training. Consequently, while Xiang Yuan was undergoing his training, Bartstein meticulously began selecting the teams for the tryouts. Firstly, Bartstein needed to ensure that these teams possessed appropriate draft positions, with a substantial likelihood of selecting Xiang Yuan. Otherwise, attending the tryouts would merely be a waste of time. Next, he filtered through the teams that could potentially draft Xiang Yuan, identifying those that would be conducive to his future development. Additionally, he needed to assess which teams could offer him a commendable contract. One must acknowledge that having an agent significantly conserves energy. If Xiang Yuan were to handle these matters alone, it would undoubtedly be an arduous task, as many aspects would be beyond his comprehension. Ultimately, after Xiang Yuan completed his specialized training, Bartstein presented him with the selected teams for the tryouts. The 5 teams included the Denver Nuggets, Boston Celtics, Golden State Warriors, Toronto Raptors, and Sacramento Kings. The Nuggets held the 5th pick, the Celtics the 6th, the Warriors the 8th, the Raptors the 9th, and the Kings the 11th. Each of these teams had a potential opportunity to draft Xiang Yuan and expressed a certain level of interest in him. Bartstein arranged for the 5 tryouts to take place over a span of 2 days. Following Bartstein's meticulously crafted itinerary, Xiang Yuan first visited the Golden State Warriors. The Warriors have had a tumultuous season, managing a disappointing record of 30 wins and 52 losses. Following the season, they parted ways with head coach Rick Adelman, and the upper management is contemplating a trade, intending to part with the talented Chris Mullin. Presently, they are in dire need of fresh talent. Among this year's rookies, they are particularly keen on Antonio Daniels and Ron Mercer, though with only the 8th pick at their disposal, the chances of securing either player are slim. Among the remaining options, they have expressed interest in Adonal Foyle. During the joint tryouts, they sent representatives, and as a result, Xiang Yuan's performance captured the Warriors' attention. They have now added another promising candidate to their list. Although Xiang Yuan's projected draft position is currently 6th, it is merely a prediction on draft day. The situation is unlikely to change significantly for the top 3 picks, making it exceedingly difficult to foresee the outcomes for the others. Who knows if Xiang Yuan might fall to them? Moreover, the Chinese community in Golden State is quite substantial, and fans are more inclined to embrace Xiang Yuan. Coupled with the burgeoning market in China, the Golden State Warriors were eager to invite Xiang Yuan for a trial. They had no reason to refrain from doing so. On the day of the trial, the general manager, assistant coaches, and key players of the Warriors were present. The content of the team trial differed significantly from that of the joint trials. Beyond the fundamental exercises, the team trial involved their own players closely evaluating the skills of the newcomers, offering a more intimate and thorough assessment of their abilities. One pivotal aspect of the trial was the high-intensity shooting drills. High-intensity shooting training entails exhausting the athlete's physical stamina through various running and strength exercises before proceeding to shoot. Under such fatigued conditions, shooting accuracy tends to decline. This scenario serves as an authentic test of a player's true shooting capabilities. Fortunately, Xiang Yuan had undergone similar training numerous times during his specialized training sessions. During his first attempt, his shooting percentage was dismal, evoking memories of his earlier days when he was still engaged in systematic activation tasks. Thankfully, after extensive training, Xiang Yuan made significant strides in this particular area. Following the foundational trials, the Warriors were quite pleased with Xiang Yuan's performance. Next, the team as players would assess him through one-on-one matchups. Typically, these matchups involve a head-to-head challenge. The player facing Xiang Yuan was none other than Latrell Sprewell, known to fans as the Maniac. At this juncture, the infamous choking incident in NBA history had yet to unfold, and Sprewell's reputation remained untarnished. During this season, he averaged 24, 2 points, 6, 3 assists, and 4, 6 rebounds, establishing himself as a prominent shooting guard in the NBA, renowned for his exceptional offensive and defensive skills. Typically, Core players of such caliber are reluctant to partake in these trials, viewing them merely as opportunities to scrutinize rookies, which they often find uninteresting. However, Sprewell's character inclined him to relish such occasions. Despite his formidable prowess, he derived great enjoyment from dominating inexperienced players, relishing the thrill of overwhelming the newcomers. Thus, he volunteered to participate. Xiang Yuan and Sprewell took their positions on the court. Sprewell initiated the confrontation, saying, "Kid, let me show you the brutal reality of the NBA. So you won't end up in tears later. We'll play one-on-one to 21 points. If I allow you to score more than 5 points, I will consider myself defeated. What do you say?" Xiang Yuan, this fellow is truly audacious. However, one must concede that Sprewell's prowess is undeniable. An all-star player. One-time NBA first-team selection. One-time NBA second-team all-defensive selection. For an ordinary rookie, it is exceedingly challenging to engage with him, except for top-tier draft picks like Duncan, who possess exceptional strength. Alas, Xiang Yuan is no ordinary rookie. Chapter 69, Relentless Pursuit. The tryouts with the Golden State Warriors have concluded. Xiang Yuan did not emerge victorious. However, this defeat does not imply that he failed to score even 5 points. Armed with skills acquired from Duncan, combined with his delicate techniques in the paint, it was impossible for Sprewell to completely neutralize him, regardless of his defensive prowess. In this one-on-one match, played to 21 points, Xiang Yuan managed to secure 14 points. By the time Xiang Yuan reached his 4th point, Sprewell had already acknowledged his talent, retracting his earlier bravado. After all, he was merely boastful. He demonstrated a certain awareness of the situation. Since he could not limit Xiang Yuan to below 5 points, he accepted the reality. The exchange of points continued between them. Yet ultimately, Sprewell claimed victory. This duel allowed Sprewell to gain a clear understanding of Xiang Yuan's abilities, which also caught the attention of the Warriors' management, who were thrilled at the prospect of having discovered a gem. At the same time, they were deeply concerned with their 8th overall pick. It seemed exceedingly difficult to select Xiang Yuan. The question of trading up for a higher draft position lingered in the minds of the upper management, refusing to dissipate. Regardless of the Warriors' sentiments, the implications were profound. Xiang Yuan hurriedly made his way to Sacramento, employing the same approach as before. Moreover, the Kings were even more ruthless. Xiang Yuan engaged in one-on-one matches with 3 players from the Kings team. The first match was against Billy Owens. Xiang Yuan narrowly triumphed. In the second match, Corliss Williams. Xiang Yuan narrowly lost. In the third match, Mickey Richmond. Xiang Yuan suffered defeat. After 3 intense one-on-one matches, he was utterly exhausted. Fortunately, the outcome proved to be quite favorable. The Kings directly approached Xiang Yuan, inquiring whether he would consider coming to Sacramento, promising him the most prestigious rookie contract. Under the guidance of his agent, Xiang Yuan refrained from providing a definitive answer. To be frank, he found Sacramento to be quite appealing. Here, his prospects for development appeared promising. However, the Kings possessed the 11th pick, which was relatively lower in the draft order. Furthermore, they had explicitly stated their intention to retain the existing roster and refrain from trading up for a higher selection. Consequently, they devised a strategy. The Kings planned to release information to the public after the workouts, suggesting that Xiang Yuan's performance had been subpar, coupled with significant concerns regarding potential injuries and personality issues. Such narratives would likely cause his draft position to plummet. The Kings assured him that as long as he remained available by the 11th pick, they would undoubtedly select him for Sacramento. Xiang Yuan found this maneuver rather amusing and promptly declined without hesitation. The NBA, after all, is a commercial league. In a previous life, Xiang Yuan had encountered numerous tales of treachery and deception within the NBA. Promises? Loyalty? Nonsense. Such clandestine operations leave no evidence behind. What if the Kings refused to acknowledge their commitments? In that scenario, Xiang Yuan could only watch helplessly as his draft stock plummeted, with no solace to be found. After concluding his trial with the Kings, Xiang Yuan flew directly to Denver. Upon arrival, the hour was late. However, even at such a late hour, the Denver Nuggets did not postpone his trial to the following day. This gesture moved Xiang Yuan deeply, leading him to believe that the Nuggets held him in high regard. Considering that the Nuggets possessed the 5th overall pick, he felt that this high-altitude city might indeed be a viable option. Although he experienced a slight bout of altitude sickness, he dismissed it, reasoning that he would eventually acclimatize. Yet, the reality was far from Xiang Yuan's expectations. The Nuggets had not postponed his trial due to their lack of interest. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that they had already evaluated Tony Batty before him. Consequently, The Nuggets executives had decisively concluded that if Batty remained available beyond the top 4 picks, he would be their selection. Naturally, if any of Keith Van Horn, Chauncey Billups, or Antonio Daniels fell to the 5th pick, they would abandon Batty without hesitation in favor of another prospect. However, such a scenario was exceedingly unlikely. Hence, the Nuggets had essentially reserved their choice for Tony Batty, rendering Xiang Yuan's trial a mere formality. During the trial, most of the Nuggets' upper management had already departed, leaving only a rather peripheral assistant coach to oversee the proceedings. The main roster players had vanished entirely, and those who remained were listless, hastily going through the motions. The trial training that Xiang Yuan experienced was characterized by a rather unsatisfactory treatment. During the trial, even the final one-on-one session was omitted. The entire process of the trial training lasted for less than half an hour. As Xiang Yuan completed his training session and stepped outside, a tempest of frustration brewed within him. The Denver Nuggets. A grudge had undeniably formed. That very evening, Xiang Yuan decided to check out of his hotel and refrain from lingering in Denver. He boarded a flight that traversed the night and headed directly to Boston. The following morning, he arrived at the TD Garden, the home of the Boston Celtics. The Celtics held Xiang Yuan in considerable regard, a sentiment largely influenced by their newly appointed head coach, who also served as the team's general manager, executive president, and chairman, Rick Pitino. Prior to assuming his role with the Celtics, he had been the head coach at the University of Kentucky. Indeed, this was the very same institution that Xiang Yuan had triumphed over with a last-second three-pointer in this year's NCAA championship. At that time, Rick Pitino was the head coach. Upon arriving at the training facility, Xiang Yuan was taken aback to see Rick Pitino. The latter approached him with evident delight. Memories of the NCAA championship still vivid in his mind. It was this young man from China who had audaciously snatched away what should have rightfully been Pitino's NCAA championship. Xiang Yuan's remarkable physical attributes, his proficiency in post techniques, shooting ability, defensive skills, and his extraordinary composure during critical moments left an indelible impression on him. He had contemplated the possibility of trading for a draft pick around the 10th position to bring Xiang Yuan under his wing. Unfortunately, Xiang Yuan's projected draft position has now ascended to the 6th. Thus, there is no recourse. During this tryout, he intends to personally assess Xiang Yuan's caliber. He summoned most of the players from his team. Following a series of standard drills, Xiang Yuan engaged in one-on-one matchups against 5 key players from the Celtics: Antoine Walker, David Wesley, Rick Fox, Eric Williams, and Todd Day. Due to the necessity of recovering stamina, this tryout extended unusually long. In Denver, the tryout concluded in half an hour, whereas in Boston, it lasted over 2 hours. The outcome of the tryout left Rick Pitino in a state of greater indecision. He realized that Xiang Yuan was indeed quite impressive. However, this impressiveness was merely adequate. The prowess of Xiang Yuan appears to have diminished since the NCAA finals. Chapter 70. Tracy McGrady. In truth, Xiang Yuan harbored a strong desire to join the Boston Celtics, the illustrious Boston Celtics, a venerable powerhouse within the league. The team with the most championship titles in NBA history. They have secured a total of 16 championships in the years 1957, 1959 to 1966, 1968 to 1969, 1974, 1976, 1981, 1984, and 1986. This includes an unprecedented stretch of 8 consecutive championships. The roster has boasted legends such as Bill Russell, Larry Bird, John Havlicek, Bob Cousy, and Kevin McHale, all of whom are enshrined in the Hall of Fame. These are the icons Xiang Yuan aspires to emulate and surpass. Who would he yearn to play for such a team? Hence, he approached this trial with great anticipation, fully showcasing his current abilities. However, Coach Rick Pitino had witnessed Xiang Yuan at the peak of his powers. In that particular game, Xiang Yuan had utilized Hakeem Olajuwon's character card, resulting in an impressive evaluation soaring to 79, complemented by an array of badge effects. He even employed a clutch shot guarantee card. At that time, Xiang Yuan was indeed formidable. As a first-hand observer, Rick Pitino held considerable expectations for Xiang Yuan's capabilities. Currently, Xiang Yuan had made significant advancements, adding a new skill to his repertoire. Yet, compared to that earlier game, there remained a noticeable disparity in his strength, although this gap would gradually close. Pitino was unaware of this. Subconsciously, he recalled the label associated with Xiang Yuan: unstable and unpredictable. Such a player was not what Rick Pitino desired. Consequently, his interest in Xiang Yuan began to wane. Xiang Yuan could sense the shift in his circumstances, yet he found himself powerless. He could not indulge in a high-tier card pool merely for the sake of a trial, primarily due to the lack of sufficient points to squander. The cards from the low-tier pool offered minimal utility. After completing his trial with the Celtics, Xiang Yuan felt that his prospects of joining Boston were rather dim. His next destination was the Toronto Raptors, the final team for his trials and the one he anticipated the most. It was the team he yearned to join above all others. If given the choice, Xiang Yuan would undoubtedly select the Toronto Raptors over the Boston Celtics or any other team. As for the reason, in his previous life, during the 1997 NBA draft, the Toronto Raptors selected Tracy McGrady with the 9th overall pick. As a former teammate of Yao Ming, McGrady enjoys considerable popularity in China. At that time, Xiang Yuan was also quite fond of McGrady, frequently emulating his playing style. However, lacking a systematic training regimen, Xiang Yuan's basketball skills could only be described as rather ordinary. Xiang Yuan aspires to play basketball alongside McGrady, which is one of the reasons. However, the other reason, and indeed the most significant one, is Vince Carter. Xiang Yuan distinctly recalls that, in his previous life, the Toronto Raptors executed a subtle maneuver during the 1998 NBA draft. They cunningly intercepted the player that the Golden State Warriors coveted, Antoine Jamison, with the 4th overall pick. The Warriors, swift in their response, promptly selected Vince Carter, the player the Raptors desired, with the 5th pick. Subsequently, the two teams engaged in negotiations, ultimately facilitating a trade that saw Carter and Jamison exchange franchises. In this transaction, the Raptors not only secured Carter but also received a portion of cash from the Warriors, while the rookie contract for Carter, selected 5th, was $1 million less than that of Jamison, chosen 4th. This strategic play allowed the Raptors to outsmart both the Warriors and Carter. Nevertheless, Carter was destined to join Toronto. In this lifetime, although history may shift due to Xiang Yuan's presence, the realm of the NBA has remained largely unchanged over the past 5 years since his rebirth. Xiang Yuan anticipated that only through personal involvement could genuine change manifest. Thus, he perceived the Toronto Raptors' decision regarding Carter as relatively inconsequential. Furthermore, he was confident that once he joined the Raptors, within a year, he would undoubtedly make a significant impact, thereby amplifying his influence within the team. When the 1998 draft arrived, he envisioned himself skillfully orchestrating events to ensure that the Raptors would securely acquire Vince Carter. With McGrady, Carter, and himself in the lineup, the prospect was exhilarating. With great anticipation, Xiang Yuan arrived in Toronto. Upon his arrival, his agent communicated with the Raptors, due to an extended training period in Boston. Coupled with the lengthy flight, Xiang Yuan found himself exhausted and unfit for the trial scheduled that day. The Raptors concurred with this assessment. Consequently, Xiang Yuan spent the day resting in Toronto to recuperate his energy. The following day, he arrived at the trial venue, only to be astonished to encounter Tracy McGrady there. The trial training for Xiang Yuan coincided with that of Tracy McGrady. As a member of the premier McDonald's All-American team, McGrady's statistics for the 1996-97 season, 27, 5 points, 8, 7 rebounds, and 8 steals were indeed impressive. Although his fame did not quite match that of his contemporary Lamar Odom, it was sufficiently notable. Initially, McGrady had intended to pursue a collegiate career, harboring a strong interest in the University of Kentucky Wildcats. However, news of his potential to be a first-round pick soon emerged. Following the advice of his high school coach, McGrady opted to forego college altogether, choosing instead to bring his prodigious talent directly to the NBA. During the combined trials, McGrady was unable to attend due to a family emergency, resulting in a slight dip in his projected draft position by 2 slots. He remained indifferent to this, viewing it merely as speculation. Nonetheless, he eagerly participated in subsequent individual workouts with various teams. The Toronto Raptors marked the 7th team McGrady had tried out for, and among the teams on his list, the Chicago Bulls exhibited the most keen interest in him. After completing his workout with the Bulls, McGrady was almost convinced he would be joining this highly coveted team in the league. Thus, he did not place much significance on his trial with the Raptors. However, Xiang Yuan was acutely aware that, according to the course of history, McGrady would not be joining the Chicago Bulls. In a previous life, mere hours before the 1997 draft, Bulls general manager Jerry Krause was in discussions with the Vancouver Grizzlies, proposing to trade Scottie Pippen as the primary asset to acquire the 4th pick to select McGrady. Just hours before the draft, Michael Jordan declared that he would retire on the spot if the team traded Pippen, effectively extinguishing any hopes of McGrady joining the Bulls. Unbeknownst to McGrady at this moment, his destiny was destined to intertwine with that of Toronto. He remained in an extraordinarily relaxed state when Xiang Yuan beheld him. He appeared to have just awoken from slumber. Upon noticing Xiang Yuan's presence, Maddie was the first to greet him. "Hello, I know you, Xiang Yuan." Xiang Yuan has encountered numerous celebrities by now, and the thrill he once felt upon seeing Carter for the first time has long since faded. However, McGrady still holds a special place in his heart. "Hey, T-Mac, it's me, Sitamite." Upon witnessing McGrady's bleary eyes and the pronounced dark circles beneath them, a wave of concern washed over him. "Come on, my friend, take care of yourself. Make the most of this training session," Xiang Yuan advised. Chapter 71, Another 79. In a context of genuine effort, forming friendships is indeed a remarkably simple endeavor. Xiang Yuan is quite dedicated, and coupled with McGrady's amiable nature, the two quickly became acquainted shortly after their first meeting. "Xiang, what do you mean by work hard?" McGrady inquired, recalling Xiang Yuan's earlier words. He expressed his confusion. "Oh, I mean you should take this trial seriously," Xiang Yuan clarified. "Ah, I see." McGrady rubbed his eyes and quietly confided to Xiang Yuan. "But I am heading to the Chicago Bulls. This trial is merely a formality." Xiang Yuan mused. This McGrady is quite innocent. However, he quickly came to terms with it. After all, McGrady is merely a high school student at this stage of his life. A certain degree of naivety is to be expected. It is indeed a positive trait. Acknowledging this, Xiang Yuan felt compelled to take on the responsibility. He resolved to give McGrady a proverbial warning, to enlighten him on the folly of placing all his hopes in a single, unreliable venture. Just as he pondered how best to convey this message, a question abruptly surfaced in his mind. If the Raptors were to select McGrady with their draft pick, what would they use to choose him? Xiang Yuan had previously overlooked this issue entirely, which left him feeling quite distressed. Upon this realization, he halted the words that were about to escape his lips. Firstly, the two were now in a competitive relationship. If McGrady were to be selected by the Raptors, he would lose his chance to join the team, which would, in all likelihood, mean forfeiting the opportunity to reunite with Carter next year. In the choice between McGrady and Carter, Xiang Yuan would undoubtedly favor Carter. The aspiration of having the three of them on the same team could only be realized if he could persuade the Raptors to find a way to trade for a higher draft pick this year. Secondly, he simply could not fathom how to initiate the conversation. It would be absurd to tell McGrady that he was already aware of Jordan's actions that would unfold in a few days. McGrady would likely regard him as a fool. Xiang Yuan pondered for a moment. After all, McGrady's talent could never be overlooked. Let him take the lead then. Xiang Yuan's current endeavor is to excel in this trial training. The session commenced swiftly, with Tracy McGrady being the first to take the stage. Despite the dark circles under his eyes, McGrady navigated through the drills with ease. It was evident that he was not exerting his utmost effort, nonetheless. His performance during the trial was commendable. Such is the nature of innate talent. At this juncture, McGrady's personality still exhibited a degree of immaturity, as he often approached various matters with a lack of diligence, including his training attitude and playing condition. Some even questioned his professional integrity. In his previous life, it was not until his second season in the league that McGrady began to acclimate to the rhythm of a professional athlete's lifestyle, channeling his energy into regular training, which ultimately allowed him to truly showcase his abilities. One might say that the current McGrady is merely a budding blossom, yet to reach full bloom. Otherwise, would NBA scouts, coaches, and managers be oblivious to his potential, allowing him to slip to the 9th pick? The trial for McGrady concluded swiftly. Observing the expressions on the faces of the Raptors' upper management, Xiang Yuan surmised that their thoughts mirrored those of Rick Pitino after witnessing Xiang Yuan's trial the previous day. Quite impressive, but merely satisfactory. However, the Raptors possessed a clear self-awareness, recognizing that their draft position was merely the 9th overall. Did they truly expect to select a player at this position who could evolve into an all-star? While such an outcome was not entirely impossible, the odds were exceedingly slim. In their estimation, this 2-3-meter-tall high school player, despite his commendable physical gifts, lacked a diverse array of reliable offensive techniques aside from his incisive drives, displayed a mediocre defensive attitude, and was heavily reliant on ball possession. Such attributes did not seem to align with those of a prospective all-star. The Toronto Raptors had only recently joined the NBA, having been established in the 1995 to 1996 season, resulting in a workforce that was still quite inexperienced and lacking in astute judgment. Comparatively, Jerry West of the Los Angeles Lakers far surpassed them in insight. Last year, this emblematic figure, upon witnessing Kobe Bryant's trial, resolutely persuaded Lakers owner Jerry Buss to trade the star center Vlade Divac to acquire the 13th pick from the Hornets, thereby bringing Kobe to Los Angeles. This maneuver has since been heralded as legendary among countless fans. This year, he was poised to make another bold move. A few days ago, after witnessing Tracy McGrady's workout, he deemed McGrady to possess immense star potential. Consequently, he approached Lakers owner Jerry Buss once more, proposing the all-star small forward Eddie Jones as the primary asset to facilitate a trade with the team fortunate enough to draft McGrady. The Lakers had no first-round pick at the time in order to acquire him. Just imagine, McGrady, Kobe, and Shaquille O'Neal all on the same team. It would have been sheer madness. Regrettably, this trade was vetoed by owner Buss. The Lakers had executed a similar transaction the previous year, and this season, Buss was reluctant to repeat the process, primarily because he did not wish to invest excessive energy into nurturing another high school talent. One was already sufficient. Did they truly need another? As a result, this potential trade that could have forged a Lakers dynasty was abruptly thwarted. These events unequivocally underscored McGrady's prodigious gift. However, for Xiang Yuan, these matters held no significance. After McGrady's workout concluded, it was his turn. "Xiang, give it your all." As McGrady descended from the workout court, he seated himself and began to wipe the sweat from his brow with a towel, then loudly cheered for Xiang Yuan. McGrady felt no sense of rivalry between them. After all, he was destined for Chicago. Xiang Yuan turned back and gestured an OK sign to McGrady before making his way towards the trial area. Prior to the commencement of the trial, he accessed the system interface. Within the card pack of the system, there remained but a single character card. This was an A-level card, obtained through the free draw opportunity from the Novice Gift Pack prior to the NCAA Finals. A-level character card, Eddie Jones character synopsis, a first-round pick, 10th overall, in the 1994 NBA Draft, possessing a well-rounded skill set. Throughout his career, he averaged 14.8 points, 2.9 assists, 4.0 rebounds, and 1.7 steals per game, with his peak season showcasing averages of 21 points, 4.2 assists, 4.8 rebounds, and 2.7 steals. He is a three-time NBA All-Star. Badges, omitted. Special skills, none. Xiang Yuan pondered for a moment, grappling with his reservations. Despite the lingering feeling that utilizing an A-level card during the trial seemed somewhat extravagant, he ultimately resolved to proceed with it. There was no alternative. This was the only way to truly captivate the higher-ups of the Toronto Raptors, positioning himself as a prime candidate. It might even compel them to trade up for draft picks or emulate the Los Angeles Lakers' strategy to acquire him. Thus, Xiang Yuan decided to take the plunge. The inheritance degree of the Eddie Jones roll card had reached an impressive 82. With the enhancement from the character card, Xiang Yuan's overall rating has ascended once more to 79 points. Initially, when his overall rating was at 68, he utilized the Elijah character card, which elevated his rating to 79. Now, with his base rating already at 73, the application of this card has once again raised his overall rating to 79. Xiang Yuan once again felt a surge of power within him. Toronto Raptors, if you do not trade for the 4th or 5th pick to select me, it would be a disservice to my character card. With unwavering confidence, Xiang Yuan strode toward the training ground. Chapter 72. The Raptors discover a treasure. The tryout proceeded without any notable alterations. The same procedures were followed. Although the Raptors did not disregard this session as the Denver Nuggets had, they also did not place excessive emphasis on it. However, after Xiang Yuan's second trial event, the atmosphere began to shift. Standing vertical leap, 95 centimeters. Upon the revelation of this figure, the Raptors staff were left in disbelief. They recalled that during the joint tryout, Xiang Yuan's vertical leap was only 88 centimeters. Could it be that within such a brief span, Xiang Yuan's athletic prowess had significantly improved? What does a height of 95 centimeters signify? For comparison, the former NBA leaping champion Steve Francis achieved a vertical jump of 114 centimeters, while Michael Jordan reached 98 centimeters and Kobe Bryant 97 centimeters. It is evident that this jumping height is quite impressive. Following the standing vertical leap, Xiang Yuan proceeded to the running vertical leap, 108 centimeters. Then came the bench press, where he lifted an astounding 130 kilograms. The shuttle run, baseline shuttle training, and sprints all maintained an exceptionally high standard. In shooting drills, his accuracy was remarkable. Even under high-load shooting conditions, his success rate astonishingly exceeded 60. The Raptors staff blinked in astonishment. Were they truly evaluating a player of Duncan's caliber? Or perhaps Van Horn's? The Raptors personnel struggled to comprehend. Had Xiang Yuan not exerted his full potential during the joint tryout? Typically, one would display their complete capabilities in such a setting, unless. The Raptors staff began to whisper among themselves, deliberating this perplexing matter. Was it possible that he genuinely desired to join the Raptors? This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. It is indeed my first encounter with a naturally gifted player eager to join our team, one remarked. Yes, indeed. Most players of any merit go to great lengths to avoid our newly formed franchise, another added. Moreover, our location is rather remote, and few wish to endure the journey. The thoughts of the Chinese are truly inscrutable. Well then, let us proceed to one-on-one trials to assess his other abilities. Following a private discussion, the current head coach of the Raptors made arrangements. Walter Williams, you shall be the first to gauge his true potential. Walter Williams, the starting shooting guard and small forward for the Raptors, stands at a height of 2.03 meters and weighs 99 kilograms. This season, he averages 16. 4 points, 2.7 assists, and 5.0 rebounds, showcasing commendable strength. Upon hearing the coach's instructions, he donned his basketball uniform and stepped onto the training court. Let us begin. Observing Xiang Yuan's previous performance, Walter Williams refrained from uttering any unnecessary words. Very well, Xiang Yuan nodded. The one-on-one commenced, resulting in Xiang Yuan triumphing with a score of 21-17. The two players are of similar height, yet Xiang Yuan's proficiency in the post is evidently superior. In such one-on-one confrontations, mastery of interior techniques provides a significant advantage, as there are no teammates to set screens, pass, or facilitate drives. Therefore, the ability to execute solo offensive plays becomes crucial, especially in low-post scenarios. How does it feel? After stepping off the court, the Raptors head coach discreetly inquired. Quite impressive. Walter Williams acknowledged. His talent is formidable. However, his height is comparable to mine. And it appears there is little room for survival at the center position in the NBA unless he can play other roles. Walter Williams spoke candidly. Go take a rest. Marcus Camby, you're up. Marcus Camby, the Raptors' second overall pick from the previous year, averages 14. 8 points and 6.3 rebounds this season. He embodies the archetypal center, with a tall stature, long arms, exceptional leaping ability, and outstanding shot-blocking skills, positioning him as a player regarded as the future cornerstone of the team. Testing Xiang Yuan's capabilities against him is quite fitting. After yet another round of one-on-one, Xiang Yuan surprisingly suffered a defeat with a score of 19-21. This matchup left Camby drenched in cold sweat, as he did not anticipate Xiang Yuan posing a threat in such a contest. Camby's defensive prowess and shot-blocking abilities are particularly remarkable, granting him an advantage in one-on-one play. However, during their interior battle, Camby found himself momentarily bewildered by Xiang Yuan's moves. Typically, he managed to block only one of Xiang Yuan's attempts. Subsequently, Xiang Yuan's floater and bank shot proved to be remarkably accurate. Fortunately, Camby had already spent a year in the NBA, enhancing his skills and gaining invaluable experience. Otherwise, considering his performance from a year ago, he could have genuinely faced defeat at Xiang Yuan's hands. Once the one-on-one concluded, Camby turned back to give the coach a thumbs up, indicating his approval of Xiang Yuan's performance. The coach nodded, delight in his eyes growing ever brighter. It can be said that Xiang Yuan's trial was nothing short of explosive. How could it not be? That is an A-level character card. For Carter's sake, Xiang Yuan has truly given his all. The Raptors were pleasantly surprised to discover that he is indeed a hidden gem. During the joint tryouts, the Toronto Raptors were also present. At that time, no one realized that Xiang Yuan possessed such remarkable talent. Undoubtedly, apart from Duncan, he was the most promising player of this draft class. Consequently, the Raptors management swiftly sought to gather intelligence. After extensive inquiries, they discovered that Xiang Yuan's exceptional abilities seemed to be known only to the Raptors themselves. This constituted a significant advantage. Thus, the Raptors executives immediately issued a gag order, resolutely preventing any information about Xiang Yuan's outstanding performance during the tryouts from leaking. At this juncture, McGrady had been cast aside in the minds of the Raptors executives. As for the 9th pick, the Raptors no longer desired it. They commenced deliberations on how to trade up in the draft. Their minimum requirement was to secure the 6th pick. If they could select Xiang Yuan with the 6th pick, it would be an undeniable triumph. However, the Raptors now needed to address a pressing matter. During the tryouts, all personnel present were Raptors staff, except for McGrady. After McGrady completed his tryout, he had no immediate obligations and leisurely sat on the sidelines watching Xiang Yuan's performance. The Raptors did not give it much thought and allowed him to stay. As a result, they now deeply regretted their decision. Had they known, they would have expelled McGrady. The Raptors were apprehensive that McGrady might divulge details about Xiang Yuan's tryout. Yet, they were at a loss as to how to communicate their concerns to him. They certainly could not say, "We apologize, but we no longer intend to select you. We wish to choose Xiang Yuan, and we kindly ask you to keep our choice confidential." Ultimately, the Raptors devised a plan. They approached McGrady and informed him that if he was not selected before the 9th pick, the Raptors would indeed choose him. McGrady was indifferent to this notion, as he believed that regardless of his draft position, the Chicago Bulls would secure him through a trade. Subsequently, the Raptors discussed with McGrady that there was a team friendly to the Raptors that had its sights set on Xiang Yuan, hoping to select him during the draft. This team requested that the Raptors keep Xiang Yuan's tryout performance under wraps, and thus, the Raptors hoped that McGrady could assist them in maintaining this secret for a few days. McGrady did not overthink the matter and readily agreed. The Raptors then ceased arranging any further tryout events, hastily concluding this session. They needed to focus on strategizing how to trade up in the draft. Chapter 73, Conversations Beneath the Setting Sun. After all the tryouts concluded, Xiang Yuan hurried back to Washington. At this time, Carter was still diligently working on his credits. Upon Xiang Yuan's return, Carter was absolutely thrilled. Recently, he had been relegated to the cafeteria, with no opportunity to elevate his culinary experience. Now that he had the chance to dine with Xiang Yuan, he was determined to indulge in a lavish feast. Given Xiang Yuan's rising draft position, Carter was well aware that a lottery pick was all but assured. With such a status, the value of the rookie contract would undoubtedly soar. A conservative estimate would place it at around $4 million over 3 years, which seemed quite feasible. Furthermore, there was the potential for lucrative endorsement deals with sports brands in the future. Notably, Xiang Yuan's agent, Mark Bartine, had already been in discussions with various major companies regarding commercial endorsements. Tracy McGrady, who bypassed college to enter the NBA, was significantly influenced by the fact that his coach informed him of a 6-year, $12 million endorsement deal from Adidas. McGrady's projected draft position was even lower than Xiang Yuan's. It is easy to envision that if endorsement contracts were successfully negotiated, Xiang Yuan would also secure an unimaginably substantial deal. Therefore, Carter felt no psychological burden regarding the prospect of indulging in a grand feast. Xiang Yuan discovered a rather exquisite restaurant nearby and arranged for Carter and Tang Jixuan to meet. With the impending draft approaching, he found himself unable to devote time to both of them separately. Thus, he had no choice but to organize this gathering. Carter was quite indifferent to the arrangement, but Tang Jixuan felt a tinge of disappointment. After such a long separation, she had hoped that Xiang Yuan would spend a couple of days with her upon his return. Nevertheless, being a considerate young woman, she understood the significance of Xiang Yuan's current commitments and refrained from voicing her discontent. After they shared a delightful dinner, they sought out a tranquil CAF to engage in conversation. "Xiang, which team are you hoping to join?" Carter inquired with curiosity. Yes, brother Yuan. "Which team do you aspire to play for?" Tang Jixuan echoed with equal intrigue. Xiang Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, "Currently, the 3 teams I am most inclined to join are the Toronto Raptors, the Boston Celtics, and the Golden State Warriors. Why wouldn't you consider the Washington Wizards?" Tang Jixuan pouted. Xiang Yuan found himself at a loss for words. "My dear, did you not mention that you have been diligently studying the NBA? Are you unaware that the Wizards do not possess a first-round draft pick this year?" Seeing Xiang Yuan's predicament, Carter swiftly redirected the conversation. "They only hold the 46th and 49th picks. Can you bear to watch Xiang Yuan fall to the end of the second round?" "Of course. I am aware that the Wizards lack a first-round draft pick, and I certainly do not wish for him to drop to the latter end of the second round." Tang Jixuan countered. "But so what? He should still desire to join the Wizards." Lowering her head to conceal her disappointment, she added, "Whether or not it is achievable is one matter, wanting it is an entirely different one." Carter remarked, "Well, that logic is impeccable." He shot Xiang Yuan a glance that conveyed, "I have no girlfriend. I cannot assist you. You are on your own. I would indeed like to join the Wizards, however. It is simply not feasible at present. I will find a way to get there when the opportunity arises," Xiang Yuan quickly clarified. "That is more like it." Tang Jixuan ceased her pouting. "So, you mean to say that you currently wish to go to the Toronto Raptors?" With the tension dissipating, Carter continued to inquire. "But Toronto is quite distant, and the Raptors are a newly established team. In every respect, it does not seem to be the most favorable choice for Xiang Yuan. Moreover, Carter knew that the Raptors currently hold only the 9th pick. Xiang Yuan nodded and said, "Indeed, I aspire to join the Raptors. Within the ranks of the new team, there may be greater opportunities for development. I have just completed a trial with the Raptors, and they expressed satisfaction with my performance. From what I gather, they might consider trading up in the draft to select me at the 6th position or higher." Xiang Yuan concocted a plausible excuse. After all, he couldn't very well inform Carter that he was aware of his impending participation in the draft, especially considering that the team poised to select him was none other than the Toronto Raptors. To his satisfaction, Carter appeared to believe Xiang Yuan's words. Being chosen within the top 6 picks would undoubtedly facilitate a more prosperous future for him. Subsequently, Carter expressed a hint of regret, remarking, "You were simply too eager. If you were to wait a couple of years before entering the draft, while I cannot guarantee the first overall pick, securing a position within the top 3 should not pose a significant challenge. That matters little. Given the current rankings, things are already quite commendable. With talent, success will naturally follow," Xiang Yuan replied. "Haha, you speak the truth, but you are destined to be my second in command, for when I enter the draft, I shall undoubtedly be the first overall pick." Carter laughed heartily. Bored, Xiang Yuan did not wish to further debate the matter. With a robust system at his disposal, he anticipated carving out a name for himself in the NBA, relegating Carter to the role of his loyal subordinate. The three continued their conversation about the draft and the CAF until they had thoroughly explored the topic. Eventually, Carter excused himself, citing other commitments. For although he currently lacked a girlfriend, he was not foolishly oblivious to the nuances of emotional intelligence. The remaining time was better suited for a romantic pair. Primarily, Tang Jixuan's gaze toward him had grown increasingly peculiar. From Tang Jixuan's large, glistening eyes, Carter perceived a glaringly bright light bulb, akin to one with several hundred watts. Thus, he feigned ignorance of Xiang Yuan's pleading glance and made his hasty retreat. "Come, let us take a stroll," Xiang Yuan suggested, realizing that there was little he could do now that Carter had fled. "All right," Tang Jixuan nodded. Upon exiting the CAF, twilight had begun to set in. The afterglow of the setting sun painted the layers of clouds in vibrant hues, while the warm orange light adorned the streets, rendering the entire avenue somewhat gentler in appearance. The shadows of Xiang Yuan and Tang Jixuan, one tall and the other short, meandered along the narrow path. "Brother Yuan, ever since you joined the NBA, have you found no time to return?" Tang Jixuan's voice was subdued, betraying her melancholic spirit. "Not at all. Sometimes I still come to Washington for away games. Moreover, the NBA season only lasts a little over 6 months, and I will return to earn credits during the remainder of the year," Xiang Yuan replied hastily. "Is it just to earn credits?" Tang Jixuan inquired. "I will also accompany you," Xiang Yuan added with a hint of cleverness. Tang Jixuan's expression brightened slightly, but soon faded again. "After you joined the NBA, you became a star. Surely many beautiful American girls will pursue you, and you will eventually forget about me." Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuan realized he could no longer evade the matter. "That won't happen, Jixuan. I promise that for at least the next 2 years, I will not date anyone," Xiang Yuan declared earnestly. Tang Jixuan felt a flicker of joy at his words, yet a shadow of worry loomed over her. "What about me?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. However, Xiang Yuan feigned ignorance and replied, "What did you say?" At that moment, Tang Jixuan had lost the courage to continue. "Nothing. I wish you success in the draft," she said instead. Chapter 74. Trade discussions a few days before the draft in Boston, Massachusetts. Rick Pitino, the newly appointed head coach of the Boston Celtics, who also held the titles of general manager, executive president, and chairman, was engrossed in studying this year's draft in his office. In recent years, the Celtics, a storied franchise, had found themselves mired in disappointment with poor performance. Nevertheless, when the Celtics extended an invitation to Rick Pitino for the respective positions, he arrived with great enthusiasm. The reason was singular. The Celtics had the highest probability of securing the first overall pick, which meant they had a significant chance of acquiring Tim Duncan. This condition possesses an immense allure. Rick Pitino, who has taught at the university level for many years, is acutely aware of Tim Duncan's prowess. Should a team secure Duncan as the cornerstone of its rebuilding efforts, it would equate to harboring aspirations for a championship. However, the results of the lottery left him profoundly shocked and disheartened. The Celtics had over a 30% chance of obtaining the first overall pick, the highest among all teams involved in the lottery. Yet, they ended up with merely the 3rd pick. After the lottery concluded, he returned to his office and smashed everything on his desk in a fit of rage, unable to fully vent his boundless fury. Upon accepting the invitation from Boston, He had long prepared for Duncan's arrival, even devising plans and strategies centered entirely around him. Now, all of his schemes lay in ruins. Furthermore, the Celtics not only lost Tim Duncan, they were also unable to select Keith Van Horn. With the third pick, they could only settle for Chauncey Billups, a player Pitino was not particularly fond of. In a previous iteration, the Celtics had used the third pick to draft Billups, only to trade him away shortly after the season commenced. Pitino, unwilling to concede defeat, reached out to the general manager of the San Antonio Spurs, determined to offer everything he could to reclaim that coveted first overall pick. Unfortunately, before negotiations could even commence, they were abruptly concluded. The Spurs cherished that unexpected first pick as a treasure, and they would not trade it for any price. Spurs head coach Greg Popovich openly declared, "The probability of us trading this first overall pick is as slim as the chances of our scout R.C. Buford becoming the starting guard for the Spurs." Rick Pitino has once again overturned the table. The architect of the tanking strategy, the esteemed Red Auerbach of the Boston Celtics, is also scurrying about, seeking every possible means to bring Tim Duncan back to Boston. Auerbach reached out to Greg Popovich, intending to persuade him to reconsider, promising that he would accept any conditions as long as Duncan was relinquished to Boston. Ultimately, he was met with refusal. The tanking plan had utterly failed. Now advanced in age, he ceased to concern himself with the Celtics' affairs, delegating the ensuing draft and related matters to Rick Pitino. Pitino, however, was left to contend with the mess devoid of Duncan and Van Horn. Even though the Celtics had drafted Anthony Walker, who performed decently last year, Pitino had long seen through his potential and was acutely aware that he could not lead the Celtics toward rejuvenation. Presently, the Celtics hold the third and sixth picks. The third pick could likely only secure Chauncey Billups, as his talent is evident, even if Pitino harbored reservations about him. He could not allow him to fall into the hands of other teams. As for the sixth pick, Pitino is now in a state of deep contemplation. Initially, he intended to select Ron Mercer, a player he once coached at the University of Kentucky. However, the emergence of Xiang Yuan has complicated matters. The scenes from this year's NCAA championship linger vividly in his mind, where the young man from China snatched away the NCAA title that should have rightfully belonged to him. Xiang Yuan's physical endowments, his prowess in the paint, shooting capabilities, defensive skills, and his extraordinary composure during critical moments have left a profound impression on him. He had initially contemplated the possibility of trading for a draft pick around the 10th position to bring Xiang Yuan under his wing. Unfortunately, Xiang Yuan's projected draft position has now ascended to the 6th. He has also observed the circumstances of the joint workouts. Consequently, he extended an invitation for a private workout with Xiang Yuan. The results of this private session have left Pitino in a state of greater indecision. The duration of Xiang Yuan's basketball journey remains rather brief. From his senior year in high school to university, it totals less than 2 years. This brevity renders Pitino, who typically favors stability, somewhat skeptical of Xiang Yuan's capabilities. Although Xiang Yuan has showcased commendable performance in the NCAA, Pitino is not inclined to make significant decisions based on a singular explosive game. Furthermore, the draft reports indicate that Xiang Yuan's performance lacks consistency and his playing style is not sufficiently defined. Such individuals may potentially ascend to stardom. Yet there exists a substantial likelihood that they may falter into the realm of marginal players due to their ambiguous roles. Pitino possesses a high degree of confidence in nurturing Duncan, but the prospect of developing Xiang Yuan presents considerable risks. As for Xiang Yuan's projected draft position, Pitino has already discerned the situation, recognizing it as mere theatrics orchestrated by David Stern. The 6th overall pick presents a dilemma. Should he adhere to the original strategy and select the reliably contributing Ron Mercer, or take a gamble on the uncertain Xiang Yuan? This quandary has left Pitino in a state of profound distress. Just as Pitino grappled with this uncertainty, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. On the other end was Glenn Grunwald, the general manager of the Toronto Raptors. Upon connection, Grunwald wasted no time. "Pitino, we desire the 6th pick in your possession. What sort of compensation can you provide?" As the dual-role general manager, Pitino instinctively inquired, while simultaneously assessing which players and assets from the Raptors piqued his interest. "We can offer Ronald Jones along with this year's 9th pick in exchange for your 6th pick and Roy Rogers," Grunwald proposed. Ronald Jones? As a manager, Pitino maintained a mental catalog of talent across various teams. Ronald Jones is a forward with considerable readiness to compete. However, to exchange such an asset for the 6th pick seemed inadequate. Thus, he decisively declined, I'm afraid I'm not interested in this trade. Oh? Then what sort of compensation do you seek? Grunwald countered. Trade negotiations are a matter of haggling, and Patino recognized this as merely the onset of negotiations, with both parties cautiously probing one another. Nonetheless, he sensed Grunwald's genuine desire for the sixth pick. Which player could the Raptors be eyeing? Perhaps Ron Mercer? Patino mused internally. Yet, he harbored little interest in the Raptors' intentions. His focus lay solely on the potential compensation he could secure. He swiftly reviewed the roster of the Raptors and then boldly declared, "We also require Doug Christie." The mere mention of the name, Patino, was not met with the expectation that the counterpart would acquiesce. Doug Christie, the 17th pick of the first round in 1992, boasted an impressive average of 14.5 points, 3.9 assists, and 5.3 rebounds this season. Such a valuable asset, exchanged merely for the sixth pick? Absurd. Patino's intent was clear. He anticipated that the other party would concede defeat, allowing him to continue deliberating over whom to select with his sixth pick. However, what took Patino entirely by surprise was the prolonged silence from Glenn Ward on the other end of the line, followed by the suggestion, "Let us arrange a time to meet and thoroughly discuss the particulars of the trade." Chapter 75. The approaching tide. Rick Pitino was astounded to find that his sixth pick had unexpectedly become highly coveted. Not long after concluding his conversation with the Toronto Raptors general manager, he received a call from the Golden State Warriors. Their request mirrored that of the Raptors, seeking to trade for the sixth pick. After a discussion, they also scheduled a time to meet. Shortly thereafter, the Sacramento Kings reached out, expressing a similar desire to acquire the sixth pick. Now, Pitino found himself in a quandary. One after another, they all sought the sixth pick? There must be something amiss. He promptly dispatched his aides to gather intelligence. Soon, reports began to trickle in. Although the information was somewhat nebulous, Pitino was able to synthesize and analyze the various strands of information, leading him to surmise the intentions of these teams. They aimed to select Xiang Yuan with the sixth pick. What extraordinary allure did Xiang Yuan possess? Pitino was utterly perplexed. However, given the prevailing demand, the sixth pick in his possession had suddenly become quite valuable. He could comfortably adopt a wait-and-see approach, biding his time for the right offer. After all, he had already resolved not to pursue Xiang Yuan. Should the opposing team's proposal prove satisfactory, relinquishing the sixth pick and parting ways with his protege, Ron Mercer, would pose no problem. Pitino meticulously gathered information on the three teams in question, embarking on an analysis of which players might be suitable for the Celtics and how to maximize potential benefits. This scenario was merely a minor reflection of the undercurrents swirling in the lead-up to the draft. As the 1997 NBA draft day approached, such occurrences transpired daily. The phones in the offices of general managers across the league rang incessantly. They exerted every ounce of their ingenuity to secure advantages for their teams, optimize roster structures, enhance competitive prowess, or conserve salary cap space. For teams struggling with poor records yet holding high draft picks, the draft represented a paramount opportunity, a chance to extricate themselves from their predicaments. Selecting a player who could become a cornerstone for the franchise in the future could genuinely alter the destiny of a team. A prime example is the Chicago Bulls, who, during the 1984 draft, secured Michael Jordan with the third overall pick, thereby laying the foundation for their future dynasty. This year, the San Antonio Spurs were set to embark on a similar path. Having chosen Duncan, they would maintain formidable competitiveness for the next 2 decades. Any team armed with a first-round draft pick eagerly anticipated the possibility of reshaping their fortunes through the draft. Even those possessing only second-round picks dared to dream of unearthing hidden gems in the later rounds. At the New York headquarters, David Stern was diligently attending to pre-draft matters. He was already well-versed in the intricacies of the draft process. The arrangements were proceeding systematically and efficiently. As the commissioner of the entire league, he had an immense array of responsibilities. After nearly a full day of bustling activity, he had nearly completed his tasks and paused to summon his secretary for a cup of coffee, reclining slightly in his chair for a brief respite. However, even in this moment of relaxation, his mind remained preoccupied with work. Yet, before he could enjoy his rest for long, a sharp knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Perhaps it was time to contemplate retirement. His body surely seemed to decline with each passing year, he mused inwardly. Come in. The fleeting notion of retirement quickly dissipated, overshadowed by the pressing demands of the vast league that still required his steady hand at the helm. The door swung open, revealing his secretary. Mr. President, please take a look at these newly submitted trade reports. The secretary handed the documents to David Stern. As David Stern prepared to peruse them, a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire, "Allow me to ask you first, how has the situation regarding that Chinese individual progressed? What is the media's impact? Are you referring to Xiang Yuan?" The secretary replied. "Indeed," David Stern affirmed. After a moment's reflection, the secretary remarked, "The media coverage has been quite favorable. His projected draft position has ascended to 6th. However," he continued cautiously, observing David Stern's expression, "following the joint workouts and team trials, his evaluations seem to have diminished, although the media narrative remains unchanged at our behest. Reports circulating among teams suggest mixed reviews, leading to the likelihood that his final draft position may drop." Pausing again, noticing David Stern's displeasure, he added, "Nevertheless, securing a lottery pick should not pose much of a problem." Just a lottery pick? David Stern mused silently. He indeed yearned to penetrate the Chinese market. Yet he understood the limitations of compelling teams to utilize their valuable draft assets on players they did not desire. In essence, inflating Xiang Yuan's draft stock to open the Chinese market was a clandestine maneuver. The teams constituted the league's foundation and could not be overly coerced. Very well. A lottery pick will suffice. That is still commendable. Setting aside the matter of Xiang Yuan for the moment, David Stern began to examine the trade report that the secretary had just provided. He picked up the first report and scrutinized its contents. The primary focus of this report was a trade involving draft rights. The parties in the transaction were the Sacramento Kings and the New Jersey Nets. The specific terms of the trade entailed the Sacramento Kings sending Michael Smith and this year's first-round 11th draft pick in exchange for the New Jersey Nets' first-round 7th draft pick along with Ida Banu. In this trade, Michael Smith's contract with the Kings amounted to $1.57 million, while Ida Banu's salary with the Nets was $1.3 million. Michael Smith was a commendable role player for the Kings, averaging 6 points and 9 rebounds per game last season. In contrast, Ida Banu averaged only 2 points and 5 rebounds. It was evident that the Kings had their sights set on a particular player and were concerned that their 11th pick might not be secure. Hence their decision to trade up in the draft. Even if they failed to acquire their coveted player, they could still select a relatively strong rookie at the 7th position. Meanwhile, the Nets were in dire need of a defensively proficient role player. Their offensive efficiency from the previous season was commendable, but their defensive efficiency left much to be desired. They currently require an enhancement of their immediate capabilities and do not need to select a rookie for development. Thus, this trade serves the needs of both parties involved. Upon reviewing this transaction report, David Stern remained silent, placing it aside to pick up another document. The Toronto Raptors exchanged their first-round 9th overall pick, Doug Christie, and Hubert Davis in return for D. Brown of the Celtics and the 6th overall pick. After perusing both reports, David Stern chuckled and remarked to his secretary, "I surmise that both the Kings and the Raptors wish to select the same player. Hence their upward trade of draft picks. It appears that at least the Kings' aspirations will not materialize." He instructed, "Take these 2 reports away and arrange them in order for the draft day proceedings." After the secretary departed, David Stern rose and gazed out over the New York skyline from his high-rise office. Another draft day approaches. What intriguing developments await this year? Chapter 76, The Beginning of Dreams, June 25, 1997. The NBA draft convened in Charlotte, North Carolina. On this day, Xiang Yuan's parents set aside their demanding work to fly to Charlotte, participating in this profoundly significant moment in Xiang Yuan's life. Tang Zhishuan also attended. Initially, she was reluctant to go, as there was no formal relationship between her and Xiang Yuan. However, after his invitation and a subsequent nudge from his mother, her resolve wavered. Meanwhile, Rong Qingxi advised her that such a high-profile event was essential to attend, as it would convey the impression that Xiang Yuan was already taken, dissuading other girls from encroaching. Thus, she decided to go. Naturally, as his closest friend, Carter was also present. He sat in a chair, scanning the surroundings, immersing himself in the atmosphere of the draft. This was a place he would inevitably find himself in one day. Xiang Yuan donned a sharply tailored suit and sat in a designated area at the draft event alongside his parents, Tang Zhishuan, Carter, and his agent, Mark Batdine. This area was not just any ordinary seating. It was a privilege reserved solely for invited rookies, famously known as the Green Room. Contrary to its name, the Green Room was neither a literal room nor a specific chamber. It referred to a special section of the draft venue where players could sit with their families and agents, awaiting the moment when Commissioner David Stern would announce their names. The green room had a strict capacity of 5 invitees, and fortunately, Xiang Yuan's entourage did not exceed this limit. The roster of players in the green room was determined through a voting process prior to the draft. The NBA League would invite team presidents or general managers to partake in this voting, selecting those they deemed likely to be chosen within the first 25 picks. Subsequently, the player list for the green room would be established based on the voting results, typically comprising around 14 individuals. Although being in the green room did not guarantee a first-round selection, it signified a mark of honor and recognition of the player's capabilities. Under the attentive gaze of David Stern, Xiang Yuan naturally basked in this accolade. As a series of preparations unfolded, the 1997 draft was poised to commence. Anticipation filled the air. David Stern hoped for a seamless event without any unforeseen complications, while team executives yearned to secure promising talent to enhance their competitive edge. Ideally selecting the next potential superstar. Each rookie aspired to be picked early, to secure a lucrative rookie contract and greater developmental opportunities. The friends and families of the players shared in this hope. As time progressed, Xiang Yuan felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. A sentiment entirely natural given the significance of the moment. After his rebirth, he had worked tirelessly. And now he was about to confront one of the most pivotal moments of his life. To claim he was not anxious would be disingenuous. At that moment, his mother took hold of his hand. Despite her own nervousness causing her to perspire, she embraced her role as a mother. She comforted Xiang Yuan, saying, "My son, regardless of the outcome, you have your parents as your unwavering support. Your future holds boundless possibilities. The NBA is indeed splendid, but we have many options. So there is no need to be anxious. Just let things unfold as they may." Xiang Yuan nodded gently, patting his mother's hand to signal that he was fine. Yet, in truth, his mother's words held little significance for him. Only Xiang Yuan understood the profound importance of entering the NBA. Not only for himself, but also for the future of his family. Xiang Yuan's father gently patted his shoulder, offering no words. Such was his character, silently providing unwavering support from behind, never articulating his feelings, yet his love was always present. Tang Zhishuan, on the other hand, was in a state of great anxiety, but her position rendered her powerless to take any action, leaving her to stew and worry. Meanwhile, Carter, observing the scene before him, suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. Xiang Yuan, in this draft, you might just scrape through to the top 6. But the number 1 spot is beyond your reach. When my time comes, I will claim the title of the first pick, surpassing you by several ranks. At that moment, you shall have to respectfully call me the champion. What do you say? Are you afraid? If you're scared, just admit it. And I'll hasten my journey to the NBA, ready to watch over you." Carter's playful banter had a remarkably uplifting effect. Xiang Yuan has come to realize that even if Carter participates in this year's draft, he is undoubtedly a top contender. Moreover, considering this year's performance, he surpasses Carter, leaving no room for concern. The necessary steps have been taken. What reason remains to lack confidence? Everything is progressing in a favorable direction, so why remain anxious? Consequently, Xiang Yuan's mood settled, and he mused to himself, who supports whom is still uncertain. Just don't come crying to me to be the leader later, haha. Confidence returned to Xiang Yuan with renewed vigor. Mark Bartine turned to glance at Carter, contemplating that when Carter enters the NBA, he too would like to bring him under his wing. At that moment, a cacophony of cheers and boos resonated throughout the draft venue. Amidst this sound, David Stern, adorned with silver-framed glasses and impeccably styled white hair, stepped confidently to the front of the draft stage. His opening remarks were, of course, a lengthy expression of gratitude to the fans, the broadcasters, the media, and the players. Then, David Stern proclaimed, "Today, here, is where dreams begin." He then exited the stage momentarily. This statement ignited the atmosphere, bringing tears of excitement to the eyes of the aspiring players present. Xiang Yuan felt a surge of exhilaration, unable to contain himself. Meanwhile, within the temporary war room of the San Antonio Spurs, the atmosphere remained relatively tranquil. After all, there was little left to deliberate. Their acquisition of the first overall pick was indeed a delightful surprise, a blessing from above. The Spurs had not performed poorly in the preceding season. They had been strong contenders in the playoffs. With the likes of David Robinson and Sean Elliott, they had battled fiercely against the Jazz, who boasted the formidable duo of Stockton and Malone, ultimately succumbing after a 6-game series. Yet, in the 1996 to 1997 season, despite acquiring Dominique Wilkins, injuries to David Robinson caused their performance to plummet, leaving them out of the playoffs entirely. Subsequently, they found themselves with a 21% chance of securing the first overall pick. an opportunity that would bring Tim Duncan to San Antonio. The prospect of not selecting Duncan was utterly inconceivable, unless, of course, the entire Spurs organization collectively lost their senses. Thus, they were the most relaxed group in the vicinity, having already submitted their well-considered decision. Soon, David Stern returned to the forefront. It was now the Spurs' turn to make their selection. Glancing at the slip of paper in his hand, he lifted his gaze and announced, "With the first pick in the 1997 NBA draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Tim Duncan from Wake Forest University." Chapter 77. The unexpected trade. As Duncan's name resonated through the hall, a wave of cheers erupted. In contrast, disappointment permeated the war rooms of the other teams, with the Boston Celtics particularly disheartened. Although they were aware that Duncan would likely be chosen by the Spurs, the reality of it still struck them hard. On stage, Duncan wore a smile. Even the stoic big fundamental could not suppress his emotions at such a moment. Embracing his family and friends one by one, he donned the cap emblazoned with the Spurs name and logo, stepping forward amidst the jubilant cheers. Highlights of Duncan's collegiate career began to play. And after sharing a handshake and hug with David Stern, the selection of the first overall pick in 1997 was officially sealed. It was a moment of joy for some and sorrow for many others. Following this, the Philadelphia 76ers, after a lengthy deliberation, ultimately chose Keith Van Horn with the second pick. This decision was not without merit, as Van Horn's talent was indeed noteworthy. In his previous life, Keith Van Horn averaged 7 points and 6 rebounds in his rookie season. Throughout his 9 seasons in the NBA, he maintained an average of 0 points and 8 rebounds. Regrettably, relentless injuries ravaged this prodigy. This player, often likened to the second coming of Larry Bird by the media, was released following the conclusion of the 2005 to 2006 season. Nonetheless, his performance in the NBA lived up to his draft position. Subsequently, with the third pick, the Celtics secured Chauncey Billups. Pitino lacked the omniscient perspective and had never perused a novel. Thus, in his view, the only viable option at the third pick was to select Chauncey Billups. In a previous life, Chauncey Billups found himself unceremoniously cast aside by Rick Pitino after playing 51 games for the Boston Celtics, thus embarking on a tumultuous journey. The relentless trades left Billups somewhat disheartened, causing a steady decline in the media's appraisal of his abilities. Little did anyone anticipate that he would ultimately assist the Detroit Pistons in clinching the championship during the 2003 to 2004 season, earning the Finals MVP accolade. Presently, the youthful and exuberant Chauncey Billups dons a Boston Celtics cap, taking the stage with a mind brimming with boundless aspirations for the future. Once the top 3 picks are concluded, the excitement truly begins. Frankly speaking, the initial trio holds little intrigue. Almost everyone is aware of which players the top 3 teams are likely to select. It merely varies in order. Moreover, this year's first overall pick is a foregone conclusion, leaving only the question of whether Van Horn or Billups will be the second or third pick, rendering it rather mundane. However, post-top 3, the anticipation escalates. No one knows which players the teams holding the subsequent draft rights will choose. Some teams are anxious, fearing that their coveted players may be snatched away by rival teams. Others are torn, deliberating over which player to select with their draft rights. Meanwhile, certain teams are actively maneuvering to secure a more advantageous draft position or to trade their rights for a desired player. In essence, chaos reigns, and the spectacle is enthralling. At that moment, within the Sacramento Kings makeshift war room, staff members are bustling about with palpable tension. A piece of news arrives, causing their expressions to darken considerably. The announcement reveals that the Celtics have traded their 6th overall pick to the Toronto Raptors. The Kings had previously engaged in discussions with the Celtics to acquire the 6th pick, but the talks fell through when their president hesitated to part with the valuable asset. Corliss Williamson, who averaged 6 points and 1 rebounds on a modest salary. Unexpectedly, the Celtics turned around and completed the trade with the Raptors. The Kings do not harbor any jealousy towards the transactions between these two teams. Rather, they are filled with trepidation. Since the Raptors have traded up, it is evident they have their sights set on a particular player, believing that they would not be able to secure him at the 9th pick. Ultimately, their greatest fear is that the Raptors may emerge unexpectedly and seize Chauncey Billups. They exhaust every avenue to gather intelligence, yet the Raptors remain tight-lipped, leaving the Kings in the dark regarding their intentions. There is little recourse. The trade is finalized, and exploring alternative deals proves challenging. The Kings had previously inquired about the Vancouver Grizzlies and the Denver Nuggets, who hold the 4th and 5th picks, respectively. Unfortunately, these teams appear to lack genuine interest in trading, with their demands being exorbitantly high. Consequently, the Kings were compelled to settle for a lesser option and reached out to Boston, but their trade efforts bore no fruit. Ultimately, they were left with no choice but to engage in a trade with the New Jersey Nets for the 7th pick. The Kings now harbored a singular hope that the Raptors would refrain from selecting Xiang Yuan. Otherwise, their trade would be in vain. Meanwhile, within the Raptors' makeshift war room, the atmosphere among the team staff was notably relaxed, as if they were walking on clouds. The Raptors believed they were the sole team cognizant of Xiang Yuan's true value. Enjoying an advantage in information, they had already inquired about Xiang Yuan's performance in workouts with other teams, discovering it to be rather unremarkable. This only solidified their conviction that Xiang Yuan had a strong desire to join Toronto. They even discreetly contacted Xiang Yuan's agent prior to the draft to gauge his intentions, further affirming their belief that he wished to play for the Raptors. And indeed, this was the case. To ensure they secured Xiang Yuan, the Raptors took decisive action to acquire the 6th pick. They had contemplated whether to pursue the 4th or 5th pick, but like the Kings, the offers they received were exorbitantly high and difficult to accept. Additionally, the Raptors learned that Xiang Yuan had not even auditioned for the Vancouver Grizzlies. The Denver Nuggets' interest in selecting Tony Batty was common knowledge, yet they seemed oblivious to the fact that others were aware. Given these circumstances, the Raptors felt confident that their 6th pick was relatively secure. They also received news of the Kings trading for the 7th pick and surmised that the Kings intended to select Xiang Yuan, which brought them a quiet sense of amusement. The Kings' aspirations were destined to be thwarted. Without delving into the respective calculations of both teams, the moment arrived as David Stern took the stage to announce the results of the 4th pick in the draft. A hush fell over the crowd in anticipation. Stern stood before the audience and first declared a trade. "We have an announcement regarding a trade. The Dallas Mavericks are sending Michael Finley and Greg Dreiling in exchange for Vancouver Grizzlies' Eric Mobley and the 4th overall pick in the 1st round." The announcement of the trade sent a wave of astonishment through the venue. Chapter 78, 4th overall pick. Michael Finley. Selected in the 1st round at the 21st position in 1995, he had been named to the All-Rookie team. He had joined the Mavericks only last season. In the 56 games he played for the Mavericks, he averaged 16.0 points, 2.8 assists, and 4.5 rebounds, with shooting percentages of 43.2 from the field, 38.7 from three-point range, and 80.7 from the free throw line. It is clear that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Finley is destined to become a future star player. Moreover, his contract is still a rookie deal, with a mere salary of $720,000 this year and only $820,000 next year. To think that such a valuable asset could be traded for merely the 4th overall pick is utterly insane. The Mavericks have truly lost their minds. The fans are on the brink of despair, met with a chorus of boos and thunderous criticism echoing throughout the arena, in front of televisions, and across radio stations. Wherever Mavericks fans may be, they cannot contain their indignation. How foolish. Management, you should take a long, hard look at yourselves. What on earth is this perplexing maneuver? Who orchestrated this confounding trade? Farewell, Mavericks. Fans are turning against you. A trade that may go down in history as the most foolish of all time has been birthed. But fear not, for we shall fiercely contend for the top pick in the upcoming season. The Mavericks are doomed with such management. There shall never be a rise to glory. Yet, the wrath of the fans cannot alter reality. From the moment David Stern stood at the podium announcing this trade, it became an irrevocable fact. Frankly, this trade left even David Stern astounded. Some may question why there is such shock, considering the Los Angeles Lakers executed a similar trade just last season, during the 1996 draft. The Charlotte Hornets and the Los Angeles Lakers struck a deal in which the Lakers sent their all-star center Vlade Divac to the Hornets in exchange for the 17-year-old high school prodigy Kobe Bryant. At the time, this trade was met with considerable derision. A season passed, and the criticism remained unabated. Of course, those detractors were unaware of the heights to which Kobe would ultimately ascend. Nonetheless, to fans, that was a trade deemed outrageous. Today, a similar transaction has occurred, with the Dallas Mavericks now at the center of this madness. Furthermore, this trade is, in fact, even more astonishing. At first glance, these two transactions appear quite similar. However, the circumstances surrounding each team are entirely distinct. Let us conduct a brief analysis. Last year, the Los Angeles Lakers had just secured a lucrative 7-year, $120 million contract with the dominant center Shaquille O'Neal, bringing this superstar to Los Angeles. Consequently, they faced a dilemma, as O'Neal and Vlade Divac occupied overlapping positions. Both were all-star caliber centers, rendering the notion of one serving as a backup to the other untenable. Thus, it became evident that Divac had to be traded. In this context, the Lakers were not overly concerned with Divac's trade value. They merely wished to avoid losing him without compensation. Fortuitously, the astute Jerry West recognized the potential in Kobe Bryant, leading to the transaction's fruition, each side fulfilling its respective needs. When viewed without the benefit of hindsight, this trade posed little issue. In contrast, the second transaction presents significant complications. Firstly, Michael Finley was a rookie player. Since the NBA instituted the rookie scale contract system in 1995, the drafting team's investment in a rookie has become more secure. Thus, upon Finley's contract expiration, the Dallas Mavericks could choose to renew or trade him before the contract ended. Secondly, unlike the Lakers, the Mavericks had not secured a new star-caliber guard or forward. The loss of Finley left them with scant options at the small forward position. Thirdly, fans perceived that this year's rookie class lacked any particularly noteworthy players to select. Hence, this trade is perplexing to many. Even the operational staff of various teams expressed shock and confusion regarding the Mavericks' decision. Prior to the trade, the Mavericks and the Vancouver Grizzlies had maintained a commendable level of secrecy, leaving no one privy to the details. Mainly, no one anticipated such a transaction. Even if rumors had circulated, they would likely have been met with skepticism, thus garnering little attention. Rick Pitino of the Boston Celtics was once again taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief about Michael Finley. "When the Mavericks approached me to trade the third overall pick, why did I refuse so emphatically?" he lamented, tugging at his hair in frustration. When the Dallas Mavericks initially called, expressing interest in trading for the Celtics' third pick, Pitino had no intention of parting with it. After some contemplation, he concluded that the Mavericks lacked sufficient assets to entice him and promptly declined their offer. He truly never anticipated that the Mavericks would be willing to part with Michael Finley. In his mind, Finley was undoubtedly an untouchable asset for the Mavericks. Had he known they were genuinely prepared to include Finley in the deal, he would have certainly acquiesced. Alas, it was too late for regrets, and the Memphis Grizzlies capitalized on the oversight. On the Celtics side, there was a sense of remorse for not securing Finley. Meanwhile, in the Raptors' war room, an unsettling silence enveloped the atmosphere as they sensed something amiss. Indeed, moments later, David Stern on stage continued to announce the Dallas Mavericks select, with the fourth overall pick in the first round, Yao Ming from Georgetown University. Upon hearing this selection, David Stern felt a surge of delight. The fourth overall pick was commendable, even surpassing his expectations for Yao's position. The Dallas Mavericks had made a splendid choice. He began to ponder whether he should consider offering some incentives to the Mavericks. This selection held significant potential for enhancing his future media presence and expanding the Chinese market, thus promising a profoundly positive impact. In the green room area, Xiang Yuan found himself somewhat bewildered. What was happening? Fourth overall pick? The Dallas Mavericks? He had never even tried out for the Mavericks. How could they have made such a bold choice? Initially, Xiang Yuan had prepared himself to join the Toronto Raptors. In fact, during his tryout, he had expended an A-level character card on the Raptors. However, his plans had now been completely upended. He instinctively glanced at Carter beside him. Carter was exuberantly celebrating, thrilled for Xiang Yuan. Turning his gaze to his agent, he noticed a hint of astonishment on the agent's face. As if he too had not anticipated this outcome. His eyes shifted to his parents, who appeared to have slightly reddened eyes. Then, he looked at Tang Jixuan, who was equally overwhelmed with excitement, her face flushed. Turning back, he faced David Stern on stage, who regarded him with the gaze of one admiring gold, a gentle smile adorning his face. As scenes flashed before him, Xiang Yuan's emotions gradually settled. Since fate had brought him here, he would embrace it. Uncertain of the reasons behind the Mavericks' interest in him, he could do nothing but extend his congratulations to them. After sharing embraces with his parents and Carter, he accepted the Dallas Mavericks cap that someone had handed him and placed it upon his head. With his head held high, he strode toward the stage. Fourth overall pick in the first round. NBA, here I come. Chapter 79. The conclusion of the draft within the war room of the Dallas Mavericks. An air of peculiarity enveloped the atmosphere. Despite the trading process and the draft proceeding smoothly, there lingered an unsettling uncertainty regarding the ultimate outcomes of these transactions. In essence, this endeavor resembled a stark gamble, one of considerable magnitude and wild audacity. The architect of this gamble was none other than Don Nelson, the Mavericks general manager. Often referred to as the mad scientist. Renowned for his exceptional tactical prowess and innovative spirit, Don Nelson joined the Mavericks in the latter half of the previous year. Prior to his tenure in Dallas, he held the position of head coach for the New York Knicks, where he had contemplated trading the team's star center, Patrick Ewing, for the then-nascent Shaquille O'Neal, a decision deemed utterly reckless by the New Yorkers. Consequently, he departed from the Knicks. Before his coaching role with the Knicks, he had served in various high-level management and coaching capacities with the Warriors and the Bucks. Nelson was known for his inventive tactical approaches, steadfastly adhering to a fast-paced style of play. In a previous incarnation, his hack-a-Shaq strategy gained notoriety throughout the league. During his coaching tenure with the Warriors, he advocated for a fluid positional philosophy, aiming to enable Chris Webber to play multiple roles. However, Webber's reluctance ultimately compelled the Warriors to trade him to Washington. While Nelson faced dismissal due to the team's dismal record of 14 wins against 31 losses, upon joining the Mavericks, he found himself dissatisfied with the roster and was persistently exploring avenues for trading players, as the current structural composition of the team was incompatible with his visionary ideals, despite no longer being in a coaching role. During his university years, a serendipitous opportunity arose when Don Nelson attended an NCAA game. In that match, Xiang Yuan, playing as a center, delivered an impressive performance, scoring 26 points, along with 7 assists and 8 rebounds. Most notably, Don Nelson witnessed Xiang Yuan's versatile skills, a type of player he greatly admired. It was as if he had glimpsed a second Chris Webber. Consequently, he began to monitor Xiang Yuan discreetly, and with each subsequent performance, Xiang Yuan continued to astonish him. His solid interior techniques, consistent shooting, high three-point accuracy, robust defense, keen court vision, commendable passing awareness, ample physical talent, and adaptability to various positions all made Don Nelson feel as if he had discovered a raw gem. After Xiang Yuan delivered a game-winning shot against the University of Kentucky in an NCAA game and announced his intention to enter the NBA draft, Don Nelson began to devise a strategy to secure him for the Mavericks. By not inviting Xiang Yuan for a workout, he intended to cultivate a low-profile approach, allowing everyone to believe that the Mavericks held no interest in him. Despite the absence of a formal workout, Don found ways to obtain all of Xiang Yuan's workout footage. Even the Raptors, who regarded their evaluations as confidential and took measures to prevent leaks, were unaware that Don had managed to acquire information about Xiang Yuan's performance during their workouts. Unbeknownst to the Raptors, a mole existed within their ranks. They believed their insights on Xiang Yuan's workout were exclusive to them, convinced they could select him at the 6th pick, only to be outmaneuvered by the Mavericks. The draft continues, with the subsequent picks unfolding. The Denver Nuggets selected their long-coveted Tony Batty at the 5th position, following the Dallas Mavericks trade to the 4th pick, where they chose Xiang Yuan. The Nuggets management was nearly euphoric. Initially, they had feared that the Mavericks intended to seize Tony Batty. The Nuggets regarded Batty as the most promising rookie after Tim Duncan in this draft class. To their surprise, the Mavericks selected Xiang Yuan instead, leaving the Nuggets relieved from their momentary panic. At the 6th pick, the Toronto Raptors, whose aspirations had been dashed, deliberated extensively between Tim Thomas, Ron Mercer, and Tracy McGrady before ultimately opting for McGrady. After all, McGrady was among the players they had originally favored, while the other two had not participated in the Raptors' tryouts, making them hesitant to take a risk. Had they not traded, they could have secured McGrady with their 9th pick. However, due to Xiang Yuan's influence, history took a different turn. Next, the Sacramento Kings selected Tim Thomas at the 7th pick. The Kings' trading ambitions also fell flat. Yet their disappointment was not as profound as that of the Raptors. They had learned that the Raptors intended to choose Xiang Yuan, meaning even without the Mavericks' intervention, they would have had no chance to select him. Thus, they found solace in the fact that they need not lament over something unattainable. Moreover, Tim Thomas was an excellent choice, making the Kings' situation not too detrimental in comparison to a trade. At the 8th pick, the Golden State Warriors chose Ron Mercer, a player the Celtics had initially intended to select at the 6th position. Rick Pitino slammed the table in frustration, feeling that he should not have accepted the Celtics' invitation this year. It had been a year of misfortune. The 1st and 2nd picks were gone, and the potential trade for Michael Finley was missed due to carelessness. He had hoped to find consolation by selecting his protege with the 9th pick in the exchange, only to be thwarted by the Warriors. It was a classic case of a futile endeavor. At the 9th pick, he could only grimace as he chose Adonal Foyle. The Milwaukee Bucks selected Danny Fortson at the 10th position, followed by the New Jersey Nets, choosing Tariq Abdul-Wahad at the 11th. The subsequent selections mirrored Xiang Yuan's past circumstances entirely. Soon, the first round concluded with the Chicago Bulls selecting Keith Booth at the 20th pick. The second round offered little of note, save for the Phoenix Suns choosing Steven Jackson at the 43rd pick, with the Chicago Bulls once again concluding proceedings by selecting Roberto Cuevas at the 58th pick. The 1997 draft came to a close. Xiang Yuan, accompanied by his parents, Carter and Tang Zhishuan, returned to Washington. The group indulged in a sumptuous feast to commemorate the occasion, with Xiang Yuan graciously footing the bill. Following the celebration, he escorted Carter and Tang Zhishuan back to their respective school dormitories. Subsequently, he sought refuge in a CAF, intending to engage in conversation with his parents. After being selected by the NBA, the heavy burden that had long weighed on Xiang Yuan's heart was finally lifted. His agent informed him that the salary for the fourth pick in the first round would exceed $2 million annually, not to mention the endorsement contracts currently under negotiation. The scale of his parents' business was approximately several tens of millions. In his previous life, after his parents' bankruptcy, the outstanding debts amounted to around $20 million. In 1997, the exchange rate between the dollar and the yuan was 1.828. There was truly no need for panic. Chapter 80, A Bounty of Rewards. Xiang Yuan engaged in an extensive conversation with his parents. Prior to his selection, his parents' business had already faced a conspicuous crisis. Nevertheless, they were still eager to salvage their efforts. After their discussion with Xiang Yuan, his parents resolved to heed his counsel and promptly seek ways to extricate themselves from their current industry, redirecting their focus towards the realm of basketball. Xiang Yuan's words have gained significant weight in the eyes of his parents. Over the past few years, they have observed his remarkable growth. While other children remain immature and capricious, Xiang Yuan has matured considerably. Consequently, after being selected by the NBA, his parents are finally willing to listen to his opinions with earnestness. Moreover, Xiang Yuan's analysis of the current economic landscape is both insightful and prescient. In truth, his parents are not oblivious to the fact that maintaining their business has become increasingly challenging. However, extricating themselves from it is not a simple task. Withdrawing now would likely lead to financial ruin and potential debts, possibly robbing them of any chance for a future resurgence. Yet, the circumstances have changed. Xiang Yuan has unequivocally stated that his salary, coupled with the earnings from his sneaker endorsement contract, suffices to settle his bankruptcy debts and bank loans. The basketball industry, currently flourishing, presents a promising avenue for investment. Consequently, Xiang Yuan's parents have finally resolved to take decisive action. Upon their return from the United States, they will conclude all business affairs and pivot towards the basketball sector. Thus, the concerns that have long plagued Xiang Yuan seem to be steering towards a favorable trajectory. Furthermore, his journey in the NBA also appears to be on an auspicious path. After bidding farewell to his parents at the airport, Xiang Yuan finally found a moment to relish solitude. He returned to his hotel, reclined on the bed, and reflections of his past life before and after his rebirth flooded his mind. In his previous existence, he was a wealthy heir, devoid of life as pressures and lacking motivation, following his parents' plans to inherit the family business. However, this led to bankruptcy, debt, the loss of his parents, and ultimately everything else, resulting in a haze of despair, drowning his sorrows in alcohol and contemplating self-destruction. In contrast, reborn into a similarly precarious situation, he has embraced resilience, his character fortified, and has been bestowed with a system that has set him on the path of basketball, joining his high school team, advancing to college, clinching a championship, and breaking into the NBA. This world indeed brims with miracles at every turn. Presently, there are no significant worries. A splendid future beckons him. Given the system's arrival in his life, how could he possibly fail to carve out a name for himself in the NBA? Honoring the system and the second chance bestowed upon him by fate, contemplating these thoughts, Xiang Yuan felt an exhilarating surge of emotions, which lingered long into the night until he finally succumbed to sleep in the early hours of the morning, overwhelmed by fatigue. Xiang Yuan awoke to find it was already noon on the following day. He drew back the curtains, and the brilliant sunlight cascaded upon his face, filling him with a profound sense of vitality. Xiang Yuan ventured outside in search of sustenance. He even indulged in a modest glass of cola to celebrate. His cravings were genuine, yet he dared to indulge in only this small exception. It was disheartening, but he had no choice. He must maintain a healthy physique and an optimal body fat ratio. Recently, he sensed that he had grown a tad taller. he discovered a place capable of measuring height. And upon testing, it indeed confirmed his suspicion. His stature had increased slightly, inching towards 2.05 meters. This news filled Xiang Yuan with immense joy, yet simultaneously, he felt a heavy guilt regarding the small glass of cola he had consumed. After finishing his meal, Xiang Yuan returned to the hotel. He was about to engage in an exceedingly significant task. He opened the system interface. How could the system fail to issue tasks for such a crucial event as the NBA draft? The system had released numerous tasks once the joint trials commenced. At that time, many tasks related to the draft were announced, and they had already been settled following the conclusion of Xiang Yuan's draft. However, he had neglected to check the system interface until now. It was time for him to relish in his rewards. Like a miser aware of the gold hidden in his vault yet reluctant to unveil it, he was now ready to examine and appreciate his treasures. The anticipation was exhilarating. Xiang Yuan rubbed his hands together and licked his lips, suppressing the surge of excitement within him. In his mind, he summoned the system interface. The taskbar displayed the main quest, to be selected in the first round of the NBA draft by a team during the 1997 draft. The reward for this task was 2,000 points. This task had been accomplished the moment Xiang Yuan was chosen. The 2,000 points were a decent sum, though he felt they were somewhat trivial. He reflected that, at this stage, he had grown somewhat dismissive of such rewards, having developed a sense of superiority. His current favorite reward was the opportunity for a special draw. However, Xiang Yuan had already discerned that the main quests within the system were not particularly challenging. Hence the meager rewards. The true excitement lay within the side quests. Xiang Yuan has embarked on a side quest. The objective of this quest is to be selected within the top 20 picks of the first round by an NBA team during the 1997 draft. The reward for this task is 1,000 points. Naturally, he accomplished this task, thus earning another 1,000 points. Following this, there are additional quests. One requires being selected within the top 10 picks of the first round, offering a special reward draw opportunity, while another stipulates selection within the top 5 picks, granting 2 special reward draw opportunities. These 2 tasks are among those that Xiang Yuan values most, aside from the main quest. Why did he expend an A-grade card during his tryout with the Toronto Raptors? Beyond his desire to join the Raptors and the potential chance to play alongside Vince Carter, the paramount reason was his intention to ensure he completed the first side quest. At that time, although his projected draft position had risen to 6, he honestly did not believe he would be securely picked within the top 10. Thus, he added a precautionary measure for himself. In retrospect, this measure proved to be invaluable. Not only was he selected within the top 10, successfully completing the first side quest, but he also exceeded expectations by fulfilling the second task as well. This resulted in 3 special reward draw opportunities, translating to a remarkable 15,000 points, an extraordinary gain. Unfortunately, there remains one side quest that Xiang Yuan is unable to complete, being selected within the top 3 picks of the first round, which offers 5 special reward draw opportunities. He had long recognized the impracticality of this task, and thus did not concern himself with it. In total, throughout the draft, Xiang Yuan amassed 3,000 points and 3 special reward draw opportunities. The feeling of success is utterly delightful. He decided to draw a character card for enjoyment. This insatiable desire to consume has become uncontrollable for him. Presently, he finds himself devoid of character cards. Seizing the moment of good spirits, Xiang Yuan opened the diamond card pool, still possessing 1 free draw opportunity. He first perused the system introduction for the diamond card pool. Diamond card pool, character level and probability introduction A-grade character, probability 32. 47 S-grade character, probability 36. 79 SS grade character, probability 20 SSS grade character, probability 10. 74 draw opportunity, 1 truly. It is the diamond card pool, ensuring at least an A-grade character. Xiang Yuan opted for the extraction without hesitation. A dazzling light, seemingly emblematic of eternal brilliance, flashed before him. A resplendent character card materialized before Xiang Yuan's eyes. An S-rank. Quite impressive. Xiang Yuan was filled with excitement. However, as he gazed intently, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. Why is it a woman? S-class character card, Kendall Jenner. Character synopsis. A member of the Kardashian family and one of the NBA's premier defensive players, capable of significantly enhancing defensive prowess. Special skill, Kardashian charm. Xiang Yuan, what a chaotic mess. Chapter 81, The Kardashian Curse. Xiang Yuan was well aware of the Kardashian family. Although none of the sisters excelled in basketball, They astonishingly garnered significant fame within the basketball community. This was largely due to their affinity for the sport and their penchant for engaging with basketball stars. Utilizing adept defensive techniques, they managed to render the stars' ball handling breakthroughs exceedingly challenging, thereby drastically exhausting their stamina during matches, ultimately leading to their downfall. Many basketball luminaries witnessed a marked decline in their performance while contending against the formidable defense of the Kardashian sisters. In a previous life, Xiang Yuan found himself amidst the Kardashian sisters, who have captivated numerous basketball stars, including Lamar Odom, James Harden, Tristan Thompson, Blake Griffin, Ben Simmons, and Devin Booker. The Kardashian curse encompasses two facets, one positive and one negative. The positive aspect suggests that teams associated with the Kardashian family have a remarkable propensity to secure championship titles. Conversely, the negative aspect indicates that men linked to the Kardashian family are often destined for unfortunate fates. Xiang Yuan was uncertain whether the special skill of this character card was beneficial or detrimental. However, he was reluctant to activate this skill and equally disinclined to retain the character card. Though it could enhance his defenses, he felt it was unnecessary. This instance felt akin to squandering an opportunity to draw a diamond card, leaving him somewhat discontented. Nevertheless, it was complimentary, so he didn't feel overly regretful. Today, he had no intention of venturing outside. To avoid occupying valuable storage space for character cards, he decided to utilize this card directly. Upon doing so, Xiang Yuan sensed a wave of weakness enveloping his body. When he checked the system interface, he was dismayed to see his overall rating plummet by 30 points. Now standing at 43. Ding. The host has triggered the special skill Kardashian curse of the character card. Skill duration, 8 hours. Skill cooldown, 16 hours. What? It triggered just like that? I haven't even done anything. Xiang Yuan nestled in the warmth of the hotel bed, trembling with apprehension. After a restless 4 hours, nothing had transpired. Xiang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He was eager for the dawn to arrive, so he could present this peculiar character card. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, he was greeted by the exuberant voice of Carter. Xiang Yuan, I've won the championship. Haha. Xiang Yuan? You have claimed the championship. What title have you secured? Xiang Yuan calculated that the NCAA season has yet to commence, and the McDonald's All-American game has not been held. How could Carter possibly claim any titles? Haha. Our school is hosting its own sports meet. I have secured several championships. Today, I feel particularly splendid. Allow me to share. I triumphed in the 50-meter dash, the 100-meter sprint, the 1,000-meter race, high jump, shot put, and long jump. Moreover, I led our freshman baseball team to victory. Isn't that impressive? With so many accolades, Carter's joy seems to be soaring from the other end of the line. The astonishment on Xiang Yuan's face was unmistakable. It was utterly absurd. Had he known the results would be so remarkable, he would have saved it for the NBA Finals. Of course, it was merely a fleeting thought. He had only just entered the NBA and was still far from the finals. Unaware of the many years it would take to reach that floor, he could not afford to keep such a pivotal card in his deck, occupying a precious spot. Xiang Yuan? Xiang Yuan? Carter's voice on the other end of the line interrupted his reverie. Oh, congratulations. Be sure to treat me to a hamburger then, Xiang Yuan replied, regaining his composure. By the way, a sudden realization struck Xiang Yuan. He cautioned Carter, be careful today, stay indoors as much as possible. Xiang Yuan harbored concerns that the Kardashian curse might possess effects beyond mere superstition. How could that be? I still intend to celebrate with my classmates. You must be envious of the numerous championships I have secured, and thus seek to diminish my joy, you malicious fellow. Ha ha. Suddenly, amidst the laughter, Carter fell silent with a startled exclamation. Xiang Yuan felt a sudden jolt of concern. Just as he feared, something had indeed gone awry. Carter, what has happened? He inquired anxiously over the phone. Damn it, I twisted my ankle. After a moment, Carter's voice returned. Is it serious? Fortunately, it's not a fracture. But my ankle is swollen, and it seems I will need at least a month of rest, Carter replied, his tone now lacking the earlier exuberance. Who carelessly threw that tennis racket? Are they blind? Carter's voice erupted again through the line. Goodness, how could such nonsense exist in this school? Carter's tone was nearing desperation. Xiang Yuan silently ended the call. He gazed at the remaining 3 hours of skill duration, softly mourning for Carter in his heart. This character card is simply one word: powerful. He hopes that Carter can endure this wave. After drawing this card, Xiang Yuan had no intention of drawing any more cards today. Instead, He focused on the 3 opportunities for special reward draws. Previously, he had drawn a skill duplication card and a basic stamina recovery card. He had not utilized the stamina recovery card basic. The skill duplication card had bestowed upon him a formidable ability. What splendid treasures could he draw this time? With a thought, the special reward wheel materialized before him. Each time he engaged with this wheel, Xiang Yuan experienced a vivid sensation akin to leaving a supermarket after shopping, only to draw prizes such as laundry detergent and eggs from his receipt. Indeed, it was quite delightful. With practiced ease, Xiang Yuan mentally pressed the activation button. The wheel in the void began to spin. Xiang Yuan called out, and the roulette came to a halt. A design materialized before his eyes. It was the silhouette of a 3-point shot. Special reward item, 3-point surefire card 66. Effect, upon utilizing this card, the host will successfully make 6 3-point shots over the next 30 minutes. Quite commendable. This reward is particularly advantageous for use in crucial matches when trailing behind. A promising start indeed. Xiang Yuan persevered and commenced the second round of special reward draws. Soon, the second reward materialized before him. The special reward item, player lock card. Effect, upon utilizing this card, the host can shield other character types during the next card pool draw, guaranteeing a 100% acquisition of a player character. This reward is somewhat mediocre. However, if employed during the draws for Master or Supreme card pools, it ensures that an S-grade or higher character will not go to waste. Only one opportunity remains. Xiang Yuan rose to his feet, stretching as he paced a few circles within the room. He then composed himself, adopting a posture of solemnity, as he sought to attune himself to an ethereal sensation. Subsequently, he commenced the final extraction. Special reward item, passing skill pack. Effect. This pack contains the passing abilities of legendary NBA point guards. Upon usage, the host will randomly acquire the passing skills and unique abilities of a renowned ball handler. Xiang Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. This reward was precisely what he needed. Chapter 82. Signing the contract. Xiang Yuan's passing ability has always been rather unremarkable. During his high school and college years, he was able to compensate for this shortcoming with other skills. However, upon entering the NBA, an individual's deficiencies are magnified significantly. The astute coaches within the league devise strategies tailored to exploit a player's weaknesses. Consequently, those players with pronounced flaws are unlikely to evolve into superstars. Xiang Yuan had previously harbored concerns regarding this matter. The art of passing is not merely a skill that can be honed through practice. It necessitates an innate talent. One must possess a sufficiently expansive field of vision, exquisite technique, ample imagination, exceptional sense of rhythm, a keen ability to seize opportunities, and swift reflexes. Now, however, clarity has emerged from the shadows. Xiang Yuan eagerly opted to utilize the skill package. Ding. The host has activated the passing skill package and is in the process of randomly selecting a point guard template. Ding. The random selection is complete. And the host has acquired the passing template of Jason Williams. Template matching in progress. Matching complete. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Jason Williams' passing ability. With an enhancement of 8 in organization attributes, 5 in basketball IQ, 5 in flair, and 6 in leadership. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the special skill, fancy passing. Skill description. Inspired by the imaginative and unexpected passing techniques of white chocolate Jason Williams. This skill significantly elevates the host's passing capabilities. To my astonishment, I have received such an abundance of attributes from this skill draw. Xiang Yuan eagerly opened the attributes interface. Host, Xiang Yuan physical stats. Height, 205 centimeters, weight, 98 kilograms points, 7,600 badges. Rapid bounce, bronze. Space envoy, silver. Come here, silver. Backcourt punisher, bronze. Brawling maniac, bronze. Catch and shoot, silver. Dreamlike footwork, gold. Powerful finisher, gold. Positioning master, silver. First pass master, bronze. Special skills, 45 bank shot. Fancy passing character card, 0-2 ability ratings. Offense 78, defense 77, organization 82, athleticism 80, finishing 78, basketball IQ 77, aesthetic appeal 68. Leadership 68, attributes abridged, overall evaluation, 76, a score of 76. This already qualifies him as a competent starting player. However, for Xiang Yuan, this is merely the beginning. With the support of the system, his future will undoubtedly ascend to the realm of superstars. He closed the system interface. Xiang Yuan exhaled deeply before throwing himself heavily onto the bed. What a relief. After a brief period of exhilaration, the exhausting events took their toll, and he soon fell into a deep slumber once more. Time flew by, and before he knew it, July had arrived. Numerous events transpired during this interval. Setting aside matters concerning the league, there was much to discuss solely regarding Xiang Yuan. On July 5th, Xiang Yuan officially signed with the Dallas Mavericks. The agreement was a 3-year rookie contract valued at a total of $7.4 million. Do not inquire about the reason for such a lofty sum. It is merely due to Xiang Yuan being the 4th overall pick in the first round. The higher the draft position, the greater the financial worth of the rookie contract. For instance, Tim Duncan, as the 1st overall pick, secured a staggering $10.24 million over 3 years. Van Horn's contract was worth $9.16 million over 3 years, while Billups garnered $8.22 million. On the day of signing, Xiang Yuan met Don Nelson, who greeted him with remarkable enthusiasm, leaving Xiang Yuan quite astonished. After the signing, the elder Nelson kept Xiang Yuan back for a private conversation. "Xiang, do you know why I've taken such a bold step to bring you to Dallas?" Don Nelson stated directly. Xiang Yuan shook his head and replied, "I do not know." Old Nelson inquired, "What do you believe your draft position will be?" Xiang Yuan candidly remarked, "9th overall. I had always believed I would be heading to Toronto. However, they have traded for the 6th pick, and I am uncertain of their choice." Old Nelson chuckled, "I have heard the news that Toronto acquired the 6th pick specifically to select you. Furthermore, the Kings have also secured the 7th pick for the same purpose." What? Xiang Yuan was taken aback by the revelations surrounding the draft. "There is no need for doubt. You now comprehend your worth," Old Nelson stated. Xiang Yuan nodded thoughtfully. He did not doubt his own worth. Rather, he was acutely aware that the NBA had little precedent for successfully integrating Chinese players. Moreover, there had always been skepticism and discrimination regarding the athletic capabilities of individuals of Asian descent. Thus, while he considered himself to be a player worthy of being selected in the early lottery picks, he was not so arrogant as to believe he would be chosen 4th overall. To his surprise, however, the Dallas Mavericks, under the guidance of Don Nelson, bestowed upon him this unexpected opportunity. In his heart, he felt immense gratitude towards the venerable Nelson. Upon seeing Xiang Yuan nod, Nelson expressed his satisfaction, remarking, "Indeed, I recognize your strength, potential, and talent. More importantly, I am drawn to your unorthodox playing style. Hence, I have taken on considerable pressure to acquire you, using valuable assets to bring you to Dallas." Suddenly, Nelson's tone shifted. "However, potential and talent do not guarantee fulfillment. I hope you will exert every effort to ensure I do not lose face in front of others. Rest assured, choosing me will be one of the best decisions you make in your life." Xiang Yuan replied earnestly, his eyes radiating unwavering confidence. Observing this demeanor, Nelson nodded approvingly. At the very least, Xiang Yuan possessed a strong sense of self-assurance, an essential quality for becoming a cornerstone of the team. "I hope he does not disappoint me." Nelson silently mused after the signing ceremony, watching Xiang Yuan depart. This choice weighed heavily upon him, despite his position as the general manager with full authority over team operations. The crux of the matter was that he had traded Michael Finley to bring Xiang Yuan to Dallas. Aside from the team owner, scarcely anyone supported this decision. The owner, too, had chosen to refrain from intervening, placing complete trust in him. Meanwhile, local fans in Dallas were seething with rage. They even initiated a petition to oust him from the general manager position. Although this plan ultimately did not materialize, it vividly reflected the fans' disdain for this trade. On one side was a young, promising future all-star player averaging 16.0 points, 2.8 assists, and 4.5 rebounds per game. On the other was a little-known rookie, fresh from his freshman season, with an uncertain development trajectory, especially given that this rookie hailed from the East. To the fans, this trade was nothing short of a farce, a foolish act destined for the annals of infamy. The local media relentlessly criticized Nelson, denouncing his autocratic decisions and mocking his apparent lack of vision. Whether through newspapers, magazines, television, radio, or even the burgeoning internet, the chorus of skepticism surrounding this decision was inescapable. ESPN, CBS Sports, and other major media outlets have conducted in-depth reports on this matter, expressing a degree of skepticism in their discourse. Notably, the latest issue of Sports Illustrated features a dedicated interview on this topic. The guest of this interview is Michael Finley, another key figure in the event. Chapter 83. The interview with Sports Illustrated host. "Hello, Michael, it is a pleasure to meet you. Welcome to Sports Illustrated for this special interview." Michael Finley, Thank you, host. Host, let's begin by discussing matters beyond the basketball court. During your time at the University of Wisconsin, you majored in business. We noted that prior to your NBA career, you worked for a period in the Chicago business district. Which do you prefer, the world of business or the game of basketball? Michael Finley, that is an intriguing question. I would say that before I was drafted into the NBA, business was my profession and basketball was my passion. However, after being selected by the NBA, basketball became my profession, while business turned into my passion. Clearly, I once enjoyed the world of business, but now I relish my career in basketball. Host, so, you began your journey in basketball through your passion, is that correct? Michael Finley, one could say that. Host, what is the most memorable aspect of basketball for you? Michael Finley, it would have to be my high school years when we won the state championship. Host, indeed. The moniker the Three Mighty Dragons still resonates at East Proviso High School. Would you like to take this opportunity to say something to your former teammates? Michael Finley, hello. Cheryl Ford and Donnie Boyce. I wish you both continued success in the NBA, and I hope we can reunite as teammates in the future. Host, it is said that you had the chance to compete against Michael Jordan and performed admirably. Is that true? Michael Finley, well, we played a game of horse, which is hardly noteworthy, and in one-on-one play, Michael didn't exert much effort and easily triumphed over me. Host, nevertheless, that is quite impressive, considering you were only 18 at the time. Michael Finley, thank you. Host, would you like to share your feelings about being named the National Player of the Year during your sophomore season? What was that experience like? Michael Finley, I was ecstatic and incredulous. Given the multitude of exceptional basketball players in the United States, it was an extraordinary honor for me. Yet I feel somewhat unworthy of it. Host, there is no need for modesty. Your performance certainly merits such recognition. And your scoring record throughout your college years is likely to remain unbroken for quite some time. Michael Finley, thank you, but I hope this record is soon surpassed, as it would demonstrate the advancement of our basketball prowess. Host, you truly are a humble and gracious gentleman. Michael Finley, thank you, host. Host, we have observed that since entering the NBA, your performance has been commendable. Last season, you averaged 16 points per game, and this is merely your second season in the league. What reflections do you have on such an achievement? Michael Finley, I still need to strive for self-improvement and aim for even greater performances. Host, do you have any aspirations for the future? Michael Finley, my foremost goal is undoubtedly to be selected for the All-Star game. Host, I believe that goal will soon be within your reach. Michael Finley, thank you. Host, at the beginning of our conversation, you mentioned your interest in business. In fact, the NBA is fundamentally a commercial league, and playing in it can be considered a form of business. Do you concur with this perspective? Michael Finley, yes, I wholeheartedly agree with that viewpoint. Host, we would like to inquire about your experience of being traded twice in just 2 seasons in the NBA. Do you have any insights you wish to share with us? Michael Finley, first and foremost, I am immensely grateful to the Phoenix Suns for selecting me as the 21st pick in the first round and providing me with the opportunity to start. They introduced me to the NBA and equipped me with everything I needed for my growth. I hold nothing but gratitude towards them. The NBA is a business, and they traded me due to team rebuilding, which was a decision aligned with commercial principles. I harbor no resentment about this. Host, and what about the Dallas Mavericks? Michael Finley, the Dallas Mavericks? Well, I can only say that I adore the fans there. Host, oh, aside from the fans? Michael Finley, aside from the fans, I am not fond of anything else there. Initially, I held great respect for Don Nelson. I believed that under his guidance, the Mavericks would soon ascend to the ranks of strong teams and potentially contend for the championship. However, I did not anticipate such a foolish trade. This transaction is not in line with commercial principles. Hosto, how do you perceive this trade? Michael Finley, to borrow the words of the fans, this will be regarded as the most foolish trade in history, quite preposterous. Of course, this is from the perspective of the Mavericks. If viewed from the standpoint of the Vancouver Grizzlies, I believe this trade is one of the most successful in history. Host, do you have any words for the fans of the Vancouver Grizzlies? Michael Finley, thank you for the trust, Vancouver. In the upcoming season, I shall lead the Grizzlies on the path to resurgence. Host, do you have any final words for the Mavericks? Michael Finley, first and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude to the fans for their unwavering support throughout the season. My affection for you remains steadfast. Secondly, to the Mavericks management, casting me aside, watch closely, for I shall instigate boundless regret. Host, it appears you harbor quite a grievance against the Mavericks management. Michael Finley, Indeed, my sentiments are directed solely at the management. Host. Lastly, what is your appraisal of the 4th overall pick, Xiang Yuan, acquired in exchange for you? Michael Finley. I am not particularly familiar with him. I hear he has played for only 2 years? Host. Approximately, just a little over 2 years. Michael Finley, to be selected 4th overall suggests he possesses considerable talent. However, each year, numerous players exhibit promising abilities yet ultimately fail to carve a niche in the NBA. Host. Are you implying that Xiang Yuan may be one of those players? Michael Finley. I have not stated such, but a player from China? I hope his frail physique can withstand the onslaught of the league's giants. Host. What do you believe his potential height is? Michael Finley. Height? No, he should focus on whether he can survive within the NBA. Host. Thank you very much for participating in this interview. It has been a delightful conversation. I wish you all the best in your new team. Michael Finley. Thank you sincerely. Sports Illustrated featured this interview as a cover story in their latest issue, which held significant influence at the time. Upon the magazine's release, discussions surrounding the interview quickly escalated, creating quite a stir. Chapter 84. The emotionally intelligent Xiang Yuan. The day after the magazine was published, numerous reporters from various newspapers and magazines were drawn to this topic. It was the off-season, devoid of major news, and the journalists were eager for stories. Suddenly, this topic emerged, and the reporters could not let it slip away. News from major media outlets rapidly made headlines. Michael Finley in the Mavericks' complex relationship. Michael Finley, weak Chinese player. Renowned journalist, Michael Finley claims Xiang Yuan has no future in the NBA. Vancouver reporter, we had no intention of selecting Xiang Yuan, but we just made one of the most lucrative trades in history. Michael Finley, Xiang Yuan will struggle to survive in the NBA. Shock. Is Michael Finley a racist? Soon, Xiang Yuan found himself unexpectedly engulfed in a sea of distress. Each day, wherever he ventured, throngs of reporters lay in wait. The moment he appeared, they descended upon him like famished wolves spotting a hapless hare, eager to thrust their microphones into his mouth. The questions posed by the journalists were few, ultimately boiling down to inquiries regarding Xiang Yuan's perspective on Michael Finley's remarks. How to respond? I can observe while standing, sitting, or reclining. Xiang Yuan silently scoffed at the thought, yet he knew such sentiments could not be voiced. To do so would thrust him into the limelight, a scenario detrimental to his future endeavors. The reporters had already begun to excessively interpret Finley's statements. Alas, it was their vocation to fabricate news and ignite discussions, to capture the public's attention. One must admit, Finley was indeed rather idle. At this juncture, attending such an interview seemed rather ill-timed. Clearly, he had become a pawn for Sports Illustrated. It was likely that this transaction had truly vexed him. Typically, Michael Finley possessed a temperament of remarkable gentleness, rarely embroiled in controversies both on and off the court. He was the type of player that coaches trusted implicitly. Yet, on this occasion, he found himself at the eye of the storm, instigating a contentious debate. Perhaps his intentions were not to incite discord, but once words are spoken, one must bear the consequences. In truth, Xiang Yuan empathized with Finley's profound grievances. However, the fallout had unfortunately ensnared him, much to his chagrin. Initially, Xiang Yuan intended to sidestep the issue entirely. Alas, the reporters relentlessly pursued him, clinging tenaciously to their inquiries. He was compelled to respond. Should he remain silent? The media would readily brand him as arrogant and conceited. Such a label was not the outcome he desired. The Dallas fans had already harbored considerable animosity towards him. Should he cultivate a negative persona, his prospects in Dallas would be severely hampered. For instance, Nike and Adidas had both been negotiating endorsement contracts with his agent. However, both companies had now paused their discussions. It was evident they were awaiting the results of this debacle, gauging the eventual fallout. Should the outcome prove unfavorable, the negotiations could be abruptly terminated at any moment. As the proverbial duck slipped from his grasp, Xiang Yuan pondered deeply before ultimately accepting the invitation from ESPN for a straightforward interview. Reporter, Xiang Yuan, thank you for graciously agreeing to this interview with ESPN. Xiang Yuan, thank you for your attention. Reporter, you're welcome. Let us dive straight into the topic. What are your thoughts on Michael Finley's comments in Sports Illustrated? Xiang Yuan expressed profound respect for Michael Finley, admiring his playing style, defensive tenacity, rigorous training regimen, and competitive spirit. These qualities serve as a paragon for young athletes like himself who have recently entered the league. He firmly believes that Finley is destined to become a future all-star. At the outset, Xiang Yuan deftly employed a strategy akin to a towering block, skillfully keeping the dispute within manageable bounds. A glint of curiosity flickered in the reporter's eyes as he inquired, "So, do you believe Michael Finley's statements are indeed correct?" The reporter's probing was meticulous, concealing a latent threat. Should Xiang Yuan concede, he would unwittingly construct an image of a weakling. Excessive humility verges on inferiority. Such a demeanor may find favor domestically, but it is ill-received among American players. The NBA is a ruthless arena, and an individual plagued by self-doubt cannot hope to thrive within its confines. Xiang Yuan keenly perceived this. Thus, he replied, "No, I merely respect him, but I do not believe his statements are entirely accurate." Xiang Yuan remained astute, incorporating the word completely into his statements. The journalist posed another trap. "So, which of his remarks do you believe to be erroneous?" "Firstly, I must assert that he made one statement that is undeniably accurate. He will indeed lead the Vancouver Grizzlies on a path to resurgence in the upcoming season." Xiang Yuan continued to embellish Finley's reputation, a sentiment that resonated pleasantly and posed little risk, for no one can definitively define what constitutes a path to resurgence. Even fiercely contending for the top draft pick can be seen as a form of resurgence. Secondly, I regard one of his assertions as biased. The transaction executed by the Mavericks is a mutually beneficial one, contrary to his claim of it being a foolish deal. Xiang Yuan elaborated further. The journalist inquired, "Oh, why is that?" Xiang Yuan: "Vancouver has acquired the star-level player they desired to serve as the cornerstone of their team, while the Mavericks have also secured a future star player as their foundational core. Is this not a mutually beneficial transaction?" Reporter: "It seems you are quite confident in your potential to evolve into an all-star caliber player in the future?" Xiang Yuan nodded and replied, "Without a doubt." The reporter continued, "However, Michael Finley believes that due to your Chinese nationality, it is utterly impossible for you to establish a foothold in the NBA. And even survival poses a significant challenge. Do you think Finley harbors a certain degree of prejudice regarding your nationality and ethnicity?" This question was deeply cutting. A poor response could provoke immense repercussions, potentially escalating to the level of international and interethnic tensions. Xiang Yuan did not respond immediately. "I am parched. May I have a sip of water?" he inquired. "Of course," came the reply. While taking a moment to hydrate, Xiang Yuan swiftly contemplated how to articulate his response. Once he had quenched his thirst, he began, "I believe that Michael Finley's remarks have been gravely misconstrued." The reporter, intrigued, asked, "Then, how do you interpret his statements?" Xiang Yuan inquired, "Is he merely a Chinese individual?" He indeed expressed it in such a manner. The journalist reflected upon the interview with Sports Illustrated, nodding in affirmation. "It follows that he must have temporarily overlooked my nationality, hence his momentary hesitation." His statement bears no logical connection to the subsequent remarks. In essence, his implication was that he questioned whether I could withstand the relentless onslaught of the formidable titans within the league. However, this concern is entirely unrelated to my nationality or ethnicity. Regardless of who it may be, such skepticism is likely directed towards any rookie newly entering the league. I recall that when Allen Iverson first joined the NBA, numerous voices were raised in doubt, asserting that he would struggle to find his footing amidst the towering giants of the league. And what came next? The journalist, undeterred, pressed further, stating that he believed you would be unable to survive in the NBA. Xiang Yuan smiled faintly and remarked, "That is merely the normal concern and care that a senior exhibits towards a newcomer in the league." The reporter, taken aback, gaped in astonishment. This Xiang Yuan truly possesses a high emotional intelligence. In Chapter 85, the Summer League has arrived. During the interview, Xiang Yuan's responses were impeccable, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Objectively speaking, while the ESPN reporters may have exuded a sense of cunning, they still adhered to a moral baseline. The content of the interview was published faithfully in the press release, without any unauthorized alterations. This integrity stands in stark contrast to many unscrupulous journalists who relish in taking quotes out of context, omitting crucial details, and leading the public to misconstrue the information. As a result, Xiang Yuan's handling of the situation garnered widespread satisfaction. Even Michael Finley, who initially harbored some resentment towards Xiang Yuan, began to feel a twinge of guilt. During the exclusive interview, despite his carefulness, having only been in the league for 2 years, he was still relatively inexperienced and allowed some words to slip out in anger. Regrettably, once spoken, those words could not be taken back, leading to a tumultuous public reaction. Fortunately, Xiang Yuan managed the situation adeptly, particularly with the flattering praises he bestowed upon Finley, which left him feeling quite pleased. This shift in perception towards Xiang Yuan was notable. Subsequently, some media outlets remained relentless in their pursuit of sensational stories. However, this time, Finley exhibited wisdom and restraint. Thus, the storm dissipated without further incident. Don Nelson expressed his satisfaction with Xiang Yuan's management of the situation, making a point to call and commend him. The Dallas media began to slightly alter their tone, and while fans did not immediately embrace Xiang Yuan, their hostility noticeably lessened. Following this incident, the NBA experienced a brief period of tranquility. Notably, during this time, Xiang Yuan's agent, Mark Bartelstein, successfully finalized his sneaker endorsement contract. Xiang Yuan has entered into a 2-year contract with Adidas worth $2 million. If converted to a 6-year term, the contract would amount to a mere $6 million, a stark contrast to the 6-year, $12 million advertising contract recently signed by McGrady. Logically, one would assume that Xiang Yuan, ranked 4th, would command a higher contract than McGrady, who was ranked 6th. Yet, the reality is that Adidas does not harbor high hopes for Xiang Yuan's future development. Furthermore, under Xiang Yuan's guidance, Mark Bartelstein insisted on not signing a long-term agreement, which significantly diminished Adidas's interest. Consequently, they were left with no choice but to settle for this short-term, low-paying contract. Xiang Yuan opted for a brief contract because he harbors confidence in his ability to swiftly establish a reputation within the NBA. He believes that when the time comes to sign advertising contracts, the monetary figures will be far more substantial, perhaps even securing a lifetime contract. Adidas is cognizant of this perspective, which is why the contract includes a clause stipulating that when Xiang Yuan negotiates future endorsements, he must prioritize Adidas at the same price point. This demonstrates the acumen of a long-standing sports giant. While they may not currently believe in Xiang Yuan, they are nonetheless ensuring their own safeguard. Should Xiang Yuan eventually emerge as a star player, they can still lure him back with a more lucrative contract, preventing other companies from seizing the opportunity. Of course, Xiang Yuan is not particularly concerned about this arrangement. Such scenarios are commonplace. Moreover, he is not especially fixated on whether he signs with Adidas, Nike, or any other major company. His primary focus is on profitability. Although there have been rumors in the past suggesting that stars under the Adidas banner face suppression from the NBA, Xiang Yuan has never subscribed to these notions. These tales are merely fabrications spun by less knowledgeable fans of the players. The league would have to be exceedingly foolish to choose one company over another, stifling competition. Allowing two major corporations to engage in healthy rivalry would benefit the league, rather than relinquishing its bargaining power to a singular entity. Such a foolish course of action is inconceivable for a well-established, internationally renowned commercial sports league. Time flies swiftly, and soon the Summer League will be upon us. Xiang Yuan is on the verge of embarking on his true journey into the NBA. The starting point of this odyssey is the Summer League, where he will set sail with the Dallas Mavericks. Although this journey may appear somewhat tattered, it signifies a new beginning. Following the trade of Michael Finley, the Mavericks have fully committed to a path of reconstruction. Regardless of the fan sentiments, all hopes now rest upon the shoulders of this year's 4th overall draft pick, Xiang Yuan. They have exhausted their resources, and the team is devoid of any viable talent. In a mid-season trade involving 9 players, Chris Gatling, who played 44 games averaging 19.1 points, has been traded to the New Jersey Nets. Jim Jackson, who appeared in 46 games with an average of 15.5 points, also moved to the Nets. George McLeod, with 41 games and an average of 13.7 points, has found his way to the Los Angeles Lakers. Sam Cassell, who played 16 games averaging 12.3 points, was likewise traded to the Nets. In February, the Mavericks engaged in a transaction with the Miami Heat, trading Jamal Mashburn, who averaged 10.6 points, for Kurt Thomas, Sasha Danilovic, and Martin Imrasep. Sasha Danilovic, who played 13 games with an average of 16.6 points, retired from the NBA after the season. The remaining 2 players are mere benchwarmers. Presently, the Mavericks roster lacks even a single player who averages double-digit points, underscoring their dire situation. However, this predicament may offer certain advantages for Xiang Yuan. In the upcoming season, he can play with complete freedom, as the ball will predominantly be in his hands, with no one to contest him. Prior to the season's commencement, under the guidance of the venerable coach Nelson, Xiang Yuan collaborated with the team's assistant coaches to analyze the roster for the Summer League. Typically, assistant coaches lead the Summer League teams, and players do not participate in roster decisions. Yet, Xiang Yuan is an exception, as he is the future cornerstone of the franchise, deserving of utmost development. Coach Nelson has always been a believer in trust. Having invested significantly in bringing Xiang Yuan to Dallas, he is committed to granting him the freedom to flourish. With the cultivation of Xiang Yuan being the paramount objective, the assistant was indifferent to this matter, for the Dallas Mavericks roster offered little of note. There were merely a handful of players, and a casual approach would suffice. Thus, after deliberation, the two ultimately finalized the roster for the Summer League. The 10-member list is as follows: Xiang Yuan, Dennis Scott, Sean Bradley, Hubert Davis, Robert Pack, Samaki Walker, Khalid Reeves, Courtney Thomas, A.C. Green, and Chris Anstey. On July 9, 1997, the NBA's Summer League commenced officially. Chapter 86, starting power forward on July 10th, the second day of the Summer League. The Dallas Mavericks were set to compete. Their opponents were the Phoenix Suns, with whom they maintained a cordial relationship. Last season, the two teams engaged in a trade, resulting in Jason Kidd joining the Suns from the Mavericks. However, Kidd would not be participating in the Summer League. During this period, NBA teams often experiment with different lineups, distinct from those used in the regular season. The roster for the Summer League typically comprises a substantial number of rookies and second-year players, along with unsigned free agents that the teams wish to evaluate. The Suns have designated Kidd as a core player for development. Last season, he averaged 9 assists per game. As an elite point guard, his expansive vision and exceptional court management render him the cerebral force upon which the Suns heavily rely. The team no longer requires evaluation in his case. Nonetheless, the Suns now have another point guard under scrutiny: Steve Nash. Xiang Yuan arrived at the venue of the Summer League and immediately spotted Nash across the court. At this moment, the future son of the wind did not yet possess his signature flowing locks. Instead, he sported a simple short haircut, his youthful visage reflecting unmistakable naivety. Moreover, he appeared remarkably inexperienced on the court. During the 1996 to 1997 season, Nash represented the Suns in 65 games, averaging a mere 3 points, 1 assists, and 0 rebounds. As a second-year player who garnered little attention, Nash sat quietly in the corner, attentively listening to the assistant coach's admonitions. Xiang Yuan was quite eager to establish rapport with Nash, who would likely become his future teammate in the forthcoming draft next year. If Xiang Yuan refrained from intervening and history remained unaltered, the Mavericks would acquire Nash from the Suns. However, upon observing Nash's amiable demeanor, Xiang Yuan reconsidered, realizing that there would be ample opportunities in the future. Soon, both teams announced their starting lineups. For the Mavericks, Xiang Yuan was designated as the starting power forward. This arrangement was not made by today's assistant coach, but was rather orchestrated by Don Nelson well before the commencement of the Summer League. Although Xiang Yuan predominantly played as a center during his collegiate years, he found that his height was no longer conducive to that position upon entering the NBA. Despite the fact that he was still growing, reflecting on the situation, he recognized that several prominent centers still dominated the league: Patrick Ewing at 2.13 meters, Hakeem Olajuwon at 2.13 meters, Shaquille O'Neal at 2.16 meters, and David Robinson at 2.16 meters. It must be acknowledged that while Michael Jordan reigned supreme during this era, towering centers remained emblematic figures of the time. At present, Xiang Yuan's height and slender physique leave much to be desired. Coach Nelson, with great effort, brought him to Dallas not with the intention of having him play as a center. During his tenure with the Golden State Warriors, Nelson had the opportunity to coach Chris Webber, a player who epitomized his coaching philosophy. Webber's skill set, speed, explosiveness, and court vision seamlessly intertwined, making him a quintessential representative of the new generation of versatile forwards. With remarkable shooting accuracy, exceptional athleticism, an expansive offensive range, formidable rebounding ability, and exceptional playmaking skills, he mastered nearly every offensive technique both inside and outside the paint. Nelson held a profound admiration for Webber, envisioning him as the cornerstone of a revolutionary approach that would create a tempest in the league. Alas, fate proved unkind. Webber harbored a strong aversion towards Nelson. As Webber primarily played the power forward position, he resented Nelson's insistence on a fluid positional approach that required him to adopt multiple roles. Consequently, their relationship deteriorated, leading Webber to demand a trade to Washington, while Nelson, beset by disappointing results, had no choice but to resign from his positions as head coach and vice president of the Warriors. Following Webber's departure, Nelson struggled to find another player who resonated with his ideals until this year. The emergence of Xiang Yuan has instilled a sense of hope within the seasoned Nelson. In Xiang Yuan, he perceives a tangible reflection of Chris Webber. Their heights are nearly identical, with Weber standing at 2.06 meters. Both possess exceptional physical attributes, precise shooting skills, an extensive array of offensive techniques, and versatile capabilities. Moreover, it appears that Xiang Yuan's proficiency in three-point shooting and footwork in the paint surpasses that of Chris Webber. The unstable state and unpredictable position of Xiang Yuan are perceived as significant flaws by others in the league. However, to the seasoned coach Nelson, these very traits are perfectly tailored for his tactical approach. What others disdain, he cherishes with great enthusiasm. Consequently, Xiang Yuan finds himself here today, poised to represent the Dallas Mavericks in this much-anticipated Summer League match. This game has garnered considerable attention, with numerous media outlets present, particularly several from his home country. The inaugural Summer League game of a Chinese player certainly warrants thorough coverage. Domestic media arrived with hope, while many foreign outlets approached with a mocking disposition. The overwhelming consensus among the media is that Xiang Yuan does not merit the fourth pick in the first round, deeming the Mavericks' decision a grave error. Indeed, many have predicted that Xiang Yuan might become the weakest fourth overall pick in NBA history. Although a single Summer League game holds little significance, a poor performance could expose him to relentless scrutiny, placing greater pressure on both the Mavericks and coach Don Nelson. Thus, while others may disregard the importance of this match, Xiang Yuan cannot afford to do so. Fortunately, he possesses confidence in his abilities, which are more than adequate to contend in this Summer League. For some players, participating in such a game for the first time, coupled with the accompanying pressures, can understandably lead to anxiety. When one becomes tense, their performance may falter, resulting in missed shots that would typically be easy. The worse one plays, the greater the desire to excel, which in turn breeds further tension, a vicious cycle. However, this is not the case for Xiang Yuan. As someone who has faced death, his psychological resilience is unparalleled. Anxiety is a sentiment that rarely surfaces within him. Furthermore, he has a safety net. Should he fail to deliver an impressive performance, he can always resort to his points, effectively becoming a joyful player willing to invest. Regardless, this Summer League serves as a significant step in shattering doubts and a small stride towards achieving greatness in the NBA. With the sound of the referee's whistle, this highly anticipated game officially commences. Chapter 87. 2 shots at the jump ball. Sean Bradley secured possession for the Mavericks, standing at 2.29 meters. Winning the tip-off was a mere formality for him. Once the Mavericks obtained the ball, they immediately passed it to Xiang Yuan. Although he is a rookie, and typically, newcomers face challenges and are often overlooked in favor of more seasoned players, Xiang Yuan is hardly an ordinary rookie. The coach has issued clear directives, positioning Xiang Yuan as the focal point of the team, with all other players fully committed to supporting him. This aligns with the intentions of General Manager Don Nelson. Who among the players would dare to offend either of these two figures? Consequently, they naturally comply with the orders. Furthermore, due to the scarcity of talent within the Mavericks, this Summer League features no notable rookie players aside from Xiang Yuan. The team members, having navigated the complexities of the league, are acutely aware of the necessity to endear themselves to the future cornerstone of the franchise, even if he is merely a novice entering the league. Thus, the ball was promptly placed in Xiang Yuan's hands from the onset. Xiang Yuan was unapologetically confident. He was no stranger to the core role. It was merely a familiar formula, a well-known flavor. As soon as he seized the ball, the Phoenix Suns power forward, Antonio McDyess, swiftly moved to defend against him. McDyess, the second overall pick in the 1995 draft, was only in his third season. Just this January, he had been traded to the Suns, having previously averaged 18.3 points and 7.3 rebounds per game with the Denver Nuggets. Since entering the league, he had been regarded as one of the premier power forwards. His prowess was undeniable. Before the game, no one had anticipated that Xiang Yuan would be positioned as a power forward. However, witnessing this scenario, the crowd was suddenly invigorated. They eagerly awaited the showdown between Xiang Yuan and McDyess, or rather, they anticipated the spectacle of Xiang Yuan being dominated by McDyess. Nevertheless, Xiang Yuan was destined to defy their expectations. Xiang Yuan stood at the arc's pinnacle, leisurely dribbling the ball. McDyess spread his arms wide, assuming a defensive stance. Intently focused on Xiang Yuan, he harbored no prejudice or bias against him. The fact that Xiang Yuan was selected as the fourth pick in the first round is of little consequence to him. However, now that he finds himself on the court, he is determined to give his utmost effort. The individuals before him, be they Xiang Yuan or any other players, will find it no easy task to score in his presence. From the very outset, the atmosphere on the court is imbued with an intense sense of pressure. Xiang Yuan, with the ball in possession, executed several feints in succession. McDayus remained steadfast, showing no signs of losing his position. It appears that a direct breakthrough is not a simple endeavor. Xiang Yuan would never underestimate the heroes of the world. Thus, with a mere glance, he signaled to Samaki Walker, who was playing the small forward position, to set a screen. Following the screen, Xiang Yuan dribbled fiercely towards the right. The opposing small forward, George McLeod, swiftly switched to defend him. At that moment, Xiang Yuan had penetrated to within a step of the right free throw line. Noticing the defensive switch, he executed a half-turn maneuver while dribbling. Naturally, McLeod shifted laterally in response to Xiang Yuan's movement. However, he was unprepared for the fact that Xiang Yuan's half-turn was merely a feint. Sensing McLeod's weight shift, Xiang Yuan pivoted back, collecting the ball, and faced the basket to take his shot. A faint thud resonated, followed by the swish of the net as the basketball grazed the backboard before bouncing into the hoop. It was a bank shot that secured the first points of the game. 2-0, the Mavericks had taken the lead. The expression on McDyess's face grew slightly grave. With a change of possession, Steve Nash advanced the ball into the front court. Nash was a quintessential late-blooming talent. In his previous life, Nash only ascended to all-star status in his 6th year, reaching his peak with the Suns after the age of 30. Thus, the current Nash poses little concern. Nevertheless, his innate talent for passing must still be regarded with caution. Regrettably, he finds himself devoid of opportunities to fully harness his gifts, as he remains underappreciated and lacks the focused guidance of a coach. Upon advancing the ball to the front court, he noticed McDyess raising his hand for the pass. Thus, he reluctantly lobbed the ball towards the paint. Per Nash, he mused, once I establish my footing with the Mavericks, I shall persuade, no, suggest to the venerable Nelson to expedite your trade. However, now is not the time for such considerations. McDyess received the ball in the paint, with Xiang Yuan defending against him. Yet, as he initiated his isolation against Xiang Yuan, he soon realized that the task was far more complex than he had anticipated. To speak candidly, although McDyess held no prejudice against Xiang Yuan, he harbored certain preconceived notions about individuals of Asian descent. In his mind, he envisioned Xiang Yuan as physically frail, easily overwhelmed by his presence, and likely to retreat under pressure. He refrained from exerting his full strength, mindful of the possibility that Xiang Yuan might resort to a defensive tactic that would destabilize him. After a brief collision, he was surprised to find that Xiang Yuan remained steadfast. Undeterred, he pressed again, only to meet the same resistance. Skeptical, he intensified his efforts and pushed once more. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Xiang Yuan's lower body was remarkably steady, his feet unwavering. Thus, Mike Dayes was compelled to exert all his strength. Ultimately, Xiang Yuan only shifted slightly, his defense wholly unaffected. Left with no alternative, he feigned a couple of movements, but upon realizing that Xiang Yuan remained unperturbed, he passed the ball to his cutting teammate, Brooks Thompson, while pushing Xiang Yuan aside and turning to sprint towards the basket. At this moment, the Suns center, Clifford Robinson, moved in to create a barrier, obstructing Xiang Yuan's pursuit. Meanwhile, Thompson of the Suns found himself encircled by two Mavericks players, their defensive focus entirely fixated on the ball. Consequently, Thompson discovered a gap and passed the ball to Mike Dayes, who had already cut beneath the basket. Dayes caught the ball and executed a reverse layup, securing 2 points. The score stood at 2-2. Turning around, the Mavericks embarked on their offensive sequence. The Mavericks' point guard, Kevin Ollie, advanced the ball into the front court and once more delivered it to Xiang Yuan beyond the three-point line. Upon receiving the ball, Xiang Yuan lofted it to the interior for Bradley. Bradley, momentarily taken aback, soon caught sight of Xiang Yuan cutting towards the basket. McDyess closely trailed Xiang Yuan from behind. Just as everyone anticipated that Xiang Yuan would drive in, catch the ball, and take a shot at the basket, Xiang Yuan suddenly made a swift retreat. Mike Dayes was caught off guard and was effortlessly shaken off by Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan dashed to the left corner at a 45-degree angle, seizing an opportunity for an open shot. Having been focused on Xiang Yuan with the intention of passing him the ball, Bradley promptly recognized this chance. He swiftly passed the ball over. Xiang Yuan received the ball once more, executing a bank shot with finesse. 2 points scored. At that moment, Greg Popovich, the general manager and head coach of the San Antonio Spurs, happened to be watching the game broadcast on television. Observing Xiang Yuan's 2 shots, he instinctively ran his fingers through his hair and murmured to himself, He bears a striking resemblance to Tim Duncan. Chapter 88. Point guard turning around. Nash held the ball. Seizing the opportunity while Kevin Ollie was momentarily distracted, he performed a deft move and broke through the defense. Upon breaching the defense, the other Mavericks players swiftly converged to assist. At this juncture, Nash's court vision came into play. He astutely identified his teammates in open positions. With precision, he delivered a pass, enabling the Suns to score another 2 points. The score stood at 4-4. Subsequently, the Mavericks initiated their offensive play. The coach signaled from the sidelines, and the Mavericks began to execute a predetermined strategy. Xiang Yuan refrained from holding the ball for the moment. Instead, he made a decisive cut towards the paint, prompting McDyess to instinctively follow him in defense. Subsequently, he began to sprint from the interior towards the perimeter. Having learned from the previous play, McDyess was particularly vigilant in guarding against Xiang Yuan's backdoor cut. Therefore, upon witnessing Xiang Yuan employ the same tactic once more, he promptly pursued him, determined to deny any opportunity. Nevertheless, Xiang Yuan did not rely solely on his simple movement to elude McDyess this time. He began to circle around the half-court, occasionally utilizing his teammate screens to momentarily disrupt McDyess's positioning. Ultimately, Xiang Yuan found himself at the right corner beyond the three-point arc. At that moment, McDyess, having been delayed, had only just caught up near the free-throw line, as this was a meticulously preordained strategy. As Xiang Yuan had just reached his position, his teammate's pass had already arrived. Xiang Yuan received the pass and immediately took a wide-open three-point shot. Swish. Such a shot, Xiang Yuan executed with great confidence. The score was now 7-4, with the Mavericks leading by 3 points once more. Subsequently, the Suns missed their shot. The Mavericks repeated their previous strategy, with the sole distinction that this time, Xiang Yuan positioned himself at the left corner beyond the three-point line. Another clean and decisive three-pointer. The score escalated to 10-4, granting the Mavericks a 6-point advantage. The Suns had no choice but to call a timeout. If this continued, the Mavericks would gain momentum and deliver a significant surge, making it increasingly challenging for the Suns to catch up. During the timeout, the audience began to converse. Has Xiang Yuan already scored 10 points? One person exclaimed, glancing at the statistics in surprise. Indeed, 2 mid-range shots and 2 three-pointers. His scoring ability is impressive. Another echoed. Impressive? He merely has unrestricted shooting privileges, someone scoffed. Yet, he had made all 4 of his attempts. Among the fans, there were still those who maintained a rational perspective. It's just that the opposing defense is abysmal. The skeptic continued dismissively. But he did make all 4 shots, the rational fan insisted. Just wait and see. I don't believe he can keep it up. Frankly, prior to the game, the Suns had underestimated Xiang Yuan and the Mavericks entirely. Their plan was simply to practice their coordination and secure an effortless victory. However, the reality diverged significantly from their expectations right from the opening moments, as the Mavericks took the lead. In a flurry, the Suns coach began to devise strategies to counter the Mavericks' tactics. McDyess' defense was, in fact, sound. However, the Mavericks' strategy was specifically designed. The Suns had not prepared any defensive tactics for Xiang Yuan. This back and forth led to complications. The Suns coach realized that if they did not devise a solution, it would be their team that faced defeat today. Although this was merely a summer league game, losing to a team like the Mavericks would be unacceptable for the Suns. The coach discerned that it was impossible to completely contain Xiang Yuan in a one-on-one situation. He also recognized that the Mavericks had centered their strategy around Xiang Yuan. Fortunately, the solution was not overly complex. Implementing a half-court pressing defense strategy would suffice. This tactic blends zone defense and man-to-man defense, offering greater collective efficacy than man-to-man defense while providing more targeted coverage than zone defense. Focus on the ball, not the man. Once the tactics were arranged, the game resumed. The defensive strategy employed by the Suns indeed proved effective. Subsequently, Xiang Yuan struggled to secure any straightforward shooting opportunities. By effectively neutralizing Xiang Yuan, a key offensive asset, the Suns found themselves in a more comfortable position. The Mavericks, lacking in strength, showcased a roster devoid of notable talent. Consequently, the Suns swiftly closed the scoring gap and soon seized the lead. At the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 21-14, with the Suns ahead by 7 points. During the intermission, the Mavericks coach merely instructed the players to rest and recuperate. As an assistant coach, he held a limited role, primarily focused on 2 tasks: providing Xiang Yuan ample opportunities to showcase his abilities and rehearsing the recently devised offensive strategy. Both objectives had been met. The Suns' lead was a testament to their superiority, while the Mavericks' deficit was a predictable outcome. Thus, the coach maintained a laid-back demeanor, unwilling to implement any extraordinary measures in response to the current situation. However, Xiang Yuan approached him, saying, "Coach, I would like to gather the players for a moment. I have something to discuss." He proceeded to convey his thoughts to the coach. Being a recent addition to the team, although destined to be a core player in the future, he currently wielded little authority and could only express his intentions through the coach. Nevertheless, Xiang Yuan was confident that, with time, he would establish a degree of influence within the team. After listening to Xiang Yuan, the coach nodded and summoned the Mavericks players. "Listen up," the coach began. "In the upcoming plays, I want you to actively reposition yourselves during the offense, while keeping your focus on Xiang Yuan. I will assign him to play the role of a point forward. This concept, I trust, is familiar to you all. It is a unique philosophy conceived by our general manager. When Xiang Yuan has control of the ball, make every effort to create space and be ready to receive a pass. Understood?" The players nodded in agreement, though some harbored a tinge of skepticism regarding this arrangement. After all, had they not played basketball for years, capable of making even the simplest of passes? However, upon re-entering the game, the members of the Mavericks suddenly realized that it was indeed possible to miss a pass. The reason, of course, was that Xiang Yuan's passes were exceedingly intricate and utterly unexpected. Such passes, which often catch opponents off guard, can create significant opportunities. Nevertheless, this style of play necessitates a profound synergy among teammates. Unfortunately, this was merely the first official match that the Mavericks had played alongside Xiang Yuan, and their chemistry was woefully inadequate. Consequently, Xiang Yuan's passes proved difficult to receive, and even when they were caught, a considerable reaction time was required for adjustment. Out of 10 passes, perhaps only 3 would result in successful plays. Yet, even with such a modest success rate, these plays were undeniably delightful to behold. Much to the audience's satisfaction, spectators were thoroughly entertained by the flamboyant passing displayed, astonished by Xiang Yuan's unexpected prowess. Gradually, the atmosphere in the arena began to shift, with many individuals re-evaluating their perceptions of Xiang Yuan. It must be noted that the trio of swift passes, blocks, and dunks constitutes the triumvirate of basketball artistry. Increasingly, spectators began to blame Xiang Yuan's teammates for their inability to capitalize on his well-placed passes. Chapter 89, Taking Action. With 3 minutes and 31 seconds remaining in the second quarter, during a stoppage of play, Xiang Yuan was substituted for a brief respite. At this juncture, he had accumulated 6 assists, albeit with 5 turnovers. Despite the considerable number of mistakes he had made, the fans in attendance rarely held him accountable. Typically, the blame fell upon his teammates for their inefficacy. Presently, Xiang Yuan had few detractors, and most spectators adopted a rational perspective while watching the game. They understood that had Xiang Yuan's teammates been able to receive those passes, it would have resulted in a beautifully executed scoring opportunity rather than a turnover. Thus, when Xiang Yuan was substituted, he had already tallied 14 points, 4 rebounds, 6 assists, and 6 turnovers. Meanwhile, during Xiang Yuan's time on the bench, the Suns maintained their advantage, leaving the Mavericks utterly powerless against their onslaught. At halftime, the score had escalated to 45-30. With the Suns leading by a substantial 15 points. "Xiang Yuan, what on earth are you doing? What kind of passes are those? I can barely catch them." "If you can't pass, then don't." Lacking offensive capability and simply shifting blame? Even if the coach were present today, I would still tell you that at your current level, you are unworthy of being the core of our Mavericks. During the halftime break, an individual chose to confront Xiang Yuan. This individual was Hubert Davis, the shooting guard for the Mavericks. Despite the Mavericks' intention to establish Xiang Yuan as their core player, and the explicit instructions from Don Nelson and the coaching staff urging the team to fully support Xiang Yuan on the court, the players still harbored their own tempers. After all, those who play in the NBA are inherently proud and ambitious. It was unexpected that they would find themselves overshadowed by a rookie, especially one hailing from China. Furthermore, they were expected to adapt to this newcomer. Had this rookie been of the caliber of Tim Duncan, renowned even before entering the league and highly sought after by various teams, it would have been more palatable. However, this rookie was merely a product of media hype, with his true abilities remaining uncertain. To add to the absurdity, the general manager inexplicably traded Michael Finley for Xiang Yuan and appointed him as the core player. Hubert Davis, who shared a close bond with Finley, felt a deep sense of injustice on his behalf. Consequently, he could no longer endure the current situation and abruptly lashed out at Xiang Yuan. "Davis, silence yourself." The coach's face darkened, clearly showing his displeasure at this blatant disregard for authority. "Why should I be silent? Am I not merely stating the truth?" Davis retorted obstinately. His words resonated with several other players, who nodded in agreement, evidently sharing his sentiments. It is often the case that individuals prefer to blame others rather than reflect on their own shortcomings. "Truth?" The coach fumed. "That is merely your perceived truth. What I see is that Xiang Yuan delivered excellent passes, while you all were unfocused, fumbling the ball like butterfingers. And now you choose to blame the passer, Xiang Yuan? Perhaps you harbor grievances against me, your assistant coach. Very well, I will not tolerate this any longer. In the second half, I will consult the head coach or even the general manager to see how they wish to proceed with the game, to determine whether they blame Xiang Yuan or you." With that, the assistant coach turned to leave. At that moment, Xiang Yuan intercepted him. "Coach, there is no need for such measures," Xiang Yuan said. "I am aware that many of you harbor dissatisfaction towards me, holding in your frustrations, but out of respect for the general manager's authority, you choose to endure in silence." His eyes sparkled with an intense light as he gazed at his teammates. Those whom he locked eyes with instinctively lowered their heads or turned away, avoiding his gaze. Only Hubert Davis and Sean Bradley met Xiang Yuan's eyes directly. However, there was a distinction between the two. Hubert Davis confronted Xiang Yuan with anger. Sean Bradley has never harbored any feelings of resentment, prejudice, or discrimination towards Xiang Yuan. Although Bradley was the second overall pick in the 1993 draft, his career in the league was marred by injuries after an initial period of ambition. He soon recognized that he lacked the capacity to be the cornerstone of a team. His foremost desire now is to distance himself from injuries and to play normally. Thus, he holds no objections to Xiang Yuan assuming the role of the team's core. On the contrary, he finds joy in it. After all, the presence of someone to share the burden alleviates much of the pressure and significantly reduces his risk of injury. Moreover, as an international player, Bradley faced considerable prejudice and scorn upon entering the league, and to this day, he is still affectionately nicknamed the Stick. He also harbors a degree of sympathy for Xiang Yuan, allowing him to approach the situation with composure. Xiang Yuan continued, "What I wish to convey is rather straightforward. Your dissatisfaction is your own concern. I, Xiang Yuan, am not unreasonable. If you remain unconvinced, I shall demonstrate my capabilities until you are persuaded. Should I fail to achieve this, I will take my leave without your coercion. However, certain matters are clear-cut. If it is one's fault, then it is indeed their fault. If you lack focus and fail to catch the ball, it is unjust to place the blame upon me. Such behavior is devoid of principles, a distortion of truth, and an act of slander. This is a manifestation of unreasonable provocation and a display of cowardice and incompetence. Therefore, should anyone continue to confront me with such baseless justifications, I shall have no choice but to seek the judgment of the general manager to discern who is truly in the right." Xiang Yuan's words resonated with profound clarity. Although some harbored grievances against him, he was fully cognizant of the underlying truth. It was undeniable that Xiang Yuan's passes were indeed exceptional. Their inability to receive them could not solely be attributed to their lack of focus, but rather had no bearing on Xiang Yuan himself. Consequently, the dissenting voices fell silent. Only Hubert Davis, in a display of disdain, spat contemptuously into a nearby trash bin before turning away with a scornful expression, retreating into his own solitude. Xiang Yuan paid little heed to it. Nevertheless, he had mentally noted the obstinate, irritable, and malevolent character of that individual. He then turned to the coach and said, "Coach, our team's synergy is lacking, and there is no chemistry on the court. Therefore, employing the tactic of a ball-controlling forward is not suitable for the second half of the match. For the second half, I propose to abandon a fixed position and instead engage in simpler passing and cutting strategies. Would that be acceptable?" The coach pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement with Xiang Yuan's suggestion. Xiang Yuan felt immensely satisfied with the handling of the incident. This young man, if properly nurtured, might indeed blossom into a star player, the coach mused silently. Chapter 90. Steven Jackson. As the whistle sounded, the second half of the match commenced. As the game progressed, the Suns quickly realized that the Mavericks had altered their strategy, evoking a sense of individualism among the players. Xiang Yuan no longer assumes the primary role of orchestrating ball control. The possession of the ball is determined by whoever receives it. They may choose to pass or shoot as they please. During offensive plays, Xiang Yuan primarily positions himself within the paint. should a teammate pass him the ball. He engages in one-on-one plays. Given the Phoenix Suns' relentless full-court pressing strategy, it is nearly impossible for Xiang Yuan to secure a favorable shooting opportunity. Fortunately, he possesses the remarkable skill of executing bank shots from a 45-degree angle. Alongside his solid footwork in the post and the advantages conferred by badges such as Dream Shake and Post Lockdown Defender, he is well equipped for battle in the paint. Thus, upon receiving the ball, Xiang Yuan initiates a physical confrontation with McDyess. Although the efficiency of this offensive strategy may not rival that of executing a shot immediately following a fast break, it is certainly superior to the scenario where a pass to a teammate goes astray. Presently, Hubert Davis has entirely ceased passing to Xiang Yuan. Whenever the ball finds its way into Davis's hands, he opts to take the shot himself, neglecting his fellow teammates. Xiang Yuan has grasped this insight. Thus, whenever the ball reaches Davis, he promptly positions himself beneath the basket. Following Davis's shot, the ball typically ricochets off the rim. Positioned early, Xiang Yuan utilizes his exceptional leap to fervently contest for the offensive rebound. Securing an offensive rebound significantly enhances the efficiency of second-chance opportunities. In this manner, approximately 7 minutes have elapsed. Xiang Yuan showcased his prowess by successfully scoring 6 points from 3 out of 5 shots, and further demonstrated his offensive skills by seizing 3 offensive rebounds, converting all 3 attempts into another 6 points. In total, he amassed an impressive tally of 12 points and 7 rebounds, including 3 offensive boards. Additionally, his fervent efforts on the defensive end yielded a steal, which he seamlessly transformed into a long pass assist, aiding Bradley in securing 2 points. Thanks to Xiang Yuan's remarkable performance, the Mavericks managed to stay firmly in the game, trailing by a narrow margin. However, such an intense playing style proved to be exceedingly taxing on his stamina. With nearly 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Xiang Yuan was visibly fatigued and gasping for breath. Consequently, the coach opted to substitute him out of the game, with the score standing at 61-50, leaving the Suns ahead by 11 points. Shortly thereafter, the Suns also replaced McDyess along with 2 other key players, leading both teams into a phase marked by less competitive play. Nash remained on the court as the Suns coach deemed him, too, to be a less formidable opponent at this juncture. Ultimately, the bench players, led by Nash, performed admirably, further extending the Mavericks' disadvantage. As the fourth quarter commenced with 10 minutes left on the clock, Xiang Yuan re-entered the game to find the score had escalated to 72-54. With the Suns enjoying an 18-point lead, many fans had already begun to vacate the arena. Observing the situation, the Suns decided to keep McDyess on the bench, opting not to risk his health further, considering he was one of their primary players and there was no necessity for him to exert himself in a summer league game. In this context, Xiang Yuan found himself with ample space to maneuver, as the substitute power forward from the Suns was no match for him. Consequently, within a mere 5 minutes, Xiang Yuan managed to score another 10 points through individual efforts. Regrettably, despite his scoring contributions, the Suns continued to increase their own tally. Despite the relentless defensive efforts of Sean Bradley and Xiang Yuan, the weaknesses at the other 3 positions proved insurmountable. With just over 3 minutes remaining in the match, the Mavericks found themselves trailing by 12 points, prompting the coach to abandon further resistance. Hence, the Mavericks substituted all their main players, while the Suns similarly coordinated the replacement of their starters with a few benchwarmers. Xiang Yuan sat on the sidelines, clutching a towel, wiping away the sweat that flowed down profusely. In this match, he had already amassed an impressive stat line of 33 points, 7 assists, and 8 rebounds, far exceeding expectations. The only blemish on his performance was the 8 turnovers, which nearly reached double digits. However, these were but trifles. Xiang Yuan's performance truly astonished the audience. Many believed that he would be unable to adapt to the rigorous competition of the NBA. However, reality dealt a harsh blow to their assumptions. Although it was merely the summer league, most of the participants were bona fide NBA players. Just look at the outcome. Xiang Yuan is not only adaptable, but excels remarkably in this regard, achieving an impressive score of 33 points. This performance stands out as a remarkable exhibition in the annals of the Summer League's history. The audience was thoroughly engaged, and it is conservatively estimated that Xiang Yuan managed to eliminate over 1,000 detractors with this singular match. His teammates remained silent. Even Hubert Davis chose to refrain from comment. In a typical game, after attempting 15 shots, he could only muster 9 points, along with 2 assists and 2 rebounds, statistics that are undeniably disappointing. No matter how he might wish to challenge the situation, he could hardly afford to lose face. Nor did he possess a suitable justification. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan sat leisurely, observing the unfolding events on the court. Following the substitutions made by the Mavericks, the Phoenix Suns began to rotate their players as well. Several individuals who had yet to see any playtime stepped onto the court. In this summer league, apart from a handful of key players, the rest were substitutes. Those who could only take the floor during garbage time were the second-string substitutes, players with non-guaranteed contracts or free agents under evaluation by the Suns, excluding marquee free agents. These individuals were entirely unremarkable. Initially, Xiang Yuan paid them little mind. However, as his gaze meandered across the court, he suddenly spotted a somewhat familiar figure. With dark skin, prominent double eyelids, a flat nose, and slightly protruding lips, this individual bore a somewhat fierce appearance, coupled with an odd, shuffling gait. A name gradually surfaced in Xiang Yuan's mind: Stephen Jackson. Indeed, Xiang Yuan suddenly recalled that Stephen Jackson had indeed been selected by the Phoenix Suns in this year's draft, at the 42nd pick of the second round. At that time, Xiang Yuan had been engrossed in the draft and had not paid attention to it. Now, this individual stood before him. Memories from his previous life surged back into Xiang Yuan's mind. During the 1997 NBA draft, although Stephen Jackson was chosen by the Suns in the second round, his contract was entirely non-guaranteed. Soon after, the Suns released him. Following his release, no NBA team offered him an opportunity. Consequently, he had to venture into overseas leagues, seemingly traveling to numerous countries. Ultimately, after years of perseverance, he managed to return to the NBA. Even upon his return, his circumstances remained bleak until he arrived at the San Antonio Spurs, where he encountered Coach Popovich, which finally liberated him from his tragic fate. He became the starting shooting guard for the Spurs and gradually forged his own reputation. Upon seeing Stephen Jackson, Xiang Yuan's eyes sparkled with insight. If all went as expected, Jackson would soon be waived by the Suns. Therefore, with the perspective of a deity, why not devise a means to bring Jackson into his fold, to serve as a formidable ally? Chapter 91. An opportunity for you Summer League. Xiang Yuan participated in a total of 4 matches. During the regular season, the Mavericks achieved 1 victory and suffered 2 defeats. Subsequently, they were eliminated in the first round of the championship. Throughout these 4 games, Xiang Yuan averaged 27 for points, 7, 2 rebounds, and 6 assists, boasting a shooting percentage of 51.2 and a 3-point shooting percentage of 41.9. It can be said that such remarkable statistics in the Summer League will undoubtedly etch his name in history. Initially, some players on the Mavericks held a condescending attitude towards him, harboring resentment yet refraining from voicing it. However, as Xiang Yuan's performance unfolded, they began to adopt a more open-minded perspective and shed their disdain. In contrast, Hubert Davis's attitude towards Xiang Yuan remained unchanged, and his obstinacy increasingly frustrated Xiang Yuan. Consequently, Xiang Yuan ceased attempts to adjust, leading to a further deterioration in their relationship. Meanwhile, the skepticism among Mavericks fans regarding Xiang Yuan began to wane slightly. Naturally, it would be unrealistic to expect a few Summer League games to completely alter the fans' perceptions, but it certainly marked a positive beginning. The 2-week schedule swiftly concluded, culminating in the Boston Celtics claiming the championship of the Summer League. Their 2 standout rookies, Chauncey Billups and Adonal Foyle, both put forth commendable performances. Billups averaged 14.2 points and 4.1 assists, while Foyle averaged 11.6 points, 1.9 assists, and 7.6 rebounds, collaboratively leading the Celtics to victory. It is noteworthy that Stephen Jackson participated in 3 games during the Summer League, with one game lasting a mere 3 minutes, another 2 minutes, and the last totaling less than a minute. Across these 3 matches, he managed to score only 4 points, along with 2 assists and 3 rebounds. As a last-round pick, his situation was not far removed from that of an undrafted player. The scant playing time afforded to him in the Summer League left him with no opportunity to showcase his abilities. Consequently, following the conclusion of the Summer League, the Suns unhesitatingly terminated his non-guaranteed contract, leaving Stephen Jackson without a job. After being cut by the Suns, Stephen Jackson found himself abandoned by the basketball community. Had he followed the trajectory of his previous life, he would have ventured overseas to Xiang Yuan's hometown, joining the prestigious CBA League, subsequently making his way through leagues in Australia, Venezuela, and the Dominican Republic, only to return to the NBA in the 2000-2001 season. On this day, disheartened, Stephen Jackson was packing his belongings, having resolved to join the CBA League, for he still needed to make a living. At that moment, his heart was heavy with despair. He had dedicated himself to basketball, aspiring to reach the pinnacle of the sport, only to find it all slipping away like a fleeting mirage. His mother consoled him, assuring him that even without financial success, as long as the family remained united, no hardship was insurmountable. His sister offered solace, telling him that it mattered little, as long as he found peace and happiness. His grandmother, his brother, and his close friends all provided him with warmth and encouragement. He knew that his family loved him dearly. Yet, he could also perceive the occasional glimmer of disappointment in their eyes. This disappointment was not directed at him. It was simply a natural human response, devoid of any blame. Nevertheless, he found it impossible to forgive himself. He had entered the NBA with dreams of earning money to improve the lives of his impoverished family. Now, everything was over. He was left with no choice but to venture overseas, far from his family, to earn a meager salary for his own survival, let alone to enhance his family's living conditions. He understood that this departure might mean he would never return to the NBA. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. As Stephen Jackson packed his bags at home, he silently grappled with his sorrow. Standing at 2.03 meters tall, his resilient character had weathered poverty, hunger, and injuries without shedding a single tear. Yet now, tears brimmed in his eyes, poised to fall at any moment. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the silence. Knock, knock, knock. Sister, could you please open the door? Jackson called out, his mood unfit for company. The sound of the door creaking open echoed through the air. Stephen. Someone is looking for you, his sister announced. Who is it? Daniel, Collins, or Charles? He pondered, realizing that only his brothers would come to visit at this hour. Yet, he had no desire to see them. Sister, please tell them to leave. I am not in the mood to entertain anyone. None of them, she replied. He says his name is Xiang Yuan, and he is Chinese. Upon hearing this, Stephen Jackson was momentarily taken aback. Xiang Yuan? Which Xiang Yuan? His acquaintances among the Chinese were few, having only met a handful since his recent foray into the CBA. Yet, none of those he knew bore the name Xiang Yuan. The only Xiang Yuan he was aware of was the 4th overall pick in this year's draft. Stephen had been quite astonished by the trade involving the Mavericks. However, he harbored no prejudices against Xiang Yuan. Rather, he felt a twinge of envy. The disparity in their standings was monumental. There was no overlap between their lives. Could it truly be him? Jackson contemplated, momentarily setting aside his task to open the bedroom door. He was greeted by the sight of a tall Chinese man standing in the center of the living room, engaged in conversation with his sister. It was indeed him. Stephen Jackson was taken aback. Just days prior, he had witnessed Xiang Yuan's prowess during a game between the Suns and Mavericks, where Xiang scored an impressive 33 points, while he himself managed just 2 points in a mere 3 minutes of play. The impression of Xiang Yuan's talent was deeply etched in his mind. He could not fathom why this promising future star had come to his home. Hello, he greeted politely, at a loss for further words. Hello, Stephen, Xiang Yuan replied warmly. I hope you will pardon my audacity in coming to visit. You're too kind. Please, make yourself at home, Stephen Jackson invited. Would you care for something to drink? Xiang Yuan waved his hand dismissively and said, There's no need for such formalities. I have come to discuss a matter with you. What matter? Stephen Jackson inquired, perplexed, as he could hardly fathom what topic could warrant a discussion between them. Are you considering a move to the CBA? Xiang Yuan replied. So that was the issue at hand, Stephen Jackson pondered. It seems that Xiang Yuan has connections within the CBA. Could it be that he wishes for me to join a team he is familiar with? With this thought, Stephen Jackson refrained from deceiving him and simply nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing his assent, Xiang Yuan continued. If, and I emphasize if, a team is willing to extend to you an opportunity for a trial, and assuming the outcome is favorable, you might secure a basic contract. Would you then be inclined to remain in the NBA? Stephen Jackson's eyes brightened at this prospect, and he nodded eagerly. Absolutely. I would be more than willing. Xiang Yuan nodded slightly and said, Very well, since I understand your intentions. I shall return to discuss this matter with the general manager of the Little Bulls and strive to secure such an opportunity for you. However, I cannot guarantee that you will undoubtedly obtain a contract. Thank you. I am immensely grateful. I scarcely know what to say. My gratitude is overwhelming. We are not even acquainted, yet I appreciate it deeply. Please, have a seat, Stephen Jackson stammered, overwhelmed with emotion. Such an opportunity was something he had scarcely dared to dream of. Chapter 92, The Change of Fate After Departing from Stephen Jackson's Residence. Xiang Yuan promptly made his way to the office of General Manager Don Nelson. Upon entering, he delicately conveyed his desire to grant Stephen Jackson a chance for a trial. In truth, as a rookie, Xiang Yuan should not have been so audacious. Recommendations for such a roster typically came from established stars within the team. Fortunately, Xiang Yuan sought merely a trial opportunity, rather than directly demanding a contract, thus considerably diminishing the challenge. Moreover, Don Nelson held a profound fondness for Xiang Yuan at that moment. Xiang Yuan's performance in the Summer League alleviated considerable pressure from Coach Nelson, affirming the correctness of his decision. It further solidified his intention to position Xiang Yuan as the cornerstone of the Mavericks. Witnessing his prospective core player present such a straightforward request, Coach Nelson found himself with no reason to decline. Consequently, Stephen Jackson was granted an opportunity for a tryout. On the day of the audition, Xiang Yuan was also in attendance. Jackson's selection in the draft attested to his inherent basketball talent, yet his shortcomings were equally apparent. Primarily, he lacked explosive athleticism. Furthermore, as a guard, his ball handling skills were subpar, and his speed was somewhat sluggish. However, his advantages included his considerable height for a guard and a high shooting release point, which facilitated shooting not only from the guard position but also against most small forward matchups. Additionally, his tenacious defensive approach and indomitable spirit were notable strengths. Alas, these attributes necessitated time and opportunity for demonstration, yet Jackson had scant chance to showcase them, as his playing time was exceedingly limited. In truth, this tryout scarcely allowed for a comprehensive exhibition of his strengths. Fortunately, Coach Nelson, having nothing pressing on his agenda, made his way to the tryout venue. What kind of individual is Coach Nelson? He possesses keen insight and discernment. He quickly recognized some of Stephen Jackson's advantages. Although this individual may not blossom into a star player, with proper development, he could indeed evolve into a capable starter. The current Mavericks roster offers a dearth of viable players. Presently, aside from Khalid Reeves, the only available guards are Eric Strickland and Robert Pack. As the team's general manager, he was already well aware of the unfolding events in the Summer League. To develop a conflict with a future core player? That would be a perilous folly. One ought to reflect upon their own worth before making such decisions. This fellow, though recently signed by the Mavericks, earns a mere $1.94 million over 3 years. Can a mere benchwarmer truly be compared to the core members of the team? Hubert Davis, in his heart, had already become a player for another team. He simply needed time to identify a suitable trading partner, aiming to maximize Hubert Davis's trade value. In this context, the Dallas Mavericks were in need of an additional player on their backcourt, and the current candidate, Stephen Jackson, fit the bill perfectly. Furthermore, he was recommended by Xiang Yuan. Although the elder Nelson had no obligation to please Xiang Yuan, it was prudent for a general manager to consider the sentiments of the team's future core under appropriate circumstances. In essence, this vacancy could be filled by anyone. While players like Stephen Jackson were not overly abundant, they were not exceedingly difficult to find either. Yet, given that he came highly recommended by Xiang Yuan, there was little room for hesitation. After the tryout concluded, the elder Nelson invited Stephen Jackson to accompany him. With a heart full of trepidation, Stephen Jackson followed the elder Nelson into his office. "Please, take a seat." The elder Nelson gestured toward the sofa. Jackson, hesitant, remained motionless. Observing this, the elder Nelson decided to relent. "I watched your tryout," he began, "and your performance can only be described as rather ordinary." Upon hearing this, Stephen Jackson's heart sank. The flicker of hope that had just ignited seemed on the verge of extinguishment. Was the NBA truly beyond his reach? He lamented, feeling the weight of wasted opportunity that Xiang Yuan had fought for on his behalf, deeming himself utterly inept. With great effort, Stephen Jackson lifted his gaze and murmured, "Thank you," but, discouraged, he prepared to express his gratitude and turned to leave, only to be interrupted by the elder Nelson's words. "Young man, allow me to finish," he said. "However, both Xiang Yuan and I have advocated for you vigorously. You must understand that he's the future core we intend to cultivate, and his endorsement warrants consideration. Thus," he continued, "if you can assure me of your unwavering commitment to support Xiang Yuan in leading the Mavericks to resurgence, I would not be opposed to contemplating a contract for you." With that, a mysterious smile graced the elder Nelson's face. His reasoning stemmed from a concern that Xiang Yuan faced considerable prejudice within the team. As a young individual, such immense pressure could prove overwhelming, potentially leading to psychological distress. Consequently, the elder Nelson sought to find a loyal ally for Xiang Yuan, thereby extending a significant favor in the process. Nevertheless, to Stephen Jackson, this enigmatic smile radiated warmth, stirring within him a profound sense of gratitude. "Rest assured, manager, I, Stephen Jackson, will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to contribute everything I can for you and the Dallas Mavericks. Xiang Yuan, my benefactor. As long as I draw breath, I shall never allow anyone to harm him. Observing Steven Jackson's face flush with excitement before darkening entirely. Old Nelson nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. We intend to offer you a 3-year contract valued at a total of $154 million. Would you be inclined to accept? Old Nelson inquired. This declaration resonated in Steven Jackson's ears like celestial music. For one who had been without a team and was on the verge of seeking a livelihood overseas, what could be more fulfilling than such a generous long-term contract? Indeed, this agreement might be considered the very minimum salary. Yet for Steven Jackson, it represented a remarkable opportunity. More importantly, it was a guaranteed 3-year deal. This was akin to an individual who typically ekes out a living by scavenging, suddenly securing a formal job for 3 years with assured income. I accept. I wholeheartedly accept, Steven Jackson exclaimed with fervor. Excellent. Then, at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, you shall come here to sign the contract, and once it is finalized, you will officially become a member of the Mavericks. Chapter 93, Growth. Following the conclusion of the Summer League, the NBA has entered its off-season. The 1997 off-season, however, is rather uneventful. This is primarily due to the previous year's excitement, which has rendered this year's off-season somewhat lackluster. Last year, the 96 Dream Team made their entrance into the league, and numerous star players completed significant contracts. For instance, Alonzo Mourning secured a multi-million-dollar deal with the Miami Heat, while Hakeem Olajuwon also finalized a contract of similar magnitude. Other luminaries such as Dikembe Mutombo, Gary Payton, Reggie Miller, and John Stockton were likewise involved in lucrative signings. Juwan Howard made history by landing the first $100 million contract. Most notably, the Chicago Bulls extended a 1-year, $34 million contract to Michael Jordan, a move understood by all. The culmination of these events rendered this year's off-season extraordinarily subdued. However, this was merely the perception of the time. In reality, 1997 was a year of tremendous upheaval and an assembly of stars. The 96 Dream Team had only just begun their journey in the NBA. Kevin Garnett had already ascended to become the big ticket. Tim Duncan joined the San Antonio Spurs, and Tracy McGrady made his debut with the Toronto Raptors. This was the dawn of a new generation. Among the mid-tier players, Penny Hardaway emerged as a supernova within the league. Grant Hill began to be heralded as the next Michael Jordan. Shaquille O'Neal was making monumental waves with the Los Angeles Lakers, while Chris Webber established himself as a cornerstone for the Washington Wizards. Yet, the newcomers and mid-tier stars were still not formidable enough to unseat the established legends. Jordan was poised to pursue his second consecutive three-peat, while Hakeem Olajuwon, Clyde Drexler, and Charles Barkley continued their relentless chase for a championship. Though the Utah duo had aged, they remained steadfast in their quest to challenge the Bulls. All these elements signaled that the upcoming NBA season would be even more exhilarating. Nevertheless, the undercurrents of this grand narrative were invisible to the contemporary observers. The off-season was a period when most players indulged in the pleasures of life. They engaged in various activities, some went fishing or vacationing, while others traveled to witness their favorite football and rugby matches. Many enjoyed leisurely trips with family or friends, savoring the joys of life. Prominent stars often attended various commercial events, while others participated in different business leagues, relishing the thrill of competition. Additionally, some players were busy networking and recruiting, striving to bolster their team strength for the new season. The remaining individuals were immersed in the monotony of rigorous training. Xiang Yuan epitomizes the rarest kind of individual. He is acutely aware that his current abilities are far from sufficient. Thus, he perseveres in the training room, drenched in sweat. However, this time, he is not training alone. Steven Jackson has joined him. Ever since signing a contract with the Mavericks, Steven Jackson has practically become Xiang Yuan's devoted protector. Were it not for Xiang Yuan's knowledge of Jackson's conventional sexual orientation, he might have fled in dismay. In Jackson's eyes, Xiang Yuan is his benefactor, and he embodies a character steeped in loyalty and gratitude. Consequently, he now remains steadfastly by Xiang Yuan's side, ever ready to assist. Xiang Yuan was not particularly accustomed to this. He had repeatedly advised Jackson to refrain from such behavior, yet Jackson remained obstinate. Eventually, with no alternatives left, Xiang Yuan had no choice but to acquiesce to him. Thus, amid the relentless routine of professional training, they continued. Xiang Yuan's prowess has once again reached new heights. For instance, his strength and endurance have notably improved, enhancing his athletic capabilities. His shooting accuracy has become more reliable, reflecting advancements in his offensive skills. Furthermore, his ball handling abilities have been fortified, showcasing growth in his organizational traits. Additionally, his repertoire of movements has become more refined, exemplifying mastery in his finishing techniques. Consequently, his overall rating has risen by 1 point, now standing at 77. During this training period, Steven Jackson has also made significant strides in his abilities, yielding commendable results. The trainers that Xiang Yuan has recruited are exceptionally professional. In his past life, after being cast aside by the NBA, Jackson immediately ventured overseas to play basketball, never having the opportunity to refine his skills through professional training. Consequently, it was only after an extensive period abroad that his abilities truly matured. The disparity between having guidance and lacking it is monumental. The path one chooses is of utmost importance. It is akin to an individual entering a vast and dense forest, where one can easily become lost amidst the mountains, unable to find a way out. In such moments, if accompanied by someone familiar with the terrain, the way out can be effortlessly revealed. Without the guidance of a professional, even the greatest efforts may yield little in return. However, with expert guidance, one can achieve remarkable results with far less exertion. Xiang Yuan initially believed that Jackson would require approximately 2 years of refinement in the NBA before he could genuinely attain an average of around 20 points per game. A rather optimistic estimate. However, it now appears that such a duration may not be necessary. This realization brings great joy to Xiang Yuan. The overall strength of the Mavericks is currently quite lacking. Basketball is a team sport involving 5 players, although a superstar can significantly elevate the overall capability of a team. If the other players are excessively weak, the team's performance is unlikely to improve. Moreover, having more competent teammates alleviates the pressure experienced during games. When the opposing defense is concentrated on oneself, even the strongest players may struggle to deliver exceptional performances. Xiang Yuan felt immensely fortunate. This strategic move he had made was indeed remarkably astute. Following over 2 months of rigorous training, the team was poised to commence its training camp for the upcoming season. This camp serves as a critical juncture for the team's preparation, as well as a battleground for fringe players vying for a chance to remain with the team. Prior to the training camp, the Mavericks had signed several players, all of whom were granted non-guaranteed contracts. Consequently, the total number of players at the Mavericks training camp had reached 20, with only 14 possessing guaranteed contracts, while 6 held non-guaranteed contracts. Following the camp, the Mavericks would need to make the difficult decision to release at least 5 players. The term "at least" is significant, as some teams may not utilize all available player spots during the camp. The NBA permits a roster of 15 players, with a minimum of 12 required to be eligible for gameplay. The remaining 3 spots are flexible, allowing teams to retain them for operational adjustments once the regular season commences. Hence, the number of cuts could very well exceed 5. It is evident that the competition within the training camp is exceptionally fierce, epitomizing the principle of survival of the fittest. However, this harsh reality primarily affects the fringe players. For Xiang Yuan, the training camp merely represented an opportunity to refine tactics, foster player cohesion, and adjust to the competitive environment. It would facilitate his adaptation to both the team and the NBA's style of play, allowing for an earlier adjustment period. Chapter 94. Precarious. During the training camp, Xiang Yuan finally encountered the current head coach of the Mavericks, Jim Clemens. Last season, the Dallas Mavericks appointed Jim Clemens as their head coach, marking his inaugural season at the helm. Under his leadership, the Mavericks concluded the regular season with a dismal record of 24 wins and 58 losses, failing to qualify for the playoffs. Clemens, a former NBA player, adhered to a traditional coaching philosophy, characterized by strict definitions of positions and tactics. Consequently, he harbored a strong aversion towards Xiang Yuan, struggling to comprehend why the team would opt for a player with an unpredictable playing style and a somewhat ambiguous position, especially at the expense of Michael Finley, one of his favored players. Hubert Davis's audacity to confront Xiang Yuan largely stemmed from his awareness of the head coach's preference for Finley over Xiang. Thus, throughout the entirety of the camp, Jim Clemens consistently regarded Xiang Yuan with disdain. Even in light of Xiang Yuan's commendable performance during the Summer League, one must ponder how a rookie coach with a lackluster record dared to antagonize a player deemed as the future cornerstone by the general manager. It appeared that Clemens's tenure was approaching its conclusion. In his previous life, during Jim Clemens' second season as a coach, specifically the 1997 to 1998 season, He commenced the campaign leading his team to a disheartening record of 4 wins and 12 losses. With an indomitable spirit, he rendered the venerable Nelson unable to maintain his position, compelling him to return to the coaching realm. Subsequently, Jim Clemens never again secured a head coaching position within the league. Xiang Yuan estimates that, in this lifetime, Clemens's dismissal may occur sooner than anticipated. Nevertheless, Clemens harbors a fondness for Steven Jackson. Throughout the training camp, Clemens afforded Jackson significant prominence in the myriad of tactical drills executed by the Mavericks. He even devised several strategies centered around Jackson as the primary offensive focal point. Additionally, a few tactics were rehearsed with Hubert Davis and Sean Bradley as key figures. However, there existed a mere singular strategy revolving around Xiang Yuan. Given the Mavericks' clear intention to position Xiang Yuan as the cornerstone of their future endeavors, it is rather disconcerting that the head coach would engage in such clandestine maneuvers. This highlights the extent of his discontent towards Xiang Yuan. Regrettably, there is little that Xiang Yuan can do in response. Fortunately, this is merely a training camp. Xiang Yuan has focused his attention on adjusting his condition. Following the conclusion of the training camp, the Dallas Mavericks have nearly finalized their roster for the upcoming season, comprising a total of 14 players. The roster is as follows: centers, Sean Bradley, Chris Anstey, Eric Riley. Forwards center, Xiang Yuan, A. C. Green, Martin Yursep. Forwards, Courtney Thomas, Dennis Scott, Samaki Walker. Guards, Khalid Reeves, Robert Pack, Eric Strickland, Hubert Davis, Steven Jackson. In the new season, the Dallas Mavericks will compete in the 1997 to 1998 season with the players listed above. Naturally, in the NBA, trades can occur at any moment, and no one can guarantee their position on the team before or during the season. Nevertheless, securing a place in the NBA, even as a substitute or a bench warmer, is a dream that many aspire to but few attain. Time passes swiftly. Following the conclusion of the training camp, it is now early October, and the NBA preseason has commenced. The preseason serves as a warm-up, as teams often undergo significant changes during the off-season. Thus, the primary purpose of the preseason is to allow teams to refine their rosters, familiarize themselves with their respective playing styles, and establish their competitive lineups for the new season. Additionally, it fosters communication among players and coaches. However, Xiang Yuan no longer wishes to engage in dialogue with Jim Clemens. On October 6th, the Dallas Mavericks will face the Milwaukee Bucks on the road. Xiang Yuan participated in this preseason match. Prior to the game, Jim Clemens hesitated repeatedly before ultimately placing Xiang Yuan in the bench lineup. Old Nelson was unaware of this arrangement, for while he held the title of general manager, the specifics of tactical decisions during the game rested solely with the head coach. As Old Nelson sat in his office, watching the live broadcast of his team's preseason game, he was astonished to discover that the future core player he had personally selected was absent from the starting lineup. Could there be some special arrangement? Old Nelson pondered. He was reluctant to interfere excessively in the coach's affairs, so he could only exercise patience and continue watching. Perhaps the head coach had a strategy of his own. Consequently, after the game, Old Nelson found himself deep in thought. Throughout the match, Xiang Yuan played as a substitute for the Dallas Mavericks. He was substituted in with just over 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, during which Clemens designated Hubert Davis as the primary ball handler. Hubert Davis fulfilled his responsibilities impeccably, failing to pass the ball to Xiang Yuan even once. As a result, Xiang Yuan only had one opportunity to shoot, which he missed. In the second quarter, Xiang Yuan was on the court for a mere 4 minutes before being replaced. During those 4 minutes, he made both of his attempts, scoring 4 points, along with 1 assist and 3 rebounds. However, he did not receive any further playing time in the first half. In the third quarter, he played for 5 minutes. In the fourth quarter, with the team trailing significantly, he did not take the court again. Overall, Xiang Yuan played a total of 12 minutes and 37 seconds, achieving 3 out of 7 shooting, 2 out of 2 from the free throw line, and accumulating 8 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists. Post-game, public reaction was exceedingly fervent. Fans in Dallas expressed their dissatisfaction freely across various media platforms. Some viewers, having witnessed part of the game, refrained from commenting on Xiang Yuan's performance, recognizing that given his limited playing time as a substitute, his performance was commendable. However, such fans were in the minority. Others who watched the game but lacked a deep understanding of basketball deemed Xiang Yuan's skills inadequate. Furthermore, a significant number of fans who had not seen the game but merely reviewed individual statistics dominated the conversation. Those who focused solely on the numbers rarely considered the playing time. Thus, they only noted Xiang Yuan's statistics, which, for an ordinary rookie, might be acceptable. Yet for a player selected 4th overall, such numbers were nothing short of unforgivable. Xiang Yuan's performance in the Summer League has ignited a sense of anticipation among the Mavericks fanbase, and the critics who once derided him seem to have tempered their disdain. However, following the conclusion of this particular game, everything reverted to its original state. In the court of public opinion, Xiang Yuan was mercilessly criticized. Certain unscrupulous media outlets, in pursuit of higher ratings, capitalized on the situation, deliberately downplaying the issue of his playing time while emphasizing the meagerness of his statistics. Consequently, Xiang Yuan once again became a target of scorn among fans. Many uninformed supporters in Dallas clamored for his trade, eager to cut their losses at the first sign of trouble. After one game, Xiang Yuan's standing in Dallas has become precarious. Introduction: point guard, shooting guard, small forward, power forward, center, swingman, coach. From the late 1990s to the early 21st century, a perplexing issue plagued all teams in the NBA, the enigmatic Xiang Yuan, often referred to as the Demon King, and the question of which position he truly played in this game.